I was nothing, just an ordinary guy scraping by. Then, out of nowhere, I got a system. Not just any system, a monster killing system that turns the simplest kills into wealth and power. I crushed an ant boom. $1 trillion love fund. I killed a chicken bam. A soldier king's physique. A duck? A luxury mansion. A fish? Shares in a listed company. Before I knew it, I wasn't just rich, I was unstoppable. But just as I thought life was perfect, the girl I loved for 5 years walked away. Left me standing in the rain, heartbroken, humiliated. Her so-called father tossed $1 million at me like I was trash. They think I'm nothing? They have no idea who they just abandoned. Because I'm Lumu. And in 1 year, I'll rise so high they won't even dare to look me in the eye. With my system, I'll slay, conquer, and rule from the streets to the stars. This is my journey. And it's only just begun. Blue Star, Dragon Country, Mountain City, Moon Park. 80. In the grove, I, Lumu, squatted on the ground like a madman, stepping on ants and muttering under my breath. 80. Lumu. A soft, melodious voice called out to me. I turned and saw Suyao standing there, her figure elegant and striking even in the heat of September. She wore a long dress, her delicate face framed by willow-shaped eyebrows and jade-like skin. Her tall, curvaceous figure and long, slender legs were impossible to ignore. Yao, you're here, I said, my heart lifting at the sight of her. I found my parents, Suyao said, her voice steady but her eyes avoiding mine. Really? That's great. I forced a smile, though something in her tone made me uneasy. Are they in Shanchang? How about I treat them to dinner tonight? No, she said, taking a deep breath. They're not from Shanchang. Yao, is something wrong? I frowned. We'd known each other for 5 years, 4 in college and 1 in the real world. She'd always been introverted, insecure, and withdrawn, but I'd done my best to support her. I thought we were in this together. Lumu, let's break up, Suyao said, her voice cold and final. I've thought about it. We're not suitable. What are you talking about? I clenched my fists in my pockets, staring at her. 5 years, Yao. 5 years. I'm sorry, she whispered, her face pale as she avoided my gaze. The sky darkened, thunder rumbling in the distance. My heart felt like it was being crushed. Ahem. A weak voice interrupted us. A middle-aged man with a cane approached, followed by a bodyguard carrying a box. I'm Sunantian, Yao's biological father, the man said, his tone cold and dismissive. I'm grateful for your care over the years, but you're not from the same world. He gestured to the bodyguard, who opened the box to reveal stacks of cash. 1 million. Consider it compensation. I laughed bitterly. No, I didn't need their money. I didn't need their pity. Suyao, congratulations on finding your family, I said, forcing myself to stay calm. I wouldn't beg. I wouldn't cry. 1 year, I said, looking Su Nantian in the eye. In 1 year, I'll show you who's stupid. I turned and walked away, the rain pouring down as I left the park. I threw the ring I'd been carrying into Moon Lake and wandered aimlessly, soaked to the bone. As I walked, a strange mechanical voice echoed in my mind. Kill 1 ant and gain plus 80 gold. Kill 1 ant and gain plus 80 gold. Kill 10 ants cumulatively and gain plus 10,000 gold. Kill 100 ants cumulatively and gain plus 100,000 gold. Kill 1,000 ants cumulatively and get plus 1 million gold. Kill enough ants to complete the achievement Ant Killer and get a 1 trillion love fund. I froze. A system? Congratulations to the host for completing the first monster killing achievement. When the achievement reaches 100, the host will receive a super invincible mysterious prize. A light curtain appeared in front of me, displaying my stats. Host, Lumu. Age, 23 years old. Monster killing level, level 1. Monster killing value, 1,000/10,000. Number of monsters killed per day, 1,000. Completed achievements 1. Love Fund, 1 trillion. Personal wealth 1263860.5. System, what does the monster level mean? I asked silently. The higher the monster level, the more life forms the host can kill. The current level is 1, and the maximum number of life forms that can be killed per day is 1,000. The monster level also affects the value of the items that explode. I smirked. This changed everything. As I walked home, a petite girl holding an umbrella ran toward me. Brother Moo, what's wrong? Why are you soaked? It was Lin Xiaoxiao, my neighbor and the landlord's sister. She was 19, with a youthful, delicate beauty and a pair of lively peach blossom eyes. I'm fine, Xiaoxiao, I said, forcing a smile. Brother Moo, did something happen? Did you and sister Yao Yao break up? I sighed. Yeah, I dumped her. Lin Xiaoxiao's eyes widened. Really? Why? You're such a good person. I didn't answer. Instead, I looked at her, a light curtain appearing in my vision. Name Lin Xiaoxiao. Age, 19. Height, 158. Weight, 43 kilograms. Overall appearance rating, 88. Driver 0. Favorability 66. Is this Lin Xiaoxiao's personal information? Lu Mu was shocked. He didn't expect the system to have this function. But what does driver 0 mean? It can't be that. Lu Mu thought of something. Brother Mu, your hand. Lin Xiaoxiao lowered her head, her cheeks burning hot. What's wrong? Lu Mu pinched it subconsciously, and instantly felt a softness in his hand. I saw his big hand covering Lin Xiaoxiao's round and perky little buttocks. Excuse me. Lu Mu quickly moved his hand away, looking embarrassed. Fine. Lin Xiaoxiao blushed and said, Brother Mu, you didn't mean it. Lin Xiaoxiao's favorability +5. What's going on? Lu Mu was confused. How come this girl even liked him more after being taken advantage of? Lu Mu looked at Lin Xiaoxiao with strange eyes. At this moment, the system fed back information about intimacy. Among them, intimacy is divided into 100 points. 0 is a stranger. 110 are passers-by. 1130 for ordinary friends. 3160 are ambiguous objects. 6180 are couples. 8190 are couples in love. 9199 are true love couples. If the favorability of the opposite sex can reach 100, then she will be able to do anything for you. Brother Mu, I have something else to do, so I'll go back first. Lin Xiaoxiao felt uncomfortable when Lu Mu looked at her, and she ran back home in a hurry. This girl is quite shy. Lu Mu smiled and then disappeared in the rain. Boom boom boom. Lu Mu had just finished taking a shower and changed his clothes when there was a sudden knock on the door. When he opened the door, he saw Lin Xiaoxiao holding a bowl of brown sugar ginger water and looking at him. Brother Mu, drink some of this to avoid catching a cold. Thanks. Lu Mu took the bowl and drank it in one gulp. Instantly he felt warm in his heart, not knowing whether it was because of the brown sugar ginger water or because of Lin Xiaoxiao's concern. Brother Mu, you have to be strong. Lin Xiaoxiao suddenly said seriously, it's Sister Yao Yao's loss that she broke up with you. Brother Mu, you are so outstanding. I believe you will be able to find a girlfriend who is better than Sister Yao Yao in the future. I'm fine now. Lu Mu smiled and said, would you like to come in and sit down? Okay. Lin Xiaoxiao didn't bother to be polite with Lu Mu and went straight into the house. Xiaoxiao, if I remember correctly, you want to buy a new phone recently, right? Lu Mu poured a cup of boiled water for Lin Xiaoxiao and asked. Brother Mu, how did you know? Lin Xiaoxiao looked at Lu Mu in confusion. Yesterday when I went out to buy groceries, I happened to hear you and your sister chatting. Lu Mu replied. I see. Lin Xiaoxiao nodded, then pouted and said, it's no use if I want to change it. My sister won't give me money. Let me take you there. Lumu smiled and said, "It just so happens that I am also planning to change my phone, so I'll buy you one too." "Then forget it." Lin Xiaoxiao shook her head and said, "Brother Mu, you don't have much money." Lu Mu heard this but did not explain further. Instead, he took out his cell phone and transferred 100,000 yuan to Lin Xiaoxiao. "I've transferred the money to you. If it's not enough, we'll talk later." The reason why Lu Mu was so generous was, of course, to get cash back. Killing ants will reveal $1 trillion love fund. He can only get a 1-to-1 cash back if he spends on beauties with an overall appearance score of more than 80 points. Lin Xiaoxiao's overall appearance score is as high as 88 points, making her a perfect candidate for cashback. "Brother Mu, where did you get so much money?" Lin Xiaoxiao's eyes widened when she saw the 100,000 yuan transferred by Lu Mu. She knew Lu Mu's job. He was a delivery man for a certain group and earned only a few thousand yuan a month. Moreover, Lu Mu had just graduated from college. In addition to maintaining the expenses of both him and Su Yao, as well as rent, utilities, it was impossible for him to save so much money with just a few thousand yuan salary. Could it be that Brother Mu is a hidden rich second generation? Lin Xiaoxiao began to imagine. "Since you asked, I'll be honest. Yes, I'm a billionaire," Lu Mu said in a joking tone. "Brother Mu, you are lying." Lin Xiaoxiao said, "If you were a billionaire, how could Sister Yao Yao break up with you? She's a trillionaire." "Lin Xiaoxiao? Brother Mu, do I look like a fool?" Lin Xiaoxiao said speechlessly, "You and Sister Yao Yao, a billionaire and a trillionaire, how could you possibly live in such a shabby place like ours? This is not how you experience life. And even if you are rich, Brother Mu, I can't accept this money." Lin Xiaoxiao shuddered and said, "If I accept this money, my sister will probably chase me with a knife." "Xiaoxiao, don't make me beg you." Lu Mu was immediately unhappy. If Lin Xiaoxiao doesn't charge any money, how can he get cash back? "Please?" Lin Xiaoxiao was dumbfounded. "Brother Mu, did the rain damage your brain? No one would beg for money from others." Lin Xiaoxiao was at a loss for words for a moment. "Xiaoxiao, how about this?" Lu Mu thought of something, his eyes lit up and he said, "Just consider this money as my deposit with you. When I need money, I will ask you for it again." "This isn't good?" Lin Xiaoxiao hesitated and said, "Brother Mu, aren't you afraid that I will run away with the money? I trust you." Lu Mu looked at Lin Xiaoxiao with a smile. "Oh well." Lin Xiaoxiao's face turned red instantly. Lu Mu's words, "I believe you," made her feel strange. Could it be that Brother Mu likes me? Otherwise, why would he deposit so much money with me? Lin Xiaoxiao's favorability +5. Favorability increased again? Lu Mu was stunned when he heard the system prompt. "Brother Mu, I will keep the money for you." Coming back to her senses, Lin Xiaoxiao clicked to receive the payment. Bite. Congratulations to the host for successfully transferring money to a beauty with a beauty score of 80 or above. Love fund 100,000. Personal wealth plus 100,000. The cashback amount has been received. The source of cashback funds in this system is absolutely safe. Please feel free to use it. Your China Merchants bank account with the last number 8668 received an amount of 100,000 yuan at 11:30 on September 6, 2023, and the balance is 1,363,860.5 yuan. The system is awesome. Lu Mu was full of emotion. Only 1 or 2 hours had passed since he obtained the system, and he had transformed himself from a young man with no car, no house, and no savings into a millionaire. He now has more than 1 million yuan in his card. Apart from the 100,000 yuan cashback from the Love Fund, the remaining 1 million yuan are almost all rewards from killing ants. He only has a few thousand yuan in his own savings. Xiao, since you promised to help me save money, why don't you help me save more? Lu Mu took out his cell phone and transferred 900,000 yuan directly to Lin Xiaoxiao. Please make it a round number and save 1 million for me. If he wasn't afraid of scaring Lin Xiaoxiao, he would have wanted to transfer the entire 1 trillion love fund to Lin Xiaoxiao. Bite. Friendly reminder, there is a spending limit for the love fund. The current daily spending limit for a single person of the opposite sex is 1 million. The spending limit can increase as the host's monster killing level increases. All right. I knew it wasn't that simple. Lumu was not surprised about the consumption limit. After all, if there is no limit, it would not be difficult for him to cash out all of the $1 trillion love fund. But even if there is a limit, it is not a big problem. The daily limit for a single opposite sex is 1 million, but if he finds 10 opposite sexes with an appearance score of 80 or above, he can cash in 10 million every day. 1 million. Lin Xiaoxiao swallowed, and her hands holding the phone were shaking. She is just a college student, how could she have seen so much money? Brother Mu, you are not really a billionaire, are you? Lin Xiaoxiao began to believe what Lu Mu had just said. After all, if Lu Mu wasn't extremely rich, how could he transfer 1 million to her, someone he had only known for a year? If you believe it, it is. If you don't believe it, it is not. Lu Mu walked towards the kitchen and said, "Would you like to eat my pussy?" Eat? Lin Xiaoxiao nodded her head and said, "The noodles made by a billionaire must be delicious." Lin Xiaoxiao's favorability plus 10. 12 o'clock in the morning. Lu Mu lay in bed and couldn't fall asleep. When the daily number of monsters killed was refreshed, Lu Mu hurriedly got up, picked up the electric mosquito swatter and went downstairs. Crackling. Under the street light at the entrance of the community, Lu Mu kept waving an electric mosquito swatter, electrocuting swarms of mosquitoes to death. And this is also the advantage of old communities. There are a lot of animals, such as mosquitoes, cockroaches, and rats, which all come out in the summer. Kill one mosquito and gain money plus 100. Kill one mosquito and gain money plus 100. Kill 10 mosquitoes cumulatively and get the latest Huawei mobile phone X1. Kill 100 mosquitoes cumulatively and gain plus 500,000 gold. Kill 1,000 mosquitoes cumulatively and get an Audi A8 X1. Kill enough mosquitoes to complete the achievement A World Without Mosquitoes and receive 1000 G Gold Bars X20. The monetary reward has been received, please check it carefully. Huawei's latest mobile phone has been distributed to the host's bedroom. The relevant procedures for Audi A8 have been completed, and the relevant documents have been issued to the host's bedroom. The host can go to Baiyun Audi 4S store to pick it up with the relevant documents. Gold bars and related documents have been distributed to the host's bedroom. So cool! Listening to a series of system prompts, Lu Mu was extremely excited. I couldn't wait to go back to my room to see the gold bars rewarded by the system. Lu Mu, what are you doing? A mature and royal sister's voice was heard. Lu Mu turned his head and saw a mature and beautiful figure. Xianying was wearing simple sportswear, but both her appearance and figure were extraordinary. Her unpainted face, beautiful eyebrows and eyes, jade-like skin, delicate red lips, and red moles at the corners of her eyes make her full of mature charm. Looking down, her body is surprisingly full, making her clothes bulge out, and her slender waist and plump peach buttocks show a perfect waist-hip curve. It is no exaggeration to say that the woman in front of him is enough to drive countless men crazy. I'm swatting mosquitoes. While checking the woman's personal dashboard, Lu Mu asked, Sister Yanran, why did you come back so late? Name, Lin Yanran. Age, 26. Height, 168. Weight, 53 kilograms. Overall appearance rating, 93. Driver 0. Favorability 30. You came outside to kill a mosquito? Lin Yanran rolled her eyes at Lu Mu and walked past him. The market leaders came to a meeting today and said they would close the market and move all vendors to the newly built agricultural trade city. That's a good thing, then. Lu Mu followed Lin Yanran, his eyes uncontrollably looking at Lin Yanran's twisting peach buttocks. Does it look good? Lin Yanran suddenly stopped and looked at Lu Mu expressionlessly. Lu Mu even felt murderous intent from Lin Yanran. Although Lin Yanran is so beautiful, her job is not something that ordinary people can do. Lin Yanran has a nickname, Pork Shisher. That's right, Lin Yanran is a butcher, and she has her own pork stall. Nice. Lu Mu looked away, his eyes clear. Everyone loves beauty. His look at Lin Yanran was an instinctive reaction, and it did not mean that his heart was dirty. Want to touch it? Lin Yanran raised the corner of her mouth. I want to, but I'm afraid you'll chop off my hand. That's good to know. Lin Yanran rolled her eyes at Lumu again, this time full of charm. It seemed as if the darkness was brightened up a lot. Tell me, did you break up with Su Yao? Lin Yanran continued walking forward. Based on his understanding of Lumu, if he had not broken up with Su Yao, he would never have the courage to stare at her, let alone play such a joke with her. Lumu nodded, his face very calm. It's better to split up. Lin Yanran was silent for a moment and said, work hard in the future. A man can have a warm heart but a cool head. For love to be stable, money and material things are indispensable. As for pure love, that only exists on TV. Sister Yanran, are you interested in cooperating? Lumu smiled and said, I am planning to open a slaughterhouse and would like you to help me manage it. You kid, are you kidding me? Lin Yanran said speechlessly, have you forgotten that you haven't paid the rent for 2 months? I'll transfer the rent to you later. Lumu said, but I am serious. Alright, forget about the 2 months rent. As for cooperation, don't talk about it. Go and have a good rest now, and then find a new job tomorrow. With your ability, being a food delivery man is a waste of your talent. After Lin Yanran finished speaking, she left without looking back. As for Lumu's talk of cooperation, she didn't take it seriously at all. She knew better than anyone how much money it cost to open a slaughterhouse. Given the rent in the mountain city's Baiyun district, even a small slaughterhouse would cost nearly $1 million. How could Lumu, a college graduate who had just worked as a delivery boy for a year, earn $1 million? It's impossible to even think about it. As for the claim that Lumu's family was rich, she didn't believe it even more. Only a fool would believe that a young man from a wealthy family could experience the life of the lower class. Looking at Lin Yanran's back, Lumu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The reason why he wanted to open a slaughterhouse was, of course, to get rewards for killing monsters. Now he kills ants and mosquitoes and it doesn't have any effect. But if he wants to kill chickens, ducks, cows, sheep, etc. later, he has to find a suitable place. After all, he kills hundreds or even thousands of them at a time. If he doesn't find a suitable place and kills them at home, it will definitely alarm Uncle Hat. Originally, he wanted to cooperate with Lin Yanran. On the one hand, he could fight monsters, on the other hand, he could rely on Lin Yanran to cash in his love fund, and on the other hand, he could sell chicken, duck, and mutton. It was the best of all worlds. But the problem now is that Lin Yanran doesn't believe that he has the money to open a slaughterhouse. Fortunately, it is not difficult to prove that he is rich. Lumu took out his mobile phone and transferred money to Lin Yanran in batches, a total of 1 million. When Lin Yanran returned home, she went into the bathroom immediately. After taking a shower, Lin Yanran came out wrapped in a bath towel. When she sat on the sofa, her towering and full breasts began to tremble. Looking at her own amazing fullness, Lin Yanran frowned. She was very dissatisfied with her breasts, thinking they were too big and making it inconvenient for her to work. Without worrying too much about the full scale, Lin Yanran picked up her mobile phone and prepared to calculate the day's income, which was something she had to do every day. And just as she turned on her phone, transfer messages popped up. When she clicked on it, she saw that it was a transfer from Lumu to her, and there was also a message. Tenant Lumu, Sister Yanran, I have the money. Do you want to consider working together? If you agree, just take the money. I can transfer the remaining amount to you. Is it an illusion? Lin Yanran rubbed her eyes, somewhat unable to believe that this was true. That kid, where did he get so much money? Looking at the screen full of transfers, Lin Yanran frowned and did not confirm the payment. After a while, she got up from the sofa and prepared to look for Lumu. It's heavy. Lumu moved a box of gold bars from the bedroom to the living room. The moment the box was opened, the gold bars sparkled under the light. The impact of 20 gold bars is far stronger than the impact of a string of numbers in a bank card. One gold bar weighs 1,000 grams, which is equivalent to 2 kilograms, and 20 bars weigh 40 kilograms. His Lumu couldn't help but take a breath. 40 kilograms of gold bars. According to the current gold price of 450 per gram, 40 kilograms is equivalent to 9 million. I'm going to be a multi-millionaire. Lumu felt extremely dreamy and stared at the gold in a daze. Lumu, why don't you close the door? Just then, Lin Yanran pushed the door open, and immediately she and Lumu's eyes met. But soon, her attention was attracted by the gold bars piled up like a pyramid on the coffee table. Gurgle. Lin Yanran swallowed her saliva, and her slender white neck moved slightly, exuding a strange beauty. Lumu, what are these? Lin Yanran's voice was trembling as she spoke. In her entire life, she had only seen so many gold bars on TV. Sister Yanran, don't you know Huang Jin? After coming to his senses, Lumu picked up 2 gold bars and walked towards Lin Yanran, and put the gold bars in Lin Yanran's hands. Sister Yanran, feel how the gold bars feel to the touch? Comfortable. Lin Yanran gently stroked the gold bar with her palm, an expression of enjoyment on her face. Unlike most women, Lin Yanran doesn't like diamond jewelry, she likes gold. In her opinion, no matter how gorgeous diamond jewelry is or how well advertised it is not even 1/10 as valuable as gold. Apart from anything else, the fact that gold can maintain its value is enough to beat most diamond jewelry on the market. Do you like it? Lumu said with a smile. Like. Lin Yanran nodded her head continuously. You want it? Want to. Lin Yanran's eyes were filled with ripples, and her gaze remained on the gold bars. If you want it, I'll give it to you. Send it to me? Lin Yanran came back to her senses instantly, took a step back and said, I'm not the kind of person you think. I know. Lumu smiled and said, what I mean is, Sister Yanran, as long as you cooperate with me, I can give you 2 gold bars. Then forget it. Lin Yanran said, there is no free lunch in the world. I don't want to get myself into trouble just for 2 gold bars. Lin Yanran walked into the room, put the gold bar back on the coffee table, reluctantly looked away and said, tell me more about the cooperation. Lin Yanran did not ask Lumu where he got so many gold bars. She knows what to ask and what not to ask. I'll open a slaughterhouse in your name, Sister Yanran. You'll be the boss, and I'll invest the money. Lumu expressed his thoughts. As for why the boss is Lin Yanran, it is very simple. He wants to get something for nothing. If he is the boss himself, he will have to pay for opening the slaughterhouse himself and will not be able to use the love fund. But if the boss is Lin Yanran, he can not only use the love fund, but also get cash. If his intimacy with Lin Yanran can reach 100 in the future, it will be like the slaughterhouse is still his. In summary, you can eat and take at the same time and get all the benefits. I'm the boss? Lin Yanran frowned and asked, are you trying to cooperate or seduce me? Of course it's cooperation. Lumu said, after all, I still have to work in the slaughterhouse. Do you trust me so much? Lin Yanran said with a serious expression, what do you want? To you. Lumu knew that he couldn't explain to Lin Yanran, so he simply began to change his strategy. Sister Yanran, you have helped me a lot this year, so I want to open a slaughterhouse for you. Good boy, you really came for me. Lin Yanran was not angry because of what Lumu said. On the contrary, she felt relieved. If Lumu had no intention of doing anything, then she would not agree to Lumu's offer to fund the slaughterhouse and let her be the boss. She would worry that Lumu wanted to use her to do something illegal. But if it comes to Lumu too, that's another matter. After all, don't rich people like to spend money when pursuing someone they like? Have you thought about it? Are you really going to let me be the boss? Lin Yanran looked at Lumu again and said, in the end, you are likely to lose both your money and your life. I have confidence in myself. Lumu looked at Lin Yanran with a smile. In that case, happy cooperation. Lin Yanran looked at Lumu deeply, then stood up and left. When the door was closed, a system prompt sounded in Lumu's mind. Lin Yanran's favorability +10. Sure enough, no matter how beautiful a woman is, she cannot resist the temptation of money. Lumu sat on the sofa with empty eyes, not knowing what he was thinking. Good sister Bite. Congratulations to the host, you have successfully transferred money to a beauty with a beauty score of 80 or above. Love Fund 1000000. Personal wealth plus 1 million. The system prompt sounded. Only then did Lumu come back to his senses. He checked his personal information first. Host, Lumu. Age, 23 years old. Monster killing level, level 1. Monster killing value, 2000/10,000. Number of monsters killed per day, 1,000. Completed achievements, 2, Love Fund, 999.9 billion. Personal wealth 3863860.5. Personal wealth has exceeded 3 million. Lumu looked ecstatic. When all the love funds are cashed out, he will become the richest man in the world. You know, personal wealth is not personal worth. There are trillionaires in the world. The reason why they are worth so much is because of the stock value of their industries after they go public. However, stocks are unstable and cannot be compared with liquid funds. Turn off personal information. Lumu returned to the bedroom and unpacked the latest Huawei mobile phone that the system rewarded him. Inside the box was Huawei's newly released Mate X5 folding phone, with an official price of 16,999. Good. Lumu nodded with satisfaction and then installed the SIM card. After doing this, he lay down on the bed and prepared to sleep. Half an hour later, Lumu sat up from the bed and turned on the bedroom light. Su Nanshan. The image of Su Nantian appeared in Lumu's mind. He always felt that he had seen him somewhere. So he opened his phone and started searching. When the search results came out, Lumu's pupils contracted and his brows furrowed. It is rumored that Longwa's former richest man, Su Nantian, has cancer and does not have much time left. Su Nantian announced that he will no longer serve as the chairman of Longting Group. The CEO of the Trillion Group spent a huge amount of money to find his lost daughter for 20 years. It turned out to be him. Looking at the photo of Su Nantian on his mobile phone, Lumu felt very complicated. In the 5 years that he has known Su Yao, he has helped Su Yao find her biological parents more than once. During this period, he read a lot of news about children's search, including the news about the richest man Su Nanshan's search for his child. But because Su Nantian provided too little information to the media, and because of Su Nanshan's status as the richest man in the country, he didn't think much about it. But who knew that fate would play such a trick on her? Su Yao turned out to be the daughter of the richest man. No wonder she left. Lumu put down his phone, looking self-deprecating. He is just a poor boy. However, Su Nantian is the richest man in Dragon Country with a net worth of trillions. Between having a poor boyfriend and having the richest dad, I believe any woman would choose the latter without hesitation. But that doesn't mean he will forgive Su Yao. People who betray their feelings for money are not worthy of forgiveness. Lumu took a deep breath, his eyes cold. The words that Su Nantian said yesterday echoed in his ears. What is the purpose of life? Isn't it just to fight for one's life? Since Su Nantian looked down on him, he would let Su Nantian see how a poor boy whom he looked down upon could catch up with him step by step, surpass him, and even look down on him. I believe that by that time, the expressions of the father and daughter will be very interesting. 10 o'clock in the morning. Lumu slept until he woke up naturally. Now that he has the system, it is naturally impossible for him to continue delivering food. Last night he had planned what to do next. The main thing is to cash in the love fund and open a slaughterhouse. After a quick wash, Lumu prepared to go out for breakfast. Just as he walked out of the room and was about to go downstairs, the door opposite happened to open. Lin Xiaoxiao, exuding a youthful aura, walked out. Brother Mu, what a coincidence, are you going out too? Lin Xiaoxiao's face was full of shyness. It is said that a girl's feelings are always poetic. Lin Xiaoxiao has just entered college and has never been in a relationship. She is very yearning for love. Lumu is handsome and friendly, and Lin Xiaoxiao has always had a good impression of him. Before, because Lumu had a girlfriend, she and Lumu had always kept their distance. Now that Lumu and Su Yao have broken up, Lin Xiaoxiao knows that her chance has come. In addition, the financial resources Lumu demonstrated and the trust he placed in her to help save money made her like Lumu even more. She even dreamed about Lumu last night. Thinking of this, Lin Xiaoxiao squeezed her beautiful legs together and her cheeks turned hot. Yes. Lumu nodded and joked, Xiaoxiao, you are dressed so beautifully, are you going out on a date? No, Lin Xiaoxiao hurriedly explained, I don't have a boyfriend. My best friend asked me out to the mall. Go shopping, do you have money? Lumu's eyes lit up and he said, how about I go with you? I have money. Lin Xiaoxiao took out a few bills from her bag and said with a smile, my sister gave me 500 yuan. $500 is not enough. I'll go with you. Lumu will not miss any opportunity to cash in his love fund. Today, Lin Xiaoxiao still has 1 million yuan of love fund that has not been cashed out. Okay then, I'll call and tell my bestie. Lin Xiaoxiao didn't think much about it. She usually went out with her good sisters to eat and buy some small things, which didn't cost much money. Lucky Mall. Located in the prosperous area of Baiyun District. Lumu and Lin Xiaoxiao took a taxi here, and Lumu paid the fare first. Love Fund 15. Personal wealth plus 15. Although flies are small, they are still meat. Lumu didn't dislike it at all. Xiaoxiao, where is your sister? Lumu looked at the mall not far away with a fiery look in his eyes. If Lin Xiaoxiao's best friend's appearance was also above 80 points, then he could cash in 2 million in love funds today. Xiaoxiao, I'm here. As soon as Lumu finished speaking, a crisp voice came from behind him. Lumu turned around and the first thing that caught his eye was a pair of long legs that were longer than his life. Nice legs. No, it's too long. Lumu moved his eyes upwards and saw a girl wearing a printed t-shirt on the upper body and a pleated skirt on the lower body, waving at Lin Xiaoxiao. The girl has black hair, a pair of lively eyes like a deer, and her temperament is very lively. Lumu subconsciously checked the girl's personal panel. Name Xian Ning. Age, 19. Height, 173. Weight, 55 kilograms. Overall appearance rating, 90. Driver 0. Favorability 10. What's going on? The favorability level actually reached 10. Lumu was a little surprised. He was sure that this was the first time he met Xianing. Is it because I am too handsome? So the other person developed a liking for me just by seeing me? Lumu touched his face subconsciously. Xiaoxiao, this is the brother Lumu you mentioned, right? While Lumu was curious about Xianing's closeness to him, Xianing was also looking at Lumu. He is nearly 180 centimeters tall, has a handsome and delicate appearance, and a friendly temperament, which makes it easy for people to like him. Lin Xiaoxiao nodded shyly. Xianing is her best friend and also her classmate who lives in the same dormitory. She often mentions Lu Mu in front of Xianing. Brother Mu, this is my good sister. Her name is Xianing. I usually call her Xiaoning. Then I'll call you Xiaoning too. Lu Mu looked at Xianing and said with a smile. Okay. Xianing has a very cheerful personality. Although it was the first time she met Lu Mu, she did not act restrained. This is the first time we meet, and I didn't prepare a gift for you. I'll pay for whatever you and Xiao Xiao spend later. Puchi, brother Lu Mu, you are too polite. Xianing smiled and said, then I won't be polite later, novel. After entering the mall, the two women were as excited as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Look at this store, look at that store. What surprised Lu Mu was that after shopping around, the two girls didn't buy anything. No, they are sick, right? In an unknown clothing store. Lu Mu sat in the rest area, looking at Lin Xiaoxiao and Xianing who were trying on clothes in front of the mirror not far away with a frown on his face. The two were having a pleasant conversation. Xiaoxiao, do you think I look better in this one or the white one? Xianing was wearing a purple long dress, which added some charm to her lively temperament. I think the white one looks good. Lin Xiaoxiao stared at Xianing's long and beautiful legs. Even though she was a girl, she loved these legs.
Look at yourself again.
Lin Xiaoxiao said that her legs were not up to par. Although her leg shape was perfect, due to her height, her legs were much shorter than Xianing's.
I also think the white one is good. Xianing was confused and asked, should I buy the white one or the one I'm wearing? Buy them all. Lumu appeared behind Xianing at some point. He really couldn't stand the two women's slowness. That won't work. Xianing looked back at Lumu and said, I don't have much pocket money left, I'll just buy one. Boss, how much are these two skirts? Lumu asked the female boss beside him. Hello, handsome guy, the two skirts chosen by this beautiful lady cost a total of 480. How many? Lumu seriously suspected that he had heard it wrong. How about this, 2 for 400? The female boss thought Lumu thought the price was too high, so she offered to give him a discount of 80 yuan. No, you guys. Lumu looked at the two women and seemed to be hesitant to speak. He waited for the two women for a long time just to spend money on them and cash in his love fund. As a result, after almost an hour, the two girls didn't like anything. Xianing finally found two skirts that she liked, and they only cost 400 yuan in total? What's wrong with us? Xianing looked at Lumu in confusion. Pick out a few more that you like. Lumu said with a smile, didn't I tell you guys to spend the money and I'll pay for it? Brother Lumu, let's just forget it. Xianing refused, it's not easy for you to make money. Xianing had heard Lin Xiaoxiao talk about Lumu's occupation, that he was a delivery man for a certain group. Besides, Lin Xiaoxiao likes Lumu, so she can't possibly betray the person her best friend likes. Speechless, really speechless. The corner of Lumu's mouth twitched. He just wanted to cash in, why was it so difficult? The novels he read about rich people didn't write like this either. Or did he just not meet the right person? It seems that the girls encountered at the beginning of the novels about super rich people are all gold diggers and materialistic girls. Look at what he encountered. Lin Xiaoxiao is a typical naive girl. She was extremely happy when Lin Yanran gave her 500 yuan in pocket money. As for Xianing, the fact that she can become best friends with Lin Xiaoxiao shows that she and Lin Xiaoxiao are of the same type. Forget it, it's no use relying on these two girls to take the initiative. Lumu took out his mobile phone and scanned the payment code in the store. 2,000 yuan was transferred to my account via WeChat. When the payment notification sounded, not only Xianing and Lin Xiaoxiao, but even the store owner looked at Lumu in confusion. Each of you can choose 1,000 yuan, and then we will move to another place. After Lumu finished speaking, he walked out of the store, leaving behind a confused Xianing and a shy Lin Xiaoxiao. Xianing was confused because she didn't know how much money Lumu had. Lin Xiaoxiao was shy because she thought Lumu liked her, so he paid for her and Xianing. But it is undeniable that Lumu's actions made the two girls feel more favorable towards him. Love Fund 2000. Personal Wealth plus 2000. Xianing's favorability plus 5. Lin Xiaoxiao's favorability plus 10. Brother Mu, we are ready. Lin Xiaoxiao and Xianing each carried a few bags and walked out of the clothing store. Next, let's go there. Lumu pointed to an LV counter on the second floor of the mall. Brother Lumu, let's just forget it. Xianing glanced at the direction Lumu pointed and said, the things in the LV store are very expensive, and we are still students, so we can't afford such expensive things. Yes, Brother Mu, Xiaoning and I have already chosen a few clothes, so there is no need to buy anything else. Although Lin Xiaoxiao knew that Lumu was rich, she didn't want Lumu to spend money. It's better to be expensive. It can show my feelings. Lumu said seriously, you all call me brother, if I don't give you something valuable, I will feel uncomfortable all over. Xiao, could it be that your brother Mu was stimulated by something? Xianing whispered in Lin Xiaoxiao's ear. Brother Mu probably just wants to give us something. Lin Xiaoxiao replied. Didn't you say he was a delivery man? If he gave us LV, he would have to give away half a year's salary. Actually, Brother Mu is very rich. Lin Xiaoxiao said, the reason why Brother Mu delivers food is because he is experiencing life. Experience life? Xia Ning was stunned when she heard this, and looked at Lu Mu again. Only then did she realize that Lu Mu was using Huawei Mate X5. LV store. When Lu Mu brought the two women into the store, a female salesperson greeted them enthusiastically. Hello, what would you like to buy? Xiao Xiaoning, choose whatever you like. Lu Mu spoke very proudly. I thought that this time I could finally cash in all the love fund amounts for the two girls. Brother Lu Mu, I won't be polite then. Xia Ning was still very hesitant at first, but after knowing that Lu Mu was a rich man, and Lu Mu offered to pay the bill, it would be too hypocritical for her to refuse. Don't be polite to me. Lu Mu said with a smile. If the current limit for a single love fund for a beautiful woman of the opposite sex was not only 1 million, he would have wanted to buy a house for each of Xia Ning and Lin Xiaoxiao. No matter how much love fund you have, it's just a string of numbers. Only when it is converted into cash can it become his disposable personal wealth. Half an hour later. A funny scene took place in LV's store. In the rest area of the store, Xia Ning and Lin Xiaoxiao were holding a bag each, with their heads lowered like children who had done something wrong. In front of them, Lu Mu had a look of disappointment on his face. Not far away, several guests were talking to Lu Mu. What's wrong with that man? Aren't there just 2 bags? Why does he look so grim? It was obvious that he brought a girl here to show off, but the bag the girl chose was too expensive and he couldn't afford it. These days, don't you even check the balance on your card before showing off? You guys disappoint me so much. Lu Mu took the bags from the two women and took a deep breath. I told you to choose whatever you like, not to help me save money and choose the cheapest one. Lu Mu was almost broken by Xia Ning and Lin Xiaoxiao. I thought that since the two of them spent half an hour choosing, they must have picked a lot of things. As a result, they each chose only one bag, which cost only more than 30,000 yuan in total. Seeing that the whole morning had passed and he had not even cashed in 10,000 yuan of his love fund, he felt ashamed. Brother Mu, I'm sorry. Lin Xiaoxiao asked, how about we choose again? Lin Xiaoxiao and Xia Ning looked at each other, both not knowing whether to laugh or cry. They didn't expect that helping Lu Mu save money would make Lu Mu unhappy. No, Lu Mu turned to the saleswoman next to him and said, beautiful lady, could you please bring me the most expensive bag in your store? Okay, sir, please wait a moment. The saleswoman's face lit up when she heard that, and she hurried towards the merchandise counter. Soon, the female salesperson came over with 2 ladies' bags that looked very fashionable. Sir, these 2 bags are the latest models in our store. They are made of, you don't need to give me so much information. Just tell me how much it costs. Lu Mu interrupted the female salesperson. He also wanted to cash in his love fund as soon as possible, and then go to the 4S store to collect the Audi A8 rewarded by the system. Yes, sir. The saleswoman was stunned for a moment, then said, the total price of these 2 bags is 486,000. No, it's too expensive. After hearing the price of the bag, the 2 women spoke at the same time. Is it expensive? Lu Mu smiled and said, I think it's quite cheap. How about this, I'll get 4 of each. Overturned at any time, same 4, sir, are you sure? The female salesperson looked at Lu Mu in shock. She has been working here for some time, but this is the first time she has met such a generous customer like Lu Mu. The bags cost more than 200,000 yuan each, and they bought 8 at a time. That's nearly 2 million yuan. As for Xia Ning and Lin Xiaoxiao, they had never experienced such a thing before and were so shocked that they stood there in shock. Swipe the card. Lu Mu took out his wallet from his pocket, took out the bank card for the love fund and handed it to the female salesperson. In order to quickly cash in his love fund, he had no choice but to do this. Otherwise, given Lin Xiaoxiao and Xia Ning's personalities, they would definitely not accept anything he gave them after they left the store. Yes, sir, follow me. The female salesperson took the bank card with both hands and took Lu Mu to the cashier counter. And those people who had mocked Lu Mu before left the store in shame.
They never imagined that the reason why Lumu looked unhappy was that he thought the bags chosen by Lin Xiaoxiao and Xia Ning were too cheap.
Only young people can pretend to be cool. Bite.
Congratulations to the host for successfully spending money on a beauty with a beauty score of 80 or above.
Love Fun 972000. Personal wealth plus 972,000. Love Fun 972000. Personal wealth plus 972,000.
The system prompts the connection to sound. Lumu smiled with satisfaction.
That's comfortable now.
Lumu turned his head and looked at Xia Ning and Lin Xiaoxiao. I saw that the two of them could no longer lift the bags in their hands.
Let me help you. Lumu stepped forward and helped the two men lighten their burden. Brother Lumu, I'm sorry for the expense.
Xia Ning blushed as she looked at Lumu, and her favorability towards Lumu grew rapidly. If Lumu wasn't the person Lin Xiaoxiao liked, she would have won Lumu no matter what. After all, there are not many high-quality boys like Lumu who are young, handsome and rich.
Getting is earning. Xia Ning's favorability plus 20. Xiao Ning, you are being a little too formal.
Lumu smiled and said, you are my little good sister, and this is the first time we meet, so it's only natural for me to give you a gift.
Brother Lumu, are you and Xiao Xiao together? Xia Ning asked.
Together? Lumu was stunned for a moment, then said, you may have misunderstood. Xiao Xiao and I are not boyfriend and girlfriend.
Yeah?
Xia Ning's eyes lit up when he heard that. I thought you were together.
Xia Ning's favorability plus 10. This girl is quite interesting.
Seeing that Xia Ning's favorability towards him continued to increase, Lumu showed a meaningful smile on his face.
Lin Xiaoxiao looked at Lumu with resentment. Brother Mu, what the hell, why do I need to explain? Then I'll leave first.
On the road outside the mall, Lumu was sitting in a taxi and spoke to Xia Ning and Lin Xiaoxiao on the side of the road. Brother Lumu, let's add each other on WeChat.
Xia Ning mustered up the courage to say. Okay.
Lumu did not refuse when he heard this, and directly added Xia Ning on WeChat.
Xiao Ning, what do you mean?
After Lumu left, Lin Xiaoxiao looked at Xia Ning angrily. Although she is simple, it doesn't mean she is stupid. She and Xia Ning have known each other for a year. At school, there were at least 80 people pursuing Xia Ning, but without exception, they were all rejected by Xia Ning. But now, Xia Ning actually took the initiative to add Lumu on WeChat, and he must have some feelings for Lumu.
Xiao Xiao, don't misunderstand.
Xia Ning explained, I just thought that brother Lumu gave me such a valuable gift, so I added him on WeChat so that I can treat him to a meal and thank him later.
You still want to treat him to a meal?
Lin Xiaoxiao was instantly furious. Xiao Xiao, you are too sensitive.
Xia Ning said, it's just a simple invitation to dinner. I don't have any other intentions. You can join us then.
Okay, I will definitely be with brother Mu then. Lin Xiaoxiao and Xia Ning looked at each other, and intense sparks flew. At this moment, a crack appeared in the friendship between the two because of Lumu. The taxi was driving on the viaduct.
Inside the car,
Lumu took out his cell phone and was transferring money to Lin Xiaoxiao and Xia Ning. In order to avoid wasting money, Lumu decided to cash out their respective 1 million love funds. So he transferred 27,000 to Xia Ning. Transferred 26985 to Lin Xiaoxiao.
Don't ask why Lin Xiaoxiao is 15 yuan less than Xia Ning. The question is about the fare.
Not long after the money was transferred, the two sent messages.
Xia Ning, brother Lumu, what are you doing? Lin Xiaoxiao, brother Mu, do you want to save money again?
Lumu was the first to reply to Lin Xiaoxiao's message.
Use the pocket money I gave you to buy a cell phone.
As soon as the message was sent, Lin Xiaoxiao replied immediately.
No, I can't accept it.
My sister will kill me if she finds out, I'm afraid.
Not accepting, right?
Lumu raised the corners of his mouth slightly and began typing.
If you don't want it, I'll give it to Xiao Ning.
After Lumu sent the message this time, Lin Xiaoxiao did not reply to him immediately.
However, the chat interface shows that the other party has received the payment. Yes, I have found a way to control Lin Xiaoxiao. Of course he knew that Lin Xiaoxiao was interested in him. After all, Lin Xiaoxiao's intimacy with him was as high as 96 points. 96 points, it's scary just thinking about it. This is equivalent to the intimacy between a couple in true love. But precisely because Lin Xiaoxiao was so close to him, when he mentioned Xiaoning, Lin Xiaoxiao was not even afraid of her sister and took the money directly. It wasn't difficult for him to guess the reason. Lin Xiaoxiao was worried that he and Xiaoning would get together. Love Fund 26985. Personal wealth plus 26,985. The system prompt sounded, and Lumu began to think about how to reply so that Xiaoning would accept the money. But he couldn't think of a good reason after thinking for a long time. After all, he and Xiaoning had only known each other for less than a day, and anything he said could easily lead to misunderstandings. Etc. Why should I be afraid of her misunderstanding? Lumu suddenly came to his senses. His purpose was to cash in the love fund. As long as Xiaoning took the money, he didn't care whether she misunderstood or not. After figuring it out, Lumu was about to send a message to Xiaoning when the system prompt sounded again. Love Fund 27,000. Personal wealth plus 27,000. Forehead. Looking at the transfer received by Xiaoning, Lumu was stunned for a moment. Just then, Xiaoning sent a message. Xiaoning, thank you, Brother Lumu. When is Brother Lumu free? I would like to treat you to a meal. The other side. Xiaoning looked at the phone nervously. Originally, she had no intention of accepting the money, but Lumu didn't reply to her for a long time. She was worried that Lumu would be angry if she didn't accept it, so she clicked to receive the money. But she regretted accepting it. She was afraid that this would make her seem materialistic. I have to say, women are so strange. Buzz. The phone vibrates. She finally breathed a sigh of relief when she saw Lumu's reply. Lumu only replied with 2 words, okay. Xiao, I'm sorry. Xiaoning said to himself, I'm going to take action against Brother Lumu. It was afternoon. An Audi A8 drove into the vegetable market near Baiyun Road. The brand new Audi and its eye-catching license plate caused a lot of discussion among vendors and customers in the vegetable market. Fuck, this license plate is awesome. This is the first time I've seen such an awesome license plate in real life. Yanran, who do you think is the big boss in the car? At the back of the market is the fresh food area, where seafood and poultry are sold. I saw a middle-aged man in a fishery suit leaning against a pork stall, his eyes fixed on an Audi car in the distance. Gao, go and sell your fish and don't disturb me while I'm doing business. Lin Yanran chopped the boning knife hard on the chopping board and looked at the middle-aged man leaning on his stall expressionlessly. Yanran, why are you still angry? Gao Dashang glanced at Lin Yanran and said with a lewd smile on his face, the vegetable market will be relocated soon. I have connections in the agricultural market. As long as you say the word, I promise to have someone arrange the best location for you. Lin Yanran ignored Gao Dashang and picked up the kitchen knife on the stall and started cutting the pork with very skillful movements. Gao Dashang saw this and pushed further. Yanran, you are so beautiful, why don't you do anything else? Why do you have to sell pork here? This job is so tiring and dirty. Seeing how hard you work every day, I really feel sorry for you. How about this, you don't have to work anymore, and I'll give you 10,000 a month. I repeat, go back to selling your fish. Lin Yanran stopped what she was doing, pointed the kitchen knife at Gao Dachang and said, you old thing, you smell like dead fish, I feel sick just by looking at you. Ha, I smell like dead fish? I'm disgusting? Gao Dachang sneered, Lin Yanran, how clean do you think you are? Just smell it carefully. Just look at the smell of your flesh. It's good enough that a man is willing to spend money on you. As Gao Dashang walked towards his stall, he said sarcastically, don't really think of yourself as a pork beauty. You are just a cheap woman selling pork. Gao Dashang, you're going too far. Bullying a little girl is nothing. The vendors nearby couldn't stand it anymore and started to scold Gao Dashang. You are old enough to be someone's father, so you should be more virtuous when you speak. Yen Ran worked hard to support her sister's college education. How dare you, an old man like you, say this to her? What are you arguing about? Facing the crowd's angry rebuke, Gao Daxiang didn't take it seriously at all. If you continue to speak up for this bitch, you won't have any business left. One by one, you still think you have a sense of justice, right? Gao Daxiang said with cold eyes, when I say she is a cheap woman, I mean she has a cheap fate. If she had a good fate, would her parents have died so early? Would she be reduced to doing dirty work like butchering pigs that even men don't do? This fishmonger really deserves to be killed. A group of vendors looked at Gao Daxiang with gritted teeth. But no matter how much hatred and anger they felt in their hearts, they dared not say anything more. The reason why everyone felt so aggrieved was because Gao Daxiang and the managers at the agricultural trade city were relatives. Now that the vegetable market has moved, they all have to move to the farmers' trade city. If they offended Gao Daxiang at this time, and Gao Daxiang did something bad behind their back, it would be very likely that their business would be unable to continue. Dee. Just at this moment, a horn sounded from the aisle not far from the fresh food area. I saw an Audi parked at the entrance to the fresh food area. In an instant, everyone's attention was attracted by the Audi car. Under the gaze of everyone, the car door slowly opened and Lumu, dressed in casual clothes, walked out of the car. Seeing this, Gao Daxiang hurriedly walked towards Lumu. Leader, welcome. Gao Daxiang had a flattering smile on his face and took out a cigarette from his pocket and handed it to Lumu. Because of the Audi license plate, he mistook Lumu for a leader. Thank you, I don't smoke. Lumu refused Gao Daxiang's cigarette and glanced at the fresh food area. When he saw the beautiful figure next to the pork stall, a smile appeared on his face. Sister Yen Ran, the meat hasn't been sold out yet. As soon as Lumu finished speaking, he suddenly noticed tears flashing in Lin Yanran's eyes. Lumu, why are you here? Lin Yanran tried hard to hold back her tears and asked, have you had lunch? Not yet. I just want to come find you and eat with you. Lumu frowned and asked, Sister Yanran, did someone bully you? No. Lin Yanran put down the kitchen knife in her hand and said with a smile, it just so happens that the meat is almost sold out. Wait for me to clean up and we will go out to eat later. Good. Lumu nodded, then turned and looked at the vendors. When Lumu's eyes swept over them, the vendors all gave Lumu a look. Seeing this scene, Gao Daxiang's heart tightened and his face turned pale. It's all over now. Gao Daxiang's forehead was covered with cold sweat. It's you. Lumu looked at Gao Daxiang expressionlessly. Leader, I didn't mean it. Gao Daxiang said in a trembling voice, I didn't know she was your sister. What did you do? Lumu's eyes were cold. He was both grateful and respectful to Lin Yanran. He was grateful because Lin Yanran had helped him a lot in the past year, such as waiving rent and giving him pork. The reason for admiration is that in order to support Lin Xiaoxiao's college education, Lin Yanran gets up early and goes to bed late every day, doing dirty and tiring work that even men may not be able to do. In his eyes, Lin Yanran has always been a very strong person. This is the first time he has seen Lin Yanran cry this year. I just said a few words to her. What did you say? Leader, how about I apologize to her? Gao Daxiang was really scared, especially when Lumu looked at him with eyes that seemed as if he wanted to eat him up. Kneel down and apologize. Lumu said in a deep voice. Based on his understanding of Lin Yanran, if Gao Daxiang had just said a few words to her, it would definitely not make her cry. It must be that Gao Daxiang's words touched the most vulnerable part of her heart. Thump! Gao Daxiang knelt on the ground without any hesitation. Yanran, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said that to you, please forgive me. You also called her Yanran? Lumu looked at Gao Daxiang coldly. Yes, that's what the leader said. Gao Daxiang quickly changed his words and said, Ms. Lin, I'm sorry. I apologize to you for what I just said. Please forgive me. Xiao Mu. Lin Yanran stood in front of the pork stall blankly.
She did not respond to Gao Dasheng, nor did she even look at him.
Her eyes stayed on Lu Mu.
At this moment, Lu Mu's figure was deeply imprinted in her heart. It was also at this moment that she felt a sense of security from Lu Mu that she had not felt for a long time.
Lin Yanran's favorability plus 30. Sister Yanran, have you calmed down a bit? Do you want me to find someone to close down his stall? Ms. Lin, I really know I was wrong. Please forgive me.
When Gao Dasheng heard that Lu Mu was looking for someone to close his stall, he immediately panicked.
With a snap, Gao Dasheng slapped himself hard. Let you talk dirty, let you talk dirty.
Gao Dasheng kept slapping himself in the face, and soon his face became swollen.
Ms. Lin, can you forgive me now?
Gao Dasheng looked at Lin Yanran with pleading eyes. Although he is a relative of the managers of the farmers' market, he is not stupid. From the car Lu Mu drives and the license plate, it can be seen that Lu Mu's identity is definitely not simple. A fishmonger like him could not afford to offend such a big shot.
Xiaomu, let's go. Lin Yanran still ignored Gao Dasheng.
After packing up her things, she and Lu Mu left the vegetable market.
When the Audi disappeared from sight, Gao Dasheng sat on the ground exhausted.
When the vendors saw this, they felt no sympathy for Gao Dasheng, but instead felt very happy.
Xiaomu, let's go to the hotel. Inside the car, Lin Yanran suddenly spoke. Hotel? Lu Mu was stunned when he heard this and asked, Sister Yanran, isn't this a bit too fast? What are you thinking about, kid?
Lin Yanran blushed and said unhappily, I want to go to the hotel to take a shower, otherwise I'm afraid I'll dirty your car.
Sister Yanran, you are so clean, you don't even need to take a shower.
Lu Mu smiled and said, I can smell the fragrance on you, the fragrance of milk.
Smooth talk.
Lin Yanran turned her head to look out the window and said in a depressed mood, Don't I know whether I smell good or not? What Gao Dasheng said hurt Lin Yanran deeply. She is also a woman and she also loves beauty.
If she was not forced by life, how could she do a job like slaughtering pigs?
But she had no choice. Her father was a butcher, and when she finished her college entrance examination, her parents died in a car accident. Only she and Lin Xiaoxiao were left. In order to take care of Lin Xiaoxiao, she had to give up going to college and started doing her father's job, which she did for 8 years.
Shangri-La Hotel. Lu Mu booked a room for Lin Yanran.
In the hotel corridor, Lu Mu and Lin Yanran were walking one after the other.
Sister Yanran, how about I wait for you in the hall? When Lin Yanran opened the door, Lu Mu spoke.
Why, are you still afraid of me? Lin Yanran said unhappily, Come in, I'm just taking a shower, not doing anything else.
I'm just worried that it will be inconvenient for you. Lu Mu smiled and walked into the room.
I still trust your character.
Lin Yanran picked up a skirt she bought near the hotel and walked into the bathroom. Character? Lu Mu was a little amused. About 10 minutes later,
the bathroom door opened, and Lin Yanran, wearing a hip skirt, walked out of the bathroom. His eyes were looking over Lin Yanran.
Lu Mu couldn't help but sigh that Lin Yanran had a really good figure.
The towering, full, round and perky peach buttocks, as well as the plump and beautiful legs, exude a strong mature charm.
Wait a minute, I'll blow dry my hair. Lin Yanran's cheeks were burning hot.
Being stared at by Lu Mu, she felt as if ants were crawling on her body. And this is also the first time she wears such a sexy dress.
Okay. Lu Mu put down his phone and just stared at Lin Yanran. Mobile phones are not as fun as Lin Yanran. No, nice.
A few minutes later, Lin Yanran finished blow-drying her hair and tied it up behind her head.
I'm fine.
Lin Yanran turned around and looked at Lu Mu, only to find that Lu Mu was staring straight at her.
Sister Yanran, you are so beautiful.
Lu Mu was generous with his praise.
Really? Compared to Suyao? Lin Yanran smiled.
She is not worthy of being compared with you. Lu Mu's eyes suddenly became a little cold.
I can't compare to her. Lin Yanran walked towards Lu Mu, sat down beside the bed and said, Lu Mu, you opened the slaughterhouse because of Suyao, right?
Why do you say that?
Lumu looked at Lin Yanran in confusion.
I saw a news report this morning. Lin Yanran took out her cell phone, opened a page and handed it to Lumu. When Lumu saw the contents in Lin Yanran's phone, he frowned and fell silent. I saw a piece of news released this morning on my phone. Former richest man Su Nantian issued a statement that he has found his missing daughter and will appoint his daughter Su Yao as the interim chairman of Longteng Group.
This world is truly magical.
Seeing Lumu was silent, Lin Yanran sighed. I didn't expect that Su Yao was the daughter of the richest man.
When Lin Yanran saw the news this morning, she was shocked. After the shock, she also understood why Lumu suddenly became so rich. In her opinion, the money from Lumu should be the breakup fee given by Su Yao.
The reason why Lumu opened a slaughterhouse was definitely because he wanted to start a business to prove himself to Su Yao. After all, men have strong self-esteem.
Whose daughter she is none of my business.
Lumu returned the phone to Lin Yanran and said, I didn't open the slaughterhouse for her.
Don't you want to prove yourself?
Lin Yanran looked at Su Yao and said, although I have only known you and Su Yao for a year, I can still see that Su Yao loves you very much. Since she gave you a sum of money after breaking up, she must want you to use this money to start a business and prove yourself. Maybe by then, she will change her mind.
Sister Yanran, I think you may be wrong.
Lumu said calmly, my money has nothing to do with her, and I don't need to prove myself to her, because I believe that the person who will regret it in the end will not be me, but her.
Okay, I understand. Lin Yanran nodded when she heard this and didn't say anything more.
Seeing this, Lumu smiled helplessly.
He knew that Lin Yanran didn't believe what he said. But then again, even if it were him, he wouldn't be able to believe it. After all, it is a fact that Su Yao is the daughter of the richest man, and he is just a poor boy from the countryside. Apart from the breakup fee given by Su Yao, he has no way to explain where all his money came from. As for the system, it sounds even more incredible than Su Yao being the daughter of the richest man. No one would believe it, and he would not be stupid enough to tell others about the system, even his closest people. It was evening.
Lumu and Lin Yanran returned to their old neighborhood. The two of them spent the whole afternoon looking for a place, and finally Lumu spent tens of millions to buy a large slaughterhouse near the suburbs. And he had agreed with the seller that the 10 million would be paid in full within a month. In this way, he would have a reason to transfer money to Lin Yanran to cash in his love fund within this month. Sister Yanran, please make another trip tomorrow to get all the documents.
Are you really going to let me be the boss? Lin Yanran got out of the car and looked at Lumu with complicated eyes.
In her opinion, Lumu opened a slaughterhouse to start a business and prove himself. But Lumu's move of asking her to be the boss made her a little confused. And she was very curious about how much breakup fee Su Yao gave to Lumu.
Is it 100 million? Sister Yanran, have you forgotten what I said last night?
Lumu smiled and said, rather than saying that I opened the slaughterhouse to start a business and prove myself, it's better to say that it was for you.
For me? Lin Yanran's face turned red instantly.
She wanted to refute Lumu, but she didn't know how. After all, the slaughterhouse opened in her name does belong to her legally. Sister Yanran, you need to take good care of your hands. Lumu suddenly held Lin Yanran's hand. Because of holding knives for many years, Lin Yanran has many calluses on her hands, which feel a bit rough to the touch.
I will.
Lin Yanran subconsciously wanted to pull her hand back.
Don't move. Lumu pulled hard, and Lin Yanran was pulled into his arms in an instant.
Under the moonlight, the two looked at each other, and Lin Yanran lowered her head shyly.
It's getting late. I'm going back first.
Lin Yanran broke free from Lumu's arms and left in a panic.
Lin Yanran's favorability plus 10.
Listening to the system prompt, a smile appeared on Lumu's face. Then he locked the car and chased after Lin Yanran.
Not long after Lumu left, several gangsters passed by here.
When they saw the license plate of the Audi, one of them exclaimed, "Look, 51s, whose car is this?" The next day, Lin Yanran went out early in the morning to handle various documents.
Lumu slept until noon. Boom boom boom.
There was a knock on the door.
Lumu then got up and went to open the door with sleepy eyes. Brother Mu, it's already noon, why are you still sleeping? Lin Xiaoxiao walked into the house from under Lumu's arm and saw that the dining table was empty. Lin Xiaoxiao asked, Brother Mu, what do you want to eat for lunch? I'll order takeout for you. No, I'll go out to eat later. Lumu stretched lazily, looked at Lin Xiaoxiao and said, Xiaoxiao, you're here just in time. Help me save some more money. How much? Lin Xiaoxiao poured Lumu a glass of water. About 1 million. Lumu took the cup of water and took a sip. He felt much more awake. Another 1 million. Lin Xiaoxiao hurriedly shook her head and said, No, it's too much. I can't sleep well with so much money stored here. Oh. Lumu said calmly, if you don't help me save it, then I will ask Xiao Ning for help. Brother Mu. As soon as Lumu finished speaking, he saw Lin Xiaoxiao looking at him angrily. What's wrong? Lumu smiled and said, will you help me save it? I'll save it for you. Lin Xiaoxiao sat on the sofa and sulked, Brother Mu, do you like Xiaoning? Xiaoning and I have only met once. If I have any crush on someone, it should be you. Lumu looked at Lin Xiaoxiao lying on the sofa. Small, looks delicious. Slaughterhouse, Xiaoning's. Photo really? Brother Mu, do you really like me? Lin Xiaoxiao stood up from the sofa excitedly, but then realized that she was too excited and lowered her head shyly. You're so cute, of course I like you. Lumu looked at Lin Xiaoxiao. She has a petite figure, wearing a short-sleeved top and tight jeans, with her jet black hair tied into a ponytail, and she looks full of youthful vitality. Although Lin Xiaoxiao is Lin Yanran's sister. But the two people are completely different in terms of figure and temperament. Lin Yanran has a graceful figure and charming temperament, like a ripe peach. Lin Xiaoxiao has a slightly immature figure and a pure temperament, more like a bud about to bloom. Lumu still has a very good impression of Lin Xiaoxiao. It's not just because Lin Xiaoxiao is beautiful, but more importantly, there are not many girls as innocent as Lin Xiaoxiao these days. Then, Brother Mu, can you be my boyfriend? Lin Xiaoxiao's face was as red as an apple, and her voice was as soft as a mosquito. What did you say? Lumu put the cup of water on the coffee table. Lin Xiaoxiao spoke so softly that he didn't hear her. I said, I like Brother Mu too. Lin Xiaoxiao almost buried her head in her body, and her two little hands were clenched together nervously. Yeah? Lumu smiled. Of course he knew that Lin Xiaoxiao liked him. After all, Lin Xiaoxiao's intimacy with him had reached 96 points. Lin Xiaoxiao mustered up her courage and said, Brother Mu, please be my boyfriend. Okay. Lumu did not reject Lin Xiaoxiao's confession. He was the one I loved purely before, but ended up getting dumped. 5 years of relationship is vulnerable to money. Now that he has a system, it is naturally impossible for him to be the same as before. Brother Mu, do you agree? Lin Xiaoxiao looked at Lumu excitedly. She didn't expect that Lumu would agree to her confession so easily. Xiaoxiao, now that we are boyfriend and girlfriend, shouldn't we do what boyfriend and girlfriend should do? Lumu walked up to Lin Xiaoxiao and hugged her in his arms before she could react. Lin Xiaoxiao is less than 1.6 meters tall, and when she puts on her shoes she only reaches Lumu's shoulders. Brother Mu, what do you want to do? Lin Xiaoxiao raised her head, her face and neck were covered with blush. As soon as Lin Xiaoxiao finished speaking, her delicate little mouth was suddenly blocked. In an instant, Lin Xiaoxiao's pupils widened and her head felt dizzy. A few minutes later, Lumu let go of Lin Xiaoxiao, and both of them had smiles on their faces. Lin Xiaoxiao collapsed in Lumu's arms. Brother Mu. Lin Xiaoxiao only had Lumu in her eyes at this moment, and ripples appeared in her peach blossom eyes. Xiaoxiao, how about going to the bedroom? Lumu's breathing became a little faster. I'm going to school today. Lin Xiaoxiao squeezed her beautiful legs together and said in a trembling voice, wait until I have a day off next week, okay? All right. Lumu let go of Lin Xiaoxiao. He was not in a hurry for the moment. Besides, Lin Xiaoxiao is so petite. If something goes wrong in the battle, it will be inconvenient for her to go to school today. Brother Mu, I'm going to school first. See you next week. Lin Xiaoxiao helped Lu Mu tidy up the room and then left. Before leaving, she took a photo with Lu Mu. Lu Mu didn't think much about it. After taking a photo with Lin Xiaoxiao, he transferred 1 million yuan to Lin Xiaoxiao. Love Fund 10000000. Personal wealth plus 1 million. Lu Mu checked his personal wealth. 6,863,179.5. At this rate, it won't be long before his personal wealth exceeds 10 million. Lu Mu simply washed up and prepared to go out. The phone suddenly vibrated. I took out my cell phone and took a look. It was a message from Xia Ning. Xia Ning, brother Lu Mu, are you and Xiaoxiao together? After seeing this message, Lu Mu finally understood why Lin Xiaoxiao wanted to take a photo with him. But he was not worried that Xia Ning knew about his relationship with Lin Xiaoxiao. Lu Mu thought about it and directly transferred 1 million to Xia Ning without replying to her message. After transferring the money, he logged out of WeChat. Yamashiro University. Girls' dormitory. Xia Ning stared at his phone in a daze. In the phone, there is a photo of Lin Xiaoxiao and Lu Mu. As for the photos, of course they were sent to her by Lin Xiaoxiao. She thought Lin Xiaoxiao's act of asserting sovereignty was very childish. But for some reason, she felt a little lost. Finally, she was driven to ask Lu Mu. Bite. Just as Xia Ning was in a daze, a transfer notification popped up on his phone. She hurriedly exited the chat interface with Lin Xiaoxiao and clicked into the chat interface with Lu Mu. The moment she clicked into Lu Mu's chat interface, she was so shocked that she stood up from the bed. What does brother Lu Mu mean by this? Why transfer so much money to me? Xia Ning's heartbeat began to accelerate. This was the first time in her life that she had received a transfer of such a huge amount. She hurriedly sent a message to Lu Mu. Brother Lu Mu, did you make a wrong turn? Not long after the message was sent, Lu Mu replied to her. You didn't make a mistake. This is your pocket money. If you think it's okay, just take it. 1 million, pocket money. Xia Ning's hands were shaking as he held the phone, and he was struggling inside. Although she has not yet entered society, with the development of the internet, she has also seen some news about rich people supporting female college students. Now, doesn't Lu Mu mean that he wants to support her? What should I do, accept it or not? If I accepted it and Xiaoxiao found out, she would hate me to death. But if I don't accept it, I will miss out on this million. Love Fund 10000000. Personal wealth plus 1 million. As soon as Lu Mu got into the car, a system prompt sounded in his ears. He didn't need to guess to know that Xia Ning couldn't resist the temptation. After all, that's 1 million. For a female college student like Xia Ning, you can imagine how tempting it is. Lu Mu started the car and turned on his mobile phone. Sure enough, Xia Ning had received the transfer and sent a message. Xia Ning, brother Lu Mu, would it be bad if Xiaoxiao knew about this? Good tea art. You have already taken the money, and you ask me if this is not good? Lu Mu typed back, then why don't you just not let her know? Xia Ning, yes, then I will try my best not to let her find out. Xia Ning, brother Lu Mu, let me show you my photo. Xia Ning, picture, looking at the photos sent by Xia Ning, Lu Mu's anger, which had just subsided, instantly flared up again. In the photo, Xia Ning was taking a selfie in the mirror wearing stockings. Those long beautiful legs are longer than his life. The reason why Xia Ning's overall appearance score is higher than Lin Xiaoxiao's is that her long legs and towering fullness add a lot of points to her. Although Lin Xiaoxiao's facial features are more delicate than Xia Ning's, there is still a certain gap in her figure compared to Xia Ning. Just when Lu Mu was about to ask Xia Ning to send some cooler photos, Lin Yanran called him. The call was connected, and Lin Yanran's mature and royal voice came from the other end. Xiao Mu, I've got the documents ready. I'm at the slaughterhouse now. Do you want to come over and take a look? Yeah, I'll be right there. Strong access to slaughterhouses. located on the edge of the mountain city.
Lumu drove into the slaughterhouse, where Lin Yanran and a middle-aged man were waiting for him. The middle-aged man is named Li Jiangang and is the human resources manager of the slaughterhouse. After buying the slaughterhouse, Lumu did not lay off any employees. It was equivalent to the slaughterhouse only changing its name and owner, and nothing else changed.
Sister Yanran, Manager Li. Lumu got out of the car and greeted the two of them. Mr. Lu, have you eaten? Li Jiangang smiled and said, the cafeteria is not closed yet. If you don't mind, Mr. Lu, I'll go get you one.
Then I'll trouble you, Manager Li.
Lumu smiled. No trouble. Li Jianjun's face was full of flattery.
Although the owner of the slaughterhouse was Lin Yanran, Li Jiangang knew that it was Lumu who paid for it. Even in his opinion, Lumu was the real boss. Xiaomu, take a look at these documents.
Lin Yanran handed a folder to Lumudeo. No need to look. Lumu smiled and said, Sister Yanran, this slaughterhouse will be yours from now on. Xiaomu, thank you. Lin Yanran said with a very serious expression, I will run this slaughterhouse well. Lin Yanran's favorability plus 10.
Sister Yanran, take me to the chicken slaughtering line. Lumu changed the subject. The reason he came to the slaughterhouse was, of course, to kill monsters and get rewards. This slaughterhouse has 3 slaughtering lines, which can slaughter pigs, chickens and ducks. Now that the slaughterhouse has been purchased, his next goal is to turn it into a comprehensive slaughterhouse where any poultry can be slaughtered.
It doesn't matter whether the slaughterhouse makes money or not. Anyway, the slaughterhouse is under Lin Yanran's name, so he just needs to keep transferring money to Lin Yanran. Even if the slaughterhouse really loses money, he won't lose money. P.S. This book has been signed. Please help send some free gifts and urge for updates.
Explode the Soldier Kings.
Physique behind the slaughterhouse. When Lumu followed Lin Yanran into the slaughtering line, a strong smell of blood hit their noses.
I saw several workers operating machines to slaughter chickens.
Different from traditional slaughtering. Today's slaughterhouses rely on machines to slaughter poultry.
The chicken killing process is divided into selecting chickens, hanging chickens, stunning, slaughtering, bleeding, scalding, depilating, gutting, rinsing, cooling, cutting, packaging, freezing and storage. A slaughtering line can slaughter tens of thousands of chickens a day.
Hello, Mr. Lin. Seeing Lin Yanran coming, the workers perked up. They had met Lin Yanran this morning and knew that Lin Yanran was their new boss. Everyone, you're welcome. Just call me Yanran.
Lin Yanran obviously didn't have the awareness of being a boss yet, and she was a little uncomfortable being called Ms. Lin.
Sister Yanran, you can't do this.
Lumu smiled and said, as a boss, you still have to have the proper dignity.
I see. Lin Yanran nodded shyly. She needs time to adapt to the change of identity. Although she was a boss before, how could a pork stall owner compare with the owner of a slaughterhouse worth tens of millions? Master, can you let me try? Lumu walked to the slaughtering area of the assembly line.
There were chickens hanging on the machine. These chickens had been stunned by the electric pool in front. The next thing the workers have to do is to slaughter the unconscious chickens and cut the carotid artery and jugular vein to ensure effective blood drainage.
Boss Lin, this? The person in charge of the slaughter was a middle-aged man named Wang Junlei.
He is also a master with rich experience in slaughtering. Seeing that Lumu was about to kill a chicken, Wang Junlei subconsciously looked at Lin Yanran.
Xiaomu, don't try it.
Lin Yanran said, so as not to stain your clothes with blood.
It's okay, I'll just wear my work clothes.
Lumu's eyes were filled with passion. In his eyes, these chickens were treasures waiting for him to open. Master Wang, please get him a set of work clothes.
Lin Yanran didn't say much.
Although the slaughterhouse was given to her by Lumu, she subconsciously still felt that Lumu was the real boss. It was difficult for her to stop her boss from doing what he wanted to do.
All right.
Wang Junlei glanced at Lumu and felt a sense of crisis in his heart. He thought Lumu was here to steal his job. After changing into work clothes, Lumu took the special knife for slaughtering chickens. As Wang Junlei started the machine, Lumu slashed at the chicken that was teleported over. Kill one chicken and gain plus 1,000 gold. Ha ha, it's out, the reward is out. Lumu felt ecstatic. Originally, he was worried that he would not be able to get rewards by killing chickens in this way. Now it seems that his worries were unnecessary.
Young man, you are not doing this right.
Wang Junlei said, if you stab the chicken to death like this, its blood will go into various parts of its body, and it won't be able to drain out the blood cleanly later.
You should use a knife to cut it here. Wang Junlei demonstrated it to Lumu. Okay, I understand.
Lumu nodded, and then began to happily kill the chicken according to the method demonstrated by Wang Junlei. Kill one chicken and gain plus 1,000 gold. Kill 10 chickens cumulatively and get money plus 250000. Kill 100 chickens cumulatively and get 10x cashback card x1.
It was afternoon.
Lumu had been killing chickens for several hours. During this period, Lin Yanran advised Lumu not to kill more than once, but Lumu simply didn't listen.
Boss Lin, I'd better resign. Wang Junlei really couldn't sit still anymore.
He was on pins and needles for the past few hours. He finally understood that Lin Yanran must have asked Lumu to replace him because she saw that he was too old.
Master Wang, Lumu was just killing for fun. Lin Yanran was a little amused. How could she not know the reason why Wang Junlei resigned? Boss Lin, there's no need for you to say this. Wang Junlei sighed and said, I am old, and indeed I am not as good as this young man, but if you say he kills for fun, I don't believe it.
It's been almost 4 hours, and this guy has killed nearly 1,000 chickens.
Is he killing them for fun? Wang Junlai's eyes were filled with resentment.
Originally, he thought that with his many years of experience in slaughtering, he would not lose his job to a young man.
But now he doesn't think so. Lumu was simply not a human being.
He spent the whole afternoon killing chickens. Apart from eating the meal brought by Li Jiangang, he did not drink a sip of water or go to the toilet once. He was as excited as if he had been injected with chicken blood the whole time. If it were him, he would definitely not be able to work as hard as Lumu. With a monthly salary of only 3,500 yuan, he has no motivation to work hard. Kill 1,000 chickens cumulatively and receive 1 Baiyun farm. Kill enough chickens to complete the achievement Fighting Chicken and gain the physique of a soldier king. Relevant information and documents have been distributed to the host's mobile phone and bedroom respectively.
The King of Soldiers physique is being integrated.
It is expected to be completely integrated within 24 hours. Listening to the system prompt, Lumu stopped what he was doing. At the same time, he felt a warm current appearing in his body, which was transforming his body. Instantly he felt extremely comfortable, with an expression of enjoyment on his face. This scene happened to be seen by Lin Yanran and Wang Junlei. The two of them shuddered subconsciously.
Boss Lin, I'm going to say something I shouldn't say. Could this guy have any special hobbies? Wang Junlei swallowed.
Lumu's expression of enjoyment, the dead chickens, and the blood on his work clothes formed an extremely creepy picture.
Don't talk nonsense. Lin Yanran glared at Wang Junlei, then walked towards Lumu. Xiaomu, please stop killing. If you kill Master Wang again, I will resign. Resign? While Lumu was taking off his work clothes, he looked at Wang Junlei and said, Master Wang, do you want to resign? Young man, you have done all my work, what else can I do but resign? Wang Junlei said helplessly. Oh, because of this. Lumu smiled and said, Master Wang, you can rest assured that the job is still yours. I will not steal your job. Forget it. Wang Junlei shook his head and said, I was planning to resign in the next few days. Master Wang, this is where you are wrong. Lin Yanran frowned and said, Xiaomu said he would not compete with you for the job, why are you still resigning? Boss Lin, you are the new boss, don't you know the company's situation? Wang Junlei took a deep breath and said, if the slaughterhouse hadn't gone out of business, why do you think the former owner would have sold it to you? Lin Yanran did not respond to Wang Junlei after hearing this.
She really didn't know the situation in the slaughterhouse. She and Lumu just walked around the slaughterhouse yesterday and thought the location was good and the equipment was complete, so Lumu bought it. As for why the slaughterhouse was sold and its operating conditions, neither she nor Lumu asked.
Master Wang, the reason you resigned was because of the salary, right? Lumu asked.
Wang Junlei nodded and said, I have children at home who need to spend money, and 3,500 a month is really too little.
That's easy. Lumu said, Master Wang, you might as well stay a few more days. In 2 days at most, Mr. Lin will give you a salary increase. Xiaomu, how much salary increase are you going to give to Master Wang and the others? After leaving the slaughtering area, Lin Yanran couldn't help but ask. How much do you think is appropriate? Lumu said, 3,500 is indeed too little. These employees are only willing to work because they are older. If they were younger, they would have run away long ago. Lu Mugong took a rough look at the work area. There were not many employees, less than 100, and most of them were in their 50s or 60s. Wang Junlei was considered young among them. I don't know either.
Lin Yanran said, I have never been a boss, but I know some traditional slaughterhouse masters, and their salaries are at least more than 5,000. Then let's raise it to 7,000 first. Lu Mu said, I will transfer 1 million to you later. I will transfer at least 1 million to you every day. You can decide how to spend it. Don't be afraid of losing money. All right. Lin Yanran took a deep breath. Now that she has bought the slaughterhouse, she has to grit her teeth and run it no matter how much pressure she is under. Boss Lu, Boss Lin, you guys are out. Just at this moment, Li Jiangang walked out of the office. Manager Li, you're here just in time. Lumu looked at Li Jiangang and said, I have something to ask you. Boss Lu, Boss Lin, please have some tea. In the office, Li Jiangang poured a cup of tea for Lumu and Lin Yanran respectively. Manager Li, how long have you been here? Lumu asked. It's been almost 3 years. Li Jiangang replied. Since Manager Li has been here for so long, you should know why the original owner sold this place, right? Didn't Mr. Zhu tell Mr. Lu? Li Jiangang looked at Lu Mu in surprise. The Mr. Zhu he mentioned was actually Zhu Chang, the former owner of Xiangtong Slaughterhouse. I didn't ask. Lu Mu took a sip of tea. He bought the slaughterhouse to cash in his love fund and to get rewards for killing monsters. Therefore, he did not ask why Zhu Chang sold the slaughterhouse, nor did he take it seriously. Ahem. Li Jiangang picked up the tea and took a sip. After hearing Lu Mu's answer, he choked on the tea. I thought you knew, Mr. Lu. Li Jiangang put down his teacup, took a deep breath and said, the main reason why Mr. Zhu sold the slaughterhouse was because he offended someone he shouldn't have offended, in addition to the fact that the slaughterhouse could no longer be run. Oh? Lu Mu was instantly curious. Who? Zhou Wen, President Zhou from Shouyuan Group. Li Jiangang said with a serious expression, Shouyuan Group is a local enterprise in Shanchang with a market value of tens of billions. Its main business is breeding. Almost all slaughterhouses in Shanchang have cooperation with Shouyuan Group, and most of the orders for slaughterhouses also come from Shouyuan Group. Because Mr. Zhu offended Mr. Zhou refused to cooperate with Mr. Zhu's slaughterhouse. As a result, Mr. Zhu's slaughterhouse could only accept some scattered orders. But over time, relying only on some scattered orders could not sustain the slaughterhouse's expenses. In the end, Mr. Zhu had no choice but to order a reduction in employee wages and force them to resign until you, Mr. Lu, took over this slaughterhouse. So, I've been taken advantage of. Lu Mu's mouth twitched as he said, if I change the name of the slaughterhouse, the Shouyuan Group should continue to cooperate with us, right? I'm afraid it's difficult. Li Jianjun said, Boss Zhou is famous for holding grudges. He once said that anyone who dares to take over Boss Zhu's slaughterhouse would be against him. I understand. Lu Mu was a little amused. He now understood why Zhu Chang sold the slaughterhouse to him at a low price. You have to know that the various equipment in the slaughterhouse alone cost several million.
In addition, the area of the slaughterhouse is so large that if it is sold normally, it will definitely not be less than 20 million. I thought I had picked up a bargain, but it turned out to be a hot potato. Boss Lou, how about you treat Boss Joe to a meal? You two can have a good talk. Li Jianjun said, after all, there is no grudge between you, Mr. Liu, and Mr. Zhou. I believe that as long as we have a good talk, Mr. Zhou will not embarrass you. Forget it. I don't have time. Lumu stood up and said, it's getting late, I'll go back first. What about the slaughterhouse? Li Jianjun said hurriedly, at present, all orders for the slaughterhouse have been completed. At the latest, the employees will have no work to do by tomorrow afternoon. If there is no work to do, let them rest and continue to pay them. Lumu said, also, notify all employees that their base salary will be increased to 10,000. What? Li Jianjun seriously thought he had heard it wrong. Mr. Liu, did I hear you correctly? You heard me right. Lumu smiled at Li Jianjun and then left the personnel office. Looking at Lumu's back, Li Jianjun couldn't come back to his senses for a long time. It was the first time he heard of giving employees a rest and a salary increase. Manager Li. While Li Jianjun was in a daze, Wang Junlei walked into the office. Master Wang, is there anything wrong? Coming back to his senses, Li Jianjun said with a smile. Manager Li, I want to resign. In the end, Wang Junlei didn't have the patience to stay any longer. He was well aware of the situation at the slaughterhouse. Starting tomorrow, all employees would be out of work. In his opinion, if Lumu asked him to wait for 2 days, it would definitely not be just 2 days. The 2 days the leader mentioned may very likely be 2 weeks or even 2 months. His family is in urgent need of money and he can't wait that long. Resign? Li Jianjun looked at Wang Junlei with strange eyes and said, think it over carefully. Just now, Mr. Liu informed me to increase your base salary to 10,000. What? 10,000? Wang Junlei just stood there. Manager Li, did I hear you correctly? This is what Mr. Liu told me personally. Li Jianjun smiled and said, Master Wang, although Mr. Zhu has let you all down, Mr. Liu is different. Mr. Liu is young and has no shortage of money. As long as you work with peace of mind, Mr. Liu will not treat you unfairly. But Manager Li, all orders will be completed tomorrow afternoon. Without new orders, we will all have nothing to do. Boss Liu said that if there is no work to do, you can rest and I will still pay you. This. Mr. Liu is too kind. Wang Junlei has been in a state of shock. When he came to his senses, Wang Junlei was so excited that he almost cried. Manager Li, I won't resign. From now on, I will be Mr. Liu's person in life and Mr. Liu's ghost in death. Xiaomu, didn't you say the salary would increase to 7,000? How come it has increased to 10,000? Audi car driving on the road. In the passenger seat, Lin Yanran frowned. She felt that Lumu was too wasteful. A base salary of 10,000 is higher than what many large companies offer their employees. I have obsessive-compulsive disorder and like to round things up. Lumu smiled and said, besides, 10,000 is not a lot. They will be busy soon. Didn't Manager Li say there were no orders? Lin Yanran looked at Lumu in confusion. There are no orders, but who says we have to accept orders? A mysterious smile appeared on Lumu's face. Drive back to the old neighborhood. Lumu transferred 1 million to Lin Yanran and used a 10-fold cashback card. As Lin Yanran received the transfer, the system prompt sounded. Love Fund 1000000. 10 times consumption cashback card is effective. Personal wealth plus 10 million. Xiaomu, tell me quickly, have you thought of any solution? Lin Yanran's face was full of curiosity. Along the way, she was thinking about how Lumu could solve the problem of the slaughterhouse having no orders. As a result, her head was about to explode, but she still couldn't figure it out. It's simple. I own a breeding farm. Lumu stopped and said, the slaughterhouse only needs to cooperate with my breeding farm and does not need to accept any more orders. Are you sure that your farm has so many poultry? Lin Yanran was stunned at first. She didn't expect that Lu Mu had a breeding farm. She always thought that Lu Mu only had the breakup fee given by Su Yao, and no property. When she came to her senses, she realized that Lu Mu's farm might not be very large. My farm is called Baiyun Farm. Lu Mu smiled and said, you can search it on your phone. What? Baiyun Farm is yours. Lin Yanran's pupils contracted and she looked at Lu Mu in disbelief. She didn't even need to search. In the entire mountain city, anyone who worked related to poultry knew about Baiyun Farm. Baiyun Breeding Farm can be said to be the largest breeding farm in the mountain city. Its boss contracted the entire Baiyun Mountain to raise poultry. It is rumored that the Baiyun Farm is worth billions, and if it goes public, its market value will exceed 10 billion. Smell of milk. The owner of such a breeding farm with huge scale and value is actually Lu Mu. Lin Yanran naturally wouldn't think that Baiyun Breeding Farm was Su Yao's breakup fee to Lu Mu. Even if Su Yao was willing to give Lu Mu an industry worth billions, Su Nantian would never agree. Don't think that the richest man is generous. The richer people are, the more they value equal benefits when doing things. Lu Mu took care of Su Yao for 5 years, but in Su Nanshan's eyes, these 5 years were not worth billions at all. Xiao Mu, isn't your family from the countryside? Lin Yanran was in a very uneasy mood. She even began to imagine whether Lu Mu was the son of some business tycoon. Sister Yanran, I've already said that my money is not the breakup fee she gave me. Lu Mu did not directly answer Lin Yanran's question, but changed the subject and said, as for the breakup fee you mentioned, her father did give it, but I rejected it. I understand. Lin Yanran nodded. She was sure that Lu Mu was a rich kid who wanted to experience life. Before, she thought only fools would believe such things, but now she admits that she is that fool. Lin Yanran looked towards the dilapidated old neighborhood with mixed feelings. Who would believe it if I told them? There used to be 2 gods of wealth living in her house. Xiao Mu, it's time to eat. In the clean and simple living room, Lin Yanran transformed into a beautiful little cook and served plates of delicious dishes to the table. On the sofa, Lu Mu was reading various information distributed by the system. The information includes an introduction to Baiyun Breeding Farm and contact information of relevant persons in charge of Baiyun Breeding Farm. Here I come. Lu Mu turned off his phone and walked towards the dining table. It smells so good. As soon as Lu Mu sat down on the dining chair, the aroma of various foods filled his nose. Come to think of it, this should be your first time to eat at my house. Lin Yanran smoothed the messy hair around her ears, her eyes extremely gentle. Yes, if I had known that you were such a good cook, Sister Yanran, I would have come to your house for a meal no matter what. As Lu Mu spoke, he picked up a piece of bright red braised pork with chopsticks. One bite and the aroma of meat instantly fills your taste buds. It's fat but not greasy, lean but not dry, so delicious. Lu Mu said with his eyes shining. It's not too late now. Lin Yanran blushed and said, if you like it, I can cook it for you often in the future. Lin Yanran's favorability +10. Okay. Lu Mu pulled the dining chair next to him out from under the table, looked at Lin Yanran and said, Sister Yanran, don't just stand there, sit down and eat with us. Lin Yanran took off her apron and sat next to Lu Mu. As Lin Yanran bent down, her perfect waist and hip line were exposed to Lu Mu's eyes. Especially the plump peach buttocks, which brought a strong visual impact to Lu Mu. In addition, Lu Mu also smelled a faint milky aroma. Come to think of it, every time he got close to Lin Yanran, he could smell the milky fragrance. Sister Yanran, do you usually use milk-scented perfume? Lu Mu asked curiously. I don't use perfume. Lin Yanran ate her meal in small bites, with a grain of rice on her tender red lips. Then why do I smell that milky scent again? Lu Mu's eyes were suddenly attracted by Lin Yanran's tall and full breasts. Suddenly, he thought of a possibility. You might have smelled it wrong. Lin Yanran lowered her head, her cheeks burning hot. In fact, that milky scent is her body odor. Looking at Lin Yanran's shy appearance, Lu Mu felt his heartbeat begin to accelerate. Xiao Mu, why are you looking at me like that?
Under Lumu's scorching gaze, a large patch of red blush appeared on Lin Yanran's slender neck at a speed visible to the naked eye.
Sister Yanran, there are rice grains on your mouth. Lumu reminded.
Hearing this, Lin Yanran subconsciously stuck out her tongue to lick the rice grains off. Seeing this scene, Lumu could no longer bear it.
Xiaomu.
A great war is over. Lin Yanran lay in Lumu's arms, looking at him with tenderness. She did not resist. From the moment Lumu sent her to the slaughterhouse, she was mentally prepared. After the incident at the vegetable market, Lumu's figure has been completely imprinted in her mind. Although she looks strong, she is actually very fragile inside. She wanted to find someone to rely on more than once, but because of her work, she never met the right person. Now she feels safe with Lumu and thinks that Lumu is the most suitable person for her.
Sister Yanran, I will be responsible. Lumu said what every man would say afterward.
Although it's old-fashioned, this is what women need at this time. After getting Lumu's reply, Lin Yanran's eyes turned red instantly, but a smile appeared on her face.
Sister Yanran, let's go out for dinner.
As Lumu spoke, his stomach made a rumbling sound. He had only eaten one box lunch that Li Jianjun had prepared for him in the cafeteria that day. In addition, the battle had consumed a lot of his energy, so he was really hungry.
Go and eat. Lin Yanran pulled the quilt to cover her body.
At the same time, a plum blossom on the bed sheet caught Lumu's eyes.
You don't want to eat? Lumu asked in confusion.
I feel a little sick.
Lin Yanran blushed.
Upon hearing this, Lumu instantly understood what Lin Yanran meant. Looking at the time, he and Lin Yanran had been fighting for a full hour. Perhaps because of his physique as a soldier king, his fighting power was so fierce that Lin Yanran couldn't withstand it at all.
Stay here and I'll feed you.
Lumu said this and walked out of the bedroom.
The next day, Lumu got up early in the morning.
After getting up, he went downstairs to test his physique as a soldier king. He started by running around the neighborhood, and after running for more than an hour, he didn't feel tired at all. Then he tried his strength again. He picked up a stone weighing 200 kilograms in the community with just a little effort.
After various tests,
he concluded that although his physique as a soldier king did not make him a Superman, his physical fitness had reached the limit of human beings. Not to mention one person beating 100, but beating 10 or 20 is no problem. But the prerequisite is that the other party is not armed. If the other party is holding an iron rod, a knife or something like that, his flesh and blood body will not be able to withstand it.
Back home,
Lumu found that Lin Yanran had already prepared breakfast and was washing clothes on the balcony. When I got closer, I found that Lin Yanran was washing the bed sheets.
It can't be washed off.
When she saw Lumu coming back, Lin Yanran's face turned red instantly and she lifted up the bedsheet to show Lumu.
If you can't wash it off, throw it away.
Lumu glanced at the plum blossoms on the bedsheet and felt an indescribable feeling in his heart.
Don't throw it away, dry it and put it away. Oh well. From Lin Yanran's words, we can see that she is a traditional woman.
His eyes were looking over Lin Yanran. After truly becoming a woman, Lin Yanran's mature charm became even stronger, and the charming temperament between her eyebrows made Lumu unable to control himself.
Finish breakfast.
Lumu drove to the slaughterhouse with Lin Yanran. As a result, shortly after they arrived at the slaughterhouse, 2 Mercedes-Benz followed. As the door of the Mercedes-Benz opened, a middle-aged man in a polo shirt walked out of the car, followed by an assistant and 2 bodyguards. The middle-aged man was none other than Zhou Wen, the chairman of Shouyuan Group.
Newland Slaughterhouse. Zhou Wen looked at the brand-new signboard of the slaughterhouse and frowned. What's going on? Xu Chang sold the slaughterhouse? Who bought it? I'll call and ask.
Seeing Zhou Wen was angry, the assistant hurriedly made a phone call.
Okay, I understand.
After the assistant hung up the phone, he looked at Zhou Wen and said, Mr. Zhou, I just asked, Xu Chang sold the slaughterhouse yesterday, and the buyer was a woman named Lin Yanran. P.S. Please give me a free gift and urge me to update more. Afraid of threats, what do you do for a living?
Didn't I ask you to buy this place? Zhou Wen looked very ugly. The look he gave his assistant was filled with anger. Mr. Zhou, I have been trying to contact Xu Chang for the past half-month, but Xu Chang never answered my calls. The assistant wiped the sweat from his forehead and said carefully, during this period, I also sent other people to contact Xu Chang. Although they got in touch with Xu Chang, as soon as they mentioned buying a slaughterhouse, Xu Chang hung up the phone directly. A bunch of rubbish. Zhou Wen glared at his assistant and then walked towards the slaughterhouse. I want to see who is so disrespectful to me. Boss Lu, Boss Lin, please have some tea. Personnel office. Li Jianjun enthusiastically poured tea for Lu Mu and Lin Yanran. He was originally planning to resign, but after thinking it over carefully last night, he decided to stay. In his opinion, Lu Mu should be a young master from a wealthy family. Lu Mu may not be able to save the fate of the slaughterhouse after taking over it, but he will definitely not treat his employees unfairly. Managerly, I heard from Mr. Zhu that there is a lake behind the slaughterhouse. Does it belong to us? Lu Mu also suddenly remembered. When signing the contract with Xu Chang mentioned that there was a large lake behind the slaughterhouse, which would also be sold to Lu Mu. Xu Chang's expression at that time was extremely painful. Mr. Lu, that lake is a hot potato. Li Jianjun said with a serious expression, the reason why President Zhu offended President Zhou was because of that lake. Tell me about it. Lu Mu instantly perked up. Mr. Zhou once offered 100 million to buy the lake, but Mr. Zhu rejected the offer because he thought it was too low. That's why a conflict arose between the two of them, and Mr. Zhou later started targeting Mr. Zhu. 100 million is too little? Lu Mu was surprised and asked, if Mr. Zhu sells it to me for 10 million, won't that be a huge loss? Mr. Zhu did suffer a loss, but he should be able to accept it. Li Jianjun smiled and said, although Mr. Zhu is not as good as Mr. Zhou, he is also worth billions. However, most of Mr. Zhu's businesses are in other provinces. Mr. Zhu has been holding his breath because of Mr. Zhou's targeting this time. Big bosses like them who are worth billions don't care about that little loss just to save their pride. Boom boom boom. As soon as Li Jianjun finished speaking, there was a knock on the door. Come in. Li Jianjun stared at the gate. As the door was pushed open, Zhou Wen entered the room with his assistant and bodyguards. Mr. Zhou. Li Jianjun was startled and quickly stood up from the sofa. Zhou Wen ignored Li Jianjun. His eyes swept across the room and finally stopped on Lin Yanran. When he saw Lin Yanran's youthful appearance, Zhou Wen frowned. Are you the new boss here? Zhou Wen walked towards Lin Yanran and sat directly on the sofa opposite Lin Yanran. Zhou Wen's powerful aura made Lin Yanran subconsciously move closer to Lu Mu. Seeing Lin Yanran's actions, Zhou Wen showed a thoughtful expression on his face and looked at Lu Mu a few more times. Mr. Lu, this is Mr. Zhou, the chairman of Shouyuan Group. Li Jianjun introduced Lu Mu and poured a cup of tea for Zhou Wen. Mr. Zhou, please have some tea. Young people today are quite interesting. Zhou Wen picked up the teacup and took a sip. He looked at Lu Mu with a smile and said, buying a slaughterhouse and giving a woman away, this is the first time I've heard of it. Through Lin Yanran's subconscious actions and Li Jianjun's address, Zhou Wen was almost certain that the slaughterhouse was bought by Lu Mu. As for why the slaughterhouse was under Lin Yanran's name, it was easy to understand. Mr. Zhou, please get straight to the point. Lu Mu had no intention of chatting with Zhou Wen. At this critical juncture, Zhou Wen came to the slaughterhouse in person, which must be no good. Then I won't beat around the bush. Zhou Wen put down the teacup and said, 10 times. How much did you spend to buy this slaughterhouse from Xu Chang? I will pay 10 times as much to buy it from you. Mr. Zhou is indeed a billionaire boss. Lu Mu smiled and said, since President Zhou is so straightforward, what else can I say? Let's just sign the contract. Young people are smart. Zhou Wen praised Lu Mu. He was not surprised that Lu Mu agreed to sell the slaughterhouse. In his opinion, Lu Mu was just a rich second generation who spent his family's money. Faced with 10 times the profit, there was no way Lu Mu could refuse.
Xiao Wang, contact the finance department and transfer 100 million to this young man's card.
Zhou Wen said to the assistant beside him. Mr. Zhou, this money is not right. Lumu laughed and said, shouldn't it be 1 billion?
As soon as Lumu finished speaking, the whole room became extremely silent. Boss Lu, you spent 10 million to buy the slaughterhouse from Zhu Chang, and Boss Zhou agreed to buy it from you for 10 times the price.
10 times 10 million is 100 million. Wang Chang looked at Lu Mudeo with a smile.
As Zhou Wen's assistant, he knew very well when it was his turn to speak.
That's just the contract price.
Lumu said calmly, Mr. Zhou, since you propose to buy the slaughterhouse, you should know the true value of the slaughterhouse. Since you know it, Mr. Zhu, as the owner of the slaughterhouse, should know it even more. Boss Zhu and I have no relationship, and he is not stupid, so why would he sell the slaughterhouse to me at a low price of 10 million?
So, what you mean is that you bought this slaughterhouse from Zhu Chang for 100 million?
Zhou Wen looked very ugly. Naturally, he wouldn't believe what Lu Mu said.
That's right. Lu Mu replied.
Young man, don't have such a big appetite. Zhou Wen stood up from the sofa and said, 150 million, if you are willing to be friends with me, then we will sign a contract.
If you still think it is not enough, then I think we don't need to talk about it.
Boss Zhou, you just said 10 times. Lu Mu had no intention of giving in.
He's not stupid.
Zhou Wen wanted to buy the slaughterhouse so much, the lake behind the slaughterhouse must be of great value. In that case, he certainly won't give in. As for offending Zhou Wen, he was even less afraid. The Baiyun breeding farm under his control was originally a competitor of Zhou Wen's company.
Mr. Lu, your last name is Lu, right? Zhou Wen smiled instead of getting angry. I'm going to say something you don't want to hear. This slaughterhouse is on the verge of bankruptcy. Do you think you have the ability to run it? Do you think it's worth offending the wrong people for a slaughterhouse that's about to go bankrupt? Mr. Zhou, do you know what young people are most afraid of?
Lu Mu also smiled and said, young people are full of youth and are least afraid of threats.
Ha, let's wait and see. Zhou Wen sneered and left the room. Notify all farms that they are not allowed to cooperate with Mulan Slaughterhouse.
In addition, contact individual farmers and purchase the poultry they raise.
Outside the room, Zhou Wen's voice rang out. How childish. Lu Mu was speechless.
How could he not know that Zhou Wen said it on purpose for him to hear?
Boss Lu, what should we do now? Li Jianjun wiped the cold sweat from his forehead.
The conversation between Lu Mu and Zhou Wen scared him to death. He thought Lu Mu would take this opportunity to make friends with Zhou Wen, but Lu Mu didn't give Zhou Wen any face at all.
Notify employees and prepare to unload. Lu Mu left a word and walked out of the room. This young man really won't cry until he sees the coffin.
At the gate of the slaughterhouse, Wang Chang looked back and said with disdain, how dare a mere dandy boy not give face to Mr. Zhou?
Okay, stop talking nonsense. Zhou Wen said expressionlessly, he's right.
Young people are full of youthful vigor and fear nothing.
But just because he's not afraid doesn't mean his parents aren't afraid either. Find me someone to check his background, and we'll talk to his parents directly. DD.
As Zhou Wen finished speaking, a whistle sounded suddenly from a distance. I saw livestock trucks driving towards the slaughterhouse, and in front of the livestock trucks there was a Mercedes-Benz S-Class sedan. When Zhou Wen saw the big words printed on the car, his brows furrowed and his face became very ugly.
This is the livestock convoy of Baiyun Farm. Wang Chang glanced at Zhou Wen cautiously and said, Boss Zhou, could it be that Baiyun Farm has cooperated with the other party? Zhou Wen heard this but didn't say anything.
But his face was so gloomy that it seemed like water was about to drip out.
Isn't this Mr. Zhou?
A surprised voice sounded. The leading Mercedes-Benz stopped in front of Zhou Wen, and a middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses walked out of the car.
The middle-aged man is named Xia Yong, the person in charge of Baiyun Breeding Farm.
Boss Zhou, why are you here?
Xia Yong said with a smile. Manager Xia, I should be the one asking you this question.
Zhou Wen frowned and asked, when did Baiyun Farm start cooperating with this slaughterhouse? There is no cooperation.
Xiaoyong glanced at the slaughterhouse's sign and said, "I'm here to deliver goods to my boss." Boss?
Zhou Wen thought of something and his expression became incredible. Just then, Lu Mu walked out of the slaughterhouse.
"Mr. Lu, the goods have arrived."
When he saw Lu Mu, Xiaoyong hurried forward to greet him with a very respectful expression. Lu Mu nodded and said, "Have someone drive the car inside."
Okay.
Xiaoyong pulled out a walkie-talkie from his pocket and said, "Everyone, drive your car into the slaughterhouse."
"Mr. Zhou, please get out of the car." Xiaoyong turned off the intercom and looked at Zhou Wen with a smile. Mr. Lu is a very secretive person.
Zhou Wen looked at Lu Mu deeply, then got into the car and finally disappeared at the end of the road.
"Mr. Lu, all the employees are here." Not long after Zhou Wen left, Li Jianjun arrived with his employees.
Li Jianjun was completely shocked when he saw the livestock trucks loaded with poultry. Especially when he saw the big words on the livestock cart, his breathing became rapid.
"What is Mr. Lu's background?" "We actually reached a cooperation agreement with Baiyun Breeding Farm." Li Jianjun is no stranger to Baiyun Breeding Farm.
After being targeted by Zhou Wen, Zhu Chang went to discuss cooperation with Baiyun Breeding Farm more than once, but was rejected every time. The reason for the refusal was that Zhu Chang's slaughterhouse was too small. Baiyun Farm is the largest farm in the mountain city, without a doubt. There are not many slaughterhouses cooperating with Baiyun Farm, but each one is a super large slaughterhouse.
There are at least 20 assembly lines in the slaughterhouse. On the highway,
the two Mercedes-Benz cars were driving at a constant speed.
Wang Chang glanced at Zhou Wen in the back seat through the rearview mirror.
I saw that he had his eyes closed and his face was extremely gloomy. Wang Chang, contact Tingting later and ask her to pay attention to the Mulan slaughterhouse.
"We will not accept any meat from the Mulan slaughterhouse."
Zhou Wen slowly opened his eyes were cold.
"Okay, Mr. Zhou."
Wang Chang nodded.
"Great, finally there is work to do." Inside the slaughterhouse, all the employees were very excited.
In addition to their basic salary, they also receive a commission component, so having work to do means they get commissions. A base salary of 10,000 plus commission is enough for them to devote their utmost enthusiasm to this job.
"Mr. Lu, I didn't expect you to be the owner of Baiyun Farm." Li Jiangang looked at Lu Mu with burning eyes. While the workers were unloading the goods, he was following Lu Mu and therefore heard the conversation between Lu Mu and Xiaoyong.
When he learned that Lu Mu was actually the owner of Baiyun Breeding Farm, he was shocked, but at the same time he understood why Lu Mu dared not to give Zhou Wen face. The value of a Baiyun farm is enough to rival all the farms under Zhou Wen. Only Baiyun Breeding Farm is not listed, otherwise the leading breeding enterprise in Jiangchang would be Baiyun Breeding Farm, and it would not be the turn of Zhou Wen's Shouyuan Group. Now Mulan Slaughterhouse and Baiyun Breeding Farm have cooperated. Given the scale of Baiyun Breeding Farm, if they give it some orders, Mulan Slaughterhouse will not be able to close down even if it wants to. "It's just a breeding farm, nothing special." Lu Mu said, "Now that there is no shortage of poultry, I plan to add a few more production lines.
Remember to recruit new employees in the next 2 days."
"Clear." Li Jiangan's eyes lit up. As the HR manager, he gets commission for hiring people.
"Sister Yanran, please go to the office with Manager Li first." Lu Mu looked at Lin Yanran, who was like a little follower, and said, "By the way, ask Manager Li for advice and let him teach you how to be a qualified slaughterhouse owner." "Mr. Lu is joking."
Li Jianjun was flattered and said, "I am just a human resources manager."
"Being a boss is your forte, Mr. Lu."
"However, I have been here for 3 years and I know this place well."
"If Mr. Lin has anything to ask, I will answer truthfully."
"Then I'll trouble you, Manager Li."
Lin Yanran also knew her shortcomings, and in order not to disappoint Lu Mu, she made up her mind to study hard.
After Li Jianjun and Lin Yanran left, Lu Mu couldn't wait to get on the assembly line. Kill 1 duck and gain plus 1,000 gold.
Kill 1 duck and get money plus 888. Kill 10 ducks cumulatively and get Chanel Gauntlet set x1.
Kill 100 ducks cumulatively and get 1 consumer critical hit card. Kill 1000 ducks cumulatively and get Fu Lai Supermarket Chain X 500.
Kill enough ducks to complete the achievement duck pressure and obtain master level calligraphy. Rewards have been issued.
Relevant information and documents have been distributed to the host's mobile phone and bedroom respectively. The system prompt sounded, and a large amount of calligraphy-related information instantly flooded into Lumu's mind. After digesting this information, he transformed from a calligraphy novice into a calligraphy master.
Based on system feedback.
The skill levels from low to high are elementary, intermediate, advanced, master, and grandmaster. Advanced calligraphy is enough to become a senior calligraphy teacher, and master-level calligraphy can allow one to stand at the top of the pyramid of the Longwei calligraphy circle. At present, there are only a handful of master calligraphers in the entire Dragon Country. As for the master level, that is the level of Wang Shiji and Yan Jinqing.
The system is awesome.
After integrating the information in his mind, Lumu was full of admiration.
No wonder everyone wants to have a system. It really feels so good to have a system. Boss Lu, go take a rest and don't get too tired. Some workers came to persuade Lumu.
Lumu spent the whole afternoon killing ducks, and they all saw it. They were very confused about Lumu's actions.
I just think that Lumu has some special hobby.
A big boss doesn't sit in the office, but runs to the assembly line to experience the thrill of killing.
But they won't say much.
In their eyes, Lumu is now the god of wealth. The god of wealth pays them high salaries, so what's wrong with having some special hobbies?
Then you guys get busy, I'll be leaving first.
Lumu took off his work clothes and left the work area. During this period, he did not forget to take out his mobile phone to check the reward information issued by the system. Among them, the 500 Fu Lai chain supermarkets have the highest value, with each supermarket worth tens of millions on average and a total value of around 5 billion. There are Fu Lai supermarkets all over the country, and there are 18 of them in Shancheng alone. As for the Chanel handset, the price in the official flagship store is around 30,000 yuan.
I almost forgot. Today, Xiaoxiao and Xianing's love fun has not been realized.
Lumu hurriedly took out his cell phone and transferred 1 million to Lin Xiaoxiao.
And send the message, saving money.
Soon, Lin Xiaoxiao received the payment and replied to his message. Lin Xiaoxiao, Love Fund 1000000.
The consumption of critical hit cards is automatically used. Successfully triggered a 20x critical hit. Personal wealth plus 20 million. Lumu felt very happy when the 20 million yuan arrived in his account.
Then he transferred 1 million to Xianing.
And send the message, pocket money. Yamashiro University. Xianing just returned to the dormitory after class.
When she saw Lumu's transfer, she was completely stunned.
Another million. Xianing covered her mouth and couldn't help making a sound. Xianing, what is 1 million?
A beautiful figure walked up to Xianing, looked at her in confusion and asked, "What's wrong with you?
Why are you covering your mouth?" "No, nothing."
Xianing quickly put his hand down, looked at the beautiful figure beside him, and seemed to be hesitant to speak. After a while, she finally spoke, Yeah, if there is a man who transfers 1 million pocket money to you every day, what do you think he means, a business war?
You're being too fake.
Yang Yu rolled her eyes at Xianing and said, 1 million a day, 30 million a month, more than 300 million a year, nearly 400 million. You think you are a rich fool, giving nearly 400 million a year as pocket money to a woman. What if there really is a rich person who does this?
Xianing tightened his grip on the phone.
After Yang Yu said this, she realized how rich Lumu was. If there really is such a fool who gives me 1 million a day, I will do whatever he asks me to do. I promise to be there whenever he calls and serve him comfortably. But, this is obviously impossible. Yang Yu continued, a man who can come up with so much money will never lack women, and he will never fall in love with me.
And I know myself well. Even if I degenerate, I am not worth this price. Okay, I understand.
Xianing changed the subject and said, by the way, I heard that you recently started dating a boyfriend.
Is it true or false?
Fake. Yang Yu walked to the bed and sat down, applying lipstick in front of the mirror and said, "It's true that there was a rich second-generation guy chasing me, but I rejected him."
Why? Xia Ning asked curiously, is the other person very ugly?
He's not ugly, he's quite handsome, but he's too stingy. You may not believe this, but that guy asked me out in a Ferrari, but the car ran out of gas halfway through the drive, and he actually asked me to borrow money to fill up the gas tank. If he hadn't shown me the driving license, I would have suspected that he rented the car.
Perhaps he simply forgot to bring any money with him.
While Xia Ning was replying to Yang Yu, he was thinking about how to reply to Lu Mu's message.
Bullshit, what era is this? Even if there's no cash, there must be money in the phone, right? Yang Yu said angrily.
Oh. Xia Ning replied to Yang Yu perfunctorily, her attention was focused on the phone.
She just edited a message and sent it to Lu Mu. Thank you, brother Lu Mu. I won't take the money. The pocket money you gave me yesterday is enough for me to spend for a long time.
Although 1 million was very tempting to her, she decided not to accept it. First, she had already received the 1 million pocket money given by Lu Mu yesterday. Second, she was afraid that if she claimed it again today, Lu Mu would think she was greedy. But after she sent the message, Lu Mu's reply left her dumbfounded.
Lu Mu, if you don't accept it, block it. Xia Ning's face turned pale instantly, and she hurriedly clicked the payment button with trembling fingers.
After she clicked to receive the payment, Lu Mu sent her another message.
Lu Mu, not bad, smiles, what to do? What does brother Lu Mu mean by this expression? Xia Ning felt very nervous.
Her mind was working rapidly and she sent several messages to Lu Mu in succession.
Xia Ning, brother Lu Mu, did I do something wrong? Xia Ning, brother Lu Mu, how about I return the money to you? Xia Ning, brother Lu Mu, how about I come to see you when I have a holiday this week?
However, Lu Mu did not reply to her message. Love Fund 10000000.
Personal wealth plus 1 million. The moment the system prompt sounded, Lu Mu exited WeChat.
Lu Mu's mind moved, and his personal information appeared in front of him.
Host, Lu Mu.
Age, 23 years old.
Monster killing level, level 1. Monster killing value, 4,000/10,000.
Number of monsters killed per day, 1,000.
Completed achievements, 4, Love Fund, 999.9 billion. Personal wealth 4306317.9.5.
Personal wealth has exceeded 10 million.
Lu Mu was very excited.
The reason why personal wealth increased so quickly was thanks to the 10-fold consumption cashback cards and consumption critical hit cards that were obtained from killing chickens and ducks. But what excites him the most is that his monster killing value has reached 4,000, and he only needs 6,000 more to upgrade his monster killing level. At that time, the number of monsters he can kill every day will increase, and the value of the items dropped will also be higher. Behind the slaughterhouse.
It is a vast lake. Dense weeds grow around the lake. Boss Lu, this is Wang Yun Lake. Li Jianjun brought Lu Mu and Lin Yanran out from the bushes.
Managerly, how long has it been since this place was taken care of? Lu Mu protected Lin Yanran and prevented her from being cut by the grass.
He glanced around, speechless.
He saw that Wang Yun Lake was indeed very large, with no end in sight, but the surrounding weeds were taller than people. If Li Jianjun hadn't led the way, he might not have been able to find this place. I heard from Mr. Zhu that he contracted Wang Yun Lake for aquaculture 10 years ago, and he had contracted it for a total of 20 years.
But he was unlucky.
The mountain city had high temperatures every year during those years. In the end, he invested a lot of money, but all the fish and shrimp he raised died. Then he switched to a slaughterhouse, and Wang Yun Lake has never been managed by anyone.
Wang Yun Lake, who gave it this name? Lu Mu asked curiously.
Wang Yun Lake has always been called this name. Li Jianjun pointed to a mountain path in the distance and said, that is Baiyun Mountain.
Wang Yun Lake can also be understood as a lake overlooking Baiyun Mountain. How about this, managerly?
Lu Mu said, find someone tomorrow to come and see how much it will cost to clean up this lake.
Mr. Lu, Are you planning to raise fish in the lake?
It's more than just raising fish.
Lumu smiled and said, I plan to raise a little bit of everything. Okay, I'll contact the relevant companies tomorrow and ask them to come and take a look. Li Jianjun nodded. By the way, Manager Li, what do you think is Zhou Wen's purpose in buying Wanyun Lake?
Lumu looked thoughtful. Logically speaking, even if Zhou Wen also wanted to engage in aquaculture, with his connections and financial resources, he could have contracted other lakes. There seemed to be no need to stick to Wanyun Lake.
Boss Lu, Boss Zhu and I have discussed this issue before. Li Jianjun said with a serious expression, Boss Zhou's purpose may not be to target Boss Zhu, but to target you. Against me?
Lumu looked puzzled. Mr. Lu, Wanyun Lake is 1,000 meters long, extending from here to the foot of Baiyun Mountain.
Mr. Lu, the water used in your Baiyun farm mainly comes from Wanyun Lake.
This is also the reason why Mr. Zhu is unwilling to sell the slaughterhouse to Mr. Zhou, because he can't afford to offend both sides.
I understand.
Lumu narrowed his eyes slightly. Li Jianjun has made it very clear that Zhou Wen wants to buy Wanyun Lake to deal with Baiyun breeding farm. Once the Baiyun farm loses its water supply, the consequences can be imagined. After the crisis at Baiyun breeding farm, the only one who would benefit would be Zhou Wen's Shouyuan Group. As long as Zhou Wen manages it properly, the stock of Shouyuan Group will usher in a wave of substantial growth and become the leading breeding enterprise in Shanchang.
Is this a business war? Interesting.
A smile appeared on Lumu's face, and he suddenly looked forward to what Zhou Wen would do next.
8 o'clock in the evening. Huajiang. As the most famous river in Jiangchang, Huajiang River spans the entire mountain city.
The closer to Huajiang River, the more prosperous it is. Lumu and Lin Yanran were walking along the Hua River. Suddenly, a beautiful singing voice was heard. I saw a woman with an elegant temperament singing under a nearby overpass. The woman was wearing a light yellow dress and holding a guitar in her arms. Her beautiful fingers plucked the strings, and the sound was filled with a hint of sadness.
Lumu checked the woman's personal panel immediately. Name, Zhongling, age, 23. Height, 168. Weight, 52 kilograms. Overall appearance rating, 89. Driver 0. Favorability 0. If you have enough points for appearance, you can cash in on it. Lumu's eyes lit up.
His eyes were fixed on a payment code at the woman's feet.
Now that technology is advanced, street singers all carry payment codes with them. Reward 1 more. Beauty, add me on WeChat.
When Zhongling finished singing, the crowd cheered enthusiastically.
Some bold boys even took the initiative to add Zhongling on WeChat. Thank you, everyone.
Zhongling had a faint smile on her face, and her every move exuded an elegant temperament. If you think I sing well, you can help support me.
A blush appeared on Zhongling's face.
She came from a well-off family, her parents ran a restaurant, and she was also a student at Shuda Conservatory of Music. However, not long ago, her parents failed in running a restaurant and owed a lot of money. In order to help her parents pay off the debt, she would sing behind her parents' backs whenever she had time. As Zhongling finished her words, someone in the crowd scanned the QR code at her feet and transferred money to her. But the transfers were all 5 or 10 yuan, and no more than 50 yuan at most. Sister Yanran, please go to the nearby supermarket and buy me a bottle of water.
I'm a little thirsty. In the crowd, Lumu said to Lin Yanran. Okay. Lin Yanran nodded, then walked towards a convenience store 100 meters away.
The beautiful singing sounded again. Zhongling plucked the strings of the guitar with her fingers and continued to sing. The crowd of onlookers changed one after another. Lumu was not in a hurry to transfer money to Zhongling, but closed his eyes and listened to Zhongling's singing. Zhongling's singing voice is very ethereal. Lumu is not a professional and does not know how good Zhongling's singing skills are. He just feels that Zhongling's singing is very contagious and can resonate with him. Lumu seemed out of place among the crowd as he listened carefully to the song.
Zhongling's attention was gradually attracted by Lumu.
Seeing that Lumu was listening to her singing seriously, Zhongling's eyes lit up and she played and sang more attentively.
Boom!
I don't know if it was because Zhongling used too much force or for some other reason, but one of the guitar strings suddenly broke. Zhongling's singing also stopped. Lumu opened his eyes reluctantly, and what he saw was Zhongling's confused figure. Zhongling was seen staring at the broken strings in a daze, with a look of visible disappointment on her face.
You sang well, what's the name of this song?
Lumu took out his cell phone and looked at Zhongling with a smile.
Thanks.
Zhongling came back to her senses, blushed and looked at Lumu and said, "This is a song I wrote myself, called Memories."
What a pity, I only listened to half of it.
While transferring money to Zhongling, Lumu said, "I hope I can hear the remaining half of it."
Yes.
Zhongling smiled politely. Just then, Lin Yanran came back with water.
After Lumu took the water, he and Lin Yanran walked out of the crowd.
Seeing this, Zhongling withdrew her gaze and prepared to leave.
Beautiful lady, please check your phone. Suddenly, someone in the crowd exclaimed.
A 1.9-meter tall burly young man said in shock, "The brother just now, he transferred 1 million to you."
Zhongling?
Really, I didn't lie to you. Seeing Zhongling's disbelieving expression, the young man hurriedly said, "I was standing behind him just now, and I saw with my own eyes that he transferred 1 million to you." The young man's breathing became rapid. Because of his height and the fact that he was standing behind Lumu, he witnessed Lumu transferring money to Zhongling. This shocked him so much that he stood still. He only came to his senses after Lumu left.
Brother, you must have read too many novels. 1 million, why don't you say 10 million? That's right. The man just now obviously didn't know the beauty. How could he transfer 1 million to someone he didn't know? Voices rang out one after another. The crowd obviously did not believe what the young man said.
Zhongling frowned when she heard this, but she still took out her cell phone to check. When she clicked on the WeChat payment page, the string of numbers made her freeze in place. Then, Zhongling rushed out of the crowd anxiously, but Lumu and Lin Yanran were no longer on the road.
Beauty, what's wrong with you? Could it be that person really transferred 1 million to you? Zhongling's sudden action left everyone puzzled. Sorry, my guitar is broken. I have to leave now.
Zhongling did not respond to the crowd. She went back to the overpass, put her guitar into the guitar bag, and left in a hurry, leaving behind everyone with confused faces and the burly young man who was still in a state of shock.
In a high-end restaurant near Huajiang, Lumu and Lin Yanran are having dinner. Suddenly, Lumu's phone rang.
When he saw the caller, Lumu was a little dumbfounded.
So he got up and walked out of the restaurant and answered the phone. At the same time, Jiancheng Baiyun Police Station. Zhongling walked out of the police station, followed by an uncle in a hat. Ms. Zhong, we have already investigated the funds for you.
They are legal funds, and the other party said that he gave them to you voluntarily, so you don't have to worry at all.
If you have any questions later, you can contact us at any time. Uncle Hat is a middle-aged man. After hearing about Zhongling's situation, he also looked incredulous.
This is the first time he has encountered such a situation in all his years as a police officer.
Okay, thank you, officer.
Zhongling held the phone tightly in both hands, feeling very complicated.
She was sure that she didn't know Lumu.
It was also because of this that after receiving the huge sum of 1 million transferred by Lumu, she went to the police station to report the case as soon as possible. She originally thought that Lumu had made a wrong turn. However, Uncle Hat called Lumu, and Lumu's reply shocked her. Lumu actually said that the 1 million was given to her as a reward because she sang well, and that if he had the chance to hear her sing again, he would continue to reward her.
Lumu's rude way of rewarding was destined to make Zhongling remember him forever. 10 o'clock at night.
Lumu and Lin Yanran returned to their old neighborhood. Xiaomu, I'm going to take a shower first.
After entering the room, Lin Yanran looked at Lumu with a blushing face. Let's save water together.
Lumu said this and picked up Lin Yanran and walked towards the bathroom.
Half an hour later, Lumu walked out of the bathroom holding Lin Yanran. Lin Yanran's fair skin was covered with traces left by Lu Mu. Xiaomu, you are so bad.
Lin Yanran hugged Lu Mu's neck with both hands, rested her head on Lu Mu's shoulder, and her charming face was full of the afterglow of passion.
Do you like it?
Lu Mu used both hands to hold it tightly, and the softness he felt made him unable to let it go.
Like.
Lin Yanran buried her face in Lu Mu's arms, her plump peach buttocks emitting jade-like light under the light.
Lin Yanran's favorability plus 10. The system prompt sounded.
Lu Mu checked Lin Yanran's intimacy with him and found that it had reached the full value of 100.
Suddenly an evil smile appeared on Lu Mu's face.
He wanted to try whether Lin Yanran would really listen to him and everything after the intimacy level reached 100.
So he said something in Lin Yanran's ear. Ah!
Lin Yanran cried out in surprise when she heard this, her cheeks burning as she said, "No, I can't."
Sister Yanran, give it a try. Lu Mu looked at Lin Yanran affectionately. Well, okay then.
Being looked at affectionately by Lu Mu, Lin Yanran collapsed in Lu Mu's arms and nodded shyly.
The next day, Lu Mu woke up from the land of gentleness.
Looking beside me, Lin Yanran was still sleeping. The battle last night made her face look more tired. So Lu Mu sat up straight and looked at his mobile phone. When he clicked on WeChat, he saw Xia Ning sending him a series of messages.
Xia Ning, brother Lu Mu, please don't ignore me. Xia Ning, refunded. Xia Ning, brother Lu Mu, can I go and accompany you on Friday night? What's going on?
Lu Mu looked at the dozen or so messages sent by Xia Ning in confusion.
Just then, the system prompt sounded. Love fund plus 1 million. Personal wealth 1 million. With deductions? Lu Mu was speechless. So he transferred the money back to Xia Ning.
After the transfer, he tried to transfer another 1 million to Xia Ning, but the deduction from the love fund failed.
It seems that after the refund, yesterday's cash-out quota is gone. Lu Mu was a little amused.
He didn't expect that just sending a smiling emoticon would make Xia Ning think so much. 3 major supermarkets. In order to prevent Xia Ning from thinking too much, Lu Mu sent Xia Ning a message.
Take the money, and I'll pick you up when I'm free.
Not long after the message was sent, Xia Ning replied to him.
Xia Ning, okay, crying loudly, crying loudly.
Love fund 1000000.
Personal wealth plus 1 million.
After exiting the chat page with Xia Ning, Lu Mu also transferred 1 million to Lin Xiaoxiao.
And send the message, saving money. Perhaps Lin Xiaoxiao had already gotten used to it and quickly took the money.
Love fund 1000000.
Personal wealth plus 1 million. Lin Xiaoxiao, brother Mu, I'm in physical education class. Lin Xiaoxiao, photo.
Lu Mu clicked on the photo and started looking at it. In the photo, Lin Xiaoxiao is wearing a black and white short-sleeve top and a skirt and pants, still full of youthful vitality.
Compared with Lin Yanran's amazing fullness, Lin Xiaoxiao's breasts can only be described as a budding lotus. You can see the immature curve, firm and round, but not big.
Lin Yanran suddenly murmured.
Lu Mu was startled for a moment.
For some reason, he felt an indescribable sense of excitement in his heart. In particular, his eyes moved back and forth between Lin Xiaoxiao's photo and Lin Yanran. As sisters, they look somewhat similar.
But the temperament and figure are completely different.
Lin Yanran is charming, Lin Xiaoxiao is pure.
As he watched, Lu Mu entered combat mode.
After replying to Lin Xiaoxiao with a good-looking sound, Lu Mu put down his phone and started fighting with Lin Yanran.
It was noon.
Lu Mu was thinking about whether to buy a house when Li Jianjun suddenly called him. The call was connected, and Li Jiangong's anxious voice came from the other end.
Boss Lu, something bad has happened. Boss Lu, Boss Lin, you are finally here. Newland Slaughterhouse.
As soon as Lu Mu and Lin Yanran got off the car, Li Jiangang hurried over to meet them. Manager Li, calm down. Lu Mu patted Li Jiangang on the shoulder and said with a smile, it's just that they don't accept our goods, it's a small matter.
Boss Lu, this is no small matter.
Li Jiangang said, nowadays, the number of pigs, chickens, and ducks slaughtered in slaughterhouses is nearly 10,000 per day. If there is no supermarket to buy this much meat, the freezers will be full sooner or later. Not to mention that the price of frozen meat is completely different from that of fresh meat, and over time, the freezers will not be able to hold it at all.
Early this morning,
Li Jiangang came to the slaughterhouse as usual, waiting for the cooperating supermarkets to come and pick up the goods. As a result, when the agreed time arrived, no one from the major supermarkets showed up. He called to ask, and was told to wait.
He waited until noon.
It was also at this time that the heads of major supermarkets contacted him and asked him to stop cooperating with the slaughterhouse. The reason for stopping the cooperation was that they signed the cooperation agreement with Xiangtong Slaughterhouse, not Mulan Slaughterhouse.
It's the supermarkets that refuse to cooperate with us? Lu Mu asked.
Tianla, Baida, Wanjia.
Li Jianjun replied, these three supermarkets have clearly stated that they will not cooperate with us.
Only some retail merchants from the wet market have come to us and asked for a few pigs.
Does anyone know who owns these three supermarkets?
Lu Mu took out his cell phone and flipped through the address book.
Tianla's boss is Zhou Ting from Tianla Group, and Zhou Ting is Mr. Zhou's daughter. As for Baida, the boss is Huang Jinkai, Mr. Huang, of Baida Group, and Wanjia's boss is Sun Hong, Mr. Sun, of Wanjia Group.
Li Jianjun said with a serious expression, I suspect that the reason these three supermarkets refuse to cooperate with us must be because of Mr. Zhou's suggestion.
No doubt about it, it must be that old Deng who is doing this. Lu Mu made a phone call and said to Sun Jiangang, go and ask the employees to prepare.
A supermarket will come to pick up the goods later. As soon as Lu Mu finished speaking, the phone was connected and a steady voice came from the conversation.
Boss Lu, any instructions?
Manager Chen, I'll send you an address later, and you can send someone here to pick up a batch of goods. The person Lu Mu called was none other than Chen Xing, the person in charge of Fulai Supermarket.
Hang up the phone. Lu Mu met the admiring gazes of Li Jiangang and Lin Yanran. Mr. Lu, who did you call? Li Jiangang swallowed his saliva and realized that he still underestimated Lu Mu.
In just 2 days, Lu Mu shocked him again and again.
You know Fulai Supermarket, right? Lu Mu smiled. No.
Li Jiangang nodded and said, Fulai Supermarket is a local enterprise in Shanchang.
It is spread all over the country. In terms of popularity, it is even more well known than Tianla, Baida, and Wanjia supermarkets. In Shancheng alone, there are 18 Fulai supermarkets.
The person I just called is the person in charge of Fulai Supermarket. Lu Mu said, since other supermarkets don't buy our meat, I'll let my own supermarket buy it.
My own supermarket?
Li Jiangang and Lin Yanran both widened their eyes.
There is too much information in Lu Mu's words. Mr. Lu, is Fulai Supermarket yours? Li Jianon's voice was trembling as he spoke.
He originally thought that Lu Mu was a rich young man, but now he doesn't think so. With the Baiyun breeding farm and Fulai Supermarket, Lu Mu's net worth is as high as tens of billions. An ordinary rich boy doesn't have such a net worth, so it's more accurate to say that Lu Mu is a son of a wealthy family.
What else? Lu Mu smiled and then walked towards the boss's office. Mr. Lu is awesome. Li Jiangang looked at Lu Mu's back excitedly.
He is now even more grateful that he did not resign out of desperation. Baiyun Breeding Farm, Mulan Slaughterhouse, and Fulai Supermarket. Lu Mu's companies complement each other and can completely produce and sell their own products. Not only will there be no middlemen to make a profit from the price difference, but competition from peers will also be perfectly avoided. Even if Lu Mu wanted to, he could kill his colleagues.
An hour later,
Chen Xing brought people to the Mulan slaughterhouse to transport goods.
In the office,
Lu Mu and Chen Xing are talking. Manager Chen, please go back and make some preparations. Starting tomorrow, Fulai Supermarket will have a meat promotion for a month.
All poultry meat will be sold at a 50% discount. Mr. Lu, isn't a 50% discount too much?
Chen Xing was shocked and said, for poultry meat, our profit is only about 35%.
If we sell it at a 50% discount, we will lose money. 35% profit?
Lumu pondered and said, then sell it at 70% off.
What?
Chen Xing seriously thought he had misheard, and said with a smile, Boss Lu, you are joking too much.
If we sell it at a 70% discount, we will lose a lot of money. If we don't lose money, how can we steal business from other supermarkets? Lumu said calmly, anyway, just do as I say.
All right. Although Chen Xing did not understand Lumu's behavior, he was just an employee and could only do what his boss Lumu said. Also, starting tomorrow, we will stop cooperating with the farms under the Shouyuan group. I will have the Baiyun farm increase the supply of goods to the supermarket, and supply meat to the supermarket at cost price for the next month. It has never been Lumu's character to not take revenge. Since Zhou Wen was targeting him everywhere, he naturally wouldn't be polite. Not only did he want to bring down the three supermarkets, Tianla, Baida and Wanjia, he also wanted Zhou Wen to come and beg him in person.
Mountain City Commercial District. There are tall buildings standing here.
The headquarters of the Shouyuan Group is located in a 50-story building.
In the spacious meeting room,
Zhou Wenha and a graceful figure stood in front of the French window.
How's it going? Zhou Wen asked, what's going on at the Mulan slaughterhouse?
Don't worry, I have already contacted Mr. Huang from Baida and Mr. Sun from Wanjia and asked them to stop cooperating with each other. No one bought the meat after slaughtering it, so they had to stop working to avoid further losses. Xianying was none other than Zhou Wen's daughter, Zhou Ting, who was also the owner of Tianla Supermarket.
Giving gifts well done.
Zhou Wen nodded and said, nowadays, the slightly larger slaughterhouses cannot cover their expenses just by the money earned from slaughtering. Most slaughterhouses slaughter and sell meat at the same time.
Although the young man is the owner of Baiyun Farm, poultry has costs.
Even if he provides poultry to his slaughterhouse for free, he will suffer losses as long as the meat in the slaughterhouse cannot be sold. Over time, he will stop supplying poultry to the slaughterhouse, and then his slaughterhouse will have to close down.
But what if the other party cooperates with the supermarket under the name of Baiyun Farm?
Zhou Ting said thoughtfully. Then you need to talk to Mr. Huang and Mr. Sunday. Zhou Wen looked deep in his eyes and said, Tianla, Baida, and Wanjia together account for 60% of the supermarket market share in the entire mountain city, and Mr. Huang and Mr. Sun are also shareholders of our Shouyuan group. It is impossible for them not to support us.
As for Fulai, which has a 30% market share, I believe that as long as the boss behind it is not stupid, he will not offend all of us at the same time for the sake of a Baiyun farm.
Buzz. As soon as Zhou Wen finished speaking, Zhou Ting's phone, which was placed on the conference table, suddenly vibrated.
Speak. Zhou Ting answered the phone.
Boss Zhou, someone below sent me a message that the person in charge of Fulai Supermarket, Chen Xing, has just led people to the Mulan slaughterhouse.
Okay, I understand.
Zhou Ting hung up the phone, stared at Zhou Wen and said, it seems that the other party's methods are far more powerful than we imagined.
Zhou Wen's face turned very ugly when he heard this. Boss Lin, do you think Boss Lu has any special hobbies? Slaughter area.
Li Jianjun looked at Lu Mu, who was operating the machine to kill pigs on the pig-killing assembly line, with confusion in his eyes. Lu Mu was seen showing an excited expression from time to time.
It's like winning the lottery. Xiaomu is experiencing life.
Although Lin Yanran did not understand Lu Mu's behavior, she still explained for him, the reason why Xiaomu was able to succeed is because he was willing to humble himself and try the work of a low-level employee. In this way, he reminded himself not to get lost in money and material things. I didn't expect Mr. Lu, who is so young, to have such awareness.
After hearing what Lin Yanran said, Li Jianjun showed great respect for Lu Mu.
But Lu Mu didn't know that Lin Yanran was speaking for him. At this moment, he was immersed in the rewards from the system. Kill one pig and gain plus 10,000 gold. Kill one pig and gain plus 8,000 gold. Kill 10 pigs cumulatively and get 100 gene gold pig x1. Kill 100 pigs cumulatively and get 1 Mingyuan mountain luxury manor. Kill 1,000 pigs cumulatively to obtain the star building. Kill enough pigs to complete the achievement Pig Cesaro and obtain advanced fighting skills. 100 gene gold pig has been distributed to the host's bedroom. The relevant documents and information of Mingyue Mountain Luxury Manor and Xingchen Mansion have been distributed to the host's bedroom and mobile phone respectively.
Advanced fighting techniques are being integrated. The system prompt sounded.
A lot of fighting experience instantly flooded into Lu Mu's mind. If it is said that Lu Mu's previous physique as a soldier king allowed him to possess the ultimate body of a human being, then the Soldier King's physique plus advanced fighting skills will double Lu Mu's combat effectiveness. After taking off his work clothes, Lu Mu picked up his mobile phone to check the reward information issued by the system. After reading it, even though Lu Mu was mentally prepared, he was still shocked. Xingchen Building, located in the financial district of Shanshang, covers an area of nearly 7,000 square meters, with a total construction area of nearly 300,000 square meters. It is nearly 400 meters high, has 80 floors, and cost nearly 5 billion yuan.
A star-shaped building directly turned Lu Mu into a landlord.
Not to mention how much profit the supporting facilities of the Xingchen Building can generate, the profit from rental alone is a considerable sum. As for the Mingyue Mountain Luxury Manor, it can be said to be the residence of the richest people in Jiangchang. Anyone who can own a manor in Mingyue Mountain must be worth no less than 50 billion. There are only 10 manors in Mingyue Mountain, and each one is priced at around 350 million.
Now I don't have to spend my own money to buy a house.
Lu Mu originally wanted to buy a house.
After all, he is worth tens of billions, he can't still live in the same old neighborhood every day, right?
But all he wanted was to buy a house with a river view or a villa.
After all, the current dating quota for a single person of the opposite sex is only 1 million per day.
Even if he takes Lin Yanran to buy a house, 1 million can only buy an ordinary apartment in a residential area. Now, a luxurious manor was found directly after slaughtering the pig. Not only did he get what he wanted in one step, but it also helped him save money.
Mr. Lu, thank you for your hard work. Li Jianjun was chatting with Lin Yanran.
Seeing Lu Mu taking off his work clothes and walking towards him, he hurried forward to greet him and handed Lu Mu a bottle of mineral water.
What's the hard work? It's not hard at all.
Lu Mu opened the bottle of mineral water and took a sip, then looked at Lin Yanran and said, "Sister Yanran, it's getting late, let's go first."
"Xiao Mu, I may not go home tonight."
Lin Yanran said, "A friend of mine just called me and asked me to go over and accompany her."
"She's broken up." "Sister Yanran, you still have friends." Lu Mu joked, "I thought you didn't have time to make friends."
"She was my high school classmate and my only friend." Lin Yanran said, "When I have time, I will introduce you to each other."
"Okay."
Lu Mu took out the car keys and handed them to Lin Yanran, saying, "Go drive."
"What about you?"
Lin Yanran did not take the car keys.
"I'll ask Manager Li to take me back later." Lu Mu put the car keys into Lin Yanran's hand.
Yes. I'll take Mr. Lu back later."
Li Jiangan's eyes lit up. He would not miss the opportunity to please Lu Mu. "Okay, I'll be leaving first then."
"Boss Lu, please go to my place and take a rest first.
The employees will be off work in an hour."
After Lin Yanran left, Li Jiangang said with a flattering look on his face.
Lu Mu looked at the time and it was already 5 o'clock in the afternoon. "I won't drink tea." Lu Mu said, "Let the employees work the early shift today." "Okay."
Li Jiangang nodded when he heard this and hurried to notify the employees to go off work.
10 minutes later. Lu Mu got into Li Jiangan's Volkswagen and left the slaughterhouse. "Mr. Lu, come to think of it, I wanted to ask you for leave today." Volkswagen driving on the road. Li Jiangang was driving while chatting with Lu Mu. "Why, is there something wrong at home?" Li Jiangang nodded and said, "My nephew is getting married today." "Why didn't you say so earlier?" Lu Mu rolled his eyes at Li Jianjun and said, "If you didn't know, you would have thought it was me who didn't ask for leave for you. I was so busy this morning contacting the heads of the supermarkets that I forgot about it." Li Jiangang smiled awkwardly, "But it's okay. It's not too late to go and congratulate the newlyweds in the evening. According to our customs, wedding banquets must be eaten at lunch and dinner." "Where is your nephew holding the banquet?" Lu Mu asked. It's at the Hong Yun Hotel. Li Jiangang replied. Hong Yun Hotel, it's not far away. I'll go with you. We just happened to have dinner. Really? That's great. Li Jiangang suddenly became excited. Lu Mu felt proud just thinking about the fact that a billionaire boss was accompanying him to attend his nephew's wedding. Hong Yun Hotel. It is only a few kilometers away from the old residential area where Lu Mu lives. Lu Mu used to pass by here often when delivering takeout. Ding dong. The 9th floor of the hotel. Lu Mu and Li Jiangang walked out of the elevator. Li Jiangang was smiling the whole time and deliberately walked half a body behind Lu Mu. Hall 7. There is a gift account counter at the entrance, where guests give gifts. And on the gift counter, there was a woman sitting. The moment he saw the woman, Lu Mu's eyes lit up. Uncle. When the woman saw Li Jianjun, she hurriedly greeted him. Mr. Lu, this is my niece, Li Mingqi. Li Jiangang took out a red envelope from his pocket and handed it to Li Mingqi, saying, Chi-Chi, you are the one who is going to collect the money, right? Li Mingqi first looked at Lu Mu curiously, then took the red envelope and said, my aunt asked me to help collect the money. Okay. Li Jiangang nodded, looked at Lu Mu and said, Boss Lu, let's go in first. Manager Li, wait for me. I'll go downstairs to get some money. Lu Mu's eyes were extremely fiery. He had just checked Li Mingqi's personal panel. Her appearance was as high as 90 points, which was totally possible to cash in. Name Li Mingqi. Age, 24. Height, 170. Weight, 53 kilograms. Overall appearance rating, 90. Driver 0. Favorability 0. Mr. Lu, you don't have to be so polite. Li Jianjun thought Lu Mu wanted to take money to give as a gift, and hurriedly said, it is a blessing for my nephew that you can come here, how can I ask you to give me a gift? Give me a few minutes. Lu Mu did not respond to Li Jianjun. He quickly walked into the elevator and went downstairs directly. Li Mingqi witnessed this scene and asked curiously, Uncle, isn't your boss a fat middle-aged man? Li Mingqi once went to the slaughterhouse to look for Li Jianjun. In her memory, Li Jianjun's boss was a middle-aged man with a big gold chain and a bloated figure. You're talking about my former boss, Mr. Zhu. Li Jianjun said, Boss Lu is my current boss. He is much more capable than Boss Zhu. But he looks like he's about my age. Li Mingqi said, he's your boss at such a young age, could he be a second-generation rich man? Mr. Lu is not an ordinary rich second generation. Li Jiangang said solemnly, Mr. Lu is an entrepreneur worth tens of billions. An entrepreneur worth tens of billions? Li Mingqi's beautiful eyes widened as she looked at Li Jianjun in disbelief. Seeing this, Li Jianjun didn't say anything more. A few minutes later, the elevator opened and Lu Mu walked out carrying a box. Mr. Lu, what are you doing? Li Jiangang hurried forward to greet him, but he was very puzzled by the box Lu Mu was carrying. However, Lu Mu ignored Li Jianjun and put the box on the table in front of Li Mingqi. As the box was opened, it was filled with stacks of banknotes. Chi-Chi, right? I'll give you a gift. Lu Mu looked at the dumbfounded Li Mingqi with a smile. Class uncle, this, Li Mingqi looked panicked. It was the first time in her life that she saw a box full of banknotes at such a close distance. This gave her a strong visual impact. Mr. Lu, you are too polite. Li Jianjun swallowed. Even he was shocked. He knew that Lu Mu was very rich, but Lu Mu didn't know his nephew. If he gave so much money just for a meal, it would be too exaggerated. He estimated that there was at least 1 million in the box. 1 million is equivalent to his 3 years' salary. You're welcome. Lu Mu smiled and said, I am your boss, your niece is my niece. It is my first time meeting my niece, so I should give her a red envelope. Lu Mu did not give this money to Li Jiangong's nephew. He and Li Jiangong's nephew didn't know each other, and the love fund he gave couldn't be converted into cash. He won't do business that will lose money. Of course, this 1 million was a gift to Li Mingqi. His eyes were looking over Li Mingqi. She was wearing a white suspender dress, with light makeup on her face. Her almond-shaped eyes were clear and lively, and she wore a silver flower necklace on her slender swan neck. Because Li Mingqi was sitting, Lu Mu could vaguely see half of her delicate and round body being wrapped up. "Boss Lu, Chi-Chi can't accept this money." Li Jiangong's face changed drastically. He thought Lu Mu was attracted to Li Mingqi. As Li Mingqi's uncle, if Lu Mu really likes Li Mingqi, he will wake up laughing in his dreams. After all, with Lu Mu's wealth and background, if Li Mingqi were to get together with Lu Mu, it would not be an exaggeration to say that she would change her class. But this was the first time Lu Mu met Li Mingqi, and he gave her so much money, which obviously meant something else. Coupled with the close relationship between Lu Mu and Lin Yanran, he was sure that Lu Mu just wanted to play with Li Mingqi. If anything happened to Li Mingqi because of this, he would feel guilty for the rest of his life. "Manager Li, don't think too much." Lu Mu patted Li Jiangang on the shoulder and said with a smile, "I said it was a meeting red envelope, so it is a meeting red envelope, there is no other meaning." As a man, how could Lu Mu not know what Li Jiangang was worried about? But he really just wanted to cash in on his love fund. Although Li Mingqi is very beautiful, it doesn't mean that he wants to have something happen with a beautiful woman when he sees her. When it comes to fighting, he always insists on mutual consent. And as his worth gets higher and higher, and he's willing to spend money on women, it's only women who will want to have something with him. "Mr. Lu, this is too much." Li Jiangang glanced at the banknotes in the box and said, "A lot?" Lu Mu said calmly, "Manager Li, don't limit yourself to your vision and thinking." After Lu Mu finished speaking, he walked straight into the hall. Looking at Lu Mu's back, Li Jiangang felt very complicated. Doesn't Mr. Lu have any feelings for Chi-Chi? Is the 1 million really just a meeting red envelope? Thinking of Lu Mu's last words, Li Jiangang felt upset. Yes, 1 million is indeed a huge sum of money for me. But in the eyes of a rich young man like Mr. Lu, 1 million may be no different from 100 yuan. Li Jiangang took a deep breath and closed the box. "Chi-Chi, what do you think?" Li Jiangang looked at Li Mingqi, who was still in a daze, and said, "This money is a red envelope given to you by Mr. Lu for meeting you. It's up to you to accept it or not. But I want to remind you that Mr. Lu has a girlfriend." "Uncle, have you ever seen anyone give a box of money as a red envelope for a meeting?" Li Mingqi said with a pale face, "Give the money back to your boss, I don't want it." I believe every ordinary person has fantasized about a huge sum of money falling from the sky. Li Mingqi is no exception. But she had never thought that one day someone would give her a box of money as a red envelope for a meeting. It's not played like this in TV dramas. In addition, Li Jiangang said that Lu Mu was a billionaire, so she subconsciously thought that Lu Mu wanted to support her. Although she wanted to get rich, she couldn't accept selling her body to make money. "How about you consider it?" Li Jiangang thought for a moment and said, "Chi-Chi, I know you are a good girl, but this may also be an opportunity for you." "Uncle." Li Mingqi's face suddenly sank. "Don't get me wrong, that's not what I meant." Li Jiangang hurriedly explained, "What I mean is that Mr. Lu is about the same age as you. Although he has a girlfriend, he is not married, so do you understand? Don't you just want me to be his mistress?" Li Mingqi said angrily. "I'm just stating my opinion." Li Jiangang took a deep breath and said, "Chi-Chi, Mr. Lu may be the most outstanding person of the opposite sex you will ever meet in your life. If you miss him, you will really miss him." Li Jiangang was also very conflicted at this time. On the one hand, he was worried about sending Li Mingqi into trouble. On the other hand, he was worried that Li Mingqi would miss this opportunity to change her class. In his opinion, Lu Mu is so young and has a net worth of tens of billions, which is definitely inseparable from the support of his parents. From this, we can also infer that Lu Mu's parents' net worth is at least over 100 billion. If Li Mingqi could get along with Lu Mu, even if she couldn't marry into a wealthy family in the end, Lu Mu would definitely not treat her unfairly. The benefits obtained from Lu Mu are enough to ensure that Li Mingqi will have no worries about food and clothing for the rest of her life. After hearing what Li Jiangang said, Li Mingqi fell silent. Looking at the box full of money, Li Mingqi felt like the box was a devil staring at her. Gradually, her heart began to panic.
I'll go in and accompany Mr. Lu first.
If you don't want the money, go and return it to Mr. Lu yourself. Li Jiangang pushed the cash box in front of Li Mingqi and then walked into the hall.
Love Fund 1000000.
Personal wealth plus 1 million. In the hall.
Lu Mu had just found a seat to sit down when a system prompt sounded in his ears. He was not surprised at all. Don't think that 1 million is a small amount just because he casually gives it to someone. But in reality, an ordinary family may only earn this much money after working hard for most of their lives. Anyone who can refuse $1 million either has a lot of money or has a very strong bottom line.
The former are rare, and the latter are even rarer. This is the reality. Mr. Lu, I'm sorry, I'm late.
Li Jiangang walked towards Lu Mu with a bottle of mutai, which he had specially bought from the hotel. Mr. Lu, you gave Chi-Chi so many red envelopes for meeting her.
Chi-Chi is shy and doesn't know how to thank you.
I'll toast you on her behalf. Li Jiangang said as he poured a glass of wine for Lu Mu and himself. Manager Li, starting tomorrow, you will no longer be the HR manager.
Lu Mu spoke. Mr. Lu. Li Jianong's hand holding the wineglass trembled and his face turned pale instantly. He thought Lu Mu was going to fire him.
You will be the person in charge of the slaughterhouse from now on. Lu Mu smiled and looked at Li Jiangang and said, help General Manager Lin run the slaughterhouse well.
Yes, Mr. Lu. I will definitely work hard.
Li Jianong's mood was like a roller coaster. His originally panicky mood suddenly turned into extremely excited.
Mr. Lu, thank you for your trust.
I'll drink this glass of wine first. Li Jiangang raised his glass and drank it in one gulp. Seeing this, Lu Mu picked up the wine glass and took a sip.
Half an hour later. After Lu Mu had his fill of food and drink, he prepared to leave. Take your time to eat. I'm leaving now.
Lu Mu said something politely to those who were still eating. All those sitting at the same table with him were Li Jiangong's relatives.
Mr. Lu, I'll drive you. Li Jiangong's face turned red.
He stood up shakily and was about to send Lu Mu off.
Come on, I don't want to go to jail. Lu Mu gave Li Jiangang a blank look.
Yes, I almost forgot.
Li Jiangang smiled awkwardly, then handed the car keys to Li Mingqi who was eating, and said, Chi-Chi, drive my car and take Mr. Lu back. Me?
Li Mingqi secretly glanced at Lu Mu, but found that Lu Mu was also looking at her, and her face turned red instantly.
Deal with it, you are the only one who didn't drink. Who else could it be but you?
Li Jiangang urged, hurry up, don't let Mr. Lu wait anxiously.
All right. Li Mingqi took the car keys, looked at Lu Mu shyly and said, Boss Lu, let me take you there. Okay.
Lu Mu smiled, then left the hall with Li Mingqi.
Wait until Lu Mu and Li Mingqi leave.
A young man found a box under where Li Mingqi was sitting, so he picked up the box and asked, Uncle, is this box yours?
Don't move.
Looking at the box in the young man's hand, Li Jiangang quickly snatched it away and said seriously, this is a gift from Mr. Lu to Chi-Chi.
Brother, what did you say?
A middle-aged man who looked somewhat similar to Li Jiangang frowned and said, Chi-Chi and the young man don't know each other, so why did the young man give her the box?
The middle-aged man is Li Mingqi's father, Li Yunhua.
Yunhua, what Mr. Lu sent was not a box, but the things in the box. Li Jiangang was obviously a little drunk. He was seen carrying a box, staggering to Li Yunhua's side, patting Li Yunhua on the shoulder and saying, Yunhua, you are blessed.
Brother, what are you talking about? Li Yunhua frowned. You'll know after you look at this.
Li Jiangang put the box on the table, and then opened it under the watchful eyes of Li Yunhua and others.
In an instant, stacks of banknotes came into everyone's sight. See? 1 million.
This is the red envelope that Mr. Lu gave to Chi-Chi when they met.
Seeing everyone's shocked expressions,
Li Jiangang continued, Boss Lu, my boss, is also the owner of Baiyun Farm and Fulai Supermarket.
He is an entrepreneur worth tens of billions.
If Chi-Chi and Boss Lu get together, Yunhua and your family will have no worries about food and clothing.
Chi-Chi is such a lucky girl. After listening to what Li Jiangang said, someone said with envy.
I was wondering why Jiangang called a young man Mr. Lu, but it turns out that young man is such a rich boss.
Yunhua, you have to let Chi-Chi seize the opportunity.
Uncle, congratulations, you will be the father-in-law of a billionaire from now on.
Listening to everyone talking, Li Yunhua frowned and didn't say anything.
Compared to Li Mingqi finding a rich boyfriend, he was more worried about whether Li Mingqi would be cheated.
Yunhua, don't worry, Mr. Lu's character is fine. Li Jiangang locked the box, handed it to Li Yunhua and said, I know what you are worried about, but isn't this an opportunity for Chi-Chi? Downstairs of the hotel. Lumu looked at Li Mingqi who was following behind him and said, go back. I can take a taxi myself. Do you think I dare go back now?
Li Mingqi stared at Lumu and said, they must all be hoping that I don't go back tonight.
But this is your choice, isn't it? Lumu smiled and said, I understand your feelings, but it's not necessary.
To put it bluntly, if I can give you 1,000,000 yuan as a meeting red envelope, I can also give it to other women. 1,000,000 yuan may seem like a huge sum of money to you, but to me, it is nothing.
I know you're rich, but you rich people aren't stupid. You have to be looking for something, right?
Li Mingqi pursed her lips and said, and it is a fact that I took your money.
I don't think I am so noble. I am a man and you are a woman. What do you think I want?
Lumu took a step closer to Li Mingqi, and Li Mingqi's face turned pale with fright in an instant.
I see. Li Mingqi lowered her head and said, but I don't know your name yet.
Since she has accepted Lumu's money, Li Mingqi will not give herself a good reputation. Just as Li Jiangang said, the fact that Lumu liked her was an opportunity for her. Rather than stumbling around in society and possibly gaining nothing in the end, it is better to please Lumu. Lumu is young, handsome and rich. As long as she can please Lumu, she will have no worries about food and clothing for the rest of her life.
Lumu. Lumu turned around and said, you are right. Rich people are not stupid.
They will not give money to others for no reason.
I am the same. But I've already gotten what I wanted, so you don't have to feel any psychological burden. Just think of that money as a windfall from God.
Of course, if you really feel bad and insist on having something happen with me to satisfy yourself, then I can agree to it with reluctance. After Lumu finished speaking, he hailed a taxi on the side of the road and left. Watching the taxi disappear around the corner, Li Mingqi first breathed a sigh of relief, then a blush rose on her face, and she said to herself, who wants to have anything to do with you?
Li Mingqi's favorability plus 20. Women.
In the taxi, Lumu looked at the bright lights and nightlife outside the window, wondering what he was thinking.
Back home. Lumu went into the bedroom first.
On the bed in the bedroom, there was a 100 gene golden pig rewarded by the system, as well as relevant documents and certificates of Xingqian Building and Mingyue Mountain Manor. After putting the 100 gene golden pig into the closet, Lumu transferred 1 million to Lin Yanran, and then went to the bathroom to take a shower. Love Fund 1000000.
Personal wealth plus 1 million. The next day. Early morning.
There was a bustling scene in the fresh food section of Fulai Supermarket. Aunt Wang, Fulai Supermarket has a meat discount, come quickly. Auntie Li, Fulai Supermarket is offering a 30% discount on meat, hurry up.
What, you're already grabbing it? Wow, tenderloin is less than $5 a pound, and pork belly is less than $4 a pound. This is too cheap. Everyone line up, don't rush.
A middle-aged man looked at the old men and women who were looting with a helpless look on his face. The middle-aged man is named Zheng Bing, and he is the manager of this Fulai supermarket. Early this morning, he received an order from his superiors that the poultry meat in the supermarket would be discounted by 70% for 1 month. He didn't understand the above decision. After all, supermarkets only make about 35% profit on poultry meat. Once it is sold at 70% off, the loss in just 1 day will be huge, let alone a month.
But even though he didn't understand, he was just an employee and could only do as he was told. Similar situations are happening in the 18 Fulai supermarkets in the mountain city.
Soon, the news of Fulai Supermarket's 70% discount on meat spread throughout the streets and alleys of Jiangcheng. In just half a day, all the poultry meat in 18 Fulai supermarkets was sold out.
Financial District.
In the Tianla Group meeting room, Zhou Ting's face instantly turned extremely ugly after she received a call.
Boom boom.
Just then, there was a knock on the conference room door. Before Zhou Ting could speak, two anxious figures pushed the door open. Zhou Ting was about to get angry, but when she saw the person coming, she quickly controlled her emotions.
Mr. Zhou, you should know about the 70% discount at Fulai Supermarket, right?
A bloated middle-aged man said in a deep voice. The middle-aged man was Huang Jinkai from Pictet Group. Zhou Ting nodded and said, the people below just reported to me.
Mr. Zhou, just tell me what to do next.
Huang Jinkai said with an unpleasant expression, now Fulai Supermarket is offering a 70% discount at a loss, and customers are all going to the other supermarket.
If they really let this continue for a month, all three of us will lose a certain market share. Mr. Huang, since the other party can offer a 70% discount, we can do the same.
Zhou Ting pondered, the number of supermarkets in Shancheng that we three have is not as many as Fulai Supermarket. Under the same discount conditions, Fulai Supermarket's daily losses will be higher than ours. Over time, Fulai Supermarket will definitely be the first to collapse.
That's easy to say.
Next to Huang Jinkai, Wanjia Group boss Sun Hong said, Fulai is not listed, so its losses are just losses. However, all three of our groups are listed, and we have more than just supermarkets. Once we continue to lose money, our stocks will definitely be affected. If the stock price falls, the loss will be several times, or even dozens of times, that of Fulai Supermarket. Besides, Mr. Zhou, you have your father and the farms under the Shouyuan Group behind you. You can purchase poultry meat at a low price or even at cost price. Even if you offer a 70% discount, you can minimize the loss. But Mr. Huang and I are different. The poultry meat in our supermarket is purchased at the market purchase price. We'll raise the price directly. I will ask my father to supply you with poultry at a low price until this preferential war is over. Zhou Ting said calmly. I'm sorry, Mr. Zhou, Mr. Huang and I don't plan to participate in this discount war. Sun Hong said with an unpleasant expression, Baiyun Farm, Mulan Slaughterhouse, and Fulai Supermarket all have the same owner. Mr. Zhou, your father can give us a low price, but Fulai is directly charging cost price.
We have no chance of winning at all.
Sun Hong and Huang Jinkai are the bosses of the listed group.
They are not brainless people.
After learning that the owner of Fulai Supermarket was also Lu Mu, they each held meetings in the company to discuss the matter. The final conclusion is that if a discount war is launched with Fulai, it will only lead to losses in the supermarkets and indirectly affect the stocks of each group. The best way is to ignore it. Although the customer flow of their respective supermarkets will decrease, it will not affect the stock. Just persist for a month and wait until the meat discount activity of Fulai Supermarket is over. Then they can launch some discounts and gradually restore the customer flow. Since Mr. Sun and Mr. Huang have already made their decision, I won't say much. Zhou Ting said slowly, however, I want to remind you that the market share of supermarkets in Shancheng is so small.
1 month is enough to change a lot of things.
Mr. Zhou, you are still young, and I also want to remind you that being alive is the greatest victory. Sun Hong said meaningfully. Zhou Ting didn't say much after hearing this. When Huang Jinkai and Sun Hong left, a smile appeared on the corner of her mouth.
While sleeping soundly, Lu Mu suddenly smelled a milky fragrance.
When he opened his eyes, he found Lin Yanran lying in his arms. Those plump and beautiful legs were even more unscrupulously draped over him.
What's going on? Am I not in my room?
Lu Mu looked confused. At this moment, Lin Yanran's eyelashes moved, and her sleepy peach blossom eyes slowly opened.
Xiao Mu.
Looking at Lu Mu's face so close to her, Lin Yanran's face instantly turned red with embarrassment.
Sister Yanran, when did you come back? About 1 in the morning. Lin Yanran leaned into Lu Mu's arms. Didn't I lock the door? how did you get in? I have the key. Lin Yanran smiled and said, you forgot, I am your landlord. So you didn't do anything to me? Lumu put his arms around Lin Yanran's slender waist, which was delicate and smooth. You guess. Lin Yanran sat up, a charming smile appeared on her face and she said, what do you want me to do to you? As Lin Yanran spoke, she reached out and tied her hair up. The sun shone on Lin Yanran's body, and her amazing fullness showed a perfect curve as she raised her hands. The faint milky scent from Lin Yanran made Lu Mu's breathing become more rapid. Morning is the time when men's yang energy is at its peak. An hour later, Lu Mu and Lin Yanran appeared in the living room. Both of them had rosy faces. Xiaomu, I won't go to the slaughterhouse later. While applying the Chanel hand cream Lu Mu gave her, Lin Yanran said, I'm going to sign up for a boss training class first, otherwise I won't understand some of what Manager Li said. Would you like me to accompany you? Lu Mu said, there are many training institutions on the market that are scams. Don't be fooled. No, the boss training class I went to was run by my friend, and she agreed to let me take her classes for free. Is your friend so awesome? Lu Mu was a little surprised. The clients of the boss training classes are all middle and senior leaders of some companies. Lin Yanran's friend can open a boss training class, which means that he not only has a high level of education, but also has many corporate connections. My friend is a top student at Huaqing University. Lin Yanran replied. Huaqing, no wonder. As one of the top universities in Longhua, Huaqing has graduates who are leaders in all walks of life. People from major companies are also willing to pay for the word Huaqing. No more talking, my friend will be here to pick me up soon. Lin Yanran glanced at the time and then hurried out. As a result, just as she walked out of the room, Lin Yanran thought of something, ran back, stood on tiptoe and kissed Lu Mu. Remember to eat breakfast. Lin Yanran gave some instructions and then left with a red face. Lu Mu touched his lips, his eyes a little dazed. Slaughterhouse. When Lu Mu's car appeared, Li Jiangang came to greet him as usual. This time, there was a beautiful figure following Li Jiangang. Isn't this Chi-Chi? Lu Mu got out of the car and looked at the pretty figure next to Li Jiangang. It was Li Mengqi. Boss Lu, this is what's going on. Chi-Chi has graduated from college for a year and hasn't found a suitable job. Boss Lu, you asked me to recruit someone, so I brought Chi-Chi here to try. Manager Li, your uncle is a bit cruel. Lu Mu said, this is a slaughterhouse. You asked your niece to come here for an interview. Do you want her to work on the assembly line to kill pigs? Lu Mu rolled his eyes at Li Jiangang, then looked at Li Mengqi and asked, what major did you study in college? I studied administration. Li Mengqi looked at Lu Mu shyly. After she returned to the hotel last night, all her relatives indoctrinated her and told her to seize the opportunity and not miss out on Lu Mu, this rich son-in-law. Administrative management, then I can be a secretary. Lu Mu pondered. Mr. Lu, Chi-Chi can do it. Li Jiangan's eyes lit up. He brought Li Mengqi here just to try and see if he could make Li Mengqi Lu Mu's secretary. If the interview is successful, Li Mengqi will have more opportunities to interact with Lu Mu. Both of them are young, handsome, and beautiful. After staying together for a long time, sparks of love will always fly. You want to be a secretary? Lu Mu looked at Li Mengqi. She wore an OL shirt on the upper body and a hip skirt with a pair of black stockings on the lower body. The slender legs wrapped in black stockings exude alluring charm. Apart from her somewhat immature temperament, Li Mengqi's outfit actually looks like a secretary. Li Mengqi nodded and said, please give me a chance, Mr. Lu. I will work hard. In that case, you can stay. Lu Mu handed the car keys to Li Mengqi and said, I'm going to go out for a while, and you can be my driver part-time. It doesn't matter whether Li Mengqi works as a secretary or not. What's important is that if Li Mengqi stays, he will have another goal to cash in on his love fund. Okay, Mr. Lu. A blush appeared on Li Mengqi's face. She suddenly thought of a sentence she saw on the internet. If there is something, the secretary will do it. If there is nothing else. Uncle, does Mr. Lu have a grudge against these geese? Slaughter area. Li Mingqi stared blankly at Lu Mu, who was killing geese on the assembly line.
Coming back to her senses, she looked at the time and it was already 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Mr. Lu was experiencing the hardships of grassroots employees to remind himself not to get lost in money and material things. Li Jianong's face was all smiles. Now that the slaughterhouse has been saved from the brink of bankruptcy by Lu Mu, he has been promoted from human resources manager to head of the slaughterhouse, and his niece has even become Lu Mu's secretary.
It can be said that good things are happening one after another. Is that so? No wonder he became a billionaire entrepreneur at such a young age.
Upon hearing this, Li Mingqi looked at Lu Mu with a little more respect.
Li Mingqi's favorability plus 10. Kill 1 goose and gain money plus 100.
Kill 1 goose and gain plus 180 gold. Kill 10 geese cumulatively and gain plus 5 million gold. Kill 100 geese cumulatively and get a Rolls-Royce Phantom X1. Kill 1,000 geese cumulatively and obtain 51% of the shares of the Growth Feed Group. Kill enough geese to complete the achievement Goose and gain master-level swimming skills. The Rolls-Royce has been delivered to the Manor Garage. The relevant procedures and information of the Zhuozhuang Feed Group have been distributed to the host's bedroom and mobile phone respectively.
Master-level swimming skills are being integrated.
The system prompt sounded, and Lu Mu showed a satisfied smile on his face. At the same time, a lot of swimming-related knowledge was integrated into his mind. With his strong physique, if he participated in the Olympics, he would definitely win glory for the country and win the gold medal in swimming. After taking off his work clothes, Lu Mu opened his mobile phone to check the information of Zhuozhuang Feed Group. Zhuozhuang Feed Group, a listed group with a market value of more than 50 billion yuan, is mainly engaged in feed business, including poultry feed and plant feed. At the same time, Zhuozhuang Feed is also the largest feed supplier in the entire southwest region.
Both his Baiyun farm and Zhou Wen's farm use Zhuozhuang Feed. Now this is interesting. Lu Mu turned off his phone and an intriguing smile appeared on his face. Buzz just then, the phone rang.
The caller was the person in charge of Fulai Supermarket, Chen Xing. The call was connected, and Chen Xing's respectful voice came from the other end. Boss Lu, I have already done what you said and asked the store managers of all the stores in Shancheng to launch a 70% discount on meat. In addition, Tianla Supermarket has also launched the same cooperation as us.
Where are Baida and Wanjia? Lu Mu asked. Baidi and Wanjia are silent for now. Well, you can change the promotion. Boss Lu, if we change it now, I'm afraid there will be problems. Chen Xing's voice became noticeably more serious.
Now, Shancheng citizens all know that Fulai has launched a 1-month 70% discount on meat. If we cancel the event or reduce the discount at this time, I am afraid that citizens will have a bad mood.
I didn't ask you to cancel. Lu Mu said, didn't Tianla also offer the same discount as us? In that case, let's just change the 70% discount to 10%. What? 1% off.
On the other end of the phone, Chen Xing was so anxious that he almost cried.
Boss Lu, isn't a 10% discount a bit too much?
Just do as I say, 10% off. I want to see if the other party dares to follow. Lu Mu hung up the phone after he finished speaking. Then he opened the address book, found the person in charge of Xingchen Building, and called Su Chang.
When the call was connected, Lu Mu spoke first. Shouyuan Group and Tianla Group rented our office building, right? Yes, Mr. Lu. Notify them and raise the rent. How much?
Double. After hanging up the phone, Lu Mu called Tang Ming, the head of Zhuozhuang Feed Group. After he received the reward, the contact information of these people appeared in his mobile phone.
Mr. Lu.
A steady voice came from the other end of the phone.
Manager Tang, the Shouyuan Group in Shancheng has cooperation with us, right?
Yes, the feed for the farms under the Shouyuan Group is all provided by us. Inform them that the price of feed has increased.
How much?
Double. Lu Mu was not surprised that Tianla Supermarket dared to offer the same 30% discount. After all, the owner of Tianla Supermarket is Zhou Wen's daughter. Therefore, Tianla Supermarket can purchase poultry from Shouyuan Group at a low price or even at cost price, which greatly reduces the losses during the discount period.
But this also gave Lu Mu an opportunity. Doesn't Zhou Ting want to engage in a preferential war with him? He directly raised the price of feed and rent, in order to make up for the losses incurred during the promotion period of Fulai Supermarket first. The meeting room of Shouyuan Group. Zhou Wen and his daughter stood in front of the French window, each holding a cup of coffee in their hands, with expressions of planning a strategy on their faces.
Ting Ting, you are still smart. Zhou Wen smiled and said, Huang Jinkai and Sun Hong thought they could stay out of trouble by not participating in the war, but they didn't know that our real target is them. We will indeed suffer losses during the discount war, but as long as the public benefits, the supermarket's reputation will also improve. The long-term benefits will be enough to make up for the losses during this period. As for Mr. Huang and Mr. Sun, they are afraid of losses and dare not participate in the preferential war. In the end, they will lose more than they gain. Old customers of Baida and Wanja are already angry and are denouncing the two supermarkets online. At this point, we just need to add fuel to the fire, which will be enough to shake the stocks of the two supermarkets.
What are you going to do with Fulai Supermarket?
Zhou Wen took a sip of coffee and said thoughtfully, that young man named Lu Mu must have a complicated background.
Let's just watch for a while.
Zhou Ting said, as long as we can successfully acquire the stocks of Baida and Wanja Group, then the merger of Tianla, Baida and Wanja will be enough to defeat Fulai.
Once Fulai declares bankruptcy, Baiyun Farm will have nowhere to ship its poultry and will eventually close down.
We can take advantage of this opportunity to grab their market share.
Good. Zhou Wen nodded with satisfaction.
He has only one daughter, Zhou Ting. Not only has he treated Zhou Ting like a treasure since she was a child, he has also been training her as his successor. And Zhou Ting did not disappoint him.
At the age of 28, he founded the Tianla Group and became a multi-billionaire entrepreneur.
Although he helped behind the scenes, it still relied more on Zhou Ting's own abilities. Buzz, the phone rings.
Zhou Wen picked up the phone and answered the call.
After chatting for a few sentences, Zhou Wen hung up the phone with a very ugly expression.
What's wrong? Zhou Ting looked at Zhou Wendao. The rent of Xingchen building has doubled. Didn't we sign a contract?
Zhou Ting frowned and said, it is written in the contract that the rent will not increase within 5 years. The other party meant that the market is changing and rent increases are permitted by law.
If we have objections, we can choose to terminate the lease.
If we cancel the lease at this critical moment, the outside world will think that something has happened to our group.
Besides, Xingchen building is the only building with the best location in the entire financial district.
Zhou Ting said with a serious expression, give the money to the other party first.
The rent is small.
Don't cause unnecessary trouble because of the rent withdrawal. Buzz, as soon as Zhou Ting finished speaking, Zhou Wen's phone rang again.
When Zhou Wen saw the caller, his voice became noticeably more enthusiastic.
But soon, his enthusiasm was extinguished by a basin of water.
What? Price increase. Zhou Wen said with an unpleasant expression, Boss Tang, we have been cooperating for almost 10 years. How can you just raise the price whenever you want?
Mr. Zhou, due to market changes, the cost of making feed has increased.
We have no other choice. Please understand. Tang Ming's calm voice came from the other end of the phone. Boss Tang, you can raise the price, but doubling it is too much. Zhou Wen took a deep breath and said, I can accept 30% at most. Mr. Zhou, you can consider it. If you feel it is not suitable, you can cooperate with other companies.
After Tang Ming finished speaking, he hung up the phone.
Bang! Zhou Wen smashed his phone to the ground and said angrily, bullshit market changes, one after another. Do you really think I, Zhou Wen, am a soft persimmon that is easy to bully? It's just too coincidental.
Zhou Ting put down the coffee in her hand, took out her cell phone and made a call.
A few minutes later,
Zhou Ting's face turned pale and she sat weakly on the chair. She just called other companies that are working with Thrive Feed. The information we received was that other companies had not received any price increase notification. In other words, the price increase of Zhuangzhuang feed only applies to the Shouyuan group.
Damn it, who is behind this? Zhou Wen's chest kept rising and falling.
While he was angry, he was more terrified. Although the market value of Shouyuan Group is 10 billion yuan, there is still a huge gap compared with Zhuangzhuang Feed, which has a market value of more than 50 billion yuan. What's important is that once Zhuangzhuang Feed announces the termination of cooperation with Shouyuan Group, the market value of Shouyuan Group will evaporate significantly.
Lu Mu. Zhou Ting uttered Lu Mu's name. Impossible. Zhou Wen's face changed drastically.
Zhuangzhuang Feed is a group with a market value of 50 billion, and the boss's surname is not Lu. This must be a coincidence.
Whether it's him or not, I have to go meet him.
Zhou Ting took a deep breath and said, "You should stabilize Zhuangzhuang Feed first. Before you find a company to replace them, you must continue to cooperate with them even if it means losing money. Also, ask someone if there have been any recent changes in the equity of Zhuangzhuang Feed."
Mr. Lu, do you live here? Li Mengqi drove Lu Mu to the old neighborhood.
When she saw the dilapidated building, her respect for Lu Mu increased again.
Mr. Lu is too low-key.
He is worth hundreds of billions, but he lives in a place like this.
Lu Mu nodded without explaining anything.
When you are rich enough, even if you live under an overpass, people will say that you are experiencing life.
Come on, follow me to move the things.
Lu Mu got out of the car.
He planned to visit the manor today. Okay. Li Mengqi followed behind Lu Mu, looking around from time to time. Lu Mu lives on the 7th floor.
Since there is no elevator in the old community, we can only take the stairs.
Are you okay?
When the two were halfway there, Lu Mu suddenly noticed that Li Mengqi looked a little painful. "I sprained my ankle."
Li Mengqi looked at Lu Mu pitifully.
When Lu Mu saw this, he realized that Li Mengqi was wearing high heels.
"Come up." Lu Mu squatted down and said, "Mr. Lu, this is not good."
Looking at Lu Mu's broad back, Li Mengqi's delicate little face instantly turned red.
"Don't be so long-winded." Lu Mu turned around and glared at Li Mengqi.
Seeing this, Li Mengqi hurriedly and obediently lay on Lu Mu's back. At the same time, Lu Mu held Li Mengqi's legs with his hands and continued to walk upstairs with her on his back.
"Mr. Lu, am I really fat?" Li Mengqi said shyly.
But she was very happy and even felt sweet inside.
Li Mengqi's favorability plus 10. Fine. Lu Mu replied.
With his physical fitness, he didn't feel Li Mengqi's weight at all while carrying her on his back.
Of course, he could still feel Li Mengqi's fullness pressing against his back. Soon, Lu Mu carried Li Mengqi to the 7th floor. "Change your shoes."
After entering the room, Lu Mu took a pair of slippers for Li Mengqi.
"Thanks." Li Mengqi sat on the sofa, her eyes following Lu Mu's movements.
When she saw Lu Mu walking out of the bedroom holding a golden pig, she was stunned.
"Boss Lu, this can't be gold, right? Well, do you want to give it a try?"
Lu Mu placed the golden pig on the coffee table, and then took out gold bars and various procedural contracts from the bedroom one after another. At the beginning, Li Mengqi's attention was still on the golden pig and gold bars. But soon, her attention was attracted by contracts.
Baiyun Farm Acquisition Contract. Thrive Feed Equity Contract. Fulai Supermarket Chain Acquisition Contract. Mingyue Mountain Manor Purchase Contract. Audi A8 Purchase Contract. Rolls-Royce Phantom Purchase Contract. Mr. Lu is too rich.
Li Mengqi took out her cell phone and searched for Zhuangzhuang Feed. When she learned that Zhuangzhuang Feed was a group with a market value of 50 billion, she was stunned.
"Don't look at it."
Lu Mu put the contract in a bag and handed it to Li Mengqi, saying, "You take this, and I'll take the gold bars and the gold pig."
Okay.
After coming to her senses, Li Mengqi took the bag and held it tightly with both hands, fearing that she would lose it.
"Come up."
Lu Mu held the golden pig in his left hand and the box of gold bars in his right hand, and squatted in front of Li Mengqi.
Mingyue Mountain is several kilometers away from Huajiang. Standing on the top of Mingyue Mountain, you can overlook Huajiang and the commercial area near Huajiang.
When Lumu drove to the manor rewarded by the system. At the entrance of the manor, stood a middle-aged man in a suit. As Lumu got out of the car, the man hurried forward to greet him.
Mr. Lu, welcome home.
The middle-aged man bent over and said respectfully, I'm the property manager here, Zhao Lin.
You can just call me by my name.
Zhao Lin handed a file bag to Lumu with both hands and said, Mr. Lu, the keys to the manor and related items are all here.
Please check them. In addition, the manor is cleaned regularly every day. Mr. Lu, you can move in at any time.
Okay, thank you for your help. Lumu took the file bag and said.
No trouble.
Zhao Lin smiled and said, Mr. Lu, I won't bother you to visit the new house.
If you have any questions, you can contact me at any time. Lumu nodded.
After Zhao Lin left, Lumu drove into the manor. After entering the manor, the first thing that catches your eye is a straight road that is hundreds of meters long. The road is several meters wide and lined with romantic sycamore trees on both sides.
It's so big.
Li Mingqi leaned against the car window, looking at everything in the manor in shock. The area of the estate was larger than some of the parks she had visited.
There are artificial lakes, lawns, rockery, fountains and more.
After the vehicle drove for a few minutes, a majestic residence came into her sight. As an ordinary person, she had never seen such a scene before and was in a daze the whole time.
Not just Li Mingqi. Even Lumu was shocked.
No wonder those who can afford Mingyue Mountain Manor are worth at least 50 billion. Not to mention that the manor was sold for more than 300 million yuan, and hiring someone to clean it every day would be a considerable expense. Park your car in the open space in front of the house.
Lumu and Li Mingqi entered the house. After taking a look, Lumu couldn't help but sigh. It is indeed a luxurious manor worth more than 300 million yuan.
In addition to its large area, it also has a cinema, gym, chess and card room, helipad, everything you need.
There are even 2 swimming pools, one outdoor and one indoor. Indoor swimming pool.
Lumu took off his clothes and soaked in the water wearing only his shorts.
Comfortable.
Lumu buried his head in the water, and his whole body swam back and forth under the water like a fish. Master-level swimming skills and the physique of a military king allow Lumu to swim in the water like a fish in water. Lumu suddenly had an idea and wanted to try how long he could hold his breath in the water. So he stuck his head out of the water, took a deep breath, and then asked Li Mingqi, who was blushing by the pool, what time is it now?
4:30 in the afternoon.
Li Mingqi took out her cell phone, looked at it, and replied.
Thump. After learning the time, Lumu dived into the water. A few minutes later.
Seeing that Lumu had not come out of the water yet, Li Mingqi could no longer sit still.
Mr. Lu, are you okay? Li Mingqi said to Lumu in the water. However, Lumu couldn't hear her at all. Boss Lu, don't scare me.
When Li Mingqi saw Lumu lying motionless in the water, she suddenly panicked.
She hurriedly jumped into the swimming pool and swam towards Lumu. What is this girl doing here?
Lumu was holding her breath in the water, but suddenly, a pair of beautiful legs wrapped in black stockings appeared in front of her. Li Mingqi buried her head in the water and her eyes met Lumu's. The two of them stared at each other. Mr. Lu, Li Mingqi was about to speak, but water poured into her mouth. She was so scared that she quickly surfaced.
White.
Lumu looked up and a glimpse of white made his heart beat faster.
Boss Lu is such a jerk.
He held his breath in the water without saying a word. Li Mingqi looked at her wet clothes and felt like crying but had no tears.
And at this moment, Lumu also surfaced. The two looked into each other's eyes again. Li Mingqi swallowed subconsciously.
Lu, before Li Mingqi could say anything, her delicate little mouth was blocked.
Li Mingqi's beautiful eyes widened instantly.
She subconsciously wanted to push Lumu away, but when she touched Lumu's strong abdominal muscles, she quietly put her hand down. Then she slowly closed her eyes.
An hour later. Li Mingqi was carried out of the swimming pool by Lumu.
Looking at the surface of the swimming pool and thinking about what had just happened, Li Mengqi's cheeks became hot. When she saw the plum blossoms disappearing in the water, she felt a sense of loss in her heart. But soon, she accepted the reality. She did not regret having a relationship with Lu Mu. Ever since she received the 1 million from Lu Mu yesterday, she knew that this day would come soon. Moreover, Lu Mu is young, handsome, has a good figure, and is rich, so she feels that he is a good choice no matter how she looks at him. Li Mengqi's favorability plus 20. Boss Lu, what should I wear later? In the bedroom. Li Mengqi was blow-drying her hair. At this moment, her perfect body was exposed to the air. I'll go out and buy you a set. Lu Mu looked at Li Mengqi unscrupulously. As a beauty with an overall appearance score of 90, Li Mengqi is impeccable in both appearance and figure. She has a slender waist, smooth and fair skin, and although her buttocks are not very big, they are round and firm. Her beautiful legs are free of any fat. Staring at by Lu Mu's burning gaze, Li Mengqi's face and neck were flushed red, and her beautiful legs couldn't help but clamp together. Drive out to buy clothes for Li Mengqi. Lu Mu took the opportunity to check the personal information. Host, Lu Mu. Age, 23 years old. Monster killing level, level 1. Monster killing value, 6,000/10,000. Number of monsters killed per day, 1,000. Completed achievements 6. Love fund, 999.9 billion. Personal wealth 60863,179.5. This is too slow. Looking at the remaining love fund, Lu Mu was a little amused. It's been almost a week, and the love fund he cashed out is less than 100 million. Fortunately, the monster killing level is about to be upgraded. As the monster killing level is upgraded, the amount of love fund that can be cashed in daily will also increase. After coming to his senses, Lu Mu transferred 1 million to Lin Xiaoxiao, Xia Ning, Lin Yanran and Li Mengqi respectively. Not long after, several women received the transfers one after another. Love fund 4,000,000. Personal wealth plus 4 million. After transferring the money, Lu Mu sent a message to Lin Yanran, saying that he would not be going home today. Lin Yanran just replied okay and didn't ask any more questions. Star Building. 28 floors. Some training institutions work on this floor. The boss training class opened by Lin Yanran's friend is also here. Anya, I'll sleep at your place today. In the corridor outside the training class, Lin Yanran put away her phone and spoke to the woman who was closing the door behind her. The woman was wearing a Chinese long skirt. She was elegant and exuded a strong scent of books. The woman's appearance was extremely delicate. She had an unmade-up face and eyes like gems, clear and bright. Her eyebrows and eyes revealed intelligence and gentleness. Even when standing next to Lin Yanran, the woman was not at all inferior, and even had a slightly better temperament than Lin Yanran. Aren't you going back to be with your boyfriend? Anya put the key into her bag, looked at Lin Yanran resentfully and said, You had to go back to accompany him late at night yesterday. He's not coming home today. Lin Yanran said, He must be busy. Yanran, you are so stupid. Anya shook her head and said, Men say they have things to do at night, and they basically go out to have fun. Besides, your boyfriend is so outstanding that he doesn't need to go out for social events at night, so I'm sure he has other women outside. You don't understand. Lin Yanran said, If it weren't for Xiaomu, I would still be working from dawn to dusk. It was Xiaomu who gave me the life I have today and the opportunity to be loved. I am already very satisfied to be with Xiaomu. I dare not ask for too much. Even if it's true as you said, Xiaomu has other women outside, what can I do? Fight with him, or leave him? That wouldn't do me any good. Yanran, you are too humble. Anya frowned and said, Anyway, I will not allow my boyfriend to have other women behind my back. If I find out, I will definitely break up with him. We are different. Lin Yanran smiled and didn't say much. Anya is an excellent student at Huaqing University. She is very outstanding in her own right, so she doesn't need to rely on men. But she is just an ordinary person.
She longs to be loved and longs for someone to give her a sense of security. Before being with Lu Mu, she had to tell herself to be strong all the time. Only if she was strong enough could she survive in the vegetable market and earn money to support Lin Xiaoxiao to go to college. After being with Lu Mu, she can hide behind Lu Mu like a little girl, and Lu Mu will protect her and care about her. Once upon a time, Lin Xiaoxiao was the meaning of her life. The reason why Lin Xiaoxiao is so innocent is that she has endured everything. And now, she lives not only for Lin Xiaoxiao, but also for herself and Lu Mu. She hopes that she can become good enough and keep up with Lu Mu. Moreover, she believed that Lu Mu would not abandon her. Invitation the next day. Lu Mu woke up in a state of suffocation. When he opened his eyes, he saw a vast expanse of white. Li Mengqi held his head tightly with both hands, as if she wanted to rub him into her body. Lu Mu broke free from Li Mengqi's arms, breathing heavily. This girl is trying to smother me to death. Lu Mu glanced at Li Mengqi, who was sleeping soundly. The sunlight was shining on her, and her perfect body was like a work of art. For a moment, Lu Mu felt a fire burning in his heart and he went straight into combat mode. So he turned over. It was noon. Li Mengqi held her waist and walked out of the room. Who says there are only cows that die of exhaustion, but no fields that are damaged by plowing? Li Mengqi felt like her body was about to fall apart. Looking back at Lu Mu, who was putting on his clothes, her beautiful legs couldn't help but tremble. Why, you still want it? Seeing Li Mengqi looking at him, Lu Mu smiled. After integrating the physique of the Soldier King, his combat effectiveness was greatly enhanced. Li Mengqi was a newbie and was no match for him. After a fight, Li Mengqi cried and begged for mercy. No, no more. Li Mengqi shook her head like a rattle. She has trouble walking now. If she asked again, she was afraid she wouldn't be able to get out of bed for the whole day. Women, you say one thing and mean another. Lu Mu walked past Li Mengqi, lowered his head and whispered in her ear, that's not what you said just now. Li Mengqi's face turned red instantly. Thinking of what she had just said, she wished she could find a hole in the ground to crawl into. But she swore that she didn't mean to say those explicit words, but she couldn't help but say them. Buzz just at this moment. Lu Mu's phone suddenly vibrated. Lu Mu took out his cell phone and took a look. It was an unfamiliar number. The call was connected and a mellow and gentle voice came from the other end. Excuse me, is this Mr. Lu Mu? It's me, who are you? Lu Mu asked with a puzzled look on his face. I'm Zhou Ting from Tianla Group. I'd like to invite Mr. Lu to dinner. Is it convenient for Mr. Lu? Finally, I couldn't bear it anymore. Lu Mu's mouth corners slightly raised. He had long guessed that the other party would look for him. As for the purpose of meeting him, it goes without saying that it must be to test his background. Opposite the Xingchen building is a high-end Western restaurant. A private room on the second floor of the restaurant. Zhou Ting sat by the window, looking at the road below. Soon, a Rolls-Royce Phantom caught her attention. Especially when she saw the Phantom's license plate, a flash of surprise appeared in her eyes. Downstairs in the Xingchen building, Lin Yanran and Anya walked out of the building. The two men's attention was also attracted by the Rolls-Royce. A Rolls-Royce Phantom worth tens of millions, with a license plate of 5 zeros. It looks like some big shot is coming to the financial district. Anya spoke up. As the boss of a boss training class, she knows a lot about luxury cars. Even a wealthy person worth hundreds of millions would not be willing to buy a Rolls-Royce Phantom. After all, a Phantom costs more than 10 million, which is equivalent to 1/10 of their net worth. If the Phantom is a symbol of the owner's worth, then the license plate with 5 zeros is a symbol of the owner's identity. People who can own this kind of rare license plate with consecutive numbers are not just rich. My boyfriend's license plate seems to have the same serial numbers. Lin Yanran said, it's just that my boyfriend's is 5 ones. Are you sure? Anya looked at Lin Yanran in shock. She didn't know much about Lu Mu, but she learned from Lin Yanran that Lu Mu was an entrepreneur worth hundreds of millions. But she didn't ask about Lu Mu's exact net worth. Xiao Mu. Lin Yanran did not respond to Anya. At this moment, she was looking across the street with a look of surprise. The door of the Rolls-Royce Phantom opened and Lumu, dressed in casual clothes, got out of the car. Wait, that handsome guy couldn't be your boyfriend? Anya also saw Lumu, and she was even more shocked. What is your boyfriend's identity? Didn't you say he was only worth 100 million? Anya asked repeatedly. I'm talking about a net worth of over 100 million. Seeing Lumu enter the restaurant, Lin Yanran retracted her gaze and said, but I don't know exactly how much money Xiaomu has. I only know that Baiyun Farm and Fulai Supermarket are his businesses. Baiyun Farm, Fulai Supermarket. Anya's mouth twitched as she said, all of these are worth tens of billions. Your boyfriend is actually worth tens of billions. No wonder you don't care about your boyfriend. He's an entrepreneur worth tens of billions. You can't control him even if you want to. Anya had mixed feelings. She once had a boyfriend who was worth only a few 100 million yuan, but he had many women outside. Because she had mental misophobia and couldn't stand her partner's infidelity, she threatened him to choose between her and the woman outside. As a result, the other party chose the outside woman without hesitation, because although she was beautiful, she was too traditional and had no interest at all. Being with her is like being a monk. It was also after that she understood a truth: a successful man would never give up a forest for a tree. Her ex-boyfriend was like this, and Lumu must be even more so. After all, Lumu's net worth is 100 times that of his ex-boyfriend. It can be seen that there is no problem for Lumu to find a woman. Lin Yanran chose to ignore Lumu, which is what a smart woman would do. Yanran, how about we also go to the restaurant across the street to eat? By the way, please introduce me to your boyfriend. Coming back to her senses, Anya said with anticipation. It's not that she has any thoughts about Lumu. She simply wanted to make friends with Lumu, the young billionaire. This will be of great help to her career. Forget it. Lin Yanran said, Xiaomu should be busy with work, so let's not disturb him. Yeah, maybe next time. Anya thought about it and thought that Lumu drove such a nice car to the restaurant, so he must be going to meet a business partner and he really didn't have time to get to know her at this time. Mr. Lu, nice to meet you. In the restaurant's private room, Lumu and Zhou Ting shook hands politely. There was some surprise in Lumu's eyes. Before coming, she thought about what Zhou Ting looked like. But she didn't expect that Zhou Ting was so beautiful. His eyes were looking over Zhou Ting. She was wearing a hip-hugging fishtail skirt, with a graceful figure and a mature and noble temperament. A pair of charming fox eyes, delicate and fair skin, and bright red lips are even more mouth-watering. Among the women Lumu knows, Lin Yanran is also one who possesses a charming temperament. But Lin Yanran's charm is tinged with a bit of coldness. But Zhou Ting's is pure charm. As Zhou Ting walked, her plump peach buttocks exuded an extremely seductive charm. Lumu subconsciously checked Zhou Ting's personal panel. Name Zhou Ting. Age, 28. Height, 172. Weight, 56 kilograms. Overall appearance rating, 95. Driver 0. Favorability 0. The overall appearance score is as high as 95 points. Zhou Ting once became the woman with the highest overall appearance score among all the women Lumu knew. Miss Zhou, please speak frankly. Coming back to his senses, Lumu sat on the dining chair. At the same time, waiters began to serve the dishes one after another. The food in the Western restaurant focuses on being small and exquisite. Lumu picked up a portion of foie gras and swallowed it in one gulp. His appearance was not rude, but also unsightly. In contrast, Zhou Ting is very elegant in her every move. Use a knife and fork to cut the foie gras, which is less than half the size of a palm, into several portions, then chew and taste it carefully. I invited Mr. Lu to dinner this time because I simply wanted to get to know him. Zhou Ting looked at Lumu with a smile and said, Mr. Lu, would you like to make friends? Ms. Zhou, are you sure you want to be friends with me? Will your father agree? Lumu said meaningfully, or is it that Miss Zhou said she wanted to make friends with me, but actually she wanted to get some information from me? Mr. Lu is joking.
Zhou Ting put down her knife and fork, picked up the napkin and elegantly wiped her beautiful, plump red lips.
Competition among peers is inevitable at any time. If you were Mr. Lu, you would do the same thing as my father.
Zhou Ting said slowly, besides, only with competition can a company make progress.
This is not a bad thing for you, Mr. Lu, or for my father. Healthy competition is indeed conducive to the progress of enterprises, but what if it is malignant?
Lu Mu said expressionlessly, for example, cut off the water supply to Baiyun Farm through Wangyun Lake, and notify all major supermarkets to refuse to purchase meat from Mulan Slaughterhouse.
Zhou Ting did not respond to Lu Mu immediately after hearing this. I know what you want to find out.
Seeing Zhou Ting didn't say anything, Lu Mu continued, Zhuang feed is my industry.
As Lu Mu finished speaking, Zhou Ting's pupils contracted.
Since we meet today, I will speak frankly.
Lu Mu said with a cold look in his eyes, there is only one ending for Shouyuan Group, and that is bankruptcy. As for Tianla,
Lu Mu smiled and looked at Zhou Ting and said, I hope it can last for a month.
Mr. Lu was a little too arrogant when he said that.
Zhou Ting frowned.
It's okay if it's big.
Lu Mu ate the delicious food with a look of great contempt.
Seeing Lu Mu's expression, Zhou Ting couldn't help but feel angry. Mr. Lu, maybe we can have a good talk.
Zhou Ting tried to calm down and said, Mr. Lu's Fulai supermarket occupies 30% of the supermarket market share in Shancheng. Although the share is not small, it is not too much either. If Mr. Lu is willing to cooperate, we can join forces to take over the 40% market share of Baida and Wanja. Then you will have 30%, and I will only need 10%.
After confirming Lu Mu's identity as the boss of Zhuang Feed, Zhou Ting no longer had the idea of targeting Lu Mu. Although what Lu Mu said made her very angry. But she had to admit that what Lu Mu said was true.
Once Zhuang Feed announces the termination of cooperation with Shouyuan Group, even if Shouyuan Group does not go bankrupt, its market value will definitely be affected. If anything happens to the Shouyuan Group, her supermarkets will lose their supply of poultry. Plus, she has informed the supermarket to launch a 1-month meat promotion. Faced with the double difficulties, her supermarket could not even last a month.
30%?
Lu Mu stood up, propped his hands on the table and said, sorry, I want them all. Ken Zhou Ting took a deep breath and said, let's work together. I will help Mr. Lu grab the 40% market share of Baida and Wanja.
In order to protect Shouyuan and Tianla, she could only accept the loss this time. Miss Zhou, I think you may be mistaken. Lu Mu smiled and said, I said everything, including Tianla's 20% market share. Mr. Lu.
Zhou Ting slammed the table and stood up angrily. Zhou Ting looked at Lu Mu and said with an unpleasant expression, Boss Lu, don't go too far when you are a person or do things.
I'm stuffed.
Lu Mu did not respond to Zhou Ting. He picked up the napkin, wiped his mouth, and left the private room.
The restaurant is on the first floor. In the end, Anya and Lin Yanran chose to dine in the same restaurant as Lu Mu.
But the two of them didn't go upstairs.
Yanran, look, your boyfriend is coming down. Anya kept her eyes on the stairs leading to the second floor.
When she saw Lu Mu coming down the stairs, she hurriedly reminded Lin Yanran.
No. Lin Yanran looked at Anya helplessly, then stood up and walked towards Lu Mu.
Seeing this, Anya picked up her bag and followed Lin Yanran.
Sister Yanran.
Lu Mu looked at Lin Yanran who was walking towards him unexpectedly, and asked in surprise, why are you here?
I'm having dinner here with my friend.
Lin Yanran stroked the hair beside her ears and said.
This is your top student friend. Lu Mu looked at Anya and said with a smile, hello, my name is Lu Mu, Yanran's boyfriend. At the same time, he was also checking Anya's personal dashboard. Name, Anya. Age, 26. Height, 168. Weight, 50 kilograms. Overall appearance rating, 95. Driver 0. Favorability 10. What's going on today?
It turns out to be another girl with an overall appearance score of 95. Lu Mu looked at Anya carefully.
Wearing a Chinese long skirt, she is elegant and has the unique charm of a traditional woman. She had light makeup on her face, a pair of gem-like eyes, clear and bright, and a cherry mouth that was not as delicate as Zhou Ting's, but very pink and tender. "My name is Anya." Anya smiled back. Watching Lumu up close, Anya discovered that Lumu looked unnaturally young. He is nearly 1.8 meters tall, has a handsome and delicate appearance, and a very friendly temperament, especially his eyes, which are bright and lively. If she didn't know that Lumu was worth hundreds of billions, she would have thought that Lumu was a student from some university. "You guys eat first." Lumu glanced at the untouched food on the table and said, "I'm going to the Xingqian building across the street." "Xiaomu, do you want to go to Anya's company?" Lin Yanran said, "The training company she opened is in Xingqian building." "Really? I'll go visit it later." Lin Yanran smiled and nodded. Lumu then left the restaurant. Before leaving, he paid the bill for the two of them. "Yanran, your boyfriend is so young." Anya and Lin Yanran returned to their seats. Anya asked curiously, "How old is he?" "Xiaomu has just graduated from college for less than a year. He should be around 23 years old. He's so young, but he's worth tens of billions. It seems his background is the most terrifying." Anya couldn't help but look out the window, and saw Lumu had just crossed the road and was walking into the Xingqian building while talking on the phone. "I think so." Lin Yanran withdrew her gaze from the window, her eyes a little dazed. The more extraordinary Lumu's background was, the less likely it was that she would become Lumu's wife. She knew that rich people valued matching with others in terms of social status. It is impossible to say that she had no intention of marrying Lumu. If a woman truly loves a man, she will definitely want to marry him. Just when Lin Yanran was in a daze, Anya's phone suddenly rang. "What?" After answering the call, Anya suddenly exclaimed, "What's wrong?" After Anya hung up the phone, Lin Yanran asked with concern, "What happened?" "Yanran, guess who called me?" "Who is it?" Lin Yanran asked curiously. "Manager Su from Xingqian building." Anya's breathing quickened as she said, "Manager Su told me that my company's rent will be waived from now on, and I can rent for as long as I want." "So good?" Lin Yanran was shocked and asked, "Could it be that the other party wants to pursue you?" "Yanran, do you really not know, or are you pretending not to know?" Anya took a deep breath and said, "It's your boyfriend." "Your boyfriend is the owner of Xingqian building. He asked Manager Su to waive the rent for me." "Xiaomu?" Hearing this, Lin Yanran looked towards the towering Xingqian building across the street and asked with her mouth slightly opened, "Does this building belong to Xiaomu?" Anya nodded her head repeatedly, and said excitedly, "Your boyfriend's assets are far more than 10 billion. He must have many businesses that you don't know about. The restaurant is on the second floor." Zhou Ting stood by the window, looking at her phone with a gloomy expression. "All I saw on my phone was a statement just released by Zhuangzhuang Feed. From now on, our company will no longer cooperate with Shansheng Shouyuan Group." "Lu Mu." Zhou Ting shifted her gaze away from her phone and looked towards the Xingqian building across the street. For a moment, a huge sense of frustration arose in her heart. Buzz, the phone vibrates. Zhou Wen called. The call was connected, and Zhou Wen's deep voice came from the other end. "Mr. Wu from Jean Ke Feed will be here soon. Please go to Hongyun Pavilion and wait." After Lin Yanran and Anya hurriedly finished their meal, they returned to the Xingqian building as soon as possible. As soon as the two entered the building, they saw Lumu in the lounge area of the lobby. "I saw Lumu talking to a middle-aged man." "The middle-aged man is the person in charge of Xingqian building, Su Chang." "Manager Su, just do as I say." Lumu stood up from the sofa and said, "Okay, Mr. Lu." Su Chang glanced at Lin Yanran and the other person not far away and said with a smile, "Then I won't bother Mr. Lu." After Su Chang finished speaking, he left. "Mr. Lu, thank you." Anya walked quickly to Lumu and said with gratitude on her face, "You are welcome." Lumu smiled and said, "You let Yanran take classes at your place for free, so it's only right that I waive the rent for you."
Yenran, congratulations on finding such a good boyfriend like Mr. Lu.
Anya naturally understood what Lu Mu meant.
The reason why she was exempted from rent was entirely because of Lin Yenran's face. This made her envy Lin Yenran, but she also had an indescribable feeling in her heart.
Xiao Mu, go visit Anya's company.
Lin Yenran held Lu Mu's arm, feeling extremely sweet inside.
Lu Mu nodded, and then walked towards the elevator with the two of them.
The building has 28 floors.
As the elevator opens, Lu Mu and two others came out. Lu Mu's attention was attracted by the sign on the wall. There are two training institutions' names on the sign. They are IELTS Training Limited. Wonma Calligraphy Training Institution. Calligraphy Training Institution.
Lu Mu became interested instantly. He has achieved master-level calligraphy but has never written a single word.
Mr. Lu knows calligraphy?
Anya said, Wonma Calligraphy can be said to be one of the top calligraphy training institutions in Longwa. It is said that the person who founded Wonma Calligraphy Training Institute is the vice president of the Calligraphy Association, Du Wenshu.
A little bit.
Lu Mu replied with a smile.
Why don't you go next door, Mr. Lu? Anya smiled and said, it just so happens that there is a calligraphy competition next door today. Forget it. It would be too much of a bully if I went bite.
As soon as Lu Mu finished speaking, the elevator opened. I saw an old man and a young man walking out of the elevator.
Young man, since you are so confident in your ability, why not give it a try? The old man looked at Lu Mu with a smile. He and the young man happened to hear what Lu Mu said. Mr. Du Anya let out a cry of surprise. Little girl, do you know me?
Du Wenshu looked at Anya and said, I have seen you at a calligraphy club event in Huaqing.
Anya looked at Du Wenshu with great respect.
When she was in college, she joined a calligraphy club and saw Du Wenshu's works with her own eyes. It is no exaggeration to say that Du Wenshu's calligraphy works can be called works of art. Later, she looked up Du Wenshu's information on the internet and found out that Du Wenshu was actually the vice president of the Calligraphy Association and one of the rare master calligraphers in Longwa. One of his works was once sold at a high price of nearly $500,000. Some professionals even analyzed that once Du Wenshu passed away, the value of his works would at least increase tenfold. So it's the girl from Huaqing. Du Wenshu said with a kind look in his eyes, yes, those who can enter Huaqing are all outstanding people.
Grandpa, it's time to judge the contestants' awards.
The young man spoke. The young man is Du Guangliang, the grandson of Du Wenshu and the owner of the Wonma Calligraphy Training Institution.
Young man, do you want to join us? Du Wenshu looked at Lu Mu and said, it's a good opportunity to let me, an old man, take a look at your work.
What good is that?
Lu Mu made a joke and checked the time.
It's already 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and he has to go to the slaughterhouse to kill monsters and get rewards. After Lu Mu finished speaking, Du Wenshu was stunned. Du Guangliang frowned and said, this calligraphy competition is held by our company and the Calligraphy Association. If you can win first place in the competition, in addition to the 500,000 yuan cash reward provided by our company, you will also get a membership quota provided by the Calligraphy Association.
Okay, I'll try it then.
Lu Mu was not interested in the 500,000 yuan and the membership quota for the Calligraphy Association. However, he wanted to try the master-level calligraphy rewarded by the system. Upon hearing this, Du Guangliang ignored Lu Mu and walked towards the company with Du Wenshu. In his opinion, Lu Mu was just a clown who was seeking to attract attention.
Classroom of Wonma Calligraphy Training Institution. Dozens of people gathered in the spacious classroom.
These people are all students here and have been studying for more than 3 years. As Du Wenshu entered the classroom, everyone instantly became excited. Welcome, Mr. Du. I have been training at Wonma for 3 years, and this is the first time I have seen Mr. Du in person. It is a great honor for us to have Mr. Du, a master in the calligraphy circle, judge our works.
Xiao Mu, do you really know calligraphy?
Lin Yenran followed behind Lu Mu, with a somewhat amusing and helpless expression. The scene of Lu Mu signing the rental contract a year ago emerged in her mind.
At that time, she had seen the handwriting of Lu Mu. It was not ugly, but it definitely did not look like the handwriting of someone who knew calligraphy. Sister Yenran, are you questioning me? Lu Mu hugged Lin Yenran's slender waist and whispered in her ear, if I win first place, tonight, stop talking. Before Lu Mu could finish his words, Lin Yenran hurriedly covered his mouth. The little face turned red. Glancing at Anya, who had a strange look in her eyes behind her, Lin Yenran couldn't help but give Lu Mu a cold look. She was afraid that if she didn't cover Lu Mu's mouth, Lu Mu might say something vicious. When Lin Yenran let go of her hands, Lu Mu patted her buttocks. Seeing this, Anya, who was following behind the two of them, blushed and quickly changed the subject. How long has Mr. Lu studied calligraphy? I haven't learned it. Lu Mu turned around and looked at Anya and said, do you still need to learn calligraphy? Anya finally figured it out. Although Lu Murin is a good person, he likes to brag. And Lu Mu must be a novice in calligraphy. Grandpa, all the students' works are here. On the classroom podium. Du Guangliang handed a stack of calligraphy works to Du Wenshu. The works all have the words "Heaven rewards hard work" written on them, as well as the students' names. Don't worry yet. Du Wenshu was not in a hurry to award prizes to students' works. Instead, he looked at Lu Mu and said, prepare a brush and rice paper for this young man. Grandpa, he is not a student of our institution. Du Guangliang frowned and said, why waste your time on an amateur? Since we are here, it won't take much time to look at one more work. Du Wenshu said with a smile. The reason why he wanted Lu Mu to participate in the competition was that he felt that what Lu Mu had just said was a bit too arrogant. He wanted to point out the shortcomings of Lu Mu's work in this way so that Lu Mu would not be so arrogant. I see. Du Guangliang was unhappy when he heard this, but he still placed rice paper and brushes on the table. Young man, it's your turn. Du Wenshu personally helped Lu Mu grind the ink, always keeping a kind smile on his face. Seeing this, Lu Mu walked straight to the table and picked up the brush. The moment Lu Mu picked up the brush, Du Wenshu's eyes lit up. This guy has something. As the saying goes, the layman watches the excitement, while the expert watches the details. As a master calligrapher, Du Wenshu's calligraphy attainments can be said to be extremely high. Just from the way Lu Mu held the brush, he could tell that Lu Mu was definitely not an amateur. However, the standard of movements only shows that Lu Mu has had calligraphy training experience, but it does not mean that Lu Mu can definitely write good works. Grandson Du Wenshu had just thought so when he saw Lu Mu move. Lu Mu dipped the brush in ink and began to write on the rice paper. And at the moment Lu Mu put pen to paper, Du Wenshu's pupils contracted. Fuck! Some of the students who were watching exclaimed in surprise. Du Wenshu quickly glared at the crowd to prevent them from disturbing Lu Mu. Seeing this, everyone shut their mouths, but their eyes were full of shock. All right. In less than a minute, Lu Mu finished writing. Putting down the brush, Lu Mu looked at his work with satisfaction. All I saw were the words awesome written on the rice paper. Although the meaning of the word is vulgar, the character is not vulgar at all. Lu Mu writes in cursive script. The font is simple. It may not be as beautiful as other fonts, but it is wild and unrestrained. Amazing, really amazing. Du Wenshu lay on the table, carefully watching Lu Mu's work. Although he is also a master calligrapher, he is not good at cursive writing. However, this did not affect the shock that Lu Mu's works brought to him. The lines are smooth and natural, the curves are well proportioned, and the strokes are strong and continuous. Good handwriting. Du Wenshu's old face flushed with excitement as he said, this work can be called a masterpiece. What? As soon as Du Wenshu finished speaking, everyone was instantly excited. A masterpiece by a master. Doesn't that mean that this person is also a master calligrapher like Mr. Du? Are you kidding me? Is there such a young calligraphy master in Long Country? I just thought this guy was awesome, but I didn't expect he was so awesome. I'm numb, this guy is a monster. Anya, Xiaomu is a calligraphy master? Hearing the exclamations of the crowd, Lin Yenran was also shocked. She doesn't understand calligraphy, but she knows what a calligraphy master represents.
In Longwa, as long as one can reach the master level in any skill, he will be a leading figure in the corresponding circle. When she browses her phone, she sometimes sees music masters, painting masters, go masters. Without exception, the masters she met were all very old.
And how old is Lu Mu?
In his early 20s, his attainments in calligraphy had already reached the master level. This made her feel very dreamy.
Since Elder Du has said so, then it should be so. Anya turned her eyes away from Lu Mu's work and felt the same way.
She has a certain foundation in calligraphy. Therefore, compared to Lin Yanran, the shock in her heart was even stronger.
Look at Lu Mu.
Lu Mu seemed very calm in the face of Du Wenshu's praise. His eyes were full of confidence from beginning to end.
This man.
As Anya watched, her heartbeat began to speed up.
She thought Lu Mu was bragging, but it turned out that Lu Mu was not bragging at all, he was really awesome.
Worth tens of billions.
The background is mysterious. Master of calligraphy. Anya's eyes gradually became dazed. Lu Mu is the best person she has ever met, no doubt about it. Anya's favorability plus 30. The system prompt sounded. Lu Mu subconsciously looked at Anya.
The two looked at each other, and Anya quickly looked away, her pretty face flushed.
What's your name, young man?
Du Wenshu looked at Lu Mu with an extremely fiery gaze. He has lived for so long and has seen many young people with talent in calligraphy, but no one can compare with Lu Mu. He couldn't even imagine how high Lu Mu's attainments in calligraphy would rise if he were given more time.
Master of calligraphy? Du Wenshu's breathing became rapid.
Once Lu Mu can become a master of calligraphy, he will be a figure that will be recorded in history books.
Lu Mu.
Lu Mu still has a good impression of Du Wenshu. At least the other party did not take advantage of his seniority and commented on his work in a fair and just manner.
Lu Mu, are you interested in joining the Calligraphy Association?
Du Wenshu said with a serious look in his eyes, your calligraphy skills are not inferior to mine at all.
If you are willing, I can recommend you to become a senior member of the association.
There are 3 levels in Dragon Country's various skill-related associations: President, Vice President, and members. The members are divided into primary, intermediate and senior levels.
Not interested.
Lu Mu smiled and said, you said my calligraphy skills are not inferior to yours.
Do you think I am worthy of the status of a senior member? Lu Mu is telling the truth.
Given his calligraphy level, he really doesn't deserve to be a member. You should know that the master-level calligraphy rewarded by the system includes various fonts. In other words, whether it is cursive script, regular script, running script, or slender gold script, Lu Mu is a master.
Why, you don't like the senior members, do you want to be the vice president? Du Guangliang couldn't help but speak. Bright, don't be rude.
Du Wenshu glared at Du Guangliang and frowned, with my authority, I can only recommend you to become a senior member.
If you want to become the vice president, you must be personally assessed by the president. Grandpa, why did you explain so much to him?
Du Guangliang said, even if his calligraphy skills have really reached the master level, his works are not well known, so he is not qualified to be the vice president at all.
And I think his handwriting is just like that.
Du Guangliang looked at the desk and said, although cursive script is one of the 5 major mainstream scripts, not everyone can appreciate it because the strokes are too sloppy.
Guangliang, I'll say it again, don't be rude. Du Wenshu's voice deepened a bit as he said, really good works cannot be measured by money.
Whether it is cursive script or other fonts, they are all a kind of art that reflects our country's culture. You can't look at it with tinted glasses.
Why not say you're my grandson?
Lu Mu looked at Du Guangliang and said, culture and art have another characteristic, which is inheritance.
Good culture and art can be remembered and passed down from generation to generation.
But if you die, you will be forgotten for a few generations at most.
Ha ha ha. As soon as Lu Mu finished speaking, some people couldn't help but laugh out loud.
Your boyfriend is awesome. Anya whispered in Lin Yanran's ear, you can curse people without using any dirty words.
Is this guy sick? Why is he targeting Xiaomu? Lin Yanran frowned. Why else?
Jealousy.
Anya said, "This man is Mr. Do's grandson, but Mr. Do praised your boyfriend to the sky. He must be feeling uncomfortable. Then he is too stingy." Very funny, isn't it? Du Guangliang glared at the crowd. "Why, you're not allowed to laugh, right?" A middle-aged man in the crowd said, "You are such a grown man, but you are so petty." "We can laugh if we want to, it's none of your business. Mr. Do, your grandson is no good. He is too stingy. It's obvious that he will never achieve anything great. You." Du Guangliang was so angry after being scolded by everyone. "That's enough. Stop embarrassing me." Du Wenshu said expressionlessly, "They are right. You are a grown man, but you are so narrow-minded. You are destined to achieve nothing great. When you return, I will hand over the company to your sister. You should reflect on this for a while." "I see." Du Guangliang clenched his hands and looked very ugly. But no matter how unwilling he was in his heart, he had to endure it in front of Du Wenshu. "Lu Mu, please leave me your contact information." Du Wenshu looked at Lu Mu and said, "Wait until I contact the president and see what he says. I will give you an answer then." "Mr. Du, I'm actually not interested in joining the Calligraphy Association." Lu Mu smiled and said, "I am a businessman. Compared with calligraphy, making money is my hobby. Don't waste your talent." Hearing Lu Mu say that making money is his hobby, Du Wenshu said with a serious expression, "Money, it's enough to make enough, but calligraphy is different. With your talent, you may become a calligraphy master in the future, which means that you will be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with Wang Shiji, Yan Jinqing, and others. You think highly of me, old lady." Lu Mu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Although there is only one step between a master and a grandmaster, looking at history, there may not be one person who can take this step in hundreds of years. Although Lu Mu said this, it is actually not difficult for him to become a master of calligraphy. After all, he has a system of cheats. Who knows, he might get lucky one day and come up with master-level calligraphy. "You are still young, there is always hope," Du Wenshu said with anticipation. "Mr. Du, let me give you a piece of calligraphy." Lu Mu picked up the brush again and wrote on the new rice paper. "This is running script." Du Wenshu stared at the brush in Lu Mu's hand. As the brush moves across the rice paper, extremely smooth characters appear on the paper. Master level running script." Du Wenshu's breathing became rapid and he looked at Lu Mu as if he was a monster. However, the next second, Lu Mu changed the font. Regular script. Du Wenshu's pupils contracted and he swallowed. A few minutes later, the whole classroom was silent. Lu Mu put down the brush and looked at his work with satisfaction. All I saw on the rice paper were ancient poems written in different fonts, including but not limited to Song style, Lishu, Slender Gold style, Seal script, Yen style, Lu style, Zhao style, and O style. Your disciple, Master Lu. Mr. Du, please don't despise me. Lu Mu looked at Du Wenshu and said with a smile. Thump. Upon hearing this, Du Wenshu actually knelt down in front of Lu Mu. The sudden scene left everyone stunned. Grandfather. Du Wenliang's face instantly became extremely ugly, and he wanted to help Du Wenshu up immediately. Don't touch me. Du Wenshu pushed Du Wenliang's hand away, his old face flushed with excitement as he said, Master Lu is the undisputed master of calligraphy. Please Master Lu accept me as your disciple. Du Wenshu looked up at Lu Mu. In his eyes, Lu Mu was like a god. Lu Mu used more than a dozen fonts this time, each of which can be called master level. Lu Mu is so young, but his attainments in calligraphy are so astonishing. This is not something that can be achieved through practice, but rather a talent, an amazing talent for calligraphy. In time, Lu Mu will surely become a master of calligraphy and be remembered forever. If he could have Lu Mu as his teacher, then future generations would more or less mention him when talking about Lu Mu. Du Wenshu got excited just thinking about it. Mr. Du, you are too polite. Looking at Du Wenshu kneeling in front of him, Lu Mu said with a smile, I am just a young boy, how can I be your teacher? The one who is accomplished can be the teacher. Master Lu's calligraphy attainments are unmatched in the entire dragon country. You can be the teacher of anyone in the calligraphy circle. Du Wenshu's eyes were extremely serious. In his opinion, even the president of the Calligraphy Association is no better than Lu Mu. Grandfather. Du Wanliang was in a very complicated mood. He couldn't accept that his grandfather knelt down to a young man younger than him. His eyes turned to Lu Mu's work on the table. He just felt a burning pain on his face. He had just mocked Lu Mu's cursive writing, saying that not everyone could appreciate it. As a result, Lu Mu immediately wrote an ancient poem using more than a dozen fonts. And every font is master level. The slap in the face came so quickly that he was completely stunned. Teacher Lu, please open a training class. Everyone in the classroom came to their senses and looked at Lu Mu with fiery eyes. If Teacher Lu opens a class, I will sign up no matter how much it costs. If we can get guidance from Master Lu, our calligraphy skills will improve by leaps and bounds. Lin Yanran stared at the scene in amazement. She knew Lu Mu was excellent. But I never expected Lu Mu to be so outstanding. Just by participating in a calligraphy competition, the calligraphy master knelt down and asked to become his disciple. Dozens of people begged for classes to be opened. Yanran, your man is so outstanding. There were ripples in Anya's eyes. To be honest, she was attracted to Lu Mu. If Lu Mu wasn't Lin Yanran's boyfriend, she would definitely take the initiative to pursue Lu Mu. Yes. Lin Yanran came back to her senses and said, I am now doubting whether this is a dream. Otherwise, how could such an outstanding man like Xiaomu fall in love with me? Hurry up and give your boyfriend a baby. Anya said, such an outstanding man is destined to be stared at by a group of women wherever he goes. If you want your boyfriend not to be snatched away by other women, you have to give birth to a child as soon as possible to consolidate your position. Anya, why don't you help me? Lin Yanran said with a worried look on her face. After hearing what Anya said, she became panicked. Anya? How can I help you? Anya looked at Lin Yanran in confusion. Help me? No, nothing. Lin Yanran stopped talking halfway. She was just about to say that she would let Anya become Lu Mu's woman, and then she and Anya would form a camp to fight against the other women. How could I have such an idea? Lin Yanran's face flushed. She herself found this absurd idea incredible. Although Anya was surprised that Lin Yanran stopped talking halfway, she did not ask any more questions. However, her intuition told her that what Lin Yanran wanted her to help with was not a trivial matter. Mr. Du, you get up first. Lu Mu helped Du Wenshu up and said, forget about accepting me as a disciple. I don't have that plan for the time being. Besides, my personality doesn't make me a good teacher. Master Lu, how about you reconsider it? Du Wenshu refused to give up and said, as long as Master Lu can accept me as his disciple, I am willing to give half of the shares of Wanma Art Company, limited under my company to you, Master Lu. Grandfather. After Du Wenshu finished speaking, Du Wanliang could no longer sit still. How can you give company shares to an outsider? Shut up. Du Wenshu glared at Du Wanliang and said, the company is mine, and I can give the shares to whoever I want. Yes, the company is yours. Du Wanliang said with an unpleasant expression, but I am your grandson. With your ability, the company will go bankrupt sooner or later if I leave it to you. Du Wenshu said expressionlessly. Mr. Du, forget about the shares. Lu Mu refused, I really have no intention of accepting a disciple. After Lu Mu finished speaking, he looked at the time. It was almost 3 o'clock in the afternoon. It's getting late. I have things to do, so I'll leave first. Master Lu, you haven't given me your contact information yet. Seeing Lu Mu was about to leave, Du Wenshu spoke hurriedly. Sister Yanran, give my phone number to Mr. Du also, Missin, I will visit your company next time I have the chance. Lu Mu said to Lin Yanran and Anya. Mr. Lu, please go get busy first. Anya smiled and said, when Mr. Lu is free, you can always come to my company for tea. Lu Mu nodded and left. Well. After Lu Mu left, Du Wenshu sighed. He felt very disappointed that he was not able to become Lu Mu's disciple. Mr. Du, this is Xiaomu's phone call.
Lin Yanran wrote Lu Mu's phone number on a piece of paper and handed it to Du Wenshu.
Thank you, little girl. Du Wenshu took the note as if he had found a treasure. Then he thought of something and hurriedly put away Lu Mu's work on the table. Mr. Du, can you sell me this calligraphy of Master Lu? A middle-aged man in the crowd said, Mr. Du, you can name your price. Go! 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 Du Wenshu carefully put away Lu Mu's work and said, this is a gift from Master Lu. I won't sell it no matter how much money you give me. Mr. Du, how about you consider it? I can buy it for 5 million.
Upon hearing this, Du Wenshu simply ignored the middle-aged man.
10 million. Seeing that Du Wenshu didn't say anything, the middle-aged man continued to raise the price.
Let alone 10 million, I wouldn't sell it even if it was 100 million.
Du Wenshu is not stupid.
Lu Mu has the potential to become a master of calligraphy. Once Lu Mu becomes a master of calligraphy, the value of this work will also rise. Moreover, the true value of calligraphy works is difficult to reflect in the present world. Only after years, the true value of the work will be revealed one day in the future. Lu Mu intends to pass down this work as a family heirloom. Yanran, I suddenly found a business opportunity.
Anya swallowed and said, you can ask your boyfriend to write a few pieces of calligraphy when he is free, and we can sell them. This will make much more money than me starting a company. Forget it. Lin Yanran said, if there are too many things, they will become worthless. 2. Anya nodded. She naturally understood this truth.
But when she saw someone offered 10 million to buy Lu Mu's calligraphy, she was too excited and ignored it for a moment. You know, the value of a piece of calligraphy by Lu Mu directly exceeds the income of her company for several years.
It is no exaggeration to say that Lu Mu is a human money printing machine. After leaving Xingchen building, Lu Mu immediately notified the person in charge of Baiyun breeding farm, Xia Yong.
Have him deliver a batch of rabbits to the slaughterhouse. Then he drove towards the slaughterhouse. After arriving at the slaughterhouse, he didn't waste any time and went straight to the slaughtering line.
Kill 1 rabbit and gain plus 500 gold. Kill 1 rabbit and get money plus 666.
Kill 10 rabbits cumulatively and get 1000 G of Hutian Jade. Kill 100 rabbits cumulatively and get a 20x Love Fund spending cashback card. Kill 1000 rabbits cumulatively to obtain 51% of the shares of the golden feed. Kill enough rabbits to complete the achievement How to Kill Rabbits and gain advanced driving skills.
Rewards have been issued. The
Hutian Jade has been distributed to the host manor warehouse. The relevant information and documents of the gold pellet feed have been distributed to the host's mobile phone and the manor warehouse.
Advanced driving technology is being integrated.
The system prompt sounded, and a large amount of information instantly flooded into Lu Mu's mind. After digesting this information, Lu Mu's driving skills improved rapidly. Drifting, high-altitude racing, and tire burnouts are all child's play for him. And the driving skills rewarded by the system are not limited to cars, but all driving tools, including but not limited to racing cars, ships, motorcycles, and airplanes. Then there is 1000 G of Hutian Jade, which is the top-grade mutton fat jade among Hutian Jades, and is sold for over 10,000 yuan per gram. 1000 G of Hutian Jade is worth more than 10 million. What excites him most is the 51% stake in golden feed.
According to the system information,
Jinka Feed, also known as Jinka Feed Group, and Zhuangzhuang Feed are known as the twin stars of Southwest Feed. The market value of both groups is over 50 billion. Throughout the Southwest region, whether individuals or companies, as long as they are engaged in agriculture and breeding, they all use Zhuangzhuang and Jinli Feed. Originally, Lu Mu was worried that after Zhuangzhuang Feed and Shouyuan Group stopped cooperating, Shouyuan Group would seek cooperation with Jinka Feed. Now he is not worried anymore. Anyway, he has absolute control over both groups. After taking off his work clothes, Lu Mu left the slaughtering area with satisfaction. As he walked, he transferred money to Lin Xiaoxiao, Xia Ning, Lin Yanran, and Li Mengqi. And by the way,
I used the 20x Love Fund cashback card. Not long after the transfer, several people received the transfers one after another. Love Fund 3000000. Personal wealth plus 3 million. Love Fund 1000000. 20x Love Fund cashback card was used successfully. Personal wealth plus 20 million. Lucky Pavilion. Located in the center of the Mountain City's commercial district. Its appearance is like a retro loft. In the magnificent private room, Zhou Ting was waiting for something. Not long after, Zhou Wen brought a middle-aged man with a big belly into the private room. The middle-aged man is named Zheng Kongda, the major shareholder of Jean Kofeed, owning 49% of Jean Kofeed's shares. And Golden Grain Feed was also created by him. Mr. Zhang, I'm Zhou Ting from Lotte Group. Nice to meet you. Seeing Zheng Kongda enter the private room, Zhou Ting hurriedly stood up to greet him. This must be Mr. Zhou. Zheng Kongda said with a smile, I have heard that Mr. Zhou has a daughter who is not only beautiful but also very capable. After meeting her today, I can see that she is indeed as famous as she is. Mr. Zhang is joking. Tingting is still young and has a long way to go. Zhou Wen also had a smile on his face. Although he is an entrepreneur worth tens of billions, he is very cautious when facing Zheng Kongda. The reason for this was naturally because he had something to ask of Zheng Kongda. Now that Zhuangzhuang Feed has stopped cooperating with his Shouyuan group, if he cannot find a new feed company to cooperate with in time, once the stock opens tomorrow, it is unknown how much the market value of Shouyuan group will evaporate. Mr. Zhang, thank you for the compliment. Zhou Ting smiled and said, compared with entrepreneurs like you, Mr. Zhang, I am nothing. Ha ha ha. Zheng Kongda laughed a few times when he heard this. Then he sat at the head seat at the table. Seeing this, Zhou Ting said to the waiter outside the door, you can serve the food now. Boss Zhou, I already know the crisis your Shouyuan group is facing now. Zheng Kongda said slowly, I won't ask too much about what grudges you have with Zhuangzhuang Feed. On behalf of my company, Golden Seed Feed, I can cooperate with you, but I have a request. Mr. Zhang, please go ahead. Zhou Wen poured Zheng Kongda a glass of wine and listened to what Zheng Kongda said carefully. It's more of a happy event than a request. Zheng Kongda raised his glass and clinked it with Zhou Wen, and they both drank it in one gulp. I have a son, Mr. Zhou, you should know that, right? Yes, I have met Mr. Zhang. Zhou Wen frowned. He is an old fox, so how could he not know what Zheng Kongda wants to say? My son and Tingting are about the same age, so I thought about bringing the two young people together. Boss Zhang, this doesn't seem good. Zhou Wen looked at Zhou Ting first. Seeing Zhou Ting drinking alone without saying anything, he suddenly felt uncomfortable. He only has one daughter, Zhou Ting, so naturally he doesn't want to use Zhou Ting's marriage as a tool to make money. Why, does Tingting have a boyfriend? Zheng Kongda said calmly. Mr. Zhang, I don't have a boyfriend. Zhou Ting put down her glass and smiled, thank you, Mr. Zhang, for taking a liking to me. By the way, I have met your son several times before, and I have a good impression of him. Ha ha ha, really? Zheng Kongda smiled and said, everyone says my son looks like me. What do you think? Yes, it is very similar. Zhou Ting picked up the wine glass and took a sip, and an image of a fat man with a fat head and big ears appeared in her mind. Since you have a crush on my son, I will ask him to come to Shanqing tomorrow and you can try to date him. Boss Zhang, it's better to let things take their own course when it comes to relationships. Zhou Ting said, besides, in this situation, I am not in the mood to fall in love. You can rest assured about that. Zheng Kongda said with a sharp look in his eyes, I will call someone right away to announce the cooperation between my group and your father's group. In addition, if your father buys feed from me, I can give him the lowest discount. Thank you, Mr. Zhang. Zhou Ting stood up and said, Mr. Zhang, I'll toast you a glass. Don't worry, let me make a call. Zheng Kongda's fat face was full of smiles. The reason why he wanted Zhou Ting to be with his son was not for his son's marital happiness. But it is for the Shouyuan group and Tianla group.
Zhou Wen has only one daughter, Zhou Ting, and the Shouyuan group is destined to be handed over to Zhou Ting in the future. As long as Zhou Ting can marry his son, he has many ways to make Shouyuan group and Tianla group belong to his Zheng family. Thinking of this, Zheng Kongde couldn't wait to take out his mobile phone and called Wu Bing, the head of the Jin Ke group. The call was connected, and before Zheng Kongde could speak, a loud voice came from the other end.
Mr. Zhang, I was just about to call you. What's wrong? Zheng Kongde asked.
That's right, Mr. Zhang. Several other shareholders of the company have sold all their shares to Mr. Liu. Mr. Liu now owns 51% of the company's shares and has become the company's absolute controlling shareholder. I have sent you the equity change form on WeChat.
What the hell are you talking about? Zheng Kongde roared, I'm just on a business trip, and you tell me my house was robbed?
Mr. Zhang, other shareholders want to sell their shares, and I can't stop them.
Tell me, which Mr. Liu is the one who bought the stock? Zheng Kongde's face looked uglier than if he had eaten shit.
He and several friends jointly founded Jin Ke Feed, in which he had the highest share, reaching 55%, while the others together only held 45%. After Jin Ke Feed went public, he and several other people reduced their shares. He reduced his shareholding by 6%, and the others each reduced their shareholding by 3%. The number of shareholders increased to more than a dozen. When the company's market value grew higher and higher, he thought about buying shares from other people, but was rejected. But now, Wu Bing told him that all the stocks held by those dozen people were sold to the same person.
How could he accept this? I only know that Mr. Liu's full name is Lu Mu. Lu Mu.
Zheng Kongde frowned and tried to recall whether he knew such a person. And at this moment, Wu Bing's voice sounded again.
Boss Zheng, Boss Lu called me. I'll hang up first. Fuck, how dare you? Beep, beep, beep. Oh shit.
Looking at the hung-up call, Zheng Kongde was almost furious. Mr. Zhou, I have something else to do, so I'll take my leave now.
After Zheng Kongde finished speaking, he left in a hurry. He must now go back to the company to investigate. After Zheng Kongde left, Zhou Wen slumped down in his chair.
Zheng Kongde's cell phone was on speaker throughout the conversation, and both he and Zhou Ting heard what Wu Bing said.
Who on earth is he?
Zhou Wen closed his eyes with a bitter look on his face.
Competition. I recalled the first time I met Lu Mu.
At that time, Zhou Wen thought that Lu Mu was just a playboy. Although his family was rich, he posed no threat to him. But afterwards, the strength displayed by Lu Mu made him feel terrified.
Baiyun Farm.
Fulai Supermarket.
Thrive Feed. Today's Golden Feed.
The combined market value of so many industries has exceeded 100 billion.
Hundreds of billions.
Zhou Wen worked hard for half his life, but the market value of Shouyuan Group is only tens of billions. But this is not what Zhou Wen fears the most. What frightened him most was Lu Mu's age. Being in his early 20s and already having a net worth of hundreds of billions was enough to prove how terrifying Lu Mu's background was.
Why?
Zhou Wen opened his eyes, sighed, and looked much older. At this point, he can only accept his fate. Looking at Zhou Wen, who was sighing, Zhou Ting's eyes were dazed, and no one knew what he was thinking. At this moment, her mood was not much better than Zhou Wen's. Since she founded Tianla, she has encountered difficulties, but she eventually resolved them one by one. In just a few years, she managed Tianla into a listed group with a market value of nearly 5 billion. Although Zhou Wen helped her, she still relied more on herself. With her outstanding appearance and extraordinary business acumen, she once became a prominent figure in the mountain city's business circle. As a result, she had many suitors. And her suitors are all famous entrepreneurs worth billions or even tens of billions. She doesn't think highly of these high-quality men in the eyes of ordinary women. It's just because she felt that these men were not worthy of her at all. Perhaps it was because she had been doing too smoothly along the way, when her Tianla supermarket and Lu Mu's Fulai supermarket started competing. She didn't take Lu Mu seriously at all. She even wanted to take this opportunity to swallow up the market share of Baida and Wanja. Before today, she always thought that she would be the final winner.
But now, she understood what absolute strength was.
Facing Lu Mu, who has a net worth of hundreds of billions, all her countermeasures are vulnerable. Lu Mu only needs to make a few phone calls to put her and Zhou Wen's businesses at risk of bankruptcy.
8 o'clock in the evening. Lu Mu went to pick up Lin Yanran.
The two had dinner outside and then slowly returned to the old neighborhood.
Sister Yanran, I'm going to take a shower first.
Lu Mu took his spare clothes and walked towards the bathroom. Lin Yanran nodded, her face blushing.
After Lu Mu entered the bathroom, Lin Yanran sat on the sofa and took out her phone to search, how can it increase the chances of pregnancy? After Anya's reminder. Lin Yanran also felt that she must get pregnant with Lu Mu's child as soon as possible.
Only in this way can she consolidate her position in Lu Mu's heart.
Soon, the search results came out.
Lin Yanran browsed through it carefully. When she clicked on one of the web pages, her cheeks instantly became hot and her beautiful legs couldn't help but clamp together. The title of the web page is, "The following actions can increase the success rate of pregnancy."
This is too exaggerated.
Looking at the contents on the phone, Lin Yanran's beautiful eyes widened and her breathing became rapid. But she suppressed her shyness and continued to watch.
Less than 10 minutes.
Lu Mu came out of the bathroom.
Sister Yanran, what's wrong with you?
While wiping his hair with a towel, Lu Mu looked at Lin Yanran on the sofa with confusion. Lin Yanran was staring at her phone intently, her face flushed.
Nothing.
Lin Yanran quickly turned off her phone, then lowered her head and walked quickly past Lu Mu. I'm going to take a shower.
What's going on? Is Sister Yanran watching a porn movie? Half an hour later.
Lin Yanran came out of the shower.
Seeing this, Lu Mu put down his phone immediately and looked at Lin Yanran.
Lin Yanran was seen wearing a purple suspender nightgown. Her graceful figure wrapped in the nightgown exuded alluring charm.
Xiaomu, I'm fine. Lin Yanran walked in front of Lu Mu, looking very shy.
A pair of plump and beautiful legs were tightly pressed together, without a single gap.
Sister Yanran, you are so beautiful.
Lu Mu stood up from the sofa and hugged Lin Yanran's slender waist with both hands.
At the same time, a faint aroma of milk wafted over, and Lu Mu showed an expression of enjoyment. An hour later.
Lu Mu and Lin Yanran fought from the living room to the bedroom.
Xiaomu.
Lin Yanran held the wardrobe handle with both hands, her pretty face full of spring light.
See this scene. Lu Mu's eyes lit up. For some reason, Lin Yanran was very bold today.
This made the fun of fighting multiplied.
Another half hour. Lin Yanran lay exhausted on the bed. Gradually fell asleep in Lu Mu's arms. The snow-white skin was covered with various traces of battle. The next day. There are many news related to Shouyuan Group on the internet.
The stock price of Shouyuan Group fell, and the market value evaporated by 2 billion.
Who did Shouyuan Group offend?
Zhuangzhuang Feed, which had cooperated with Shouyuan Group for nearly 10 years, announced that it would stop cooperating with Shouyuan Group.
Shouyuan and Tianla, two listed companies, moved out of Xingshan building today. The reason behind this is unknown. Mulan Slaughterhouse. In the person in charge's office. Li Jiangang poured a cup of tea for Zhou Wan and Zhou Tingting respectively, and said with a smile, you came too early. Although Mr. Lu comes here every day, he usually comes in the afternoon. Early this morning.
Li Jian had just arrived at the slaughterhouse when Zhou Wan and his daughter followed closely.
He was not surprised by the arrival of the two. He read the news online.
Others don't know what happened, but he knows it very well. The main reason why the market value of Shouyuan Group evaporated was that Zhou Wan offended Lu Mu. This made him once again shocked by Lu Mu's powerful strength. In just a few days, the market value of Shouyuan Group evaporated by 2 billion.
It's okay, we can wait. Zhou Wan picked up the teacup, took a sip, and smiled at Li Jiangang.
But in Li Jiangang's eyes, his smile was full of bitterness.
Looking at Zhou Wan, Li Jiangang even saw many white hairs on Zhou Wan's head.
This made him feel sad. A few days ago, Zhou Wan was full of energy.
Not only did he not have a single gray hair, but his every move was filled with a powerful aura. But Zhou Wen now looks much older. The reason why Zhou Wen and his daughter came to the slaughterhouse was to apologize to Lu Mu in person and ask Lu Mu to let them go. Before this, Zhou Ting called Lu Mu, but Lu Mu hung up on her. Then you two can take a rest here first. Li Jiangang said this and left the office. After leaving the office, he called Lu Mu immediately. It was noon. Li Jiangang entered the office carrying 2 lunchboxes. Looking at Zhou Wen and his daughter who were sitting on the sofa with heavy hearts, Li Jiangang put the lunchbox on the coffee table and said, "You two, eat first. Mr. Lu will be here soon. Thank you for troubling Manager Li and personally preparing meals for us." Zhou Wen didn't dislike the boxed lunch. At this critical juncture, he dared not offend anyone around Lu Mu. When did Mr. Zhou become so polite? The office door was pushed open, and Lu Mu, dressed in casual clothes, walked in. Mr. Lu. Seeing Lu Mu, Zhou Wen and Zhou Ting hurriedly stood up from the sofa. "Manager Li, you go and get busy first." Lu Mu looked at Li Jiangang and said. "Okay, Mr. Lu." Upon hearing this, Li Jiangang tactfully left the office and closed the door. "Mr. Lu, please forgive us for coming here uninvited." When Li Jiangang left, Zhou Wen hurriedly said, "Mr. Lu, I apologize to you for what happened in the past few days. Please, stop." Lu Mu sat on the sofa and poured himself a cup of tea. "Mr. Zhou, there's no need to apologize." Lu Mu picked up the teacup and took a sip. He looked at Zhou Ting with a smile and said, "Yesterday, I gave Miss Zhou a chance, but unfortunately Miss Zhou didn't take it seriously. Boss Lu, I was wrong yesterday." Zhou Ting opened the briefcase on the sofa, took out a document from it and said, "This is all the shares of Tianla Supermarket under my company. Now I give it to Mr. Lu as an apology to him. Ms. Zhou, do you think the current Tianla Supermarket still has value?" Lu Mu did not accept the contract. Now that the market value of Shouyuan Group has evaporated, the company's situation is not optimistic. Tianla Supermarket will also be greatly affected. After all, Tianla Supermarket's meat channels are the major farms under the Shouyuan Group. At this time, Zhou Ting gave Tianla Supermarket to Lu Mu as compensation. Although it was a loss for her, it was actually a way to save herself. Otherwise, if Tianla Supermarket continued to be in her hands, she would not have the extra funds to maintain the losses. As time goes by, Tianla Supermarket will close sooner or later. Then I wonder what Mr. Lu wants. Zhou Ting looked at Lu Mudeo. Since Miss Zhou asked, I won't beat around the bush. Lu Mu stood up and said, "As far as I know, you and your daughter own 80% of the shares of Shouyuan Group. I don't want too much, just give me 51%. Mr. Lu has such a big appetite." Zhou Ting frowned. If Lu Mu was given 51% of the shares, then the Shouyuan Group will no longer be named Zhou, but Lu. Zhou Wen, who was standing by, looked very unhappy when he heard this, but he did not say anything. "You can refuse," Lu Mu said calmly. "We promise." Zhou Ting took a deep breath and said, 51% of the shares, the contract can be signed today. Miss Zhou is a smart person, Lu Mu said meaningfully. "If I were a smart person, this wouldn't be the outcome," Zhou Ting said with a self-deprecating look. "It's not your fault. Blame your father." Lu Mu looked at the silent Zhou Wen and said, "Don't you think so, Lao Deng? Mr. Lu is right. It's all my fault for not recognizing the great man." Zhou Wen looked at Lu Mu with a flattering expression. Seeing this, Lu Mu did not continue to embarrass Zhou Wen. The conflict between him and Zhou Wen was purely commercial competition. Now that he had acquired 51% of Shouyuan's shares, he was already the winner of this competition. "You guys eat first," Lu Mu said. "I'll have someone print the contract." Lu Mu said this and left the office, preparing to go to the slaughter area to kill monsters and get rewards. After Lu Mu left, Zhou Wen breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Ting Ting, give my 51% shares to Mr. Lu later." Zhou Wen said, "Although we have lost control of the company, this is the best outcome for us. Moreover, Mr. Lu becoming the boss of the company may also be an opportunity for you. I know.
Zhou Ting sat on the sofa, picked up the lunchbox and started eating.
Boss Lu, someone has been hired to clean up Wanyun Lake. Do you want to go over and take a look?
As soon as Lu Mu walked out of the office, Li Jiangang came up to him. Lu Mu nodded, and then he and Li Jiangang walked towards the back of the slaughterhouse.
When Lu Mu arrived at Wanyun Lake,
I saw workers operating machines to cut grass and the land was turned over. In the soil, there are a large number of earthworms wriggling back and forth.
Seeing this, Lu Mu's eyes suddenly lit up.
Manager Li, please do me a favor and collect the earthworms in the soil.
Mr. Lu, are you going fishing? Li Jiangang asked curiously. I guess so.
Lu Mu replied and couldn't wait to go into the soil to catch earthworms.
Careful plan. Half an hour later,
Lu Mu returned with a full bottle, and behind him followed Li Jiangang, who was covered in mud. Manager Li, go wash up first. Lu Mu said with a smile on his face. In order to perform well in front of him, Li Jiangang worked very hard to catch the earthworms.
Most of the earthworms in the bottle were caught by Li Jiangang. No problem. Li Jiangang wiped the dirt off his nose with his hand and said with a smile, Boss Lu, are these enough earthworms? If not, I will continue to help you catch more. That's enough.
Lu Mu took a look at the full bottle of earthworms, more than 1,000 of them. Buzz, the phone vibrates. Lu Mu took out his cell phone and took a look.
It was a call from Li Mingqi.
The call was connected, and Li Mingqi's pleasant voice came from the other end.
Mr. Lu, I have printed out the contract, and Mr. Zhou has signed it. We are just waiting for you. I'll be right there. Lu Mu hung up the phone and looked around.
When Lu Mu saw the fire of workers burning weeds not far away, he took the opportunity when Li Jiangang went to wash the dirt off his body and threw the jar of earthworms directly into it.
Bang!
The jar exploded, and all the earthworms inside were buried in the sea of fire.
Kill one earthworm and gain money plus 80. Kill one earthworm and gain money plus 100.
Kill 10 earthworms cumulatively and gain plus 5 million gold.
Kill 100 earthworms cumulatively and obtain 20 Millennium Podocarpus.
Kill 1,000 earthworms cumulatively to obtain the Golden Dragon Fountain statue.
Kill enough earthworms to complete the achievement Earthworm Death Diary and obtain master-level traditional Chinese medicine.
The reward has been issued, and the relevant information has been sent to the host's mobile phone. The 1,000-year-old Podocarpus has been planted in the host manor. The Golden Dragon Fountain statue has been placed in the host's manor.
Master-level medical skills are being integrated.
As the system prompt sounded, a large amount of information instantly flooded into Lu Mu's mind. After successfully integrating this information, Lu Mu became a master-level Chinese medicine practitioner. Lu Mu felt his pulse, and in just a moment, he knew his physical condition clearly. Qi and blood are vigorous, energy is abundant, and body functions are at their peak.
Come back to your senses. As Lu Mu walked towards the slaughterhouse office area, he took out his mobile phone to check the relevant reward information.
Among them, the 1,000-year-old Podocarpus is worth tens of millions per tree, and 20 trees are worth 200 million. But this is not the most exaggerated thing. The most exaggerated is the Golden Dragon Fountain statue.
According to the system information,
the Golden Dragon Fountain statue is made of pure gold and weighs 1 ton. The gold used in the statue alone is worth nearly 500 million.
In addition, there are various gems on the Golden Dragon. The entire Golden Dragon Fountain statue is worth nearly 1 billion.
In other words, just a Golden Dragon Fountain statue is about 3 times more expensive than Mingyue Mountain Manor. After all, Mingyue Mountain Manor was only sold for more than 300 million. Lu Mu's heart moved and he started to check his personal information.
Host, Lu Mu.
Age, 23 years old.
Monster killing level, level 1. Monster killing value, 8,000/10,000.
Number of monsters killed per day, 1,000.
Completed achievements 8. Love fund, 999.9 billion. Personal wealth 933633179.
Almost there.
The monster killing value is already 8,000, and I only need 2,000 more to upgrade my level. Lu Mu looked expectant. Mr. Lu, is it convenient for us to talk alone? In the office.
After Lu Mu signed the contract, Zhou Ting suddenly spoke.
Chi-Chi, you go out first.
Lu Mu said to Li Mingqi beside him.
Li Mingqi nodded and left the office. Dad, go wait for me in the car. Zhou Ting looked at Zhou Wendao. Good. Zhou Wen nodded and left the office.
Soon, Lu Mu and Zhou Ting were the only ones left in the office.
Mr. Lu, I have an idea and would like to discuss it with you.
Zhou Ting spoke.
I know what you want to say. Lu Mu sat on the sofa, stared at Zhou Ting and said, you want me to hide my identity as a shareholder of Shouyuan Group and let its stock continue to fall, right?
She didn't find it strange that Lu Mu guessed her purpose. In her opinion, Lu Mu has a net worth of hundreds of billions at such a young age. In addition to his extraordinary background, his abilities must also be outstanding.
What good is it for me? Lu Mu said calmly.
This time he became the largest shareholder of Shouyuan Group.
For Zhou Ting, what seemed like a huge loss was actually an opportunity.
Now that the stock price of Beast Selection Group has fallen, Zhou Ting can take advantage of this opportunity to buy the 20% shares held by other shareholders at a low price. Once the acquisition is successful, Zhou Ting's shares will reach 49%, although she only has the right to dividends and no say in the company. However, as long as the news that Lu Mu has become the boss of Shouyuan Group is known to the outside world, and coupled with the announcement of cooperation between Zhuangzhuang Feed and Jinka Feed and Shouyuan Group, the stock of Shouyuan Group will rise rapidly, and the market value will recover, or even exceed the original market value. By then, Zhou Ting's 49% stake will be more valuable than the original 80% stake she and Zhou Wen own together. However, the premise of all this is that Lu Mu agrees and is willing to cooperate with her. Mr. Lu, if you do this, the 51% of the shares you hold will also appreciate in value. Zhou Ting said with some helplessness in her eyes. That being said, why don't I buy the 20% of the shares myself, and let you get a bargain instead? As Lu Mu spoke, he looked at Zhou Ting carefully. Zhou Ting was seen wearing a stepmother's skirt, with delicate and fair skin and a pair of fox eyes full of charm. What attracted Lu Mu the most about Zhou Ting was her slender waist and plump peach buttocks. Wrapped in the stepmother's skirt, her slender waist and round, perky peach buttocks formed a perfect waist-hip curve. Faced with Lu Mu's unscrupulous gaze, Zhou Ting's face blushed. Boss Lu, please help them. Zhou Ting leaned closer to Lu Mu and spoke in a charming voice. As Zhou Ting approached, Lu Mu smelled a faint rose scent. This made Lu Mu's mouth curl up slightly. How could he not understand Zhou Ting's little thoughts? Miss Shou, it's not impossible for me to help you, but I have to see your sincerity. As Lu Mu said this, he pushed Zhou Ting down on the sofa. Lu Mu's sudden action left Zhou Ting stunned. However, the next second, Lu Mu grabbed Zhou Ting's plump legs with both hands. Mr. Lu. Zhou Ting squeezed her beautiful legs together and said in a trembling voice, not today, I'm not comfortable. I know. Lu Mu said calmly. Mr. Lu knows? Zhou Ting was stunned when she heard this. Your complexion is a little dull, and a little dry and swollen. You are having your period, right? Lu Mu obtained the master-level certificate of traditional Chinese medicine not long ago. Traditional Chinese medicine emphasizes observation, auscultation, questioning and palpation, and observation refers to looking at the complexion. Lu Mu only took one look at Zhou Ting and could tell that she was having her period today. Mr. Lu also knows medical skills. Zhou Ting said in shock. However, Lu Mu did not respond to her, but placed his hands on her lower abdomen. Even through the skirt, Lu Mu could feel the delicate softness. Time passed little by little, and soon, Zhou Ting's pretty face turned red and her eyes became gradually blurred. Zhou Ting's favorability plus 20. The system prompt sounded. Lu Mu looked at Zhou Ting with strange eyes. Could this girl have any special fetish? How to take advantage of her and increase her favorability? So Lu Mu's movements became more and more bold, covering the plump peach buttocks with both hands.
Just as Lu Mu was about to take the next step, Zhou Ting hurriedly stood up from the sofa, blushing and said, "Boss Lu, my dad is still waiting for me in the car, I'll leave first." "Why, are you planning to play hard to get with me?" Lu Mu said calmly. "Mr. Lu, it's really inconvenient today." Zhou Ting was so anxious that she almost cried. She didn't expect Lu Mu to be so perverted. He knew she was having her period, but he still didn't let her go. "Then go ahead." Lu Mu said slowly, "Originally I was planning to cooperate with you, but now it seems that you don't need my cooperation. Mr. Lu, how about I help you in other ways?" Zhou Ting bit her lip and said. She had realized that Lu Mu would not give up unless he did something to her today. It would have been better if it had been like this earlier. Lu Mu sat on the sofa, looked at Zhou Ting with a smile and said, "Come on." An hour later, Zhou Ting and Lu Mu walked out of the office. Zhou Ting's face was blushing, while Lu Mu had a look of satisfaction. "Boss Lu, I'll be leaving first." Zhou Ting's voice was a little hoarse. God knows what she went through in this hour. "Ms. Zhou, please add me on WeChat." Lu Mu took out his cell phone and said, "I'll invite you to my house one day." Good. Zhou Ting naturally understood what Lu Mu meant, but she still added Lu Mu on WeChat. Things have come to this point with Lu Mu, and she doesn't mind having a more in-depth communication with him. Of course she is not stupid. The reason why she was willing to let Lu Mu take advantage of her was not just to get Lu Mu to cooperate with her in acquiring the 20% shares. What she wanted was Lu Mu. As long as she can become Lu Mu's woman, she will have the possibility of getting Lu Mu's help in her career. Lu Mu naturally knew what Zhou Ting was planning. After all, women are not stupid, especially women like Zhou Ting who are both smart and beautiful. Zhou Ting must have some ulterior motive for being willing to have a relationship with him. But he didn't object. Because he treated Zhou Ting the same way. His $1 trillion love fund is still waiting for him to cash out. He believed that as long as he continued to give Zhou Ting money, Zhou Ting's favorability towards him would reach 100 sooner or later. By then, his love fund would have been cashed out, and Zhou Ting would also be his. More importantly, Zhou Ting also has a strong business acumen. If the love fund is used on Zhou Ting, the return will be several times higher. For example, if the same 1 million is given to Lin Xiaoxiao, she will save it. Although he also gets 1 million, the total is only 2 million. But if 1 million is given to Zhou Ting will use it for investment, then the 1 million is likely to become 10 million, plus the 1 million he cashed out, it would be 11 million. The gap between the two is obvious at a glance. Flower Boss Lu, is there anything else I can do? As soon as Zhou Ting left, Li Mingqi came to Lu Mu. His eyes were looking over Li Mingqi. A professional outfit paired with black stockings makes people think of many things. Today, Li Mingqi's eyes and eyebrows are less immature and more mature. Perfect interpretation of the difference between a girl and a woman. Well, it just so happens that I have a multi-million-dollar project that I want to talk to you about. Lu Mu put his arm around Li Mingqi's slender waist and went into the office with her. As the office door was closed, a battle ensued. Li Mingqi's favorability plus 20. 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Lu Mu drove into Shancheng University. Today is Friday, and it is a holiday for Yamashiro University. When the Rolls-Royce drove on the campus, the eyes of passing students were attracted by it. Shit, this is an illusion. This license plate is awesome. Could it be that some big shot came to inspect our school? If I can drive a Phantom in my lifetime, I would be willing to live in a mansion and marry a young model. No wonder rich people like to buy luxury cars. Lu Mu was full of emotion. Only by sitting in the car can you understand his mood at that moment. As students passing by continued to cast envious and shocked glances at him, he felt an uncontrollable sense of satisfaction rising in his heart. Try to calm down. Lu Mu drove the car to the girls' dormitory. At the same time, downstairs of the girls' dormitory, there was a red Ferrari parked there. I saw a handsome young man dressed in luxury, holding a bouquet of flowers and talking on the phone. Yeah, I really like you, please come down. What, you want me to pay for the gas? Yeah, you disappoint me so much. I asked you to borrow money to fill up the gas tank to test you. Do you think I, Jung Fong, would be short of that 1,000 yuan?
Beep beep beep. As soon as Jung Fong finished speaking, the person on the other end hung up the phone.
Upstairs in the dormitory.
Yan Yu looked downstairs at Jung Fong with a dark face and said, Xiaoning, just tell me if this guy is sick or not. He's stingy, but he has the nerve to say he's testing me. I now seriously suspect that the driving license this guy showed me at the time was fake, and this Ferrari was not his at all. This car should be his. Xiaoning walked to the window, looked at Zhang Feng downstairs and said, I heard from others that Zhang Feng's father is a famous entrepreneur in Shancheng, and his family is very rich.
Fake. Yang Yu said angrily, look at the flower in this guy's hand, is it a flower? It's clearly dogtail grass on the roadside. Have you ever seen a rich man borrow money for gas and give flowers and dogtail grass to a woman on a date? The more Yang Yu thought about it, the angrier she became.
Forehead, Xiaoning naturally also saw the dogtail grass in Zhang Feng's hand, which made her not know what to say for a moment.
Xiaoning, yeah, aren't you going home? Just then, Lin Xiaoxiao entered the dormitory.
Lin Xiaoxiao's face was full of smiles, and she looked very happy.
Xiaoxiao, is there any happy event in your family? You look so happy.
Yang Yu looked at Lin Xiaoxiao and said, No, it's just that Brother Mu is coming to take me home.
Xiaoxiao, who exactly is this Brother Mu you're talking about?
Yang Yu said with a gossipy look on her face, he must be very handsome for you to talk about him every day, right?
Yeah, Brother Mu is super handsome.
Lin Xiaoxiao nodded.
Really? Then I'd like to meet him.
Yang Yu had a crazy expression on her face.
No more talking. Brother Mu called me.
He should have arrived.
Lin Xiaoxiao's cell phone suddenly rang. She quickly answered the phone and walked out of the dormitory quickly.
Xiaoning, come on, let's go see how handsome little Brother Mu is. Yang Yu grabbed Xiaoning and chased after Lin Xiaoxiao.
Yeah, you finally came down.
Just as Zhang Feng was about to leave, he saw 3 beautiful figures coming out of the dormitory.
This made his eyes light up. Are we familiar with each other? Yang Yu simply ignored Zhang Feng. She doesn't have a good impression of Zhang Feng.
Yeah, it's just $1,000, why are you so serious?
Zhang Feng handed the dogtail grass in his hand to Yang Yu and said, Are the flowers I carefully prepared for you not worth 1,000 yuan?
Zhang Feng, please have some shame.
Yang Yu was so angry that she laughed. You think $1,000 is not a lot, then why don't you give it back to me? Also, do you think I'm blind? You told me that the dogtail grass that can be seen everywhere on the roadside is the flowers you carefully prepared?
Puff. Lin Xiaoxiao and Xiaoning covered their mouths, unable to hold back their laughter.
Damn it, I got cheated.
Zhang Feng threw the dogtail grass in his hand away and said angrily, The owner of the flower shop told me that this is imported dogtail grass, a rare variety, and I spent 10,000 yuan to buy it. Yang Yu, Xiaoning, Lin Xiaoxiao, I don't want the money back, please stop bothering me. Yang Yu had witnessed how shameless Zhang Feng was. This made her feel tired, and she no longer wanted to waste her breath talking to Zhang Feng.
Yeah, you better think about it carefully.
Zhang Feng pointed at the Ferrari behind him and said, This car is a Ferrari 458 worth more than 5 million. If I leave today, you will never be able to ride in such a good car in your life.
Please go away. Yan Yu replied. Humph, woman, try this on me.
Zhang Feng snorted coldly, but you won, you successfully attracted my attention, I will definitely make you my woman. Ugh. Yang Yu and the other 2 turned around at the same time and began to vomit.
Xiao.
Just when Lin Xiaoxiao and the other 2 were disgusted by Zhang Feng's domineering remarks, Lu Mu also arrived downstairs of the girls' dormitory.
Brother Mu.
Lin Xiaoxiao turned around hurriedly when she heard that, and when she saw Lu Mu getting out of the Rolls-Royce, she hurriedly ran towards Lu Mu.
This girl.
Looking at Lin Xiaoxiao running towards him, Lu Mu did not know whether to laugh or cry. If you didn't know, you would think he was here to pick up his daughter from school.
That's little Brother Mu? Yang Yu's attention was attracted by Lu Mu.
The sunlight shone on Lu Mu, making him look like a character from a comic book. A handsome face, a friendly smile, and a special temperament that cannot be described in words. As she watched, Yang Yu's heartbeat began to accelerate. Xiaoning, I feel like I'm in love. Yang Yu turned and said to Xiaoning. Where's Xiaoning? Looking at the empty seat next to her, Yang Yu was stunned. But soon, she saw Xiaoning's figure. I saw Xiaoning walking towards Lu Mu. Good job, Xiaoning, you're even faster than me. Coming back to her senses, Yang Yu hurriedly walked towards Lu Mu. Yeah, where are you going? Zhang Feng looked at Yang Yu's back and said. None of your business. Yang Yu turned around and gave Wang Feng a cold look. Damn it, the limelight has been stolen. Zhang Feng looked at Lu Mu and the Rolls-Royce beside Lu Mu, frowning. Brother Lu Mu, you are here to pick up Xiao Xiao. Xia Ning looked at Lu Mu shyly. Lu Mu nodded and looked at Lin Xiaoxiao and Xia Ning. Lin Xiaoxiao wore a ruffled sleeveless top with straight jeans. Her black hair was tied into a high ponytail, and she looked full of youthful vitality. Her petite body and slender arms make people want to protect her. Xia Ning was wearing a black short skirt. Her long, beautiful legs were white, tender and straight, and her tall and plump breasts made her skirt bulge out. The delicate little face is painted with popular makeup, and the whole person is very fashionable. Xiaoning, please wait for me. Yang Yu came to Xiaoning's side, staring at Lu Mu with her bright big eyes. Hello, Brother Mu, my name is Yang Yu, and I'm Xiaoxiao's roommate. Yang Yu took the initiative to greet Lu Mu. Hello. Lu Mu replied with a smile. At the same time, he was also looking at Yang Yu. Like Lin Xiaoxiao and Xia Ning, Yang Yu is also a beautiful woman full of youthfulness. However, Yang Yu's beauty looks very healthy. She has wheat-colored skin, which is delicate and smooth, and her facial features are exquisite, with a heroic look between her eyebrows. A pair of long and beautiful legs is full of power. Lu Mu checked Yang Yu's personal panel. Name Yang Yu. Age, 19. Height, 170. Weight, 58 kilograms. Overall appearance rating, 90. Driver 0. Favorability 10. Start the show. Brother Lu Mu, do you have time today? Xiaoning said, you gave me such an expensive bag last time, and I didn't have the chance to thank you properly. Why don't I treat you to dinner tonight? No. Xiaoning finished speaking, and before Lu Mu could speak, Lin Xiaoxiao said, I will cook for Brother Mu when we get home. Lin Xiaoxiao has to be on guard against Xiaoning, this fake sister. She and Xiaoning shared the same bunk bed. Several times when she got up to go to the bathroom in the middle of the night, she heard Xiaoning talking in her sleep and calling Lu Mu's name. At that time, she even wanted to strangle Xiaoning to death. She treated Xiaoning as her best friend, but Xiaoning wanted to steal her man. Hey, Xiaoxiao, don't be so stingy. Xiaoning smiled and said, I'm just inviting Brother Lu Mu to dinner. You can also join us. What about me? Yang Yu blinked her big eyes and looked at Xiaoning expectantly. Yeah, I can come too. Hee, then I won't be polite. As Yang Yu spoke, she secretly glanced at Lu Mu a few more times. Seeing Yang Yu's expression, Lin Xiaoxiao and Xiaoning frowned at the same time. What about me? Can I come along? Another voice was heard, and Wang Feng was seen walking towards the group. We don't seem to know each other? Xiaoning said speechlessly. If we know each other, we will be familiar with each other. Zhang Feng smiled and said, my name is Zhang Feng, nice to meet you guys. However, after Zhang Feng finished speaking, no one paid any attention to him. I'm telling you guys, can you please give me some face? Zhang Feng said, I, Zhang Feng, am a well-known figure in Shansheng. You won't suffer any loss if you make friends with me. I've lost $1,000. Yang Yu said expressionlessly. Okay, you're bringing this up again, right? Zhang Feng looked at Yang Yu and said, it's just 1,000 yuan. I'll pay you back. Zhang Feng said this while pretending to touch something on his body. Hey, where's my wallet? Oops, I forgot my wallet. Zhang Feng looked at Lu Mu and said, "Brother, lend me 1,000 and I will pay you back later."
Okay. Lu Mu smiled and opened the car door. He took out a stack of bills from the car and handed it to Zhang Feng. "Is that enough?" "Brother Mu, don't lend him the money. He won't pay it back." Yang Yu opened her mouth to remind him. Fine. Lu Mu didn't care whether Zhang Feng paid back the money or not, he just thought Zhang Feng was an interesting person. After all, rich people like to pretend to be generous in front of beautiful women, but this is the first time he has seen someone pretending to be stingy. He didn't think that Zhang Feng was really poor. "That's enough." Zhang Feng took the banknotes, his eyes shining, and said, "Don't worry, brother. I, Zhang Feng, am definitely not someone who borrows money and doesn't pay it back." Zhang Feng licked his thumb and counted out 10 bills from a bundle. "Here, I'll give you $1,000 back. Don't ruin my reputation outside anymore." "Do you still have a reputation?" Yang Yu took the money and gave Zhang Feng a blank look. Zhang Feng's smug look made her very angry. Brother Mu is still the best. He is handsome and generous. Yang Yu turned her head to look at Lu Mu, and Lu Mu was looking at her as well. The two looked at each other, and Yang Yu quickly lowered her head in shyness. Yang Yu's favorability +10. "Brother, what does your family do? Why haven't I seen you before?" Zhang Feng ignored Yang Yu. After putting the remaining money into his pocket, he began to inquire about Lu Mu's background. "Isn't it normal that you haven't seen me?" Lu Mu said thoughtfully, "The mountain city is so big, you can't have met everyone, right? Of course, I can't meet all the people in Shancheng, but I have met people in the second-generation circle of Shancheng." Zhang Feng pointed at Lu Mu's Rolls-Royce and said, "Your car is not something that an ordinary second generation can afford. Yours isn't bad either." Lu Mu glanced at the Ferrari 458 not far away. From what Zhang Feng said in the car he drove, it was not difficult for Lu Mu to guess that Zhang Feng was the son of a big boss in Shancheng. "How about this? Aren't you guys going to have dinner together tonight? I happen to know the owner of Hongyun Pavilion, so why don't I treat you guys to dinner there?" "Didn't you forget your wallet?" Lu Mu narrowed his eyes slightly. How could he not know what Zhang Feng was planning? He just wanted to find out his background. Ahem. Zhang Feng coughed twice in embarrassment when he heard this. "Brother, how about we have a game?" Zhang Feng thought of something and said, "It's about 20 kilometers from here to Hongyun Pavilion. Let's see who gets there first. The first one to arrive will be responsible for ordering the food, and the last one to arrive will be responsible for paying the bill. What do you think?" Lu Mu shook his head upon hearing this. "Why, are you afraid of losing?" Zhang Feng said, "Your Rolls-Royce is more than half as expensive as my Ferrari." "I'm not afraid, so why should you be afraid? It's just paying the bill, it's so boring." Lu Mu said, "The loser will recognize the other person as the big brother. If you think it's okay, I will compete with you." "Okay, it's a deal." Zhang Feng's eyes lit up and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. He didn't think he would lose, even though his Ferrari was cheaper than Lu Mu's Phantom. But don't forget that his Ferrari is a sports car, while the Phantom is a sedan. There is no comparison between the two in terms of speed. As for the possibility that Lu Mu would default on his debt if he lost, he was even less worried. In their circle, integrity is more important than anything else. If you lose face, you can still find a way to win it back, but if you lose your integrity, you will have no friends in the circle. "Three beauties, which one of you wants to ride in my car?" After deciding on the race, Zhang Feng returned to the car and drove it in a straight line with the Phantom. However, Yang Yu and the other two did not respond to Zhang Feng, and all three of them leaned towards Lu Mu. The meaning is very clear, they are riding in Lu Mu's car. Zhang Feng was not angry when he saw this. Compared to beautiful women, he was more interested in Lu Mu. The reason for inviting Lu Mu to Hongyun Pavilion was, on the one hand, to find out Lu Mu's background, and on the other hand, to make friends with Lu Mu. He was not so stupid as to mock Lu Mu the first time he met him. It's true that he is a rich second generation, but that doesn't mean he is stupid. "None of you get carsick?" Lumu sat in the driver's seat and asked Lin Xiaoxiao and the other two in the back seat. I don't get carsick. Lin Xiaoxiao replied first. I don't feel dizzy either. Xia Ning and Yang Yu said at the same time. That's good. Lumu started the car after hearing this, rolled down the window and said to Jiang Feng in the Ferrari, let's get started. Brother, don't say I'm bullying you. I'll let you go for a minute. Jiang Feng put his hands on the steering wheel, looking confident. Upon hearing this, Lumu smiled without saying anything. He lightly stepped on the accelerator, and the Phantom began to slowly drive out of the school. Brother Mu, are we a little too slow? Yang Yu looked at the slowly moving Phantom and said with a smile, will we lose if we do this? Boom. Just as Yang Yu finished speaking, a roar like that of a wild beast suddenly came from behind. Jiang Feng was seen driving a Ferrari, speeding past the Phantom. It looks like his car has been modified. Lu Mu looked ahead calmly. After integrating advanced driving techniques, not only did his driving skills improve, he also gained a deeper understanding of the car's performance. Just by listening to the sound, he could tell what engine Jiang Feng's Ferrari used and what modifications had been made to the power. Brother Mu, how about we hurry up? Lin Xiaoxiao said, otherwise, if you lose, you will have to recognize the other party as your big brother. No hurry, we have to obey traffic rules. In school areas, the speed cannot exceed 30 km per hour. As Lu Mu spoke, he took out his cell phone and opened the map. The map shows that the road section from Yamasheng University to Hongyun Pavilion is currently congested. And this is why Lu Mu is not panicking. Friday is the day when students get out of school, and it is around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, which is the peak time for students to get out of school. When he used to deliver food, the traffic would be extremely congested at this time. No matter how fast Jiang Feng's Ferrari is, how fast can it go when facing congested roads in the city? Fuck, you're driving so fast to be reincarnated. Jiang Feng drove his Ferrari across the campus, and wherever he passed, there was a barrage of curses. At the exit of Yamashiro University, a middle-aged man carrying a briefcase was talking to the security guard. Suddenly, there was a roar of wild beasts. Seeing this, the middle-aged man turned his head to look. And just as he turned his head, a gust of wind blew and his hair fell directly to the ground. That's right, a wig worn by a middle-aged man. Principal, are you okay? Seeing this, the security guard hurriedly picked up the wig on the ground and handed it to the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was the president of Yamashiro University, Sherdong. Check for me who is driving the car. Sherdong took the wig and said with a gloomy face. Principal, if I'm not mistaken, that's the car of Jiang Feng from Finance Class 1. Jiang Feng. Sherdong frowned when he heard this. Then he left in silence. Panlong Viaduct. Jiang Feng was driving a Ferrari, looking at the congested road with a depressed look on his face. I miscalculated. I forgot that there's a traffic jam at this time. Jiang Feng looked back and confirmed that Lu Mu did not catch up, then he breathed a sigh of relief. But fortunately, that guy shouldn't be able to catch up with me. Brother Mu, what should we do? It's so congested. Entrance to the viaduct. Rolls-Royce also faces congestion problems. Seeing this scene, Yang Yu and the other two became anxious. Stay calm. Lu Mu raised his lips and said, sit tight, I'm going to start the show. Toilet Lu Mu finished speaking. I stepped on the brake with my left foot, shifted the gear to D, and stepped on the accelerator with my right foot to the bottom. Instantly, the phantom tires rotated at high speed, making a harsh sound as they rubbed against the ground. The phantom's movements were naturally noticed by other car owners. Immediately, the surrounding car owners moved their vehicles and kept a distance from the phantom. Brother Lu Mu, is the car going to explode? Xia Ning and Lin Xiaoxiao hugged each other tightly, both of them were trembling. Lu Mu did not respond to Xia Ning, his attention was highly concentrated. Right now. After the other cars made way, Lu Mu quickly released the brake with his left foot and stepped on the accelerator with his right foot. Boom! The engine roars. The Phantom Original started with burning tires and rushed onto the overpass.
Relying on his advanced driving skills, Lumu took advantage of every opportunity and maneuvered left and right in congested roads.
How long will this blockage last?
The Ferrari was moving at a snail's pace on the viaduct, which made Zhang Feng feel irritated. He took out his cell phone and looked at the navigation.
The congestion is expected to last another half an hour.
Forget it, just block it, I'm sure to win anyway.
Zhang Feng looked back again and saw a sea of vehicles behind him. Lumu's Phantom is much longer than a normal car, so it is extremely difficult to overtake on such a congested road.
Thinking of this, Zhang Feng smiled. Then he put on sunglasses, turned on the car music, and played a song called Dai Xiahu.
As the passionate music sounded, Zhang Feng looked extremely excited. The body twists to the music.
Catching shrimps, Zhang Feng sang along with the music.
Dee.
When the music reached its climax, bursts of shrill whistles suddenly rang out.
Zhang Feng subconsciously turned his head to look.
And the moment he turned his head, he froze in place. I saw a phantom weaving in and out of the traffic, forcing its way out of the crowded road.
No way. Zhang Feng swallowed. Brother Mu, I can't stand it anymore.
Inside the car, Yang Yu and the other two hugged each other tightly. With every sharp turn of Lu Mu's steering, the three of them swayed from side to side in the car like tumblers.
Hold on. Lu Mu's expression was very serious.
If you are not careful when overtaking on such a crowded road, it will cause a chain accident.
Bang! There was a loud bang.
100 meters ahead, the two cars suddenly collided. In an instant, the already congested road was completely blocked.
Fine.
Zhang Feng then came to his senses. Looking at the car accident scene less than 10 meters away from him, Zhang Feng breathed a sigh of relief. I didn't expect that guy's driving skills were so awesome. Even on such a congested road, he felt like he was driving a racing car. But now, the road is completely blocked, and no matter how good his driving skills are, he can't drive through. Thinking of this, Zhang Feng opened the car door.
Prepared to get off the car and say hello to Lu Mu.
And just as he opened the car door, but he saw the phantom passing by him without any intention of slowing down.
Fuck, stop, there's a car accident ahead.
Zhang Feng yelled at the phantom.
Yet the phantom still did not slow down. Ah! Inside the car,
Yang Yu and the other two screamed. Yang Yu pointed forward and said in a trembling voice, Brother Mu, stop the car quickly.
There's a car accident ahead.
Lu Mu stared straight ahead. I saw two cars blocking the road horizontally, leaving only a passage of more than 1 meter on the right side. However, the phantom car was 2 meters wide and could not pass through the passage that was more than 1 meter wide.
Got it.
Lu Mu thought of something and his heartbeat began to accelerate. Immediately afterwards, Lu Mu gripped the steering wheel tightly with both hands, pressed the electronic handbrake, and turned the steering wheel sharply. Instantly, the phantom tires rub against the ground quickly.
Yang Yu and the other two in the back seat were squeezed into the corner.
A feeling of weightlessness came over them, and the three of them felt dizzy.
Sizzle!
The tires rubbed against the ground violently. Under the shocked gazes, the phantom did a tailspin, with half of its body sticking to the fence wall of the viaduct, and rushed through the passage which was only more than 1 meter wide in an inclined manner.
Silence. Everyone was amazed by Lu Mu's stunt-like operation.
By the time everyone came to their senses, the phantom had disappeared.
Fuck! Zhang Feng's sunglasses fell to the ground in shock and he was completely stunned.
Catching shrimps, the music in the car was still playing.
Zhang Feng felt his blood boiling, and he couldn't help but admire Lu Mu. Panlong Viaduct. As the most complex viaduct in Zhangcheng. Seen from above, the entire viaduct looks like a series of overlapping rings.
At this moment, a shocking scene was taking place on the elevated road.
A black Rolls-Royce Phantom was moving through the traffic jam like a ghost.
Soon, the phantom drove out of the viaduct and onto the main road.
The entrance of Hong Yun Pavilion.
A phantom was parked precisely in a roadside parking space. The phantom, worth tens of millions, and its serial number license plates instantly attracted the attention of passers-by.
Just as everyone was discussing which important person was in the car, the Phantom's rear door opened and three disheveled figures walked out of the car, squatting on the side of the road and retching. "Are you all right?" Lumu hurriedly got out of the car and looked at Lin Xiaoxiao and the other two with concern. However, it was met with resentful looks from the three men. "Which one? I'll go get you some water." Lumu smiled awkwardly, and just as he was about to go to the convenience store across the street to buy water for Lin Xiaoxiao and the others, a middle-aged man in a suit walked over quickly with 4 bottles of mineral water. "Sir, I have some water." The middle-aged man distributed the mineral water to Lumu and the other three. "Thanks." Lumu took the mineral water and thanked him. "Sir, why don't you come sit in the store?" The middle-aged man looked at Lumudeo with a smile. The middle-aged man is the manager of Hongyun Pavilion, Zheng Tao. Lumu nodded. They originally came to Hongyun Pavilion to have dinner. "Sir, you and the 3 ladies can take a rest first. If you need anything, you can always call me or the waiter in the store." Hongyun Pavilion Rest Area. Zheng Tao said something to Lumu and went to get busy. Lumu looked around. The interior of Hongyun Pavilion was decorated in a magnificent manner, just like a palace. How luxurious. Yang Yu took a sip of water and felt much better. It was her first time to come to such a high-end restaurant, and the decoration of Hongyun Pavilion shocked her. "You guys sit down for a while, I'm going to the bathroom." Lumu suddenly felt a little anxious, so he got up and walked towards the toilet. Not long after Lumu left, Xiaoning drank a sip of water and stood up, saying, "I'm going to the toilet too." Lin Xiaoxiao and Yang Yu didn't think much about it. "Brother Lumu." Lumu came out of the toilet and was about to return to the hall when a pleasant voice suddenly came from behind him. "Look back. I saw Xiaoning coming out of the women's restroom." "Xiaoning, you go to the bathroom too?" Lumu turned around and looked at Xiaoning with a smile. Xiaoning smoothed the hair beside her ears, walked shyly to Lumu and said, "Brother Lumu, thank you for giving me so much pocket money." Looking at Xiaoning's shy look, how could Lumu not know her little thoughts? So Lumu hugged Xiaoning in his arms and whispered in her ear, "How are you going to thank me?" "Brother Lumu will let me do anything." Feeling the hot breath coming from her ears, Xiaoning's body instantly collapsed in Lumu's arms. "Anything?" After Lumu confirmed that there was no one there, he took Xiaoning into the men's restroom. Toilet single room. Lumu held Xiaoning and sat on the toilet. "Brother Lumu." Xiaoning's face and neck were flushed with red, and her breathing became rapid. From Lumu's point of view, he could see a half-wrapped snow-white roundness. Although the scale is not very amazing, the shape is very perfect. "It's been almost half an hour, why haven't Brother Mu and Xiaoning come back yet?" In the lounge area, Lin Xiaoxiao glanced at the time and said with a puzzled look, "How about we go check it out?" Yang Yu spoke. Lin Xiaoxiao nodded and was about to go to the bathroom with Yang Yu. At this moment, Lumu and Xiaoning appeared in their sight and walked towards the rest area. "Brother Lumu." Xiaoning followed Lumu with a very resentful look in his eyes. "Next time, there's not enough time today." In the bathroom, Xiaoning and I got to know each other's body structure. But due to lack of time, the two did not go too deep. This made both of them feel very uncomfortable. "Brother Mu, why did you and Xiaoning take so long in the bathroom?" Lin Xiaoxiao looked at Lumu and Xiaoning, she always felt something was wrong. "This place is too big. Xiaoning and I spent a long time looking for a toilet." Lumu just made up an excuse. "I see." Lin Xiaoxiao didn't think any more about it after hearing this. She trusted Lumu very much and believed that Lumu would not lie to her. However, Yang Yu looked at Xiaoning and Lumu with strange eyes. She didn't believe that the two were looking for the toilet. Brother, where are you?" Just at this moment, an excited voice sounded. Zhang Feng walked into the hall hurriedly, looking around for something. When Zhang Feng saw Lumu and others in the rest area, his eyes lit up and he hurriedly walked towards them. Brother, I give in.
Zhang Feng came to Lu Mu and said with admiration, I accept the loss. From now on, you are my big brother, Zhang Feng.
By the way, I don't know your name yet, big brother. Lu Mu. Okay, brother Mu.
Zhang Feng said with a smile on his face, Brother Mu, please teach me how to drift.
Let's talk about it when we have time. Lu Mu said, it's getting late, let's eat first.
Don't worry, big brother. Let me take care of the rest. Zhang Feng said this while making a phone call.
Not long after, Zhang Tao came to Zhang Feng respectfully. Master, you are here.
Zhang Feng nodded and said, Manager Zhang, I'm inviting my eldest brother and his friends to dinner today. Please have someone clean up room number 1 for me.
Master, I'm afraid private room number 1 won't work.
Zhang Tao said, room number 1 has been reserved by the lady.
What? My sister is here too.
Zhang Feng's face changed drastically when he heard this.
He looked at Lu Mu awkwardly and said, Brother Mu, why don't we go eat somewhere else?
Why, are you afraid of your sister?
Lu Mu said thoughtfully.
From the way Zhang Tao addressed Zhang Feng, he was able to confirm Zhang Feng's identity. There are not many entrepreneurs with the surname Zhang in the entire mountain city, and there is only one person with the surname Zhang who is also the boss of Hongyun Pavilion. That is the richest man in Shancheng, the boss of Hongyun Group, Zhang Xiong. Hongyun Group is a company with a market value of more than 500 billion yuan, and is mainly engaged in real estate, catering and other industries. He didn't expect that Zhang Feng was actually the son of the richest man in Shancheng.
Brother Mu, you don't understand.
Zhang Feng shuddered and said, my sister has dominated me since I was a child.
I have a psychological trauma from her. The reason why I am so poor is because of my sister. Since we are here, let's eat here.
Lu Mu looked at Zhang Tao and said, just arrange an empty private room for us. Lu Mu was not interested in Zhang Feng's sister. All he wanted now was to fill his stomach and then go back to fight Lin Xiaoxiao. The two had already agreed on the battle date a week ago.
The 6th floor of Hongyun Pavilion. Zhang Tao took Lu Mu and others into private room number 10. It's so big.
After entering the private room, Yang Yu and the other 2 girls were all shocked. I saw that the entire private room was more than 100 square meters, and its decoration was not as magnificent as the hall, but rather antique. The exquisite screens, the dining table made of mahogany, and the ornaments carved from jade all highlight the style of the private room.
That's nothing.
Zhang Feng introduced to the group, Hongyun Pavilion has a total of 20 private rooms. The higher the ranking of the private room, the more money it costs to decorate. For example, the decoration of private room number 1 alone cost over 100 million yuan.
And private room number 1 is on the 7th floor of Hongyun Pavilion. There is only that one private room on the entire 7th floor. And not everyone can enter room number 1.
Only entrepreneurs with a net worth of over 10 billion are eligible to reserve room number 1, and it is not certain that they can get a reservation.
Yeah, you must be regretting this now.
Xia Ning whispered in Yang Yu's ear, I told you, Zhang Feng's family is very rich.
I don't regret it. Yang Yu said indifferently, what's the use of him having money? He is not willing to spend it on me. That's true. Xia Ning nodded in agreement when he heard this. At the same time, she thought of Lu Mu.
Lu Mu gave her 1 million pocket money a day. I'm afraid there is no other man in this world as generous as Lu Mu.
Xiao Ning, tell me the truth, are you and Brother Mu having an affair?
Yang Yu whispered in Xia Ning's ear, you must have done something in the bathroom just now.
The lipstick on your lips is gone.
No, Xia Ning was shocked and quickly explained, I washed off the lipstick in the toilet.
Yeah?
Yang Yu looked at Xia Ning with strange eyes. Naturally, she wouldn't believe what Xia Ning said. But what made her curious was what made Xia Ning willing to be the third party between Lu Mu and Lin Xiaoxiao. You guys order first, I'm going to go out and answer a phone call.
Lu Mu's phone suddenly vibrated.
It turned out to be Zhou Ting calling him. So Lu Mu picked up his phone and walked out of the private room. In the corridor outside the private room, Lu Mu answered the phone.
Zhou Ting's mature and charming voice came from the other side. Boss Lu, something happened.
I just got the news that Huang Jinkai of Baida and Sun Hong of Wanjia sold their 20% of Shouyuan Group's shares to Jiang Qingyue of Hongyun Group. In addition, judging from the recent actions of Hongyun Group, Jiang Qingyue seems to be thinking of entering the breeding industry.
That's a coincidence. Lu Mu frowned when he heard this.
Jiang Qingyue, as expected, is Jiang Feng's sister.
Mr. Lu, what are your plans next?
Zhou Ting's voice continued, if Hongyun Group enters the breeding industry, it will inevitably compete with your Baiyun breeding farm.
I plan to eat first. Lu Mu said calmly, I'll send you an address later. We'll meet and talk tomorrow at noon. Lu Mu hung up the phone after saying this. The sound of high heels hitting the ground was heard.
Lu Mu subconsciously turned his head to look.
Lu Mu. A surprised and complicated voice sounded.
I saw a beautiful figure standing on the stairs leading to the top floor. The beautiful figure is wearing a custom-made cheongsam, with a cool and mysterious temperament.
When he saw Qin Ying's appearance clearly, Lu Mu's eyes instantly turned cold. Su Yao, what's wrong?
Another voice sounded, and a woman in a plain long dress with an extraordinary temperament walked out from the corner and stood side by side with Su Yao.
The woman glanced at Lu Mu and said slowly, is he your friend?
He's Mr. Su's friend, so I have to get to know him. A calm and magnetic voice was heard, and a handsome young man followed out.
The young man's every move was full of aristocratic temperament. When the young man saw Lu Mu, he frowned subconsciously. Let's go.
Su Yao turned her eyes away from Lu Mu and was about to go to the top floor.
Boss Su, since the other party is your friend, why not invite him along?
The young man walked towards Lu Mu and said, let me introduce myself.
I am not interested.
Before the young man finished speaking, Lu Mu turned around and left. The young man's face suddenly turned dark.
Boss Su, your friend is too uneducated. The young man glared at Lu Mu's back and said, didn't his family teach him that interrupting others is very rude?
After the young man finished speaking, Lu Mu stopped. Seeing this, the young man showed a smug smile on his face. However, before he could continue speaking, he saw Lu Mu approaching him in one step.
You don't know your own limits.
A cold smile appeared on the young man's lips, and the next moment, he clenched his right fist and punched Lu Mu hard.
Nangong Yun, stop it. Seeing this scene, Su Yao's face changed drastically and she tried to stop Nangong Yun. However, Nangong Yun ignored Su Yao. Bang!
When Nangong Yun's fist was about to hit Lu Mu dodged Nangong Yun's attack by turning sideways, grabbed Nangong Yun's arm, and threw him heavily to the ground with an over-the-shoulder throw.
The whole process was smooth as flowing water. Ahem!
Nangong Yun was lying on the ground, coughing violently. He felt as if his body was falling apart and was in excruciating pain.
Do you know who I am?
Nangong Yun was lying on the ground with a ferocious expression, saying, I'll give you 3 seconds to kneel down and apologize to me, otherwise you will bear the consequences.
Facing Nangong Yun's threat, Lu Mu's eyes remained calm. He looked down at Nangong Yun and said, you can try. As soon as Lu Mu finished speaking, he turned and left.
Maybe Nangong Yun has a strong background. But since he has the system, he is not afraid at all.
Su Yao, your friend is quite amazing.
Jiang Qingyue recovered from her shock and said, Nangong Yun is a black belt in Taekwondo, but he was knocked down by your friend with just one move.
Isn't your friend a bodyguard?
He's just a regular guy. Su Yao took a deep breath and said, please help me persuade Nangong Yun later and tell him not to cause trouble for the other party. I advise him, but he may not listen.
Jiang Qingyue said meaningfully. Qingyue, you don't have to persuade me. Private Room 1.
Nangong Yun stood in front of the window, his face gloomy, and he said, no matter what, I will not let that guy go.
I'm not trying to persuade you.
Jiang Qingyue held a glass of red wine in her hand, took a sip elegantly and said, you are a member of the Nangong family. If you want to retaliate against an ordinary person because of a small matter, it would show that you are too narrow-minded. I don't think Su Yao would want to cooperate with a narrow-minded person.
Nangong Yun frowned when he heard this.
Looking at Su Yao, who was sitting quietly on the armchair, he opened his mouth, wanting to say something but stopped.
Okay, for your sake, I'll let that guy go. Nan Gongyun took a deep breath. Okay, this matter is over. Jiang Qingyue's expression became serious and she said, let's talk business.
Jiang Qingyue said, currently, the two largest breeding companies in Shancheng are Baiyun Breeding Farm and Shouyuan Group. However, something happened to Shouyuan Group recently, causing its market value to evaporate by nearly 2 billion. What I'm thinking is that instead of creating a breeding company, it's better to take this opportunity to acquire the Shouyuan Group. If it was just to acquire a company, I don't think you would call us over. Nan Gongyun said, as far as I know, the reason why the market value of Shouyuan Group evaporated is because the two major feed companies in the southwest region announced that they would stop cooperating with it.
That's right.
Jiang Qingyue said, if we want to build a food city together, then ingredients are the key, so we must have our own breeding company.
Only in this way will we not be stuck with ingredients.
But based on my investigations over the past few days, I discovered something that shocked me. Jiang Qingyue took a deep breath and said, the largest shareholders of the two major feed groups, Zhuozhuang and Jinka, have actually changed, and now the largest shareholder of these two feed groups is the owner of Baiyun Breeding Farm.
Oh, there is such a thing? Nan Gongyun was shocked and said, Baiyun Farm is just an unlisted company. How could its boss have so much cash to acquire the shares of Zhuozhuang and Jinka?
You know, to become the largest shareholder of these two feed groups, you must own at least 51% of the shares. According to the current market value of these two groups, that means the other party spent more than 50 billion in cash to acquire them. Even if it's me, it's impossible to come up with more than 50 billion in cash in a short period of time.
Come to think of it, I don't know if it's a coincidence.
Jiang Qingyue looked at Su Yao and said, the owner of Baiyun Farm is also called Lu Mu.
P.S. Please give me a free gift, urge me to update more, and give me a 5-star review. Boyfriend, it can't be him. Su Yao said calmly, it should just be the same name. Su Yao knew Lu Mu very well.
In her opinion, Lu Mu is a very smart person. During the 5 years she has been with Lu Mu, no matter what difficulty she encountered in life or work, Lu Mu always found a way to help her solve them. However, although Lu Mu is smart, it is absolutely impossible for him to have 50 billion in cash.
Moreover, Lu Mu's parents are also ordinary farmers. In short, our top priority now is to acquire Shouyuan Group and discuss cooperation with Zhuozhuang and Jinka. Only when the meat supply problem is solved can the Food City project be officially started.
Jiang Qingyue continued.
This is easy. Nan Gongyun smiled and said, Qingyue, you are responsible for acquiring Shouyuan Group, and I will be responsible for negotiating cooperation with Zhuozhuang and Jinka. Believe me, the other party will still give me face. 7 o'clock in the evening. Lu Mu and his companions walked out of Hong Yun Pavilion. Brother Mu, how about going to the bar to have some fun later? Zhang Feng looked at Lu Mudeo with a smile. Master, the lady is looking for you. Just then, Zhang Tao walked up to Zhang Feng and said, how did my sister know I was here? Zhang Feng's face darkened and he said, Manager Zhang, you didn't tell my sister, did you? Master, this is not my fault.
Zhang Tao was about to cry. Just now the lady checked the cashiers backstage and found your credit account, so she asked me if you had eaten in the store, and I could only answer truthfully.
On credit? Lu Mu frowned, looked at Wang Feng and said, you treated us to a meal, but didn't pay us? Brother Mu, you can't say that.
Wang Feng said seriously, this store is mine, it's normal for me not to pay.
You don't have any money.
Lu Mu rolled his eyes at Wang Feng. He finally realized that Wang Feng was not pretending to be stingy, but he simply didn't have much money. This made him feel a little sympathetic towards Wang Feng. Being the son of the richest man, he actually feels so aggrieved.
Brother Mu, I want to cry when you mention this.
Wang Feng gritted his teeth and said, it's all my sister's fault. She asked my parents to limit my pocket money, and she said it was for my own good, so that I wouldn't become a playboy.
Master, the young lady asked me to bring you a message.
Zhang Tao said cautiously, he said that if you don't show up in front of her within 3 minutes, your monthly allowance will be reduced to 1,000.
Fuck, why didn't you say so earlier?
Upon hearing this, Wang Feng glared at Zhang Tao and then ran into the store like crazy.
Sister, your dear brother is here.
Seeing this scene, Lu Mu, Lin Xiaoxiao and others were all speechless.
Let's go. After coming to his senses, Lu Mu prepared to leave. Lu Mu.
Just as Lu Mu turned around, a pleasant and melodious voice came from behind him.
Sister Yao Yao.
Lin Xiaoxiao exclaimed and looked straight at the beautiful figure walking out of the store.
What a nice view. Xia Ning and Yang Yu were both shocked.
As they are all beauties, they were all shocked by Su Yao's beauty the moment they saw her.
Xiao Xiao, why are you here?
Su Yao glanced at Lin Xiaoxiao in confusion, then thought of something and frowned subconsciously.
I came here with Brother Mu.
Lin Xiaoxiao was a little at a loss.
Xiao Xiao has grown up. Su Yao said something meaningful, then walked up to Lu Mu and said, Can we talk? There's nothing to talk about.
Lu Mu looked at Su Yao coldly.
He has never been a generous person.
From the moment Su Yao chose to leave, it was impossible for him to forgive Su Yao.
I know you hate me. Su Yao took a deep breath and said, I never thought about asking you to forgive me. You did a lot for me during those 5 years. These are facts I cannot deny. Lu Mu heard this and said nothing. Yang Yu and Xia Ning looked at the two of them with gossipy expressions.
Only Lin Xiaoxiao felt anxious. She was afraid that Lu Mu and Su Yao would reconcile, and then there would be no possibility for her and Lu Mu.
But she was simple-minded and couldn't bear to see Lu Mu and Su Yao separated.
Although she had only known Su Yao and Lu Mu for 1 year, during that year, she witnessed with her own eyes how much Lu Mu and Su Yao loved each other. Therefore, even if Lu Mu and Su Yao broke up, she would never believe that they had really forgotten each other completely.
Take this.
Su Yao took out a bank card from her bag and handed it to Lu Mu, saying, I have deposited a sum of money in it, enough for you to have no worries about food and clothing for the rest of your life.
Ha, you are worthy of being father and daughter.
You are as disgusting as that guy. Lu Mu did not take the bank card. He glanced at Su Yao coldly, then left without looking back.
Brother Mu, wait for me.
Seeing this, Lin Xiaoxiao hurriedly followed Lu Mu. Yang Yu and Xia Ning came to their senses and followed. Looking at Lu Mu's back, Su Yao tightened her grip on the bank card, her pretty face turning pale.
Why? Finally, Su Yao sighed helplessly and turned back to the store. The rest area in the store.
Zhang Feng is being interrogated by Zhang Qingyue.
Tell me, how did you get to know each other? Sister, are you talking about Brother Mu?
Zhang Feng stood obediently in front of Zhang Qingyue, his eyes full of flattery.
Brother Mu? Zhang Qingyue frowned and asked, have you and the other party already had such a good relationship? It's not that we have a good relationship, it's just that I lost the game against him.
Zhang Feng told Zhang Qingyue what happened today. After listening to what Zhang Feng said, Zhang Qingyue fell silent and her expression became solemn.
Are you sure that car is his? It must be Brother Mu's. Zhang Feng asked, if that car wasn't Brother Mu's, would he dare to drift? What car? Just then, Su Yao came to the rest area. Su Yao, you're here just in time.
Zhang Qingyue took a deep breath and said, I heard from Xiaofeng that your friend has a Rolls-Royce Phantom, and the license plate has 5 consecutive zeros. That is to say, your friend is most likely the boss behind the 2 major groups, Zhuangzhuang and Jinka.
Impossible. Su Yao frowned and said, I know his family and his financial situation better than anyone else. He can never have so much money. It's not that Su Yao doesn't want to believe it. She really couldn't believe it.
The reason why she went from being an ordinary person to becoming the interim chairman of the Trillion Group was because of her biological father. She had met Lu Mu's parents, and they were just very simple and ordinary people. As for Lu Mu, she has been with Lu Mu for 5 years.
How could she not know how much money Lu Mu has?
If Lu Mu was really that rich, he would not have hidden it from her.
Well, I'd like to ask, what is your relationship with Brother Mu? Zhang Feng asked curiously.
He and I were together for 5 years.
Su Yao did not hide her relationship with Lu Mu. What? Doesn't that mean he's not your friend at all, but your boyfriend? Jiang Qinghua looked at Su Yao in shock. She and Su Yao had only known each other for a few days, but during these few days of contact, she was conquered by Su Yao. Su Yao is not inferior to her in terms of appearance or ability, and is even much stronger than her. Coupled with Su Yao's identity as the interim chairman of Longting Group, it can be said that Su Yao has now become the hottest topic in the circle. All the major financial groups, aristocratic families, and the second generation of the family are eyeing Su Yao, wanting to win her heart. And Nangang Yun is one of these second generations. But what she never expected was that Su Yao actually had a boyfriend. If this were to get out, the entire business district would probably be shaken. To be precise, it's my ex-boyfriend. Su Yao said, he and I have broken up. Of the bathroom phantom driving on the road. There was silence in the car. Lin Xiaoxiao looked at Lu Mu and seemed to be hesitant to speak, while Xia Ning and Yang Yu didn't know what to say. What are you doing? Why are you all so serious? Lu Mu spoke to break the awkward atmosphere. Brother Mu, who was that fairy sister just now? She is so beautiful. Yang Yu asked curiously. She still feels amazed when she thinks of Su Yao's appearance. Su Yao is so beautiful, even though she is a beauty with an overall appearance score of 90. But when she saw Su Yao, she actually felt a little inferior. Whether in appearance, figure, or temperament, Su Yao is the most beautiful woman she has ever seen. A fairy? Lu Mu smiled but did not respond to Yang Yu. Su Yao is indeed very beautiful, he has always known this. This is also the reason why he acted so calm when he met beauties like Lin Yanran. Because during those 5 years, all he saw every day was Su Yao's incredibly beautiful face. He did not check Su Yao's personal panel. But he was sure that Su Yao's overall appearance score must have reached a full score of 100. But no matter how beautiful Su Yao is, there is no possibility for him and Su Yao. Just like Su Yao's father, Su Nantian said. He and Su Yao are not from the same world. But there is no need to say more about who is better and who will regret it in the future. Su Yao is indeed lucky to have a father who is the richest man. But no matter how lucky you are, you can't be better than him, he directly owns the system. So what about the Trillion Group? He had only owned the system for a week, but his personal assets had already reached nearly 100 billion. Not to mention, he can cash in his love fund just by spending money on beautiful women. 1 trillion in cash is not comparable to a trillion in market value. Okay, I'll take you here. Lu Mu parked the car on the side of a shopping mall and said, Xiaoning, you and Ye can take a taxi back later. Okay. Xia Ning was not unhappy when he heard this. In the bathroom of Hongyun Pavilion, Lu Mu made an appointment with her that he would visit her in a few days. As for today. Xia Ning glanced at Lin Xiaoxiao who was sitting in the passenger seat. Who made Lin Xiaoxiao know Lu Mu earlier than her? As a third party, she can only wait in line. Brother Mu, let's add each other on WeChat. Yang Yu smiled and said, I'm very happy to meet Brother Mu today. As soon as Yang Yu finished speaking, she saw Lin Xiaoxiao and Xia Ning looking at her with strange eyes. Is it not possible? Yang Yu pretended to be stupid. Sure. Lu Mu's mouth curled up slightly, he took out his mobile phone and added Yang Yu on WeChat. Regardless of whether he has any feelings for Yang Yu, he wants to cash in on his love fund, so naturally the more beauties the better. Yeah, what do you mean? When Lu Mu drove away in the Phantom, Xia Ning frowned and said, You don't have any thoughts about brother Lu Mu, do you? Xia Ning suddenly understood Lin Xiaoxiao a little. I'm afraid that when she added Lu Mu on WeChat, Lin Xiaoxiao's mood should have been the same as she is feeling now. Xiao Ning, don't think too much. Yang Yu smiled and said, I added Brother Mu on WeChat just to be friends with him, there is no other intention. Do you think I will believe it? Xia Ning rolled his eyes at Yang Yu. As a woman, how could she not know what Yang Yu was planning? Okay, I admit that I have thoughts about Brother Mu. Yang Yu said, but why are you angry? Could it be that you have feelings for Brother Mu as well? Xia Ning was speechless when he heard this. Could it be that there is really something going on between you and Brother Mu? Yang Yu said thoughtfully, does Xiao Xiao know?
Buzz. As soon as Yang Yu finished speaking, her phone suddenly vibrated.
She opened her phone and saw that it was a WeChat message from Lu Mu.
But the moment she clicked on WeChat, she was stunned.
Lu Mu transferred 1 million to her and left a message, a red envelope for meeting.
In an instant, Yang Yu recalled the question Xia Ning asked her a few days ago.
What does it mean if a man transfers 1 million pocket money to a woman every day?
At that time, she thought Xia Ning was sick for asking such an impossible and idiotic question. But now, she found out that she was the one who was sick.
It seems you received it too.
Xia Ning held the phone and saw that Lu Mu had also transferred 1 million to her.
Xia Ning, this, Yang Yu swallowed and said, I'm not dreaming, am I? It's true. Xia Ning said, Brother Lu Mu has been transferring money to me for several days in a row.
The balance in my bank card is almost 10 million now.
No wonder you're willing to be the third party. Yang Yu said subconsciously. You talk as if you wouldn't.
Xia Ning rolled her eyes at Yang Yu and said, although I feel sorry for Xiao Xiao by doing this, I can't help it. Brother Lu Mu has given me too much. At worst, I can just be Brother Lu Mu's lover, and I don't want any official status.
You still want status?
Yang Yu clicked the payment button with her shaking hands and said, 1 million a day.
Forget being your lover. I'd even be your slave.
If you ask me, since Brother Mu can give us so much money, he can also give it to other women. Instead of us being on guard against each other, why don't we join forces and jointly consolidate our position in Brother Mu's heart?
Good idea. Xia Ning's eyes lit up, she thought so too.
Love Fund 5000000.
Personal wealth plus 5 million.
The system prompt sounded, and Lu Mu once again cashed out 5 million in love funds. She not only transferred 1 million to Xia Ning and Yang Shui, but also to Lin Xiaoxiao, Lin Yanran and Li Mingqi.
Etc. I almost forgot. Lu Mu opened WeChat and transferred 1 million to Zhou Ting. And send the message. Daytime hard work pay. Not long after the transfer, Zhou Ting replied to his message. Zhou Ting? Zhou Ting, what do you think of me?
Angry, this girl, why is she still angry? Lu Mu didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and he typed again, I wanted to give you something, but I didn't know what you liked, so I just let you buy it yourself. After the message was sent, Zhou Ting received the transfer.
Zhou Ting, thank you, Mr. Lu.
Love Fund 1000000.
Personal wealth plus 1 million. Brother Mu, aren't you getting out of the car yet?
Lin Xiaoxiao stood outside the car, looking at Lu Mu in confusion as he sat inside the car playing with his phone.
Here I come.
Lu Mu turned off his cell phone, opened the car door and got out.
Xiao Xiao, go home and wait for me. I'm going to go out and buy some things. Oh well.
Lin Xiaoxiao nodded when she heard that, and then walked towards home. Lu Mu went straight to the pharmacy outside the old community and bought a large amount of cockroach medicine there.
He planned to wait until the number of monsters killed was refreshed, then go downstairs and kill the cockroaches with cockroach medicine. Brother Mu, why did you buy so much cockroach medicine? Lu Mu's home.
Lin Xiaoxiao looked at the big bag of cockroach medicine that Lu Mu was carrying. Her face changed drastically and she said, Brother Mu, please don't let this get you down.
Don't talk nonsense. I won't think too much about it.
Lu Mu rolled his eyes at Lin Xiaoxiao and said, go take a shower first. I'll check you carefully later.
What are you checking? Lin Xiaoxiao's cheeks instantly felt hot. What do you think?
Lu Mu looked at Lin Xiaoxiao unscrupulously and said, we agreed that, I understand, Brother Mu, please don't say any more. Lin Xiaoxiao interrupted Lu Mu and asked shyly, but what if my sister comes back later?
Oh, I almost forgot to tell you. Lu Mu said, your sister is not coming back today. She went to her friend's house.
Lu Mu also suddenly remembered that when they were having dinner at Hongyun Pavilion, Lin Yanran sent him a message saying that she would accompany Anya to sort out training materials tonight and would not come back to sleep.
Oh well.
Lin Xiaoxiao's face turned even redder when she heard this, but she still obediently went to take a shower.
Lumu sat on the sofa and searched for information related to Hong Yun Group. Half an hour later. The bathroom door opens. Lumu heard the sound and subconsciously looked towards the bathroom. As the mist spread, Lin Xiaoxiao wrapped in a bath towel slowly walked out. With her petite body and fair skin, Lin Xiaoxiao looks very young all over. But it was this youthful feeling that made Lumu want to love her. So Lumu got up from the sofa and walked towards Lin Xiaoxiao. P.S. Please give me a free gift, please urge me to update more, and please give me a 5-star review. Brother Mu. Looking at Lumu walking towards her, Lin Xiaoxiao held her chest tightly with her small hands. The pink toes are tightly clasped together. Seeing Lin Xiaoxiao's actions, Lumu's breathing quickened. Xiaoxiao. Lumu hugged Lin Xiaoxiao in his arms. Because of the height difference, Lin Xiaoxiao only reached his chest. Brother Mu, I'm scared. Lin Xiaoxiao raised her head, her clear eyes filled with shyness and nervousness. It will be fine soon. Lumu exerted a little force with his hands and picked up Lin Xiaoxiao. In an instant, Lin Xiaoxiao was like a frightened little animal and quickly buried her face in Lumu's chest. An hour later. Brother Mu, you are a big liar. On the bed in the bedroom. Lin Xiaoxiao curled up in the quilt with tear marks on her face. Didn't you say it would be fine soon? Lin Xiaoxiao felt so aggrieved that she was about to cry. It was very quick, just an hour. Lumu said seriously. Woo woo woo, big liar. Lin Xiaoxiao burst into tears. She felt like her body was falling apart. Lumu was so rude to her. Xiaoxiao, don't cry. Lumu was a little amused. He really didn't know how to say this. It can't be wrong to be too strong in combat, right? I'm sleepy. Lin Xiaoxiao pouted, and tears welled up in her big, clear eyes like gems. She looked both adorable and pitiful. Go to sleep if you're tired. Lumu held Lin Xiaoxiao and began to coax her to sleep. Perhaps she was really too tired. After just a few minutes, Lin Xiaoxiao fell asleep in Lumu's arms. Seeing this, Lumu gently put Lin Xiaoxiao down. At this moment, a bright plum blossom on the bedsheet attracted Lumu's attention. This made him dazed. 12 o'clock in the morning. Lumu went downstairs with cockroach medicine. Old buildings like old communities. Neither the facilities nor the sanitary conditions can be compared with those new buildings. Once summer arrives, cockroaches and rats can be seen everywhere in the sewers of old neighborhoods. Ugh, it stinks. When Lumu arrived in front of the sewer, he was suddenly hit by a foul stench and almost fainted from the smell. He took out toilet paper from his pocket and blocked his nose, and then he felt better. Next, he took out cockroach medicine from the bag and poured it down the drain. After doing all this, he did not go home. Instead, they surrounded the old neighborhood and poured cockroach poison into every sewer. About half an hour later. System prompts sounded one after another. Early morning. Lumu got up early in the morning. He first glanced at Lin Xiaoxiao who was sleeping soundly, and then checked the system prompts. Kill 1 cockroach and gain plus 80 gold. Kill 1 cockroach and gain plus 66 gold. Kill 10 cockroaches cumulatively and gain plus 100 million. Kill 100 cockroaches cumulatively and receive 50 pieces of Northern Song Dynasty official kiln celadon. Kill 1,000 cockroaches cumulatively to obtain the Bear Country's Glaya gold mine. Kill enough cockroaches to complete the achievement Hate of the Cockroach and obtain the advanced food recipe. The reward has been issued, and the relevant information and documents have been sent to the host's mobile phone and the manor warehouse respectively. The Northern Song Dynasty official kiln celadon has been distributed to the host manor. The high-end food recipe has been sent to the host's mobile phone. System prompts sounded one after another, and Lumu suddenly became excited. He hurriedly took out his mobile phone to check the relevant information. Upon seeing this, Lumu took a deep breath. The system is simply inhumane. Not to mention the 100 million in cash, which is just an average reward this time. Among them, 50 pieces of Northern Song Dynasty official kiln celadon are genuine antiques, with an average value of about 50 million per piece,
and the total value reaches about 2.5 billion.
The official kiln Celadon of the Northern Song dynasty is the most valuable porcelain of all dynasties.
Then there is the Glaya gold mine.
It is located in the Bear country of Sugria.
It is a large gold mine with a gold reserve of about 200 tons and an estimated value of about 100 billion.
Converted from the gold mine. As gold is a strategic resource, it is very easy to cash it in.
And the more turbulent the international situation is, the higher the value of strategic resources such as gold and oil.
Finally, there is a high-end gourmet recipe book, which records the famous dishes of various cuisines.
According to the system information, as long as you follow the recipe, even anyone with a little cooking skills can cook high-end food.
This shows how terrifying the value of high-end gourmet recipes is.
It is no exaggeration to say that Lumu can enter the food industry with his high-end gourmet recipes and become a food overlord.
If done right, a recipe for high-end gourmet food could be worth more than a Glaya gold mine.
After all, the catering market share of the entire Dragon Country has reached trillions. The reason why Hong Yun Group's market value has reached more than in the southwest region.
It seems that I still underestimated the power of the system. Lumu tried hard to calm down.
At this rate, it won't be long before he becomes the world's richest man.
Longting Group.
A cold light flashed in Lumu's eyes. Since Su Nantian looked down on him, there was no need for him to show mercy. He really wanted to see what expressions Su Nantian and his daughter would have when Longting Group went bankrupt. Lumu regained his composure and checked his personal panel.
Host, Lumu.
Age, 23 years old.
Monster killing level, level 1. Monster killing value, 9,000/10,000.
Number of monsters killed per day, 1,000. Completed achievements, 9, Love Fund, 999.9 billion.
Personal wealth, 199963179. Personal wealth is almost over 200 million. Lumu felt much calmer.
After all, the combined value of all his assets has exceeded 200 billion. What excited him was that the monster killing value had reached 9,000. In other words, your level will be upgraded by killing monsters tomorrow.
In addition, the number of completed achievements has reached 9.
When he completes 100 achievements, he will receive a super invincible mysterious prize as a system reward.
Just by hearing the name, you know the reward is not simple. Brother Mu.
While Lumu was checking his personal information, Lin Xiaoxiao woke up.
Xiaoxiao, you're awake.
Lumu looked at Lin Xiaoxiao and said, "Would you like something to eat?"
"I'm not very hungry. Just some porridge will be fine."
Lin Xiaoxiao wanted to sit up, but she felt a pain in her body. This reminded her of what Lumu did to her last night. Her cheeks instantly turned hot and the look she gave Lumu was full of resentment.
Brother Mu is so bad. Not gentle at all.
Well, I'll go downstairs and buy breakfast. Lumu smiled awkwardly, then got up. Although he really wanted to fight with Lin Xiaoxiao again, looking at Lin Xiaoxiao's appearance, he was afraid that she could not bear it.
There was no way.
Lin Xiaoxiao was petite and a novice, so her fighting ability was too weak.
Xiaoxiao, you can rest at home.
At the dining table, Lumu said to Lin Xiaoxiao who was sipping porridge, "I have to go out for something."
"Well, Brother Mu, go and get busy."
Lin Xiaoxiao said, "I'll watch TV after I finish eating."
"Okay." Lumu nodded, then got up and left. After leaving the old community,
Lumu called Zhou Ting and asked her to meet him at Mingyue Mountain Manor. When Lumu arrived at the gate of the manor, he suddenly received a call from the property manager, Zhao Lin. The call was connected, and Zhao Lin's respectful voice came from the other end.
"Hello, Mr. Lu, I hope I am not disturbing you." "Manager Zhao, what can I do for you?" Lumu asked. "Mr. Lu, this is the case.
Miss Jiang from Manor Number 9 heard that you moved into Manor Number 10 and wanted to visit you today.
Is it convenient for you?" "Ms. Jiang?" Lumu pondered for a moment and said, "I happen to be at the manor."
"Tell her that I welcome her to come."
"Okay, I'll inform Miss Jiang right away. It be made of pure gold?" "Interesting." Lumu hung up the phone with a meaningful smile on his face. He knew without guessing who the Miss Jiang Zhaolin was talking about. Manor number 9. It is several kilometers away from manor number 10 where Lumu is located. In the garden behind the manor, Jiang Qingyue is watering the flowers. Suddenly, her phone rang. After the call was connected, Jiang Qingyue said a few simple words and then hung up. Just then, Jiang Feng, who was wearing sportswear and jogging, passed by Jiang Qingyue. Xiaofeng, go change your clothes. Jiang Qingyue called out to Jiang Fengdao. Sister, why are you changing clothes? Jiang Feng asked with a puzzled look on his face. The owner of manor number 10 is at home. Let's go visit him. I'm not going. Jiang Feng said, you and I have nothing in common. If I go, I'll just stand there stupidly. In Jiang Feng's opinion, those who can afford Mingyue Mountain Manor are all wealthy entrepreneurs. These people were all of a certain age, and he couldn't chat with them at all. If he accidentally said something wrong and offended the other party, Jiang Qingyue might even blame him. You don't have to go, but you'll lose your pocket money next month. After Jiang Qingyue finished speaking, she put down the kettle for watering the flowers and looked at Jiang Feng with a smile on her face. Sister, you can't do this. Jiang Feng said with an unpleasant expression, do you know what people in the circle say about me? They say that I am the son of the richest man, but I live worse than a beggar. Whatever they say is their business, just don't listen to it. Jiang Qingyue said, besides, beggars can't afford to live in a manor or drive a Ferrari. Compared to them, I am a beggar. Jiang Feng muttered, other people would spend hundreds of thousands or even millions of dollars just by going to a bar, but I even have to borrow money from girls for gas. If you keep nagging me, you won't get any pocket money anymore. Jiang Qingyue was not moved by what Jiang Feng said. The reason why she restrained Jiang Feng was that she didn't want Jiang Feng to do whatever he wanted just because his family was rich. Otherwise, with Jiang Feng's flaunting personality and his status as the son of the richest man, who knows how much trouble he would get into. I'll go. Can't I go? Jiang Fengsheng said with nothing to lose. Jiang Qingyue felt more miserable for not giving him pocket money than for killing him. God, please give my sister a man. Let my sister go and harm her man, and don't harm me. Jiang Feng prayed in his heart. He now desperately hopes that Jiang Qingyue will get married soon so that she will have no time to take care of him. Looks like we need to hire some staff. The phantom stopped at the gate of the manor, but Lumu was not in a hurry to go in. The manor hasn't hired a private butler or nanny yet. If he goes in, there will be no one to lead the way when the guests arrive. Thinking of this, he called Zhao Lin and asked Zhao Lin to help him recruit some staff. And told Zhao Lin his request, except for security guards, all staff such as private butlers, nannies, gardeners, etc. are women. Hey, isn't that Brother Mu's car? Jiang Feng drove a Mercedes-Benz commercial vehicle towards manor number 10. When Jiang Feng saw the phantom parked at the gate, he asked in surprise, Sister, what is the name of the owner of manor number 10? I only know that the other person's surname is Lu. Jiang Qingyue stared at the phantom in the distance, looking thoughtful. Anyone who can afford Mingyue Mountain Manor is worth at least 50 billion, and these people attach great importance to privacy. The manor property also knows this, so it will not disclose the information of the manor owner. Jiang Qingyue only learned from Zhao Lin that the owner of manor number 10 was surnamed Lu. It seems to be correct. Jiang Feng said, the owner of manor number 10 should be Brother Mu's father. It's really frustrating to compare yourself with others. Jiang Feng said with a depressed look, we both live in the same manor, and Brother Mu is not much older than me, but Brother Mu drives a phantom worth tens of millions, while my monthly pocket money is only 10,000. Jiang Qingyue did not respond to Jiang Feng after hearing this. She was thinking about Lu Mu's true identity. She believed that Su Yao would not lie to her. If it is true as Su Yao said, Lu Mu was Su Yao's ex-boyfriend who she had been with for 5 years. Then what Su Yao said could not be false, Lu Mu was just an ordinary person. How does an ordinary person drive a phantom? How could he appear in front of a manor worth hundreds of millions? Or is he a bodyguard? Yes, that must be the case. Jiang Qingyue thought of Lu Mu's skills. Generally, entrepreneurs with a net worth of tens of billions will hire bodyguards, and some bodyguards will also be responsible for driving for their employers. Sister, we're here. While Jiang Qingyue was thinking, Zhang Feng had already driven the car to the gate of the manor. Coming back to her senses, Jiang Qingyue opened the car door and got out. It's her indeed. Lu Mu naturally saw Jiang Qingyue, so he also got out of the car. The two looked at each other, and Lu Mu spoke first. I didn't expect to meet again so soon. Yes. Jiang Qingyue responded to Lu Mu with a smile. But her eyes were looking towards the back seat of the Phantom. When she saw that there was no one in the back seat of the Phantom, she frowned subconsciously. Brother Mu, this is such a coincidence. Zhang Feng said, it turns out that we are neighbors. But Brother Mu, why don't you have security guards at home? Zhang Feng glanced at the empty security booth next to the gate with a puzzled look on his face. I just bought this house a few days ago, and I haven't hired any staff yet. I see. Zhang Feng nodded upon hearing this. Etc. Brother Mu, what did you say? Zhang Feng's pupils widened. Did you buy this manor, Brother Mu? Any questions? No, Brother Mu, this manor is worth more than 300 million. Does your family give you that much pocket money? Zhang Feng was completely dumbfounded. He thought that this manor was bought by Lu Mu's father. Who knew it was actually bought by Lu Mu? More than 300 million. This was something he couldn't even imagine with only 10,000 yuan in pocket money every month. I used my own money. Lu Mu replied. My own money. Zhang Feng opened his mouth wide and looked at Lu Mu in amazement. Boss Lu, you must be the boss of Zhuozhuang and Jinka. Jiang Qingyue looked at Lu Mu with a complicated expression. If she still couldn't guess Lu Mu's identity at this time, she would be really stupid. Miss Jiang should have investigated my identity, right? Lu Mu replied with a smile. Mr. Lu is joking. Jiang Qingyue's expression became more serious. Although Lu Mu did not answer her directly, he implicitly acknowledged his identity as the boss of Zhuozhuang and Jinku. Just then, a BMW commercial vehicle drove slowly over. Mr. Lu, sorry to have kept you waiting. The door of the BMW opened and the graceful Zhou Ting got out of the car. Lu Mu's eyes were immediately attracted by Zhou Ting's peach buttocks. As Zhou Ting walked, her plump peach buttocks drew a perfect arc in the air. This is Mr. Jiang. Zhou Ting looked at Jiang Qingyue, a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes, and she looked at Lu Mu in confusion. Miss Jiang is my neighbor. She came to visit me today. I see. Zhou Ting extended her hand to Jiang Qingyue and said, Mr. Jiang, nice to meet you. Mr. Zhou is too polite. Jiang Qingyue and Zhou Ting shook hands briefly and said with a smile, I have heard of Mr. Zhou's reputation for a long time. He was able to build a group with a market value of billions by himself in just a few years. Mr. Zhou's ability is worth learning from. Mr. Jiang is joking. Zhou Ting smiled and replied, compared to Mr. Jiang, my ability is nothing. Let's go inside and talk. Lu Mu pressed the remote key switch, and the tightly closed door opened automatically. Then several people drove their cars into the manor. Sister, what does Brother Mu do? In the Mercedes-Benz commercial vehicle, Zhang Feng asked curiously, why do I feel like he's richer than my father? He is the boss of two groups with a market value of 50 billion. Jiang Qingyue replied, but he is still far behind my father. We have to build a good relationship with him later. The group has a project and needs to cooperate with him. After Jiang Qingyue finished speaking, Zhang Feng did not respond to her. Zhang Feng's attention was attracted by a golden statue. Sister, look quickly. Zhang Feng said in a trembling voice, that fountain, could it be made of pure gold? P.S. Please give me a free gift, urge me to update more, and give me a 5-star review. Lu Mu's Versailles. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qingyue looked in the direction Zhang Feng was looking. When she saw this, she was completely stunned. In the center of a circular open space, there was a golden dragon fountain statue, sparkling in the sunlight.
The golden dragon is majestic and lifelike, as if it were coming alive. As the car gets closer, Jiang Qingyue saw sparkling gems on the golden dragon. Every gem is perfect in shape and color. Seeing this, Jiang Qingyue's breathing became rapid. She is a gem lover. In her spare time, she often goes to major auction houses to buy some precious gem collections. However, the precious gems she bought, which were worth millions or even tens of millions, seemed somewhat dull compared to the gems on the golden dragon. The car stopped in an open space. Lu Mu and others got out of the car one after another. Mr. Lu, this statue. Zhou Ting also looked at the golden dragon statue in shock, her pretty little mouth opened wide. I had someone build this for me. Lu Mu introduced to the others, it took 1 ton of gold to build this statue, plus the gems used for decoration. This golden dragon statue is worth 1 billion. Hiss. As soon as Lu Mu finished speaking, Zhou Ting took a breath. Only 1 billion? Look, is this human language? Zhou Ting has witnessed Lu Mu's terrifying financial resources. The decorations in the manor alone are worth 10 billion, which shows how amazing Lu Mu's wealth is. Thinking of this, Zhou Ting looked at Lu Mu with an extremely fiery gaze. The entrepreneurs she has come into contact with over the years are completely on a different level than Lu Mu. Xiaofeng, what are you doing? Jiang Qingyue let out a cry of surprise and her face turned ugly. Sister, please take a picture for me. Zhang Feng had arrived at the fountain pool at some point and was holding the golden dragon's claw tightly. Mr. Lu, I'm sorry to have embarrassed you. Jiang Qingyue first apologized to Lu Mu, and then said in a deep voice, come out immediately, don't make me angry. Ms. Jiang, it's just a photo shoot, there's no need to be angry. Lu Mu took out his cell phone and said, Xiao Feng, let me take the photo for you. Thank you, Brother Mu. Zhang Feng simply ignored Jiang Qingyue's murderous look and kept posing towards Lu Mu. Brother Mu, let's add each other on WeChat and send me the photos. After taking the photos, Zhang Feng couldn't wait to walk up to Lu Mu. Lu Mu nodded, and then added Zhang Feng on WeChat. Jiang Qingyue had a dark face the whole time. Zhang Feng looked so naive, which was really embarrassing for her. Mr. Lu, are these podocarpus trees from the manor? They seem to be quite old. At this moment, Zhou Ting's eyes were attracted by the podocarpus trees planted on both sides of the open space. I guess they didn't bring their own. I don't have any at home. Zhang Feng glanced at the podocarpus and didn't take it seriously. He has no interest in green plants. It is indeed not brought by the manor. Lu Mu replied, these podocarpus are 1,000-year-old podocarpus that I purchased from all over the country at a high price. What? 1,000-year-old podocarpus? Zhou Ting was touching the trunk of the podocarpus tree with her hand. Lu Mu's words frightened her instantly. Then these podocarpus trees should be very expensive, right? It's not bad, one is only over 10 million. As Lu Mu finished speaking, the air became extremely quiet. Beside Lu Mu, Jiang Qingyue's mouth twitched. Even though she had seen the world, she was still broken by Lu Mu's Versailles remarks. Suddenly, Jiang Feng's voice sounded in her ears. 1, 2, 3, what are you doing? Jiang Qingyue glared at Zhang Feng and said. I'm counting how many there are. Jiang Feng's eyes were extremely focused. Seeing this scene, Jiang Qingyue began to regret letting Zhang Feng be with her. So embarrassing. Fuck, 20 trees. Zhang Feng exclaimed, that is to say, Brother Mu, you spent more than almost. Lu Mu replied with a smile. But in fact, both the golden dragon statue and the podocarpus were dropped by him when he killed monsters, and he didn't spend a penny on them. Brother Mu, how can you be so rich? Zhang Feng was so envious that his eyes turned green. His most valuable possession is a Ferrari worth more than 5 million. However, a tree in Lu Mu's manor was more expensive than his Ferrari. This made him, the son of the richest man in the mountain city, feel the disparity of the world for the first time. Click, click, click. Zhang Feng sighed while taking pictures of the podocarpus. He was still not satisfied after taking pictures of the podocarpus.
He also asked Lu Mu to take a few photos of him and Podocarpus macrophylla. He ignored Jiang Qingyue's ugly expression the whole time. Sister, what's wrong with you? Are you feeling unwell? Enter the living room. Jiang Feng sat on the sofa and browsed the photos Lu Mu sent him. Suddenly, he noticed that Jiang Qingyue had a dark face, so he said, Sister, if you feel uncomfortable, go home. I will stay here to visit Brother Mu. He. Jiang Qingyue sneered and ignored Jiang Feng. Have some water. Lu Mu placed several porcelain cups on the coffee table and poured water into them. This is blue and white porcelain. Jiang Qingyue's eyes were attracted by the porcelain cup on the coffee table. I saw several porcelain cups that looked the same, obviously part of a set. What shocked her was that these porcelain cups were very similar to the Northern Song Dynasty blue and white porcelain she had seen at an auction. It seems that Miss Jiang is also interested in antiques. Lu Mu smiled and said, These teacups are indeed blue and white porcelain. Mr. Lu is really extravagant. Jiang Qingyue took a deep breath and said, Boss Lu actually used such a precious antique as a water cup. In our time, they are antiques, but in the Northern Song Dynasty, they were drinking cups. Lu Mu replied, Besides, I bought a lot of them. Instead of leaving them in the warehouse to gather dust, it's better to take them out and put them to good use. Mr. Lu, as far as I know, Northern Song Dynasty blue and white porcelain is very rare. There are not many on the market at present. How much do you mean by a lot? Only a few dozen. Lu Mu took a sip of water and said. Dozens of them. Jiang Qingyue's pupils contracted when she heard that, and her eyes were full of disbelief. She had heard from senior collectors that only a few hundred pieces of Northern Song Dynasty blue and white porcelain had been unearthed in the entire Long Kingdom. Most of them are in museums, and only a few are circulating on the market, eventually falling into the hands of major collectors or entrepreneurs. Lu Mu was able to buy dozens of pieces. This was no longer a matter of financial resources, but rather a matter of connections. Only by having powerful connections could Lu Mu buy so much blue and white porcelain. His eyes swept across the spacious living room. Soon, Jiang Qingyue discovered pieces of blue and white porcelain. The vases and flower pots at the door and even the bowls and plates on the dining table are all blue and white porcelain. She roughly counted and found that there were more than 20 pieces of blue and white porcelain in the living room alone. This shocked her, and she also felt wary of Lu Mu's background. Click. The sound of taking pictures rang out. Jiang Qingyue turned her head stiffly. Hey, let me take a picture. Jiang Feng was taking pictures with a porcelain cup in his hand. Jiang Qingyue was staring at him. He quickly put the cup down and smiled foolishly at Jiang Qingyue. Come. Jiang Qingyue resisted the urge to teach Jiang Feng a lesson, smiled and looked at Lu Mu and said, Boss Lu, I want to discuss a cooperation with you. Tell me about it. Lu Mu said calmly. I am planning to start a breeding company soon. Regarding feed, I hope to reach cooperation with Zhuozhuang and Jinka. Jiang Qingyue did not say that she had acquired 20% of the shares of Shouyuan Group. After all, Zhou Ting is still next to us. Ms. Jiang, do you think I should cooperate with you? Lu Mu said slowly, Ms. Jiang should have investigated my business, right? Blessing Mr. Lu, I know you own a Baiyun breeding farm. But Baiyun breeding farm has never been listed. I guess you, Mr. Lu, don't take this industry seriously. I can represent Hongyun Group to acquire your Baiyun farm. This way, you can focus on Zhuozhuang and Jinka. And I can also sign a contract with you, Mr. Lu. Within the next 10 years, all the feed needed by the farms under my group will be purchased from your company, Mr. Lu. Jiang Qingyue expressed her thoughts one by one. Ms. Jiang, first of all, I am not short of money, and I will not sell any of my businesses. Secondly, if you enter the breeding industry, we will be competitors. Lu Mu smiled and said, Ms. Jiang, do you think I should provide feed to my competitor's farm? Boss Lu, Boss Su is your ex-girlfriend, right? Jiang Qingyue did not answer Lu Mu's question, but said, I am not discussing cooperation with you, Mr. Lu, on my own behalf. I am also representing Mr. Su and Nangong Yun of Blue Sky Entertainment. Boss Lu, I am not afraid to tell you that the reason why our group is entering the breeding industry this time is because our group has reached a cooperation with Longton Group and Blue Sky Entertainment. We will jointly build a project in Shancheng. This project is of vital importance to the mountain city. It has been approved by the higher authorities, and they will also give us preferential policies. Mr. Lu, you should understand what I mean, right? Zhang Qingyue picked up the water cup and took a sip, a confident smile on her face. She believed that as long as Lu Mu was not stupid, he would agree to cooperate with her. I understand. Lu Mu nodded, and then under Zhang Qingyue's shocked gaze, Lu Mu picked up Zhang Qingyue, carried her on his shoulders, and walked out of the living room. The sudden scene left Zhang Qingyue dumbfounded. Boss Lu, what are you doing? Being carried on Lu Mu's shoulders, Zhang Qingyue felt angry and ashamed. See a visitor out. Lu Mu carried Zhang Qingyue all the way to the Mercedes-Benz commercial vehicle. He opened the car door and threw Zhang Qingyue in. Zhang Feng followed closely, and instead of getting angry when he saw the scene, he looked at Lu Mu with admiration. Brother Mu, my God. Mr. Lu, even if you don't plan to cooperate with me, you shouldn't be so rude to me. Zhang Qingyue sat in the car, looking at Lu Mu outside with an angry face. You've already threatened me, and you still want me to be polite to you. Are you too naive, or do you think I have no temper? What Zhang Qingyue said just now was obviously an attempt to threaten him with Longton Group, Blue Sky Entertainment, and the higher-ups. What he hated most was being threatened. If Mr. Lu feels that my telling the truth is a threat to you, then I apologize. Zhang Qingyue said, but what I want to say is, Mr. Lu, you are fully capable of cooperating with us for a win-win situation, so why do you have to create enemies for yourself? Sorry, even if I don't cooperate with you, I will definitely be the winner in the end. As for the enemy, you are not worthy yet. Lu Mu closed the car door and left without looking back. Inside the car, Zhang Qingyue looked at Lu Mu's back with gritted teeth. This guy is so arrogant. Forget it, there's no need for me to completely fall out with him. Zhang Qingyue's expression returned to calm. She only needs to acquire the Shouyuan group, and it is Nangongyan's job to negotiate cooperation with Zhuozhuang and Jinka. As for how Lu Mu and Nangongyan will talk, and what the consequences will be after Lu Mu rejects Nangongyan, it is none of her business. She had already reminded Lu Mu. The Hongyun Group she represents is the listed company with the highest value in Shancheng City. But compared with Hongyun Group, Longton Group and the forces behind Nangongyan, it is not worth mentioning at all. Are you still not leaving? Lu Mu walked past Zhang Feng and saw that he had no intention of leaving. So he asked, why, do you want to vent your sister's anger? Brother Mu, good job. Zhang Feng gave Lu Mu a thumbs up and said, my sister has that kind of temper, so we can't spoil her. Lu Mu, is she really your sister? Lu Mu's mouth twitched. Although I don't want to admit it, she is indeed my biological sister. Zhang Feng said with a bitter look on his face, if possible, I want to change a sister. Upon hearing this, Lu Mu did not say anything, but patted Zhang Feng on the shoulder. From Zhang Feng's tone, he could feel Zhang Feng's sadness and how much oppression he had suffered at the hands of Zhang Qingyue. Follow me in the future, I won't treat you unfairly. Really? Zhang Feng's eyes lit up when he heard this and he said, Brother Mu, my sister is 26 years old, 168 centimeters tall, and her birthday is December 28th. Stop. Seeing that Zhang Feng was beginning to reveal Zhang Qingyue's privacy, Lu Mu hurriedly interrupted him and said, I am not interested in this information about your sister. If you really want to tell me something, just keep an eye on your sister and see what she does next. Brother Mu, this won't work. Zhang Feng said seriously, if you want to pursue my sister, I can help you, but if you want me to betray my sister, you have to pay me. Well, your sister is so lucky to have a brother like you. Lu Mu was completely amused by Zhang Feng. He took out his cell phone, transferred 1 million to Zhang Feng and said, report to me at any time. Zhang Feng did not respond to Lu Mu immediately after hearing this. He first took a look at the transfer, and when he saw the string of numbers, he became excited and immediately saluted Lu Mu. Receive. The Mercedes-Benz commercial vehicle drove out of the manor. Inside the car, Zhang Qingyue looked gloomy and unhappy. Zhang Feng was humming a little tune and was in a very good mood. Shut up. Zhang Qingyue was feeling upset and had no place to vent her anger, so Zhang Feng's actions directly pissed her off. If you make any more noise, you won't get any pocket money anymore. Zhang Feng closed his mouth for a few seconds after hearing this. But after a few seconds, he began to hum the tune again. After clinging to Lu Mu's lap, Mr. Jiang looked down upon the 10,000 yuan pocket money he received each month. I think you have grown wings. Seeing that Zhang Feng was no longer afraid of her, Zhang Qingyue frowned and said, believe it or not, I will take back your car as well. Hey hey. Seeing Zhang Qingyue was about to take back her car, Zhang Feng shut up instantly and smiled foolishly twice. Although Mr. Jiang doesn't care about that little pocket money now. But he still likes cars worth millions. Take me to the beauty salon later. I haven't had a good rest these days, and my skin has become worse. Zhang Qingyue didn't really want to take back Zhang Feng's car. This is how she and Zhang Feng get along. Zhang Feng has liked to be a masochist since he was young, so she has to be strict with him. Did you hear me? What are you doing? Seeing that Zhang Feng didn't reply to her, Zhang Qingyue turned sideways to glance at him. I saw Zhang Feng driving and playing with his mobile phone. This made her face darken instantly. You are not allowed to use your phone while driving. This is the most basic principle. Do you need me to teach you? I'm not playing. I'm just checking the time. Zhang Feng quickly put down his phone. Inside the manor. As soon as Lu Mu returned to the living room and sat down, he received a message from Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng, brother Mu, my sister is going to the beauty salon to take care of her skin. This kid. Looking at the message sent by Zhang Feng, Lu Mu was a little amused. But he still typed back, yeah, good job, thumbs up. Boss Lu, why do you refuse to cooperate with Zhang Qingyue? Zhou Ting looked at Lu Mu and said, although I don't know what project Zhang Qingyue is talking about, since Longting Group and Blue Sky Entertainment are also involved, it is enough to show that the project she is talking about is extraordinary. If you cooperate with them, you will be able to get a share of it. The reason for not cooperating with them is simple. Among them are people I have offended and people I don't want to see. Lu Mu put down his phone and said calmly. He and Nangong Yun had just had a conflict yesterday. Neither he nor Nangong Yun was a generous person. And Nangong Yun obviously has feelings for Su Yao. If he joins the cooperation, Nangong Yun will definitely target him everywhere. Of course, the most important point is that he has a system and does not need to cooperate with anyone. So what is Mr. Lu going to do next? Zhou Ting said solemnly, you refuse to cooperate, and the other party will probably take a series of actions next. Not only will I not cooperate with them, I will cause trouble for them. Lu Mu said with cold eyes, don't even think about making a penny from this project. Could it be that Mr. Lu knows what project Zhang Qingyue is talking about? Zhou Ting looked at Lu Mu in shock. I'm not sure. Lu Mu took out his phone, opened a web page and said, about a week ago, the news reported that the large shopping mall built by Longting Group in Baiyun District has been completed. I've read the news. Zhou Ting said, but isn't this normal? The most important industry under Longting Group is real estate. It is normal for the mall to be completed, but what is strange is that there has been no sign of it being sold for 2 years since it started construction. In other words, this mall is most likely for the Longting Group to use for its own purposes. Isn't it strange to build a large shopping mall for personal use? Lu Mu said, the main business of Hong Yun Group is catering, and the main business of Blue Sky Entertainment is entertainment. What do you think of when you combine the two? Specialty food city. Zhou Ting's eyes lit up and she said, Baiyun District is the most economically backward district in the mountain city. If we build a special food city in Baiyun District, it will drive local employment and increase local tax revenue. Naturally, the people above will try to give preferential policies as much as possible. Ms. Zhou understands it very quickly. Lu Mu said, but this is just our guess. We won't know the specific project they are collaborating on until they announce it. If it is really a specialty food city, what are your plans, Mr. Liu? Zhou Ting continued to ask.
If the project they are collaborating on is really a specialty food city, then I can only say that they are courting their own death.
Lu Mu's eyes were cold. The most important thing about a food city must be the food. And the high-end gourmet recipes he possesses are enough to block the road to the food city. Zhou Ting's favorability plus 30. What the hell? The system prompt suddenly sounded. Lu Mu subconsciously looked at Zhou Ting.
Zhou Ting was staring at him blankly with her pretty face flushed.
Are you fantasizing about me? Lu Mu spoke. How do you know?
Zhou Ting said subconsciously.
No, I didn't.
Coming back to her senses, Zhou Ting realized that she had said the wrong thing, and her already red face was about to smoke. I can't believe it, Miss Zhou is almost 30 years old and still quite shy.
Lu Mu picked up the water glass and took a sip.
His eyes were looking over Zhou Ting. Zhou Ting was seen wearing a V-neck top, showing off her slender swan neck and delicate collarbone. She was wearing a high-waisted long skirt, and her plump peach buttocks were wrapped in the skirt, making her look both sexy and fairy-like. Her pair of plump legs were delicate and white, without any excess fat.
Who says older women can't be shy?
Zhou Ting rolled her eyes at Lu Mu.
This glance is full of charm and perfectly illustrates the charm of a mature woman. Does Mr. Liu prefer young or mature people?
Zhou Ting moved closer to Lu Mu, and looked at him with her fox eyes full of charm.
Want to know?
Lu Mu put his hand on Zhou Ting's thigh.
Zhou Ting's body trembled suddenly.
Seeing this, Lu Mu moved his hand upwards, hugged Zhou Ting into his arms, and whispered in her ear, I like to take the initiative. When Zhou Ting heard this, her face instantly turned red.
The blush spread all the way to the neck. How could she not know that Lu Mu was hinting at her? Mr. Liu, my aunt hasn't left yet.
Zhou Ting thought of something and swallowed subconsciously.
Why are you swallowing? Lu Mu smiled and said, you want to do it like yesterday, right? No, I didn't.
Zhou Ting hurriedly covered her pretty little mouth and tried to break free from Lu Mu's arms.
I can't do anything about you.
Lu Mu stood up and said, come on.
An hour later.
Lu Mu and Zhou Ting appeared at the gate of the manor. Zhou Ting quickly got into the car, started it, stepped on the accelerator, and drove away as if she was escaping.
Am I that scary? The corner of Lu Mu's mouth twitched, and then he drove away. Ahem. On Mingyuan Mountain Road. The BMW was driving at a constant speed.
Inside the car, Zhou Ting's cheeks were flushed and she kept coughing.
Just at this moment, the phone rings.
Zhou Ting hurriedly stopped the car on the side of the road and answered the phone.
Hello, Dad.
Zhou Ting's voice was very hoarse. On the other end of the phone, Zhou Wen was silent for a few seconds.
Ting Ting, didn't you go to see Mr. Liu? Why is your voice hoarse again?
Zhou Ting opened her mouth, not knowing how to explain. Thinking of what Lu Mu had done to her, her beautiful legs couldn't help but go weak.
After leaving the manor, Lu Mu drove back to the old neighborhood.
As soon as he entered the door, he heard sobbing.
Xiao Xiao, why are you crying?
Lu Mu looked at Lin Xiaoxiao, who was sitting on the sofa and crying, with concern. Subconsciously, I thought that Lin Xiaoxiao was crying because of me.
How pitiful. Lin Xiaoxiao pointed at the TV.
Upon hearing this, Lu Mu looked towards the TV, only to see a bloody Korean drama playing on it, in which his girlfriend turned out to be his biological sister.
Girls are so magical that they can cry even when watching a melodrama. Xiao Xiao, have you eaten?
Lu Mu changed the subject.
Have eaten.
Lin Xiaoxiao wiped away her tears and asked, Brother Mu, are you done with your work? Lu Mu walked over and sat down next to Lin Xiaoxiao. Only then did he realize that Lin Xiaoxiao was actually wearing his t-shirt. From the wide neckline, one can vaguely see a pair of small jade bowls. However, Lin Xiaoxiao didn't know that she was exposed, as her attention was focused on the TV at the moment. Seeing this, Lu Mu picked up Lin Xiaoxiao and let her sit on his lap.
Brother Mu, what are you doing?
Lu Mu's action startled Lin Xiaoxiao.
A pair of big eyes looked at Lu Mu with confusion. His eyes met Lin Xiaoxiao's. From Lin Xiaoxiao's eyes, Lu Mu saw the clarity and stupidity that only college students possess. This made him feel guilty. But soon, the guilt turned into excitement. A great war is over. Lin Xiaoxiao hugged Lu Mu and cried. Seeing this, Lu Mu laughed and said, Xiaoxiao, it's been more than an hour, and you're still moved by such a melodrama. Hiss. As soon as Lu Mu finished speaking, he suddenly took a breath and saw Lin Xiaoxiao biting his arm. She raised her head and looked at him angrily. You made me cry. Hey hey. In response, Lu Mu could only smile foolishly to ease the embarrassment. Lin Xiaoxiao is too fragile. Buzz just at this moment. The phone Lu Mu placed on the coffee table rang. I picked up the phone and took a look. It was a call from Tang Ming, the head of the Zhuangzhuang group. The call was connected and Tang Ming's respectful voice came from the other end. Mr. Lu, I hope I didn't disturb you? Let's talk about it. Lu Mu replied. It's like this, Mr. Lu. Just now, the person in charge of Blue Sky Entertainment contacted me and said that their boss, Nangong Yun, wants to invite you to dinner at Hongyun Pavilion today. No time. Lu Mu knew the purpose of Nangong Yun's invitation to dinner without having to guess. It's just that they want to cooperate with Lu Mu for their project. Boss Lu, would you consider it? Tang Ming was silent for a moment and said, Blue Sky Entertainment is one of the leading entertainment companies in China. Its strength should not be underestimated. Moreover, our group's products are also endorsed by artists under Blue Sky Entertainment. You reminded me of this. Lu Mu said, today, we will terminate the contract with the artists under Blue Sky Entertainment. From now on, the company's products will not be endorsed by artists from Blue Sky Entertainment. Lu Mu hung up the phone after he finished speaking. Not long after Lu Mu hung up the phone, Wu Bing, the head of the Jinko group, also called. What he said is roughly the same as what Tang Ming said. Longtong Hotel. Located in the heart of the business district. It is a 5-star hotel under the Longtong Group. Inside the hotel suite, Nangong Yun answered a phone call and his face suddenly became extremely ugly. How dare you refuse my invitation? Very good, if you don't accept my toast, then forget about running your company. Nangong Yun opened the address book and made a call. 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Lu Mu drove to the Xingchen building. Not long after, Lin Yanran walked out of the building. Xiaomu, you don't have to pick me up next time. I can take a taxi back by myself. Lin Yanran sat in the passenger seat. Sister Yanran, we are not outsiders. Lu Mu said, I'll take you to buy a car tomorrow. Lin Yanran nodded and did not refuse. She knew that if she refused Lu Mu, he would be angry. Sister Yanran, how are your studies going recently? Lu Mu started the car while chatting with Lin Yanran. I think it's okay. Lin Yanran said, Anya taught me a lot. Then I will hand over the Baiyun farm to you after some time. Lu Mu said with a smile. Currently, there are only 2 women whose intimacy with him has reached 100, namely Lin Yanran and Lin Xiaoxiao. Lin Xiaoxiao is still in school, so his businesses can only be handed over to Lin Yanran for management. The reason for giving it to Lin Yanran was, of course, to better monetize the love fund. If nothing goes wrong, the monster level will be upgraded tomorrow. At that time, the daily spending amount of the love fund will also increase. He couldn't possibly transfer money to every woman, that was the most uneconomical and unsafe approach. If you make 1 million a day, it can barely be considered pocket money. But what if it's 10 million or 100 million? Even if you are the richest man in the world, you may not give a woman, but as long as he transfers the Baiyun breeding farm to Lin Yanran's name, he will be able to use the love fund to maintain the daily expenses of the Baiyun breeding farm. In this way, the love fund has a continuous cash flow channel, the Baiyun breeding farm saves expenses, and the company can make a profit again. The best of all worlds. As long as a woman's intimacy with him reaches 100, she will never betray him. It means that the property still belongs to him. Ah, isn't this bad? Lin Yanran was at a loss and said, I'm afraid I'm not capable enough. Lin Yanran knew the value of Baiyun breeding farm. It's as high as billions. If she is asked to manage the Mulan slaughterhouse, she can do it if she tries her best. She has no confidence at all to manage the Baiyun farm worth billions. Sister Yanran, you have to believe in yourself. Lu Mu said, being a boss is actually not as complicated as you think. Just leave professional matters to professionals. Monsters has been upgraded, so let's close down together. Oh well. Lin Yanran took a deep breath and said, I will try my best. Maple Leaf Mansion. Located in the center of the mountain city. It's a very special neighborhood. Those who can live here are all big shots. Within the community, they are a series of slightly old townhouses. At the gate of Villa Number 1, a Mercedes-Benz commercial vehicle slowly stopped. As the car door opened, Zhang Qingyue walked out of the car. Just wait for me here, don't wander around, okay? Zhang Qingyue said to the inside of the car. Don't worry, sis. I know where this is and I won't wander around. In the driving seat, Zhang Feng said with a serious expression. Zhang Qingyue nodded and then entered the villa. After Zhang Qingyue left, Zhang Feng immediately took out his cell phone and sent a message to Lu Mu. Brother Mu, my sister is in Maple Leaf Mansion now. Qingyue, you are here. As soon as Zhang Qingyue entered the villa, a beautiful figure came towards her. Although Qianying was wearing loose casual clothes, it couldn't hide her hot body. Aunt Qin. Looking at the woman in front of him, Zhang Qingyue's eyes were full of respect. The woman's name was Qin Yiren, and her status was very noble. Su Yao is waiting for you. Qin Yiren said with a smile, the higher-ups are paying close attention to the Food City project you're working on this time. It is our honor to be recognized by the higher authorities. Zhang Qingyue walked towards the living room and said, but there is still one last step before the project can be officially launched. You mean the strong and the golden? Qin Yiren said slowly. Zhang Qingyue nodded and said, today I met with the bosses of these two feed groups and discussed cooperation, but they refused. Oh, really? Qin Yiren's eyes flashed with surprise and she said, cooperation will benefit both companies in every way. There seems to be no reason for the other party to refuse, right? Then I don't know what the other party is thinking. While they were talking, they had already walked into the living room. On the sofa in the living room, Su Yao was processing documents on the computer. Qingyue, what is it that you must meet and tell me? Su Yao closed the computer, stood up and asked. Not long ago, she received a call from Zhang Qingyue, saying that she had something important to tell her in person. This made her very confused. Su Yao, what is Lu Mu's identity? Zhang Qingyue took a deep breath and recounted what happened in the manor today. After listening to what Zhang Qingyue said, Su Yao froze in place. When she came back to her senses, Su Yao frowned and said, this is impossible, he is just an ordinary person. Su Yao, you've been deceived. Zhang Qingyue said with a serious expression, Lu Mu was definitely not an ordinary person. He must have hidden his identity during the years he was with you. Su Yao frowned even deeper when she heard this. I recalled the 5 years I spent with Lu Mu. She didn't believe that Lu Mu had hidden his identity at all. If Lu Mu is really that rich, the flaws will be exposed within 5 years. But the result is that no matter in his daily life, social life or family background, Lu Mu has nothing to do with the word rich. Su Yao, Lu Mu has already rejected my invitation to cooperate. Perhaps he will only agree if you invite him in person. Zhang Qingyue continued. In her opinion, Lu Mu and Zhang Qingyue had been together for 5 years, so even if they broke up, they must still have feelings for each other. You think too highly of me. Su Yao took a deep breath and said, do you know why he rejected your invitation to cooperate? Although I don't know how Lu Mu became the boss of Zhuozhuang and Jinka. But this is the fact now, and even if she finds it unbelievable, she has to believe it. Isn't it because I want to enter the breeding industry that he is worried that I will become his competitor? The main reason he refused was because of me. Su Yao said with complicated eyes, he wants to take revenge on me. What's going on? Zhang Qingyue was stunned when she heard this.
Qingyue, tell Nangong Yun to announce the project tomorrow.
Su Yao did not respond to Zhang Qingyue. Her eyes were sharp and she said, if he doesn't cooperate with us, there will always be others willing to cooperate with us. It depends on who will be the first to get restless in the end. I see. Zhang Qingyue nodded. When do you expect the Food City project to be officially launched?
Qiniren sat on the sofa, looking at Su Yao and Zhang Qingyue with a smile.
Next week at the latest. Su Yao replied, Aunt Qing, you can rest assured that this project will definitely increase the employment rate and tax revenue in Baiyun district. Of course I believe in your abilities.
Qiniren picked up the teacup and took a sip, her eyes very deep.
Seeing Qiniren's expression, Su Yao and Zhang Qingyue felt nervous. 12 o'clock in the morning.
Lu Mu went downstairs with the flamethrower. Because Lin Yanran came back, Lu Mu had to sleep alone. After all, the two sisters didn't know that the other had a relationship with Lu Mu.
Behind the old neighborhood. It is a dense grass.
Not far from the grass, there is an old street lamp. Although the light of the street lamp is not bright, it is particularly dazzling in the darkness. And a large number of moths are attracted by the lights and hover around the streetlights.
Lu Mu came under the streetlight.
Just turn on the flamethrower and spray out a blazing flame to burn the moths to death. Kill one moth and gain plus 100 gold.
Kill one moth, gain money plus 120. Kill 10 moths cumulatively to obtain the swift car.
Kill 100 moths cumulatively and receive 100 times Love Fund consumption cashback card.
Kill 1000 moths cumulatively to obtain Baiyun Street. Kill enough moths to complete the achievement Moths to Flame and become the Deputy Director of the Southwest Entertainment Bureau.
When the monster killing value reaches 10,000, the monster killing level is increased to level 2, the number of monsters that can be killed per day is increased to 2,000, and the value of items obtained from killing monsters is increased. The daily spending limit of the Love Fund for a single person of the opposite sex has been increased to 10 million. The reward has been issued, and the relevant documents and information have been sent to the host's manor warehouse and mobile phone respectively.
System prompts sounded one after another. Lu Mu looked ecstatic. Finally upgraded. Lu Mu hurriedly took out his mobile phone to check the reward information.
After reading the information, Lu Mu couldn't come back to his senses for a long time. The value of the rewards this time can be said to be very high. Among them, the Jifeng Motor Company is worth nearly 2 billion. Unlike 4S stores, car dealerships also sell cars, but the cars they sell are not limited to one brand. The Jifeng Motor Company has all the luxury brand cars on the market, from Bugatti Veyron to Mercedes-Benz, BMW, and Audi. Then there is the 100 times Love Fund consumption cashback card.
You can tell its use just by looking at the name.
Now Lu Mu uses the Love Fund for a single opposite sex, and the daily amount has been increased to 10 million. If he uses the 100 times Love Fund consumption cashback card, he will be able to get 1 billion cashback.
As for Baiyun Street, it is a street in Baiyun District. Yes, it's a street.
A street with a total length of 1,600 meters and a total value of more than 80 billion yuan. Moreover, Baiyun Street is only separated from the newly built shopping mall of Longtan Group by a highway.
This is getting interesting.
Lu Mu's mouth corners slightly raised. If the project that Su Yao and the other two were collaborating on was really a food city, then he wouldn't mind building a food street. But the reward that made Lu Mu most satisfied was the position of Deputy Director of the Southwest Entertainment Bureau.
You know, the entire Dragon country's entertainment industry is under the jurisdiction of the General Administration of Entertainment.
The General Administration of Entertainment has branches in various regions. Among them, the Southwest Entertainment Bureau is responsible for managing entertainment companies, artists, etc. in the Southwest region. If Lu Mu remembered correctly, the headquarters of Blue Sky Entertainment, owned by Nangong Yun, was in Shudu. And Shudu belongs to the southwestern region. Lu Mu regained his composure and began to check his personal information.
Host, Lu Mu.
Age, 23 years old.
Monster killing level, level 2.
Monster killing value, 0/50,000.
Number of monsters killed per day, 1000/2000. Completed achievements 10. Love fund, 999.9 billion. Personal wealth 205163179. Not bad, I can continue to fight monsters today. Lumu nodded with satisfaction after his monster killing level increased. The number of monsters he could kill every day doubled. This means that he can get more rewards every day. Early morning. Lumu was woken up by a phone call. I took the phone and took a look. It was a call from Tang Ming, the head of the Zhuangzhuang group. The call was connected and Tang Ming's anxious voice came from the other end. Boss Lu, something has happened. This morning, the relevant personnel from the Agricultural Association came to our company and conducted an investigation. Finally, they asked us to suspend business and rectify the situation on the grounds that there was expired feed in our warehouse that had not been processed. Why is there expired feed in the warehouse? Lumu sat up from the bed, frowning. Mr. Lu, that batch of feed was not sold out last quarter. I was planning to have someone dispose of it in the next few days, but who knew someone from the Agricultural Association would suddenly show up? Tang Ming said with tears in his eyes. I understand. Just do what they say. I'll find a solution. Lumu said this and hung up the phone. However, not long after Lumu hung up the phone, Wu Bing, the person in charge of Jinko, also called. Jinko also encountered the same problem as Zhuo Zhuang. Great, we're finally getting started. Lumu's eyes were cold. He didn't need to guess to know that it was Nan Gongyun who was behind it. In that case, let's close down together. Lumu opened his address book and called the person in charge of the Southwest Entertainment Bureau. P.S. Please give me a free gift, urge me to update more, and give me a 5-star review. Thank you. Someone is messing with me. Hong Yun Group conference room. Su Yao, Jiang Qingyue, and Nan Gongyun were talking. Nan Gongyun, I heard that you asked people from the Agricultural Association to go to Zhuozhuang in Jinka. Su Yao looked at Nan Gongyun, frowning slightly. She knew Nan Gongyun's background very well. Among them, Nan Gongyun's uncle is the vice president of the Southwest Agricultural Association. As expected of President Su, you are well informed. Nan Gongyun raised his lips and said, he asked for all this. I kindly invited him to discuss cooperation, but he didn't give me the slightest bit of face and didn't even give me a chance to meet him. So, I naturally won't be polite to him. Su Yao heard this. Although she was dissatisfied with Nan Gongyun's behavior, she didn't say much. From the current perspective, suspending the operations of Zhuozhuang and Jinka for rectification can serve as a warning to Lumu. Let Lumu know the consequences of refusing to cooperate with them. Let's not talk about this for now. Su Yao continued, Qingyue and I have decided to announce the Food City project today. As for the meat supply, we will cooperate with the West Farmers Group. Didn't Qingyue say that she wanted to enter the breeding industry? Nan Gongyun frowned and said, although the Xi'an Agricultural Group is the largest breeding company in our country, it is precisely because of its huge scale that they may have ulterior motives in cooperating with us. Boom! As soon as Nan Gongyun finished speaking, the door of the conference room was pushed open. A handsome young man with medium-length hair walked in. Nan Gongyun, tell me, what does it mean to have evil intentions? The young man walked towards them with a smile and said, our Xi'an Agricultural Group is a formal enterprise. The reason why we agreed to cooperate with you this time is purely for President Su's sake. The young man is named Zhu Kong, General Manager of Xi'an Agricultural Products Group. Boss Su, long time no see, you look more beautiful again. Zhu Kong stopped in front of Su Yao and shook hands with her. Manager Zhu, thank you for your praise. Su Yao and Zhu Kong shook hands politely. I originally planned to acquire Shouyuan Group to enter the breeding industry, but last night someone below me sent me news that 51% of Shouyuan Group's shares are also in Lumu's hands. So I had to give up the acquisition of Shouyuan Group, but the Food City project is about to open, and it's too late for me to create a breeding company at this time. Jiang Qingyue spoke. It's Lumu again. Nan Gongyun frowned upon hearing this and said, why is he everywhere? Don't worry, everyone. Shu Kong said, my Shinong group has contracted all the ingredients needed for your food city. Then I'll trouble you, Manager Zhu. Su Yao nodded. With the participation of West Farmers Group, the Food City project will be foolproof. You know, West Farmers Group is also a trillion-dollar group. It involves multiple industries such as breeding, feed, and agricultural products. It's my honor to be able to help President Su. Shu Kong smiled and looked very gentlemanly. Seeing this scene, Nan Gongyan frowned. How could he not know Zhu Kang's purpose? It's just like him, they all want to win Su Yao's heart. The main reason why the two of them did this was for profit. As a trillion-dollar group, the news that Longting Group's chairman, Su Nantian, is suffering from cancer is known to the entire internet. As Su Yao is the only descendant of Su Nantian, Longting Group will definitely fall into Su Yao's hands in the future. It is precisely because of this that these people would try every means to get close to Su Yao, wanting to win her heart, so as to take Longting Group into their pocket. Nangong Yun, remember to notify your company's artists and ask them to help promote the Food City project online once it's announced. Also, the Food City is expected to open next week, and you will have to ask your company's artists to go to the Food City in person then. Don't worry, I've already greeted them. Nangong Yun said, as long as the Food City opens, I promise to make it popular on the entire internet in the shortest possible time. Buzz as Nangong Yun finished speaking, the phone suddenly rang. I'm going to take a call. Nangong Yun said as he walked to the French window and answered the phone. The call was connected and an anxious voice came from the other end. Master, something happened. The Entertainment Bureau suddenly visited the company and investigated the company and all its artists. They found many problems such as shady contracts and tax issues. The Entertainment Bureau leaders have ordered the company to suspend operations for rectification, and the artists must pay the taxes within the specified time. What? Nangong Yun's face turned grim when he heard this. Why would the Entertainment Bureau suddenly come to visit? I don't know either. Damn it. Nangong Yun hung up the phone angrily with a very ugly expression. What's wrong? Seeing Nangong Yun's expression, Su Yao had a bad feeling in her heart. The Entertainment Bureau suddenly visited my company, found out the problems, and ordered my company to suspend operations for rectification. Why would the Entertainment Bureau come to your company at this critical moment? Weren't you not notified beforehand? Su Yao frowned. No. Nangong Yun took a deep breath and said, someone must be messing with me. Oh, who is it that is so bold as to mess with you, Master Nangong? Shu Kong asked with a curious look on his face. Could it be Lu Mu? Jiang Qingyue suddenly spoke. After all, Lu Mu's company had just been ordered by the Agricultural Association to suspend operations for rectification, and now Nangong Yun's company was ordered by the Entertainment Bureau to suspend operations for rectification. Isn't this too much of a coincidence? As Jiang Qingyue finished speaking, the entire conference room became extremely silent. Impossible. Nangong Yun said with a gloomy face, the bosses of just two feed companies don't have such great abilities. Su Yao heard this and said nothing. But she was extremely uneasy at this moment. Just as Jiang Qingyue said, this is too much of a coincidence. The image of Lu Mu appeared in her mind. It was the first time that she felt so unfamiliar with Lu Mu. You should go back to Shudu first. Su Yao took a deep breath and said, be sure to get your company back to normal before the Food City opens. Give me a day. After Nangong Yun finished speaking, he left in a hurry. It was noon. Multiple self-media accounts, including Shancheng Official, published the same content. The Food City, which took 2 years to build by Longting, Hongyun and Lantian Group, will officially open this month. By then, Shancheng will have another famous internet celebrity check-in spot. I really guessed it right. Downstairs in the old community. Lu Mu had just activated the Phantom and was about to go to the manor when he received a message from Zhou Ting. The content of the message was exactly the news released by the official Shancheng government. Food City, huh? Lu Mu raised his lips and said, since you are seeking your own death, you can't blame me. Lu Mu put down his phone, stepped on the accelerator and left the old neighborhood. He recently received a call from the manor property manager Zhao Lin, who told him that the manor staff he had recruited would arrive at the manor at noon today, and he would conduct another interview then. At the gate of the manor, Zhao Lin and several applicants were waiting for Lu Mu. A few minutes later, a phantom appeared in everyone's sight. "Mr. Lu is here." Zhao Lin spoke up to remind him. Upon hearing this, several applicants perked up. "Manager Zhao, I didn't keep you waiting for long, did I?" Lu Mu stopped the car and looked at several applicants. There were 5 applicants, 3 women and 2 men. Needless to say, the man is definitely applying for a security guard position. The 2 men were about 30 years old, with very strong bodies and bright eyes. Obviously he is either a veteran or a martial artist. As for the 3 women, they all had outstanding looks. What surprised Lu Mu was that 2 of them looked very similar, obviously twins. "Mr. Lu, you are too polite. It is our duty to wait for you." Zhao Lin said respectfully, "Mr. Lu, these people were selected by our property management from many applicants. You can interview them again. Let's go in first." Lu Mu opened the gate of the manor with the remote control key, and then drove into the manor. Seeing this, Zhao Lin drove with the 5 applicants to catch up with Lu Mu. The car stopped in the open space in front of the house. When Zhao Lin and his companions got off the car, they were stunned by the golden dragon statue they saw. "Please introduce yourselves first." Lu Mu got out of the car and looked at them with a smile. He expected the reactions of several people. After all, anyone who sees a golden dragon statue made of pure gold will be shocked. Several people came to their senses and started introducing themselves. 2 of the men were named Wang Long and Li Hu. The twin sisters are named Zhao Ling and Zhao Meng. As for the remaining woman who exudes a mature charm, her name is Chen Wan. Lu Mu communicated with the system and checked the personal panels of the 3 women. Name, Chen Wan. Age 36. Height, 168. Weight, 55 kilograms. Overall appearance rating, 96. Driver 1. Favorability 0. Name Zhao Ling. Age, 23. Height, 170. Weight, 50 kilograms. Overall appearance rating, 90. Driver 0. Favorability 0. Name Zhao Meng. Age, 23. Height, 171. Weight, 53 kilograms. Overall appearance rating, 90. Driver 0. Favorability 0. Not bad, the overall appearance is above 80 points. Lu Mu nodded with satisfaction. The main reason why he asked Zhao Lin to find female staff was to cash in on the love fund. "Since you have already passed the property interview, I will not continue to interview you." Lu Mu smiled and asked, "When can you officially start work?" "Mr. Lu, Li Hu, and I are available anytime." Wang Long spoke first. "My sister and I are always available, too." Zhang Meng followed up. "Mr. Lu, I may need tomorrow." Xinwan's voice is very gentle, and coupled with her gentle and pleasant appearance, she is simply a killer of boys. Lu Mu nodded, handed the door key to Wang Long and said, "I'll give you the key. As for where you're going to live, I'll ask Manager Zhao to take you there later." Then there's the issue of wages. Lu Mu pondered for a moment and said, "I don't know how much salary I should offer you." "How much do you want?" Lu Mu really didn't know how much to give to the several people. After all, the salaries of security guards and nannies he knew could not be compared with those of the manor's security guards and nannies. Although the 2 are the same profession, there is a huge difference in salary. Several people looked at each other, not knowing how to start. "I was afraid that if I asked for too much, Lu Mu would not give me anything, and if I asked for too little, I would lose money." "Mr. Lu, I have a salary list for other staff members of the manor." Zhao Lin took out his cell phone, opened a form and handed it to Lu Mu. Lu Mu took a look. Other estates pay an average of 50,000 per month to security guards and nannies, and an average of 100,000 per month to private butlers. As for positions such as gardeners, the salaries are also less than 100,000.
Lu Mu nodded and returned the phone to Zhao Lin. Then he said, Wang Long, Li Hu, you are applying for the security position. I will pay you 100,000 per month. Zhao Ling, Zhao Meng, you are applying for the position of nanny. I will also pay you 100,000 per month. As for Shenwan, you are applying for a personal butler position, I will give you 200,000 a month. If you think it's okay, I'll ask Manager Zhao to help print the contract now. Yes, of course. Hearing this, they were all very excited. The salary Lu Mu offered was twice that of other manor staff, so they had no reason to refuse. Manager Zhao, thank you for your help. Lu Mu looked at Zhao Lin and said. It's not a problem. Please wait for me for a moment, Mr. Lu. Zhao Lin said this and drove away. Although Zhao Lin was shocked but not surprised that Lu Mu offered double wages to several people. After all, a rich man like Lu Mu wouldn't care about this little money at all. You can get familiar with the surroundings first. Lu Mu said something to a few people and then went into the living room. Sitting on the sofa in the living room, Lu Mu took out his mobile phone, transferred 10 million to Lin Yanran's bank card, and used the 100 times Love Fund consumption cashback card. Love Fund 100000000. The 100 times Love Fund consumption cashback card was used successfully. Personal wealth plus 10000000000. With 1 billion in his account, Lu Mu's mood can only be described in one word, awesome. 10 minutes later. Zhao Lin came back with the printed contract. Shenwan and the others glanced at it and then signed their names. Mr. Lu, do you still need to recruit more staff? Zhao Lin asked Lu Mu. No, Lu Mu said, for now, they will be the ones to deal with. As for the hygiene of the manor, Manager Zhao, please help me contact the relevant companies and ask them to send people to clean it regularly. Lu Mu lives in a manor, not a villa. The area is larger than some parks. If we really rely on a nanny to clean it up, the nanny will be exhausted. Therefore, he didn't plan to invite many people at the beginning. After all, there are too many people in the manor, and he would not be used to living there. As for the residence of Wang Long and Li Hu, it is on the side of the entrance of the manor, where there is a specially built security room. Okay. Zhao Lin nodded when he heard this without asking any further questions. Lu Mu looked at the time and it was already 2 o'clock in the afternoon. So he drove away from the estate and headed towards the slaughterhouse. Today he still has 1,000 monster killing points that he hasn't used yet. Master, take care. Security booth. Wang Long and Li Hu stood upright, and when they saw the phantom sailing out, they hurriedly perked up. Longting Mall. A Toyota Alpha was parked on the side of the road in the mall. The car door opened, and Qin Yiren, Su Yao, and Wang Qingyue got out of the car one after another. Aunt Qingyue and I have decided that the Food City will open on Tuesday next week, which is the day after tomorrow. Su Yao said. Qin Yiren nodded, but her eyes were looking across the street. And across the road is Baiyun Street. Aunt Qin, I heard that Baiyun Street is very depressed right now, and all the shops on the street are closed. Su Yao followed Qin Yiren's gaze and instantly understood what Qin Yiren was thinking. Behind Baiyun Street is the largest urban village in Shanchang. The people there are all engaged in low-level jobs. When Baiyun Street was recruiting investors, my goal was to provide jobs for those people in the urban village through Baiyun Street. Unfortunately, the local wages in Shanchang are too low, and those people have too heavy a burden on their families. The money they earn from working in the store alone is simply not enough to support their living expenses. If this continues for a long time, they will have to go out to work, and the shops in Baiyun Street will close one after another. Qin Yiren withdrew her gaze, looking helpless. Aunt Qin, don't worry. When the Food City opens, it will definitely bring a large number of tourists to Baiyun District. By then, the lives of those people in the urban village will definitely be improved. Su Yao said seriously. Su Yao, let me tell you something you don't like to hear. Qin Yiren looked at Su Yao and said, how long do you think the internet celebrity economy can last? Both I and the higher-ups strongly support your original intention of building a special food city.
But relying solely on celebrity publicity is far from enough. Over time, if the food city has nothing to offer, tourists will feel cheated and will not come again. By then, the food city you built will face the same fate as Bayun Street. Aunt Sheen, if you think so, you don't trust us at all. Su Yao said, the special food city we created will not only rely on the artists under Blue Sky Entertainment for promotion. When the food city opens, in addition to the major food brands under Han Yun Group, there will also be dozens of star restaurants and famous restaurants of various cuisines. And food is what keeps us tourists. Have you ever thought about whether tourists can afford the prices of star-rated food? Qin Yiren frowned and said, besides, which city in the country doesn't have star-rated restaurants? Why would tourists travel all the way to your food city to spend money? When the food city opens, West Farmers Group will provide us with ingredients at a low price, and I will also ask the group to give us a discount on the restaurant's rent. In addition, with the one-year tax exemption policy promised by the higher authorities, various costs will be reduced, and the prices of the food offered by the restaurant will naturally decrease. At the same time, the artists of Blue Sky Entertainment will help promote the food city on the entire network. In addition, we will build distinctive check-in buildings in the food city. All these combined will be enough to attract tourists. Su Yao's words were full of confidence. She believes that the Specialty Food City project will be successful. Qingyue, do you think so too? Qin Yiren looked at Jiang Qingyue and said, Aunt Qin, our mountain city is already a famous tourist city on the internet. Tourists don't necessarily come to the mountain city for the food city, but the food city can give tourists another reason to come to the mountain city. Jiang Qingyue said slowly. Similarly, she is full of confidence in the food city project. Perhaps. Qin Yiren smiled and said nothing more. Just then, her phone rang. After the call was connected, Qin Yiren chatted briefly for a few words and then her expression suddenly became surprised. After hanging up the phone, Qin Yiren still hadn't come to her senses. Aunt Qin, what's wrong? Jiang Qingyue asked with concern. Interesting. Coming back to her senses, Qin Yiren smiled and said, someone actually spent 80 billion to buy Bayun Street. What? Jiang Qingyue said in shock, 80 billion, is Bayun Street worth that much? Bayun Street is 1,600 meters long. The land and the various shops on the street are worth about 100 billion yuan. Qin Yiren replied. But Aunt Qin, all the shops on Bayun Street have closed down. What is the other party going to do by buying Bayun Street? They can't just wait for the house prices to appreciate, right? Housing prices in mountain cities are strictly controlled, so even if they go up, they won't go up much. Qin Yiren said, so the other party's purpose of buying Bayun Street is definitely not to wait for the house price to appreciate, but to do something. By the way, you should know the buyer. Qin Yiren said meaningfully. Do we know each other? Su Yao and Jiang Qingyue looked at each other, both with puzzled expressions. The buyer's name is Lu Mu. P.S. Please give me a free gift, urge me to update more, and give me a 5-star review. Impossible. As soon as Qin Yiren finished speaking, Su Yao's face changed drastically. Breathing became even more rapid. Aunt Qin, did you make a mistake? Jiang Qingyue said in disbelief, as far as we know, Lu Mu just spent more than 50 billion to purchase 51% of the shares of the two groups, Zhuangzhuang and Jinka, not long ago. Now he has spent another 80 billion to buy Bayun Street. This means that he has spent more than 130 billion in cash in just 1 month. That's cash. Even if it's a trillion-dollar group, it's hard to mobilize more than 100 billion in cash in a short period of time. Jiang Qingyue's chest kept rising and falling. Her family's Han Yun Group is a listed company with a market value of more than 500 billion yuan. However, the cash in Han Yun Group's account is only about 50 billion. And it's not just Han Yun Group. For any listed group, the cash on its account is only about 10% of its market value. After all, no company is stupid enough to deposit money in the bank. They all try to use the money to make more investments in order to get the maximum return. I can't be mistaken. Niren looked deep in her eyes and said, 130 billion in cash. Ordinary listed companies really can't come up with it in a short period of time, but there is a type of company that can. Energy. Suyao took a deep breath and said, if it is a company engaged in the energy industry, then the cash on hand will be sufficient. That's right. Niren smiled and nodded, especially energy sources such as oil and minerals. So, Aunt Qin, what you mean is that Lu Mu's family has a mine. Zhang Qingyue swallowed her saliva and said, even if his family has a mine, 80 billion is not a small amount. Why did he spend so much money to buy the Baiyun Street that was about to go bankrupt? I'll have to meet and talk with him to find out. Niren smiled and said, I hope he can give me a surprise. Suyao frowned when she heard this. She more or less guessed Lu Mu's purpose. Looking at Baiyun Street across the road, Suyao subconsciously clenched her hands. Mulan Slaughterhouse. Lu Mu transformed into a butcher and slaughtered sheep one by one. It is worth mentioning that the current Mulan Slaughterhouse has added 10 slaughtering lines. The number of employees also increased from less than 100 to nearly 300. The Wangyun Lake at the rear was also cleaned up and divided into different areas, where lobsters, crabs and other seafood were raised. Kill 1 sheep and gain money plus 100,000. Kill 1 sheep and get money plus 88,888. Kill 10 sheep cumulatively and get 5 10x Love Fund consumption cashback cards. Kill 100 sheep cumulatively and gain 70 years of use of Qingfeng Mountain. Kill 1,000 sheep cumulatively to obtain the Wangjiang Yingyue building. Kill enough sheep to complete the achievement Proud of Sheep and get 2 master skill upgrade cards. The reward has been issued, and the relevant documents and information have been sent to the host's manor and mobile phone respectively. System prompts sounded one after another. Lu Mu took off his work clothes and left the slaughtering line with satisfaction. At the same time, he was also checking the reward information. I have to say that as the monster level increases, the value of the rewards obtained from killing monsters has indeed increased a lot. The basic monetary reward alone is about 100 times higher than before. Not to mention the 10 times Love Fund consumption cashback card. With the current daily love quota, 5 cashback cards will increase his personal wealth by 500 million. Among them, Qingfeng Mountain is adjacent to Baiyun Mountain, and there is only Wangyun Lake between the two mountains. With the 70-year use period of Qingfeng Mountain, he can expand the scale of Baiyun Farm. Then there is the Wangjiang Yingyue property. According to the system information, Wangjiang Yingyue is a new real estate project near Huajiang River, mainly featuring riverview rooms, with a single riverview room priced at over 10 million yuan. The entire Wangjiang Yingyue real estate complex has 4 residential buildings, each with 45 floors, with a total of nearly 400 riverview apartments, with a total value of over 10 billion yuan. But what satisfied him most were the 2 master-level skill upgrade cards. With these 2 upgrade cards, he can upgrade the skills he already has to master level. Although skills have no valuation, their value cannot be compared with money. Lu Mu thought about it and first upgraded his advanced fighting skills to the master level. Master level skill upgrade card used successfully. Congratulations to the host for mastering the master level fighting technique. Master level fighting techniques are being integrated. Boom. Lu Mu only felt his head shake, and a large amount of information began to flood into his mind. After integrating this information, his fighting skills were successfully upgraded to the master level. If advanced fighting skills plus the physique of a soldier king can allow him to fight 10 people at once, then his master level fighting skills plus his physique as a soldier king would allow him to defeat 100 enemies at once. Of course, the premise is that the opponent is not holding a weapon. If the opponent is holding an iron rod, a knife or something like that, his fighting effectiveness will be greatly reduced. Lu Mu has not used the remaining master level upgrade card for the time being. The skills he currently possesses include master level combat skills, swimming, traditional Chinese medicine, calligraphy, and advanced driving. Advanced driving was already enough for him, and upgrading to master level would not be of much help to him. Mr. Lu. Lu Mu just walked out of the slaughtering area. Li Mingqi came forward. His eyes were looking over Li Mingqi. She was still wearing the OL uniform and black stockings, and her temperament was between pure and mature. A button of the shirt was loose at the towering and full part, and Lumu could vaguely see half of the roundness wrapped in lace. Chi-Chi, do you live alone now? Lumu asked as he walked towards the parking lot. Well, I rent a house by myself. Li Mingqi followed behind Lumu with a smile on her face. After becoming Lumu's woman, Lumu would transfer 1 million pocket money to her every day. It made her life better. Not only did she have enough money to support her parents, she also achieved financial freedom. I'll give you a house. Lumu stopped in front of the phantom, looked at Li Mingqi with a smile. Mr. Lu, that's not necessary. Li Mingqi waved her hands hastily and said, You've given me enough money, no need to give me anything else. Li Mingqi didn't dare ask for too much, lest Lumu think she was too greedy. You deserve it. Lumu hugged Li Mingqi's slender waist and whispered in her ear, Just accept what I give you, otherwise I will be unhappy, understand? I understand. Feeling the hot breath coming from her ears, Li Mingqi couldn't help but clamp her pair of slender legs wrapped in black stockings together. My cheeks were burning hot. Let's go sit in the car for a while. Lumu hugged Li Mingqi and got into the car. A great war is over. Lumu looked at the time and it was already 6 o'clock in the afternoon. At this time, the slaughterhouse is about to close. Mr. Lu, do you want me to drive you back? Li Mingqi tidied her clothes. Her black hair looked very messy, but she had a satisfied expression on her face. No, Lumu said, I'll drive your car, and you take this one to get it washed. Good. Li Mingqi nodded shyly. By the way, I may be busy tomorrow, so go to Wangjiang Yingyue Real Estate and choose a house. Tell the person in charge there directly that you are my woman. After saying this, Lumu drove the Audi out of the slaughterhouse. Li Mingqi stared blankly in the direction where Lumu left. I feel so sweet inside. Lumu's words you are my woman made her so excited that she almost cried. Li Mingqi's favorability plus 20. After driving back to the old neighborhood, Lumu immediately checked Li Mingqi's favorability towards him. Name Li Mingqi. Age, 24. Height, 170. Weight, 53 kilograms. Overall appearance rating, 90. Driver 1. Favorability 100. Finally, another girl's favorability has reached the maximum value. A smile appeared on Lumu's face. Even though the girl's favorability towards him reached 100, he would not gain any substantial benefits. But this can make him feel a lot more at ease. After all, human hearts are unpredictable. Although he is willing to spend money on the girl, it doesn't mean that the girl won't have other thoughts. But as long as the girl's favorability towards him reaches 100, she will never betray him, and he can use the love fund to help the girl start a company. In this way, the returns of the love fund will be maximized. Withdraw your mind. Lumu took out his mobile phone and started transferring money to the girls. When the girls received the huge sum of tens of millions, they were all shocked. Xianing, brother Lumu, this is too much. Yanyu, brother Mu, did you press an extra zero? Zhou Ting? Li Mingqi, Mr. Lu, I don't need so much money. Lin Xiaoxiao, brother Mu, why did you save so much money this time? Confused. Lin Xiaoxiao and Li Mingqi are easy to deal with. The two people's favorability towards him reached 100, so he made up a random excuse and they accepted the transfer. As for the other three, Lumu took a long time to get the three people to accept the money. Love Fund 50,000,000. 10x Love Fund Consumption Cashback Card successfully used ×5. Personal Wealth plus 500 million. Yamashiro University Playground. Xianing and Yang Yu were taking a walk, both of them looking at a loss. Yeah, what do you think brother Lumu means? Xianing said, he transferred so much money to us, but why didn't he ask us to do anything? Xianing was very frightened. The more money Lumu transferred, the more uneasy she felt. She now wished she could beg Lumu to have sex with her. Only after becoming Lumu's woman would she not be afraid to accept Lumu's money transfer. Otherwise she always feels uneasy. Afraid of any accidents. I don't know either. Yang Yu also felt uneasy. When she received the first transfer from Lu Mu, she was prepared to have an intimate relationship with him. But Lu Mu had not contacted her for a long time, which made her somewhat confused about Lu Mu's thoughts. In her opinion, Lu Mu must have some feelings for her since he transferred so much money to her. As long as Lu Mu asked, she would go out to see him even if she had to take a leave of absence. But Lu Mu never mentioned that matter and just transferred money to her every day without fail. This made her think more. No, I can't wait any longer. Xia Ning took a deep breath and said, within a week, I must take down brother Lu Mu, otherwise I won't feel safe spending this money. How about you Friday and I Saturday? Yang Yu said with a flushed face. Xia Ning nodded, his eyes firm. The next day, Lu Mu woke up from the land of gentleness. Lin Yanran was seen clinging to him like an octopus. The snow-white skin was covered with traces of last night's battle. Xiao Mu. Lin Yanran murmured, her long eyelashes trembling, and her eyes slowly opened. Sister Yanran, I feel irritated, please help me calm down. Lu Mu looked at Lin Yanran with a smile. Early morning is when the yang energy is at its strongest. Lin Yanran glanced down at first, then nodded shyly. When Lin Yanran sat up, the slender waist and plump buttocks form a perfect waist-hip curve. Lu Mu held Lin Yanran's hands. Soft and smooth to the touch. After a period of maintenance, Lin Yanran's hands are no longer as rough as before. A great war is over. Lin Yanran lay weakly in Lu Mu's arms. She was totally exhausted. But compared to being tired, there is more happiness and satisfaction. Sister Yanran, I bought a manor, please move in with me. Lu Mu spoke. Xiao Mu, will you be angry if I don't go? Lin Yanran said cautiously. Is it because of Xiao Xiao? Lu Mu could tell what Lin Yanran was thinking at a glance. Lin Yanran nodded and said, Xiao Xiao doesn't know the relationship between you and me yet. I want to tell her after a while. Then I will go to accompany you, okay? Good. Lu Mu smiled and said, I respect your idea. Xiao Mu, thank you. Seeing that Lu Mu was not angry, Lin Yanran breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Xiaoxiao is her biological sister, and she knows Lin Xiaoxiao very well. She could see that Lin Xiaoxiao liked Lu Mu. Therefore, she was worried that Lin Xiaoxiao would not be able to accept her relationship with Lu Mu after she knew about it. But what she didn't know was that Lin Xiaoxiao also had a relationship with Lu Mu. Sister Yanran, since you don't want to move to my place, I happen to have a real estate project near Huajiang. You can go there and choose a house when you have time. Lin Yanran did not refuse this time. She doesn't have a masochistic tendency and could live in a better house, but she insists on staying in the old neighborhood to experience life. After breakfast, Lu Mu contacted the staff of Jifeng car dealership and drove a Bentley Continental GT worth more than 3 million yuan over for Lin Yanran to use as a daily car. Wait until Lin Yanran leaves. Lu Mu took an electric mosquito swatter and began looking for flies near the old neighborhood and killing them. The reason why he was not in a hurry to move out of the old neighborhood these days was that the manor had not yet recruited staff. On the other hand, it is also because the old neighborhoods have abundant resources for fighting monsters. For example, mice and flies. It was noon. After a whole morning, Lu Mu finally killed 1,000 flies. Kill one fly and gain money plus 66,666. Kill one fly and gain money plus 99,999. Kill 10 flies cumulatively and get a 50% discount coupon. Kill 100 flies cumulatively and gain the basic cooking skill. Kill 1,000 flies cumulatively to obtain a special anti-plague prescription. Kill enough flies to complete the achievement Enemy of Flies and obtain a Kakadar oil field. The reward has been issued, and the relevant documents and information have been sent to the host's manor warehouse and mobile phone respectively. Basic cooking skills are being integrated. The system prompt sounded. A lot of information related to cooking flooded into Lu Mu's mind. In just a moment, Lu Mu integrated this information. For cooking skills, you can use a master level upgrade card. Lu Mu's eyes lit up. He is going to build a food court next, and it might help if he could improve his cooking skills to master level. So Lumu directly used the master level upgrade card. The master level skill upgrade card was used successfully, and the primary cooking skill was upgraded to the master level cooking skill. Master level cooking skills are being integrated. With the success of skill fusion, Lumu instantly transformed from a culinary novice into a culinary master. Currently in the entire Dragon Country, there are only a handful of people who can be called master chefs. These people are basically over 50 years old. And he will be the youngest master chef in Dragon Country. Regaining his composure, Lumu continued to check the reward information. The 50% off coupon allows him to get a 50% discount on any purchase not exceeding 10 billion yuan, and the discounted portion is subsidized by the system. The special anti-plague prescription is a Chinese medicine prescription. The medicine in the prescription can effectively treat the plague virus that infects poultry. This prescription is very valuable. Lumu's expression became solemn. He recently read the news that a sudden outbreak of African swine fever occurred overseas, causing a large number of pigs to die and the pig farmers to lose all their money. Just as swine fever has caused losses of up to hundreds of billions to those foreign countries. This shows how valuable the special anti-epidemic prescription is. Finally, there is the Kakadar oil field. According to the system information, the Kakadar oil field is located in the Camel country. Its total oil reserves are nearly 30 billion barrels, and its annual output reaches more than 50 million tons. The value of this oil field has exceeded 500 billion. That's right, after the Glyagold mine, Lumu once again acquired an energy-related industry. Oil and gold are both strategic energy sources, and it is very easy to cash in oil. In other words, as long as Lumu is willing, he can cash in the Kakadar oil field and the Glyagold mine and exchange them for 600 billion in cash. What does 600 billion in cash mean? In the entire Dragon Country, except for those trillion-level energy groups, no company can come up with 600 billion in cash in a short period of time. Even the Longting Group where Su Yao works is not allowed. The monster level is only 2, but the items dropped are so valuable. If we continue to upgrade, what will happen? Lumu's eyes were extremely fiery. His intuition told him that as his monster killing level continued to increase, he would most likely obtain things beyond his cognition. About to begin back to the old neighborhood, Lumu took out his mobile phone and checked his WeChat messages. Zhou Ting sent him several links. Click in to take a look. All news related to Food City. More than 100 artists on the internet jointly published articles to recommend Shanchang Longting Food City. The large shopping mall that Longting Group spent 2 years to build turned out to be a food city. Major 5-star restaurants have settled in Longting Food City. Longting Food City, the first choice for Mountain City tourism. It caused quite a big commotion. Lumu casually read a few news reports and then lost interest. Internet age. Traffic can indeed make a place popular, but the prerequisite is that this place has something to show off. In his opinion, the food city created by Su Yao and the other two is just the internet celebrity economy, which becomes popular quickly and fades away quickly. What he has to do is to make the food city cool down faster. Buzz just as Lumu was about to go to Baiyun Street, a strange phone call came in. After the call was connected, Lumu's expression became more serious. Baiyun Street. A Mercedes-Benz commercial vehicle was parked on the deserted street. In the back seat of the car, Qiniren crossed her arms and closed her eyes, waiting for something. Not long after, an Audi slowly drove over. President, the people have arrived. A middle-aged man with a resolute face spoke in the driver's seat. Qiniren opened her eyes, got out of the car and walked towards the Audi. In the Audi, Lumu got out of the car immediately after seeing Qiniren. Mr. Lu is younger than I thought. Qiniren spoke first. I should be the one saying this. There was a flash of surprise in Lumu's eyes. What surprised people was not only Qiniren's appearance, but also her identity. The strange phone call he received in his old neighborhood was from Qiniren. Qiniren's identity is the president of the Shanqing Finance Association.
As for the financial association, it is responsible for managing local enterprises and attracting investment, etc. In his opinion, Shin'irin must be at least 40 or 50 years old to be able to sit in this position, but Shin'irin is very young. And Shin'irin's appearance is no less beautiful than any other woman he has ever met, including Su Yao.
He subconsciously checked Shin'irin's personal panel. Name, Shin'irin. Age, 32. Height, 173. Weight, 56 kilograms. Overall appearance rating, 100. Driver 0. Favorability 0. The overall appearance score actually reached the maximum value. No wonder. Lumu looked at Shin'irin carefully. He was dressed very simply, a light-colored executive short-sleeved shirt and a pair of straight suit pants, giving off a very friendly vibe. Just by standing still, the whole world can be eclipsed. In addition, Shin'irin had an indescribable feeling. This feeling makes her beauty rise to a level that cannot be described in words. Mr. Lu, would you mind taking a walk with me? Shin'irin looked at Lumu with a smile. Her deep eyes made it impossible to tell what she was thinking. President Qin, let's get straight to the point. Although Shin'irin was very beautiful, Lumu was not in the mood to accompany her for a walk. He still has a lot of things to do today. It can be seen that Mr. Lu is a straightforward person. Shin'irin was not angry when she was rejected by Lumu. She can become the president of the Finance Association, so she can't be so narrow-minded. In that case, I won't take up too much of your time, Mr. Lu. Shin'irin looked at Lumu and said, I want to know, Mr. Lu, why did you spend a lot of money to buy Baiyun Street? President Qin, I am a businessman. What else do you think a businessman can do besides profit? Lumu swept his eyes across Baiyun Street and said slowly, I plan to turn this place into a food street. Food court? Shin'irin frowned when she heard this and said, do you think if we turn this place into a food court, people will come here? And you should know that just across the street, Longting Food City will officially open tomorrow. A food city, a food street, don't you young people have anything else in mind? Shin'irin looked at Lumu with great disappointment. She thought Lumu would give her a surprise. But the result is just like this. President Qin, you can doubt your judgment, but please don't doubt my ability. Lumu naturally knew the current situation of Baiyun Street. But he has a recipe for haute cuisine, so it is most appropriate to turn Baiyun Street into a food street. He believes that high-end cuisine is enough to keep customers. As for saying no one? There will be someone here tomorrow. Su Yao and her team are advertising all over the internet, and tomorrow many people will surely come to Baiyun District out of curiosity. When the time comes, just rob people. Excuse me, if your purpose of buying this place is to build a food court, you are doomed to lose all your money. Shin'irin looked at Lumu and said, think about it carefully. I asked you to meet me because I am going to apply for some preferential policies on your behalf, but the premise is that your project must satisfy me. I've already thought about it. The food court is my project. Lumu said calmly. He was indifferent to the preferential policies mentioned by Qin. After all, it doesn't cost him anything to build a food street. Even the biggest cost, Baiyun Street, was obtained by killing monsters. It seems you won't give up until you reach the Yellow River. Shin'irin shook her head helplessly and said, in that case, I wish you good luck. Shin'irin laughed. She even began to regret making an appointment with Lumu. Originally, she thought that Lumu spent a large sum of money to buy Baiyun Street because he had some good project. As a result, Lumu's words food street made her heart sink to the bottom. In her opinion, both the food city of Su Yao and the other two, and the food street of Lumu, will only be a flash in the pan. However, compared to Lumu's food street, Su Yao and the other two's food city will last longer. Shin'irin left not long ago. Li Mingqi drove a phantom to Baiyun Street. Mr. Lu, the company has been registered. Li Mingqi handed a document to Lumu. And last night, Lumu contacted Li Mingqi and asked her to register a catering company in her name today. Lumu took the document and took a look at it. I saw that the catering company registered by Li Mingqi was called Shimeng Food Company, Limited. It's a good name. Lu Mu nodded with satisfaction. The reason why he asked Li Mingqi to register a company was that he was planning to let Li Mingqi become the owner of all the restaurants on the food street. In this way, he can develop the food court through the Love Fund. If there is a price war with the food city in the future, it can be offset by the Love Fund. Chi-Chi, go contact the decoration company later and ask them to make a simple renovation of the existing restaurant on this street today. I'll send you the details on WeChat later. Besides that, remember to recruit chefs and staff. Mr. Lu, does the chef have any requests? Li Mingqi asked. As long as you know how to cook, that's fine. Lu Mu replied. With the haute gourmet recipes, anyone with just a little cooking skill can cook haute gourmet food. Therefore, he didn't need to hire a chef at a high price. I see. Although Li Mingqi was confused, she did not ask any further questions. In her opinion, there must be a reason why Lu Mu did this. After arranging everything, Lu Mu started strolling around Baiyun Street. He counted and found that there were a total of 60 restaurants on Baiyun Street, ranging from large restaurants to small diners. There are a total of 800 shops on the entire Baiyun Street. After strolling around Baiyun Street, Lu Mu drove away. When he drove out of Baiyun Street and entered the highway, he happened to see Su Yao, Jiang Qingyue, and Nangong Yun. The three of them were in the Longting shopping plaza, talking with the owners of various star-rated restaurants. Seeing this scene, Lu Mu's mouth corners slightly raised. The good show is about to begin. P.S. Asking for free gifts, urging for updates, and 5-star reviews will trigger more updates. In the crowd, Su Yao, who was talking, suddenly stopped and looked at the phantom on the road. It's Lu Mu's car. Following Su Yao's gaze, Jiang Qingyue also saw the phantom. There may be more than one phantom in the entire mountain city, but only Lu Mu's phantom has a license plate with 5 zeros. Su Yao subconsciously clenched her hands when she heard this. Everyone, tomorrow is up to you. Coming back to her senses, Su Yao said to everyone, the prices of food in all restaurants must be low enough. Only in this way can the food city retain customers. Don't worry, Mr. Su. With the various discounts you promised, the cost of food in my restaurant will be reduced by more than half. The same dish may cost 100 yuan in my stores in other cities, but here it will cost less than 50 yuan. A middle-aged man with a big belly spoke. Boss Du, 50 is still too much. Su Yao looked at the middle-aged man and said, you must find a way to lower the price a little more. Boss Su, reducing it by half is already a lot. Du Rong smiled and said, after all, the chefs and staff in my store need to be paid. Boss Du, I know a lot about the catering industry. The biggest cost for a 5-star restaurant is the ingredients. But regarding the ingredients, West Farmers has agreed to provide them to you at a low price. In addition to the rent reduction and 1 year of tax exemption, for example, the cost of a dish that costs 100 yuan in your store can be reduced to about 15 yuan. Jiang Qingyue said, my suggestion is that Boss Du, you should make less money. A profit of 20% is enough. Manager Jiang, 20% is too little, how about 50%? Du Rong said with a painful look on his face. Boss Du, if you think 20% is too little, it's not too late to withdraw now. Nangong Yun frowned and said, Food City is not begging you to move in. Mr. Yun, don't be angry. 20 is 20. Du Rong smiled awkwardly. It was impossible for him to quit. Nowadays, the whole network is discussing the Food City. Compared with making money through the restaurant, his main purpose is to take advantage of this opportunity to increase the popularity of the restaurant. After leaving Baiyun Street, Lu Mu drove to the farmer's market and bought a lot of grasshoppers from vendors. Although grasshoppers are pests, they are also a high-protein food. However, Lu Mu bought the grasshoppers not to eat them, but to kill monsters and get rewards. He still has 1,000 monster killing points that he hasn't used today. Take the grasshopper to the manor. Lu Mu lit a fire in the open space behind the manor and threw the bag of grasshoppers directly into it. A crackling sound was heard, accompanied by a burnt aroma. The bag and the grasshoppers were all engulfed in flames. Kill one grasshopper and gain plus 100,000 gold.
Kill 1 grasshopper and gain plus 100,000 gold.
Kill 10 grasshoppers cumulatively and gain plus 5 billion in gold. Kill 100 grasshoppers cumulatively to obtain the complete set of negative information about Blue Sky Entertainment artists.
Kill 1,000 grasshoppers cumulatively and receive Stargazing Cinema X 1000.
Kill enough grasshoppers to complete the achievement Grasshoppers After Autumn and obtain a master-level painting. Rewards have been issued.
Relevant documents and information have been distributed to the host's manor warehouse and mobile phone respectively.
Grandmaster level painting integration. The system prompt sounded.
A large amount of information related to painting instantly flooded into Lu Mu's mind. By the time Lu Mu digested this information, he was completely shocked. This was the first Grandmaster level skill he acquired. Although there is only one level difference between Grandmaster level and Master level, there is a world of difference between the two. It is no exaggeration to say that Lu Mu's current painting skills are unmatched in the world. Looking at the history of Blue Star, the only ones who have mastered the level of painting are the deceased legendary painters such as Wu Daozi and Tang Bohu.
Withdraw your mind. Lu Mu took out his mobile phone to check the reward information.
Not to mention the 5 billion in cash.
Cash rewards are the most frequently appearing rewards, no doubt about it.
What interested him was the complete collection of negative information about Blue Sky Entertainment artists and the 1000-star cinemas.
When Lu Mu clicked on the complete collection of negative information about Blue Star Entertainment artists, he fell silent.
In his mobile phone, there was a document listing negative information about as many as 50 artists from Blue Star Entertainment. These artists are both male and female. There are superstars who have been popular for more than 10 years, there are billionaire movie queens, there are popular young actors with over 100 million fans online, and there are also popular young actresses who made a big splash as soon as they debuted. As for their scandals, it is unbearable to look at.
I guarantee that it will refresh your worldview. TSK. It's the entertainment industry as expected, it's really chaotic. Lu Mu exits the document.
He could only describe these artists in one sentence. That is, the appearance is bright and beautiful, but the heart is extremely dirty.
Now this is interesting.
A meaningful smile appeared on Lu Mu's face. It is no exaggeration to say that once the document in his hands is leaked, the market value of Blue Sky Entertainment, owned by Nangon Yun, will definitely evaporate by more than half even if it does not go bankrupt.
As for the final Stargazing Cinema.
According to system data, Stargazing cinemas are spread all over the country, with the average valuation of each cinema being around 80 million.
1,000 companies, that means about 80 billion.
The entertainment industry on Blue Star is very developed, and the quality of films produced in recent years has also greatly improved.
Lu Mu often sees news online about a certain movie's box office exceeding 5 billion or 10 billion.
For a movie to achieve good box office, in addition to the quality of the movie itself being good enough, the scheduling of the movie is also very important.
What influences the film scheduling is the cinema. Lu Mu owns 1,000 Stargazing cinemas, which is equivalent to strangling the throats of many companies in the entertainment industry.
If any company offended him, he would simply stop scheduling their films, causing them to lose all their money.
System, view personal information. Host, Lu Mu.
Age, 23 years old.
Monster killing level, level 2. Monster killing value, 3,000/50,000.
Number of monsters killed per day, 2,000/2000.
Completed achievements 1-3. Love fund, 999.9 billion. Personal wealth 69712833179. Personal wealth is almost 7 billion. Lu Mu was full of emotion.
At this time, it had been less than half a month since he obtained the system. But his wealth has reached an astonishing level. But compared to his personal wealth, his assets are the most terrifying. Adding up all his industries, his assets are almost over 1 trillion.
The next day,
Longting Food City has been flooding all major short video platforms.
Shocking.
Shancheng Longting Food City opened, and more than 100 celebrities came to support it.
Song Hua, the king of pop, announced that he will personally cook a dish for his fans at Longting Food City today. The billionaire actress, Su Rongrong, dressed up to attend Longtung Food City. According to official reports from the Baiyun district of Shanshang, the average daily traffic volume of Longting Food City has reached 100,000 people so far, and is still rising. It is reported that Douyin's hot list, the activity of checking in at Longtung Food City, has been viewed by over 100 million people. Longtung Food City. Su Yao, Nan Gongyun, and Zhang Qingyue stood in the restaurant on the top floor, looking at the mall below. The mall was bustling with people, and everywhere I looked, there were dense crowds of people. It seems that we have achieved initial success in the Food City project. Nan Gongyun said with a smile, holding a glass of champagne in his hand. This is all thanks to you. Su Yao breathed a sigh of relief and said, if it weren't for your artists helping to promote it, Food City wouldn't have become so popular on the internet in such a short time. Mr. Su, you are too polite. I am also a partner in the Food City project, so I have to contribute. Nan Gongyun said, this is just the beginning. Most of the people here today are locals from the mountain city. In a few days, a large number of tourists from other places will come here. Su Yao nodded, looked at Zhang Qingyue and said, Qingyue, what's the situation over at Baiyun Street? Lumu had people renovate the restaurants on Baiyun Street overnight yesterday. Now those restaurants are officially open for business, but there are not many people. Zhang Qingyue replied. She has been keeping an eye on what's happening on Baiyun Street. He's in too much of a hurry. Su Yao said calmly, he didn't even understand the advantages of the food city, but he wanted to build a food street to steal our popularity. I can only say that he was too naive. It's not just naive, it's simply ignorant. Zhang Qingyue asked, do you know where the chefs of the restaurants on Baiyun Street are hired from? Star Hotel? Su Yao replied. If he hired a chef from a star-rated hotel, I wouldn't call him ignorant. Zhang Qingyue's mouth twitched as she said, the chefs he hired are all from the villages in the city. Is there anything else? Su Yao frowned and said, it shouldn't be like that. He doesn't seem to be such a stupid person. Absolutely. Zhang Qingyue said, I have had people keep an eye on Baiyun Street. The chefs of those restaurants were hired from the villages in the city. Baiyun Street. All the restaurants have changed their names and are now unified as Food Dreams. According to the food sold in the restaurants, they are Dream Hotpot Restaurant, Dream Sichuan Restaurant, etc. And in the restaurant located in the center of the street, Lumu was sitting at the dining table, tasting the twice-cooked pork served by the chef. On both sides of Lumu sat Li Mingqi and Zhou Ting respectively. The two women were also tasting the food. Good. Lumu took a bite and nodded with satisfaction. He asked the chef to prepare this twice-cooked pork using a high-end gourmet recipe. Its deliciousness fully meets the standards of high-end cuisine. It's delicious. Compared with Lumu, Zhou Ting and Li Mingqi reacted more strongly. Boss Lu, where did you hire this chef? Zhou Ting looked at the chef standing beside her in shock. He is a middle-aged man who looks very honest. Zhou Ting, a native of the mountain city, has eaten the very famous Sichuan dish twice-cooked pork many times. But what impressed her most was an experience she had with authentic Sichuan-style twice-cooked pork at a century-old Sichuan restaurant in Shidu. The taste was exactly the same as the twice-cooked pork she was eating now. It tastes rich and fragrant, fat but not greasy. Mr. Zhou, I hired the chef from the village in the city. Li Mingqi replied. At that time, Lumu asked her to hire some chefs who were good at cooking. In order to save time, she went to the urban village behind Baiyun Street to recruit. In her opinion, people in urban villages have poor family conditions and cook at home, so naturally they all have some cooking skills. A village in the city? Zhou Ting was shocked at first, then she stood in awe and said, it turns out that there are masters among the people. I didn't expect that there would be such a great Sichuan chef in a place like a village in the city. Beauty, I'm just a cleaner. The middle-aged man touched his head awkwardly. What? Cleaner? Zhou Ting stared at the middle-aged man in amazement. I made this twice-cooked pork according to the recipe given by Mr. Lu. The middle-aged man continued. How is this possible? Zhou Ting looked at the delicious twice-cooked pork on the table. She couldn't believe that such authentic Sichuan twice-cooked pork was made by a cleaner. What I said is true. The middle-aged man also looked extremely shocked. He tasted the twice-cooked pork when it came out of the pot. He was totally shocked at that time. He is very clear about his own cooking skills. He can cook some ordinary home-cooked dishes, but he can't make authentic Sichuan-style twice-cooked pork at all. But the amazing thing is that when he followed the recipe steps given by Lu Mu, the twice-cooked pork he made was surprisingly delicious. He swore that he had never eaten twice-cooked pork so delicious in his life. If he hadn't fried a plate of twice-cooked pork according to his own ideas later, he would even have suspected that he was the reincarnation of the god of cookery. Boss Lu, what's going on? Zhou Ting's voice was trembling as she spoke. She felt that this matter was somewhat mysterious. The principle is very simple. The recipe details the method of twice-cooked pork. Just follow the steps above and you can make authentic Sichuan-style twice-cooked pork. This doesn't seem scientific, does it? Zhou Ting said, if we can replicate the corresponding food by following the recipe, then our chefs would have been out of work long ago. That depends on the recipe. Lu Mu said meaningfully, my recipe is different. It was passed down from my ancestors. Each dish on it was broken down and recorded by a master chef. Anyone who knows a little bit of cooking skills can make delicious food by just following the steps on the recipe. It's like taking an exam. The answers are all given to you, but you still can't get a perfect score? Zhou Ting didn't know how to respond when she heard that. But she always felt something was wrong. Seeing this, Lu Mu changed the subject and said, Shichi, let's get everyone moving. Okay, Mr. Lu. Upon hearing this, Li Mingqi stood up and left the restaurant. In the Longting Food City Plaza. As the number of people continued to increase, all the major restaurants were packed. Even the major restaurants had long queues. Damn, it's too crowded. If I had known there would be so many people, I wouldn't have come. Don't complain, it's normal to have so many people. According to this situation, there will be more people here in the future. I'm so hungry. I heard that all the 5-star restaurants here are offering a 30% discount. It will be my turn soon. I must eat more. I have never eaten food from a 5-star restaurant in my life. I want to take a photo with my idol more than food. When people were talking about it, scents wafted from the roadside. Across the road, I saw several middle-aged women in chef uniforms slowly walking towards me, pushing snack stalls. The food at the snack stalls emits an enticing aroma, attracting crowds queuing in the square. It smells so good. What are those aunties selling? They look delicious. Forget it, I'd better go buy some snacks to fill my stomach first. The weather in September is hot. People waited in line for a long time and were tired and hot. Faced with the aroma coming from the snack stand, some people began to walk across the road. Auntie, what's in this jar? A fashionably dressed young man walked up to a stall. Buddha jumps over the wall. The aunt said with a smile, young man, our Baiyun food street is opening today and we are offering a limited amount of free Buddha jumps over the wall. Would you like to try it? The old lady opened the jar as she spoke. An instant strong aroma filled the young man's nostrils, causing him to swallow. Auntie, Buddha jumps over the wall is not cheap. Are you sure it's free? I promise I won't charge you any money. As the old lady spoke, she handed the young man a spoon. Seeing this, the young man no longer hesitated, picked up the spoon and started eating. He took a sip of the soup first. When the delicious soup touched his tongue, his pupils contracted and he was stunned for a moment. When he came to his senses, the young man's eyes lit up and he began to eat with big mouthfuls. And this scene is happening in every stall. There are food stalls 100 meters away. There was a Mercedes commercial vehicle parked there. In the back seat of the business car, Chiniran was tasting the Buddha jumps over the wall that the driver brought back from the snack stand. It's the authentic Buddha jumps over the wall. Shinran wiped her lips gracefully with a tissue. Look ahead. Because of Buddha jumps over the wall, people started walking towards Baiyun Street one after another. But compared with the people in the food city, this number of people is extremely small. President, do you think Mr. Liu's food court can continue? The driver asked from the driving seat. It's difficult. Shinran said, the advantages of the food city, in addition to the many five-star foods, are the prices and the celebrity effect. He wants to steal the popularity of the food city just by using food, but it's impossible. P.S. Please give me a free gift, urge me to update, and give me a 5-star rating. Also, thank you for the gift king from my elder brother, I love you forever. This is the first time I have received such a valuable gift in my life. To thank my elder brother, I will update at least 4 times starting tomorrow. Cheap on Baiyun Street. As more people arrived, the street seemed less deserted. Among all the restaurants, Shimeng's Sichuan restaurant has the most customers. This is so because most of the guests are locals from the mountain city. My eating habits naturally tend towards Sichuan cuisine. Fuck, this is too cheap. Exclamations rang out one after another. People were dumbfounded when they saw the menu handed over by the waiter. It only says, boiled cabbage, 5 yuan. Boiled pork slices, 3 yuan. Pickled fish, 3 yuan. Twice cooked pork, 3 yuan. Isn't boiled cabbage a famous dish at state banquets? It's only 5 yuan. Could it be fake boiled cabbage? Boiled pork slices for 3 yuan? When I go to a restaurant to eat, they charge me 2 yuan just for rice. It's too cheap. I seriously doubt the food in this restaurant is delicious. Everyone was talking about it and was shocked by the price of the food. And in the corner of the restaurant, Zhou Ting smiled and said, Boss Liu, look at the price you set. It scared the customers. Upon hearing this, Lu Mu just smiled and did not respond. Even though he set the price low, he actually doesn't lose much. First of all the ingredients in the store are provided by his Baiyun breeding farm and Fulai supermarket. The price of ingredients can't be any lower. The entire Baiyun Street belonged to him, so the restaurant's rent was waived. The biggest cost is the salary of chefs and waiters. But because the chefs and waiters are hired from the urban villages, their salaries are not high. As for the loss, it will be borne by the Love Fund, and he will even get cash amount for using the Love Fund. To be honest, he still made money. This is also the reason why he let Li Mingqi be the restaurant owner. Whatever. The food is so cheap. Even if it doesn't taste good, it's my problem. That's right, each dish is no more than $10. Apart from here, which other restaurant is so cheap? When everyone came to their senses, they started ordering food. Boss, give me a plate of pickled fish and boiled pork slices. Boss, I want a serving of dongpa pork elbow and boiled cabbage. A few minutes later, when the dishes were served in front of everyone, they were stunned again. A cute-looking girl stared in amazement at the 2 plates on the table that were bigger than her wash basins. She ordered shredded pork with fish flavor and spicy chicken. I thought the price was so cheap and the portion was not that big. As a result, the plate was filled with shredded meat and chicken nuggets, which made her completely confused. Just at this moment, an enticing aroma wafts over. The girl's appetite suddenly increased. It smells so good. The girl first picked up a piece of chicken and tasted it. The moment the chicken nuggets entered her mouth, her pink little face instantly turned red from the spiciness. But she didn't stop there. Instead, it speeds up chewing. As the chicken nuggets went into her stomach, the girl kept talking. She completely disregarded her ladylike image and started eating with big mouthfuls. The same scene was happening at other tables. Half an hour later, everyone was leaning back in their dining chairs with a satisfied look on their faces. I can't finish it. I can't finish it at all. Everyone looked at the remaining dishes on the table. Since the portions were so large, almost no table of guests finished their meals. Well, please help me pack my bag. A sweet voice sounded. I saw the girl from before looking at the waiter shyly. She really didn't want to waste such delicious spicy chicken and shredded pork with fish flavor. When the others saw this, their eyes lit up. They asked the waiter to help pack up the private room in the restaurant on the top floor of the food city. Jiang Qingyue answered a phone call and her expression suddenly became serious. Qingyue, what's wrong? Su Yao asked. The people I arranged in Baiyun Street sent me news that thousands of people have arrived at Baiyun Street, and the number is still increasing. That's impossible. Nan Gongyun frowned when he heard this and said, Baiyun Street hasn't been promoted yet. How can anyone go to a street that is about to close down? Nan Gongyun just finished speaking. Suddenly, there was a sound of quarreling outside the private room. What's wrong with a 5-star restaurant? They don't allow people to tell the truth, right? The food in your store just isn't as good as the food in those restaurants on Baiyun Street, and they're even cheaper than you. In a stylish restaurant, a young man with dyed yellow hair was being driven away by the waiter. What's going on? Su Yao and the other two walked out of the private room. Boss Su, this kid is here to cause trouble. Restaurant owner, Du Rong walked quickly to Su Yao and said. Su Yao heard this and ignored Du Rong. Instead, he looked at the young man and asked, what did you just say about those restaurants on Baiyun Street? The food in those restaurants is better and cheaper. The young man replied. Boss Su, don't believe him, he's just talking nonsense. Du Rong said gloomily, my Baiweizhai is a decades-old restaurant, and it has been rated as a Michelin 5-star restaurant by a professional food organization. The chefs in the restaurant are all highly paid chefs. How could it be possible, as this kid said, that the food made by the restaurant on the same street is better than that in my restaurant? Besides, the food in my restaurant is 70% off. The same dishes cannot be cheaper than mine. I'm not asking you. Su Yao looked at Du Rong expressionlessly and continued to ask the young man, you have eaten at Baiyun Street, why do you want to eat here? And what you said about delicious and cheap is just your personal opinion. Beauty, if you don't believe me, you can go to Baiyun Street and see for yourself. The young man said, there are restaurants of all kinds of cuisines on Baiyun Street. For example, the boiled cabbage and Buddha jumps over the wall sold in this restaurant are also sold in restaurants on Baiyun Street. And the boiled cabbage is only 5 yuan, and the Buddha jumps over the wall is only 10 yuan. If you are lucky, you can even get the Buddha jumps over the wall for free. Bullshit, you can eat boiled cabbage for 5 yuan and Buddha jumps over the wall for 10 yuan. You are dreaming. Du Rong said with an unpleasant expression, the cost of these two dishes is more than this. Boss Du, how much are the boiled cabbage and Buddha jumps over the wall in your store? Su Yao frowned. Boss Su, the normal price of boiled cabbage is 680, and the normal price of Buddha jumps over the wall is 1980. With a 70% discount, the current prices of these two dishes in my store are 204 and 594 respectively. This price can definitely be said to be as cheap as it can be. Du Rong said this without forgetting to glare at the young man. Only a fool would believe in 5 yuan for boiled cabbage and 10 yuan for Buddha jumps over the wall. Believe it or not. The young man didn't bother to say anything more and just turned and left. Humph, I said this kid is here to cause trouble. Seeing the young man leave, Du Rong became more certain of his thoughts. What he said is true. Outside the restaurant, several young women passed by, each holding a plastic bag containing takeaway boxes. The food sold in the restaurants on Baiyun Street is really delicious and cheap. You can all go and try it. Have you eaten there before? Su Yao said with a serious expression. Yeah, we packed it. Would you mind letting me try some of the food you packed? Su Yao looked at the plastic bags that the people were carrying. If you don't mind, of course you can. After all, these things are not expensive. Thank you. Seeing this, Su Yao thanked them. Then asked the waiter to place the packed food on the table one by one. As the lunchbox was opened, an enticing aroma wafted to the face. Boss Su, forget it. Nan Gongyun frowned as he looked at the leftovers. Su Yao ignored Nan Gongyun and picked up the Buddha jumps over the wall from the takeaway box and started eating. The moment the food entered her mouth, Su Yao was stunned. Then she tasted the food in other takeout boxes one after another. After tasting all the food in the boxes, Su Yao fell silent for a while. Have there black material? What's wrong? Jiang Qingyue asked. For some reason, she had a bad feeling in her heart. Try it. Su Yao shook her head with mixed feelings. She is not a professional gourmet and cannot give a professional evaluation of the food in the lunchbox. But she had eaten the food at Bai Weizhai, and it was almost as good as the food in the lunchbox. But the price between the two is very different. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qingyue picked up the chopsticks and started tasting the food. The moment the food entered his mouth, Jiang Qingyue was visibly stunned. Come back to your senses. Jiang Qingyue was shocked and asked, what's going on? The chefs in his restaurant were obviously hired from the village and the city, so how come the food they make is comparable to that of star chefs? Quick, go to the kitchen and call Chef Dong over. Du Rong said with an unpleasant expression, I don't believe these leftovers can compare to the delicious food in my restaurant. Su Yao and Jiang Qingyue remained silent upon hearing this. They also want to hear what professionals have to say about these dishes. Not long after, a middle-aged man in chef's uniform came up to Du Rong. The middle-aged man is named Dong Peng. He is the head chef of Bai Weizhai and also a senior chef. Old Du, what happened? Dong Peng said with a serious expression. Taste the food in these lunchboxes and give your comments. Are these leftovers from the guests' takeaways? Hearing this, Dong Peng glanced at several lunchboxes. The food in the lunchboxes are all Bai Weizhai's best-selling dishes. Wrong. Dong Peng leaned down and looked closely at the food in the lunchbox and said, although the cooking method and aroma are very authentic, the knife skills are just average. Dong Peng said this as he picked up the chopsticks, picked up the food and started to taste it. As the food entered his mouth, Dong Peng frowned subconsciously. Seeing this, Du Rong's eyes lit up and asked, how is it? Is it unpalatable? It tastes good. Dong Peng replied, the person who made these dishes should be a senior chef like me, but what puzzles me is, how can a senior chef's knife skills be so poor? Dong Peng put down his chopsticks and said, what's even more strange is that the taste of these foods is not affected by the knife skills, and still reaches the standard of high-end cuisine. How is it possible? Du Rong's pupils contracted, and he sat exhausted on the dining chair behind him. It's not that he can't accept that the food tastes the same as the food in his restaurant. What he couldn't accept was that, with the same dishes and the same taste, the price of these foods was more than 10 times cheaper than the food in his restaurant. Come on, let's go to Baiyun Street too. Oh my god, Buddha jumps over the wall for 10 yuan, and Chinese cabbage in boiled water for 5 yuan, I'm going to try them anyway. The crowd of onlookers became agitated. One person tells 10 people, 10 people tell 100 people. Soon, the news that the restaurant on Baiyun Street could make food comparable to that of a 5-star restaurant and that the price was no more than 10 yuan spread throughout the food city. A large number of customers who were queuing began to walk towards Baiyun Street. Su Yao, this is not a solution. Looking at the decreasing number of customers, Jiang Qingyue said solemnly, if we don't find a way to retain our customers, all our efforts will be in vain, and we may even be doing Lumu a favor in vain. Boss Du, how much room do you have for price reduction in your food? Su Yao took a deep breath. In the current situation, the only way to retain customers is to lower the prices of the major restaurants in the food city to the same level as those on Baiyun Street. Boss Su, this won't work. Du Rong naturally understood what Su Yao meant. But asking him to reduce the price of food in the store to $5 or $10 is simply impossible. Not to mention that the ingredients provided by West Farmers Group are low-priced but not free. What Longtang Group offers is a rent reduction, not a full rent exemption. The salaries of the chefs and staff in his restaurant alone are a huge expense. Once he lowers the price of food to $5 or $10, the more he sells, the greater his loss. More importantly, Bai Weizhai has stores all over the country. If the store in the food city reduces its prices too much, it will also have an impact on stores in other cities. What on earth does Lumu want? Jiang Qingyue said with an unpleasant expression, isn't he afraid of losing all his money by doing this? If he was afraid of losing money, he wouldn't have priced the food so low in his store. Su Yao clenched her hands and said, "No matter what, we can't admit defeat. Boss Du, I can waive all the rent for your store. I will also contact the Westfarm Group and ask them to give you some more discounts. You must lower the price of the food a little more. Also, Nangong Yun, you should ask your artists to take action. Many customers come to the food city to chase stars. Only by letting your artists interact with them can you keep them here." "I see." Nangong Yun nodded and said, "I will organize them to interact with the guests now." "Will this really work?" After Nangong Yun left, Zhang Qingyue said with a serious expression, "Although celebrity interactions can retain customers, they cannot stop customers from dining at Baiyun Street. That's enough. For now, we can only ask for popularity." Su Yao said, "The more people go to Baiyun Street to eat, the greater his losses will be. If this continues for a long time, he will naturally not be able to hold on. By then, I don't believe that he will not raise the price of food. Besides, Baiyun Street only has restaurants open, so it's hard to keep customers. On the other hand, our food city also has shopping malls, cinemas and other facilities, and we can also make a profit through these facilities." "I see." Zhang Qingyue heaved a sigh of relief after hearing this and said, "Then I'll also take action and give the guests free snack packages." Inside Baiyun Street, all the major restaurants were packed. Almost everyone walked out of the restaurant with a satisfied smile. "Mr. Liu, although the low price strategy can indeed attract a lot of people, this is not a solution." On the street, Lu Mu, Zhou Ting, and Li Mingqi were walking side by side. Looking at the endless stream of customers in the major restaurants, Zhou Ting frowned and said, "The more people come to the restaurant to consume, the greater your loss will be, and these people will return to the food city after eating. In the end, you will not get any benefits. Ms. Zhou, you should take a longer-term view." Lu Mu stopped and smiled at Zhou Ting, "Although I am indeed losing money at the moment, as long as I hold on until the food city closes down, then customers will only have me to choose from, right?" "Mr. Liu, are you kidding me?" Zhou Ting's mouth twitched as she said, "According to how popular the food city is now, it's impossible to make it go bankrupt. There is nothing absolute in this world." Lu Mu said calmly, "Compared to my place, the biggest advantage of Food City is the traffic brought by the many artists under Blue Sky Entertainment. But once something happens to these artists, then the biggest advantage of the Food City will be gone, and then the Food City will naturally go bankrupt." "Mr. Liu, you underestimate Blue Sky Entertainment." Zhou Ting said with a serious expression, "Over the years, Blue Sky Entertainment has had its artists exposed for scandals, but they were all quelled by Blue Sky Entertainment's public relations. Besides, those artists are not stupid. Regardless of whether they all have scandals, even if they do, they will definitely not let the outside world know. That's a coincidence." Lu Mu laughed and said, "It just so happens that I have some dirt on them." As soon as Lu Mu finished speaking, Zhou Ting opened her pretty little mouth and looked at Lu Mu in amazement. "President, at the Food City, Mr. Yun is arranging for his artists to interact with the guests." Inside a Mercedes-Benz commercial vehicle on the side of the road, the driver reported the situation of the Food City to Qin Yiren. "The star effect is useful, but it's impossible for those stars to be in the food court every day." Qin Yiren said slowly, "What's the situation on Baiyun Street?" "Mr. Liu has not made any move yet." The driver said, "Maybe Mr. Liu wants to snatch customers from the food city through a price war, but unfortunately, although customers go to Baiyun Street to eat, they return to the food city after the meal and hardly stop in the middle." "You're still too young." Qin Yiren shook her head and said, "He has a lot of money, but his brain is not very smart. What a food city needs is popularity. If it is popular, the food city brand will be valuable. Later, Longting Group can build food cities all over the country. In the final analysis, Longting Group still makes money from real estate. As for Hong Yun Group, they want to take this opportunity to expand the popularity of their snack brands. As for Nangong Yun, Qin Yiren paused for a moment and said, "This man wants to gain both money and beauty, but Su Yao and Longting Group are not stupid either. They can just use his Blue Sky Entertainment. Then according to you, President, who will be the final winner?" "There will be more than one winner, but the only loser will be that stupid boy. When he spent 80 billion to buy Bayun Street, he had already lost. Food City Plaza.
Nearly 10,000 people gathered together and formed long lines.
At the front of the team, many artists under Blue Sky Entertainment were signing autographs for fans. The entire Food City has completely become a celebrity autograph session site. Wow, King Song is so handsome. Look, it's my brother Wu Yuan. Brother Wu Yuan, I love you. I want to give birth to a baby for you.
Goddess Rongrong is mine, no one is allowed to snatch it from me.
Screams rang out one after another.
No matter how hot the weather is, it can't stop people's enthusiasm for chasing stars.
One side of the square.
Su Yao and the other two looked at the enthusiastic crowd and all showed satisfied smiles.
It still depends on the artist to make it work. Zhang Qingyue was full of emotion. It's not the artist that works, it's the famous artist that works.
Nan Gongyan said, in order to boost the popularity of the Food City, I called all the popular artists in my company over.
Boss Yun, when you are free, let's discuss cooperation.
Zhang Qingyue said, my company has recently created a new snack brand, and we would like to ask your company's Wu Yuan to be our spokesperson.
That's easy. Nan Gongyan said, I'll just tell Wu Yuan later. Is Song Hua from Yun General Company free recently?
Su Yao said, my group has a new property in Shanghai, and I want him to be its spokesperson.
If President Su asks, I will make time for him even if he is not free. Nan Gong-yun said with a smile. Mr. Yun is too polite.
Su Yao pondered for a moment and asked, by the way, Mr. Yun, many artists in your company paid back taxes a few days ago.
Song Hua was not among them, right? Boss Su, rest assured. Song Hua is not on the tax repayment list. Song Hua has almost no scandals since his debut. That's good. Su Yao nodded, and then she felt relieved.
Nowadays, companies have to be very careful when hiring spokespersons, otherwise if something goes wrong with the spokesperson, it will have a certain impact on the company's image and brand.
Boss Su, my Blue Sky Entertainment still has some strength. Nan Dongyun said meaningfully, how many artists in my company have had problems over the years?
Even if negative information about an artist is exposed, our company has ways to suppress it.
Buzz as Nan Dongyun finished speaking, the phone suddenly rang. After the call was connected, Nan Dongyun's expression turned ugly at a speed visible to the naked eye. At the same time, the noisy square became even more lively. Fuck, check the news. Is it true that Song Hua is taking drugs? What a joke, how could my brother Wu Yuan be so strong before he was even an adult? No, this is not true. The video must have been photoshopped. Goddess Rongrong cannot be a prostitute. Listening to the discussions coming from the square,
Su Yao and Zhang Qingyue looked at each other, their pretty faces were very pale.
At this moment, Nan Gong-yun hung up the phone, and said with a ferocious expression, who is it? Who is messing with me? Boss Yun, what's going on? Su Yao hurriedly took out her mobile phone to check the relevant news. When she saw the content reposted by major media, she completely lost her mind. As many as 50 artists from Blue Sky Entertainment were exposed for scandals. And these 50 artists were all in the square at this time. Boss Su, believe me, I can definitely handle these things.
Nan Gong-yun breathed rapidly and said, I will contact the public relations team now and ask them to suppress these negative materials.
It's useless.
Zhang Qingyue suddenly said, the Entertainment Bureau has issued a notice that all the artists in your company have been banned.
Impossible. These scandals have just been exposed, and we haven't even found out whether they are true or not. How can the Entertainment Bureau issue a document to ban them? Nan Gong-yun snatched Zhang Qingyue's phone.
It was not until he saw the content posted by the Entertainment Bureau account on his mobile phone that he took a step back with an expression of extreme despair. Wu Yuan, you beast, I've liked you for so many years. I even broke up with my boyfriend for you, but you turned out to be this kind of person. Bah, what King Song, what an artist with both virtue and talent, is actually a drug addict.
Wow, my favorite goddess used to be a prostitute. No wonder I always felt that Su Rongrong was somewhat familiar. Maybe I was once her customer. The curses continued one after another. Before Song Hua and other stars could react, they were submerged in the crowd. Fortunately, Uncle Hat controlled the situation in time and no one was killed. In the end, Song Hua and 50 other stars were all taken away by Uncle Hat. The people in the square gradually dispersed. Su Yao, this is all too coincidental. Jiang Qingyue's eyes were in a trance as she asked, why didn't anyone expose the dirty laundry of artists like Song Hua before, but it was exposed today? Also, the Entertainment Bureau issued the statement too quickly? The police haven't even started investigating yet, and they have banned artists like Song Hua. Could it be that they have already confirmed the authenticity of the revelations? You mean it's related to Lu Mu, right? Su Yao shook her head and said, I don't know either. He is completely different from the one I remember. Or as you said, he has been lying to me. He is the real him now. Isn't this Miss Jiang? A playful voice came.
Jiang Qingyue turned around and saw Lu Mu walking slowly towards her.
Behind Lu Mu were Zhou Ting and Li Mingqi. It's you! The moment he saw Lu Mu, Nan Gongyun's eyes became extremely cold. He still remembers what happened in Hongyun Pavilion. He also knew that Lu Mu was the boss of Jin Ku and Zhuang Feed. Mr. Lu, we meet again.
Jiang Qingyue hesitated for a moment, but still opened her mouth to greet Lu Mu.
Yes, we meet again. Someone is still as annoying as ever.
Lu Mu looked at Nan Gongyun Dao.
He.
Nan Gongyun sneered upon hearing this, I think your feed company will have to suspend business for rectification.
Faced with Nan Gongyun's threat, Lu Mu did not speak.
Instead, he walked towards Nan Gongyun.
Why, you want to take action? Nan Gongyun said with disdain, you can try. Bang!
As Nan Gongyun finished speaking, something resembling an ID card suddenly fell out of Lu Mu's pocket. Suddenly, the attention of Jiang Qingyue and the others was attracted by the things on the ground. When they saw clearly what it was, their pupils contracted and their eyes were filled with disbelief. Jiang Qingyue swallowed her saliva and said, Boss Lu, your things fell.
I know, I lost it on purpose. Lu Mu patted Nan Gongyun on the shoulder and said expressionlessly, the boss of Blue Sky Entertainment, Nan Gongyun, right? Could you please help me pick up my things? Background Nan Gongyun didn't say anything.
But his eyes were fixed on the thing on the ground. The thing on the ground was the ID card of Lu Mu, deputy director of the Southwest Entertainment Bureau, which came with the reward.
Threats, naked threats.
Nan Gongyun clenched his hands and his breathing became rapid. At this point, if he still doesn't know who is messing with him, then he's really an idiot.
Calm. Nan Gongyun tried hard to calm down.
Then he bent down, picked up the document, handed it to Lu Mu and said, Director Lu, keep the things. I still like the way you were rebellious just now. As soon as Lu Mu finished speaking, he left. Seeing this, Zhou Ting and Li Mingqi hurriedly followed.
Bang! When Lu Mu disappeared from his sight, Nan Gongyun smashed his phone to the ground, shaking with anger. Shame.
He had never felt so aggrieved in his life. But he had to help Lu Mu pick up the documents. Now that 50 artists of Blue Sky Entertainment have been banned, the company's stock price will definitely be affected. If at this time, Lu Mu would use his identity as deputy director to conduct a thorough investigation of his company, then Blue Sky Entertainment will not only face the crisis of bankruptcy, but many of its senior executives will be imprisoned, and he will also be affected. After all, the artists are so dirty, how clean can the capital behind them be? Su Yao, you and Lu Mu really shouldn't break up. Jiang Qingyue came back to her senses and said in shock, he is only in his early 20s and has become the deputy director of the Southwest Entertainment Bureau.
If you say he has no background, I don't think anyone would believe it. If you and him hadn't broken up, then if the two of you had joined forces, I think there would be no project that couldn't be completed.
Jiang Qingyue became more and more excited as she spoke.
She can be considered as someone who has seen the world. But Lu Mu was able to shock her again and again.
It is no exaggeration to say that among all the people she has come into contact with, Lumu is the one she fears the most.
Possessing terrifying cash flow and a mysterious background.
These 2 points alone made her dare not offend Lumu.
It's too late to say anything now. Su Yao kept her eyes on the direction Lumu left. Compared to Jiang Qingyue, she was the most shocked. After all, Jiang Qingyue didn't know what Lumu was like before. And she knew. Because of this, Lumu's change of identity shocked her and made her feel regretful at the same time. But she knew that regret was useless. There was no way Lumu would forgive her, and there was no way she would go to Lumu to make peace. They can only be enemies. Thinking of this, Su Yao's eyes gradually became firm. Boss Su, should the Food City project continue?
Nan Gongyan said expressionlessly, if you are afraid of that guy, our cooperation ends here.
If you want to continue this project, I will use all my connections to support you. Why should I be afraid? Su Yao took a deep breath and said, just being the deputy director of the Southwest Entertainment Bureau doesn't scare me.
The Food City project is the first project I took over after becoming the interim chairman of the group. I need to use this project to prove myself, so I can't lose.
In that case, let's have some fun with each other. Nan Gongyan's eyes were cold. I didn't expect things to turn out like this. In a Mercedes-Benz commercial vehicle on the side of the road. Qin Yiren frowned. She had not expected that 50 artists under Blue Sky Entertainment would be exposed for negative information. It seems that Mr. Liu has some tricks up his sleeve. Qin Yiren was in a very complicated mood. President, do you know Mr. Liu's background? The driver asked curiously. His background is fake.
Qin Yiren said, I asked someone to investigate his background, but the information I got was that his parents were just ordinary farmers.
This information is obviously fabricated. Could President Liu be a descendant of those leaders above?
The driver said cautiously.
Probably not.
Qin Yiren was silent for a moment and said, the bigwigs in the cabinet will not let their descendants be as ostentatious as him.
After leaving the Food City, Lumu and Zhou Ting went to a nearby coffee shop. Li Mingqi went back to Baiyun Street to get busy. Ms. Zhou, how long are you going to look at me like this?
Lumu took a sip of coffee and looked at Zhou Ting, who was sitting opposite him speechlessly. Zhou Ting was seen supporting her chin with both hands, staring at him like a little fangirl.
Mr. Liu, you are so handsome. How can there be a man as handsome as you in this world? Zhou Ting's pretty face flushed and her heart was pounding. When Lumu said that he had negative information about many artists in Blue Sky Entertainment, she thought Lumu was joking. As a result, a few minutes later, negative information about as many as 50 artists from Blue Sky Entertainment was exposed online.
This made her scalp tingle. Lumu's methods are so terrible. She couldn't even imagine how Lumu obtained this negative information. But this was not the most incredible thing for her. What surprised her the most was that Lumu, at such a young age, had already become the deputy director of the Southwest Entertainment Bureau. Looking at the entire Long Kingdom, there is no one younger than Lumu in the same position. From this we can also see how powerful Lumu's background is.
Thinking about how I had once gone against Lumu,
she felt a chill on her back. With her strength, Lumu's sneeze could make her lose everything. Miss Zhou, I didn't realize you have such a sweet mouth. Lumu looked at Zhou Ting. She wore a black camisole top and high-waisted jeans. Her black hair was tied up behind her head, her charming fox eyes were filled with ripples, her beautiful red lips were plump and sexy, and she looked like a ripe peach.
Boss Liu, you know whether I am sweet or not. Zhou Ting stood up and walked to sit next to Lumu. Zhou Ting's favorability plus 20.
Seeing this scene, how could Lumu not understand Zhou Ting's little thoughts? So he put his arm around Zhou Ting's slender waist and said with a smile, Miss Zhou, Auntie should be leaving, right?
He left the afternoon before yesterday.
Zhou Ting's cheeks were flushed, and her slender swan neck was also stained with red.
How about coming to my manor?
As Lumu spoke, he stood up, put his arm around Zhou Ting and left the coffee shop. And Zhou Ting did not resist.
Manor bedroom. The soft big bed was full of traces of battle.
The dots of plum blossoms became milestones of the battle.
Zhou Ting's favorability plus 30. After the battle, Zhou Ting was so tired that she fell asleep. Lu Mu then checked Zhou Ting's favorability towards him. Name Zhou Ting. Age, 28. Height, 172. Weight, 56 kilograms. Overall appearance rating, 95. Driver 1. Favorability 100.
Good, another girl's favorability towards him has reached the maximum value. Lu Mu nodded with satisfaction. Then he took out his cell phone and checked the time.
It's already 4 o'clock in the afternoon. He hasn't used up all the 2,000 monsters he killed today. And it's too late to go to the slaughterhouse now. Just as he got dressed and prepared to get up, Xiaoyong, the person in charge of Baiyun breeding farm, suddenly called him. In order to avoid disturbing Zhou Ting's sleep, Lu Mu walked out of the bedroom before answering the phone. As soon as the call was connected, Xiaoyong's anxious voice came from the other end. Boss Lu, something happened.
The pigs in the farm are very likely to be infected with swine fever.
Swine fever, what a coincidence.
Lu Mu said subconsciously. A few days ago, the pigs in the farm were listless, and the workers didn't think much of it at the time. But today, nearly 100 pigs died inexplicably, and it's not just our farm, but farms across the country.
This has happened. It's said to be swine fever from abroad. I see.
Lu Mu replied, I have something to do now, I will contact you later.
Lu Mu hung up the phone after saying this. This is a good opportunity. Lu Mu's eyes lit up.
Although swine fever is terrible, he just happens to have a special anti-swine fever medicine rewarded by the system. In this way, he could take advantage of this opportunity to purchase sick pigs at a low price, and then cure the sick pigs with special anti-epidemic drugs.
P.S. Can you give me a free gift, ask for updates, or give me a 5-star review? Suspected monopoly master, I've bought the things. In the open space behind the manor, Xinhuan handed 2 sealed boxes to Lu Mu. Well, go ahead and get busy. Lu Mu looked at Xinhuan with a smile.
As for the things in the box, they were snails and bees that he asked Xinhuan to buy at the farmer's market. It is faster to buy small insects to kill than to kill some large livestock.
Master, call me anytime if you need anything. Xinhuan did not ask Lu Mu what he was going to do with the bees and snails. As a qualified private butler, she knows what to ask and what not to ask. Wait until Xinhuan leaves.
Lu Mu built a fire on the open space, and then he threw 2 boxes into it. The flames are burning.
System prompts kept ringing in Lu Mu's ears. Kill 1 snail and get money plus 66,666.
Kill 10 snails cumulatively and get money plus 1 billion. Kill 100 snails cumulatively and obtain the Hope Large Building. Kill 1,000 snails cumulatively and get a love fund amount of plus 10 billion. Kill enough snails to complete the achievement crawler and obtain 51% of the shares of Shinong Pharmaceutical Group.
Kill 1 bee and get money plus 88,888.
Kill 10 bees cumulatively and receive 400 sets of Lion Kingdom Royal customized 4 seasons clothing. Kill 100 bees cumulatively to obtain a real-time personal wealth doubling card. Kill 1,000 bees cumulatively and obtain 5 master-level skill upgrade cards.
Kill enough bees to complete the achievement Honey Collecting Expert and obtain 51% of Phoenix Automobile shares. Rewards have been issued.
The relevant documents and information have been distributed to the host's manor warehouse and mobile phone respectively. The Lion Kingdom Royal Family's custom-made 4-season clothing has been distributed to the host's manor cloakroom.
Lu Mu took out his mobile phone to check the reward information. Not to mention the monetary rewards.
What made him laugh and cry was that the amount of his personal love fund actually increased by 10 billion. You know, he only cashed in about 100 million out of his 1 trillion love fund. Now that another 10 billion has been added, he doesn't know when he can cash it all out.
But that's not a bad thing.
After all, no one would complain about having too much money.
Moreover, as the monster killing level increases, the daily spending limit for a single opposite sex can be increased.
In addition to the love fund, killing the snail also revealed the hope of a large real estate project. This is a residential complex with up to 10 buildings. Each building has 35 floors, with 6 households on each floor. There are 10 buildings accommodating a total of 2,100 households. However, compared with the Wangjiang Yingyue real estate project that was previously rewarded by the system, the total value of the Hope community is much lower. The value of the entire community is around 3 billion. After all, the quality of the two properties is different. One is a luxurious riverview property near Huajiang River, and the other is an ordinary residential property located in Baiyun District. Then there is the 51% stake in Shinong Pharmaceutical Group. According to the system information, Shinong Pharmaceutical Group is a company that mainly deals in traditional Chinese medicine. The company is located in Shudu and has a market value of 500 billion. Lumu's 51% stake is worth over 250 billion. Most importantly, he owns 51% of Shinong Pharmaceutical Group's shares and will have absolute control over the group. This reward comes just in time. Lumu looked surprised. Now pigs all over the country are infected with swine fever, although he has a Chinese medicine prescription to fight the plague. However, the steps involved in mass production of anti-epidemic drugs through prescriptions are very complicated. In the future, the emergence of anti-plague drugs will attract the attention of all parties. But if he produces anti-epidemic drugs through Shinong Pharmaceutical Group, he can not only avoid a lot of troubles, but also publicize to the outside world that the anti-epidemic drugs are researched by the group. Attention withdrawn. Lumu began to check the rewards for killing bees. Among them, there are 400 sets of custom-made clothing for the Lion Kingdom royal family, 100 sets each for spring, summer, autumn and winter. As a country that continues the royal aristocracy, the Lion Kingdom has professional design teams to tailor the clothing for its queen and other nobles. Custom-made clothing has no brand, but it can surpass any luxury clothing brand. Lumu's 400 sets of clothing were created by the Lion Country's top design team. Before this team only provided services to the Queen of the Lion Country. Next up is the real-time personal wealth doubling card. It can double Lumu's personal wealth. When he got the doubling card, it was automatically used. The real time here refers to the time when he gets the doubling card. Lumu called up the instructions for using the doubling card. The real-time personal wealth doubling card has been automatically used. Real-time personal wealth, 805-188-3179. Personal wealth after doubling, 1610-376-6358. After doubling, his personal wealth directly reached more than 16 billion. But personal wealth and personal assets are not worth mentioning. As for the 5 master-level skill upgrade cards, there is no need to say more. Lumu currently has no other skills to upgrade except advanced driving. So Lumu used a master-level upgrade card to directly upgrade advanced driving to master-level driving. The master-level skill upgrade card was used successfully, and advanced driving was successfully upgraded to master-level driving. Master-level driving integration. A lot of driving-related information flooded into my mind. After integrating this information, Lumu became an all-round driving master. The reason why it is omnipotent. This is because the master-level driving skills include all means of transportation, including but not limited to airplanes, ships, aircraft carriers, and fighter jets. Finally, it is a 51% stake in Phoenix Auto. According to the system information, Phoenix Automobile is also a group with a market value of 500 billion yuan. In other words, within one day, Lumu had 2 more groups under his control with a total market value of 1 trillion yuan. It's worthy of being a system. That's really awesome. Lumu couldn't help but sigh. Looking at those trillion-dollar groups in Dragon Country, almost all of them were created through the hard work of several generations. All he needs to do is fight monsters every day, and his industries will continue to grow. As of now, adding up all his businesses, his personal assets have exceeded 1 trillion, and it won't be long before he reaches 2 trillion. Lucky Pavilion. Su Yao, Nan Gongyun, and Zhang Qingyue were discussing how to deal with Lumu.
I have contacted the Food Association and reported to them the restaurants on Baiyun Street that were suspected of disrupting the market. Nan Gongyun said with a gloomy face. Also, I asked someone to invite the masters of various cuisines from the Gourmet Association. They will arrive at the Gourmet City tomorrow. I believe their presence will bring a huge wave of popularity to the food city. Reporting it will be useless. Suya said, although the prices of restaurants in Baiyun Street are low, Lumu can say that he is losing money to subsidize them. In this way, the Food Association can't say much. It's okay to make subsidies at a loss, but the reason why the food prices in his restaurant are so low, in addition to making subsidies at a loss, the most important point is that the industrial chain is closed. Nan Gongyun said with a cold look in his eyes, from feed to farms, slaughterhouses, supermarkets, and restaurants, they are all his businesses. To put it nicely, he has completed the closed loop of the industrial chain, but to put it bluntly, he is suspected of monopoly. Genius girl, the authorities just issued anti-monopoly regulations not long ago. He is undoubtedly courting his own death by doing this. After Nan Gongyun finished speaking, Suya was silent for a moment and said, if he is really suspected of monopoly, then the relevant departments will punish him. What we need to do now is to consolidate the popularity of the food city. The masters of various cuisines you invited can't stay in the food city forever. If we want to keep our guests, we are still missing something. It lacks a gimmick. Zhang Qingyue said, the food city is not a tourist attraction. There is no natural beauty for everyone to enjoy. But as long as there is enough hype to attract internet celebrities to check in at the food city, then through the promotion of the internet celebrities, the food city will become an internet celebrity check-in spot, and in this way, the popularity of the food city can be maintained. And this gimmick can be anything, even if it has nothing to do with food, as long as it can bring traffic. Yes. Suya's eyes lit up when she heard this and said, there is a person who may be able to bring the gimmick you mentioned. Who? Zhang Qingyue asked curiously. The one known as the talented girl in Chinese painting. The corners of Suyao's mouth rose slightly, and at this moment, her confidence returned. If it's her, it can indeed bring enough hype. Zhang Qingyue said, after all, her paintings are well known on the internet. The next day, Lumu woke up in a state of suffocation. When I opened my eyes, I saw everything white. Honey, you're awake. Zhou Ting let go of Lumu and looked at him charmingly. What did you call me? Lumu didn't react for a moment. My husband. Zhou Ting said pitifully, can't I call you husband? This girl. How could Lumu not know Zhou Ting's little thoughts? But he didn't object. Zhou Ting called him that simply because she wanted to leave something different in his heart. Sure. Lumu hugged Zhou Ting, glanced at her plump buttocks and said, but you have to perform well. I want more. Zhou Ting's face turned pale when she heard this. She had her first experience of sex yesterday and had sex with Lumu for more than an hour. In the middle of the night, Lumu called him up to fight again. After several consecutive battles, her legs are still weak. Is it not possible? Lumu said with a smile. Possessing the physique of a soldier king, his fighting ability is extremely strong. Can Zhou Ting gritted her teeth and slowly stood up? In order to please Lumu, she decided to go all out. At worst, I can just not get out of bed today. An hour later, Lumu walked out of the room with satisfaction. On the soft big bed, Zhou Ting's pretty face was flushed, and her snow-white skin was covered with numerous traces of battle. Just at this moment, Lumu suddenly came back. Honey, why are you back again? Zhou Ting's voice was trembling as she spoke, and her body subconsciously shrank. She thought Lumu was going to fight with her again. Am I that scary? Lumu's mouth twitched, and then he said, I'll ask Aunt Wan to bring you a few contracts later. Remember to sign your name. Zhou Ting nodded shyly without asking about the contract. I'm going to get busy first. Lumu turned and left the bedroom. Half an hour later, Zhou Ting took a walk in the manor after breakfast. Xinhuan found her with several contracts. Miss Shou, this is what the young master asked me to give you.
Xinwan handed the contract to Zhou Ting.
Well, thank you, Aunt Wan.
Zhou Ting took the contract and looked at it. When she saw the contents of the contract, she was completely stunned. The contract in her hand was the equity transfer contract between Zhuozhuan and Jean Kafid. After Zhou Ting's favorability towards Lu Mu reached the maximum, Lu Mu decided to transfer Jean Ku and Zhuozhuan to Zhou Ting's name. On the one hand, it can better realize the love fund, and on the other hand, it can avoid some troubles. After leaving the manor, Lu Mu drove to Baiyun Street. When he just arrived at Baiyun Street, the head of the food association suddenly found him. The private room of Dream Sichuan restaurant. A middle-aged man looked at Lu Mu and said, "After our investigation, the food prices in your restaurant are far lower than the market price. You are suspected of disrupting the market. We are now imposing a fine on you and ordering you to change the food prices within 3 working days." The middle-aged man is named Tang Hui, and he is the head of the Southwest Food Association.
You are mistaken.
Lu Mu poured himself a cup of tea and said calmly, "The reason why the food prices in my restaurant are so low is that I am losing money on the promotion."
What? Losing money is illegal? Which law stipulates this?
There is indeed no law that makes it illegal to lose money. Tang Hui frowned and said, "But what you are doing is unfair competition, and unfair competition is illegal. First, deceiving and misleading consumers, and snatching trading opportunities from other operators in an unfair manner, violates the principle of honesty and trustworthiness, and only then does it constitute unfair competition. Secondly, it is not illegal to lose money, and it is also marked on the menu that the food prices are subsidized for the event. A plate of twice-cooked pork, the original price is 28, I subsidize 25, is it okay to sell it for 3 yuan? If I have a problem, then are the behaviors of those who sell goods online and subsidize users also problematic? No problem." Tang Hui took a deep breath and said, "But we also received a report that you are suspected of monopolizing the market. What do you have to say about this?" Tang Hui signaled to the staff behind him with his eyes. Seeing this, the other party placed pieces of information in front of Lu Mu. Lu Mu picked up the information and took a look at it. It records the equity structure information of industries such as Zhuozhuan and Jinka. When he saw the time below the information, Lu Mu smiled. "It seems like you guys are not very professional." Lu Mu smiled and said, "You prepared these materials yesterday, right? You just need to answer whether the information is true or not." Tang Hui said expressionlessly. Lu Mu's attitude made him very unhappy. "Again, you guys are so unprofessional." Lu Mu took a sip of tea and said coldly, "I suggest you go back and investigate again before you trouble me. Watch your attitude." Tang Hui stood up from his dining chair and said angrily, "We are not here to listen to your lecture." Facing the angry Tang Hui, Lu Mu's expression was very calm and he continued to drink his tea. Just when Tang Hui was about to go berserk, he suddenly received a call. "What?" After the call was connected, Tang Hui's face changed drastically and he asked, "Are you sure you didn't make a mistake?" "Okay, I understand." After hanging up the phone, Tang Hui looked at Lu Mu with complicated eyes. "Sorry, Mr. Lu, we made a mistake. I won't send you off." Lu Mu didn't even look up at Tang Hui. Seeing this, Tang Hui's face turned extremely ugly. But he still left with his people. As soon as Tang Hui left, a graceful figure entered the private room. Mr. Lu was really willing to give. The beautiful figure was none other than the president of the Finance Association, Qin Yiren. A company worth hundreds of billions was just given away so casually. Qin Yiren sat opposite Lu Mu and looked at him with a smile. President Qin is well informed. Lu Mu was not surprised that Qin Yiren knew that he had transferred his assets to Zhou Ting. After all, what is the other party's identity? As for what happened today, he himself felt it was quite a coincidence. Fortunately, he transferred his property to Zhou Ting, which saved him from a lot of trouble. More importantly, he transferred the industries to Zhou Ting and others, which meant that those industries were still his, and the industrial closed loop still existed. And the relevant departments can't do anything to him. After all, Zhuangzhuang and Jinka are under Zhou Ting's name, Baiyun Breeding Farm and Mulan Slaughterhouse are under Lin Yanran's name, and Shimeng is under Li Mingqi's name.
You can't say that he controlled 3 people, right? The biggest hotspot. I naturally have to pay more attention to young talents like Mr. Liu.
Qin Yiren picked up the teacup on the table and poured herself a cup of tea, her movements extremely graceful. Seeing this, Lu Mu said nothing. He knew that Qin Yiren must have something to ask him.
As expected, Qin Yiren picked up the teacup and took a sip. She stared at Lu Mu with her deep peach blossom eyes and said, "Boss Lu, I have a project I want to cooperate with you on." President Qin is joking, right? Lu Mu said calmly, "It seems that we are not very familiar with each other, right?"
"We are indeed not familiar with each other, but it does not affect our cooperation," Qin Yiren said. "Besides, my project will only benefit you."
"Oh? Tell me about it."
Lu Mu became somewhat interested.
"Convert Baiyun Street into a factory area," Qin Yiren said.
"Lu Mu, I didn't realize that President Qin is quite humorous." Lu Mu was amused by the project Qin Yiren mentioned.
"Ask him to change Baiyun District into a factory area. He will only agree if he is sick." "I'm serious,"
Qin Yiren said with a serious expression. "As long as you are willing to cooperate with me, I can apply for various preferential policies on your behalf. At the same time, all your local companies in Shanchang will also be exempt from taxes for at least 3 years.
"I refuse." Lu Mu didn't have to think about it at all.
Not to mention that his main purpose of turning Baiyun Street into a food street was to destroy the food city. Even if he wasn't targeting the food city, he wouldn't cooperate with Qin Yiren. He was not at all interested in the preferential policies offered by above. As for the 3-year tax exemption, it left him speechless. His only properties in Shanchang were Baiyun Street, Zhuozhuang, Jinka, Baiyun Breeding Farm, Shouyuan Group, and Fulai Supermarket. Among them, Zhuozhuang and Jinka were given to Zhou Ting, and Baiyun Breeding Farm was given to Lin Yanran.
He also planned to give Shouyuan Group and Fulai Supermarket to Lin Yanran. The only property equivalent to his in the mountain city is Baiyun Street. How much tax can Baiyun Street generate every year? Besides, does he need that little money? You might as well think about it for a few days before giving me an answer. Qin Yiren expected Lu Mu to refuse. But she was in no hurry. "President Qin, you don't want me to compete with Food City, right?" Lu Mu frowned and asked, "Why, did Su Yao and the others ask you to come?" "They haven't approached me, and even if they had, I wouldn't have favored them."
Qin Yiren said, "It was the decision from above that you were asked to change Baiyun District into a factory area."
"There are many reasons for this.
One of the reasons is that they don't want you to compete with the food city, but the main reason is that they want to improve the employment of residents in the urban villages by building a factory area."
"Why not Food City?"
Lu Mu looked at Qin Yiren and said, "The food city can also be converted into a factory area."
Qin Yiren did not respond to Lu Mu immediately after hearing this. "I understand."
Although Qin Yiren did not answer, Lu Mu guessed the reason. It's simply that the higher-ups think that the food city is more valuable than his food street.
"Su Yao and the others understand traffic better than you,"
Qin Yiren said. "They know how to create excitement and how to attract people to the food city. Although this method doesn't last long, compared to your food street, the food city is indeed more attractive to tourists." After Qin Yiren finished speaking, the private room became extremely silent.
Lu Mu didn't think what Qin Yiren said was unpleasant.
On the contrary, Qin Yiren reminded him. He should really do something to create some heat for the food court. A food street is doomed to fail if it relies solely on low-priced food. Moreover, the prices in the restaurants on Baiyun Street cannot always be that low. Even if he has a love fund to back him up, if the low price persists for a long time, it will easily arouse suspicion. After all, businessmen are not good people, and no businessman will always do business at a loss.
Day. The sound of high heels was heard. Li Mingqi, dressed in uniform, walked into the private room. "Boss Lu, there is something new happening in the food city." Li Mingqi first glanced at Qin Yiren, then said, they invited the masters of the 8 cuisines of the Gourmet Association to perform a cooking demonstration in the Food City Plaza.
In addition, they also invited Shangguan Liuli, who is known as a talented Chinese painting girl, to paint in the Food City, which attracted a large number of tourists to watch.
They are walking into the muzzle of a gun. Lumu took a deep breath and said, go, and have people prepare cooking and painting tools at the entrance of the street.
They have masters of the 8 major cuisines, and we have all-around cooking masters. They have a talented young Chinese painter, and we have a master painter. I want to let them know what true all-round crushing is.
Okay, I'll get ready.
Li Mingqi nodded and left the private room.
Is Mr. Lu kidding?
Qin Yiren frowned and said, when did our country have an all-round master chef and painting master?
Even if you want to create hype, you can't just make it up. Qin Yiren looked at Lu Mu with even more disappointment.
In her opinion, Lu Mu was irritated by what she had just said. So for the sake of popularity, prepare for false propaganda.
It's no wonder she thinks so.
Throughout the history of Dragon Kingdom, the only people who can be called masters of painting are Wu Daozi, Tang Bohu, and others. As for modern times, no one has reached the level of a master of painting.
I never joke.
Lu Mu stood up from his seat, looked at Qin Yiren with a smile and said, but I want to thank you.
Thanks to you for reminding me and letting me know what to do next. What's the meaning?
Qin Yiren looked confused.
Don't the higher-ups want to solve the problem of urban villages?
Compared to building a factory area, I have a better idea, but I don't know if President Qin is interested.
Tell me about it.
Qin Yiren said, if your idea is good, I will convey it to the higher-ups for you.
Demolition.
Lu Mu said slowly, the existence of villages in the city is not only a problem of employment difficulties for residents, but also affects the appearance of Baiyun district and even the entire mountain city to a certain extent.
Even if Baiyun Street is transformed into a factory area, how many jobs can it provide? How much money can residents earn by working in the factory?
On the contrary, through the method of demolition compensation, the lives of urban village residents will be improved to the greatest extent, so that they will be willing to move out of the urban villages.
Demolition is indeed a solution, but do you know how many households there are in the urban village? If we want to demolish the entire urban village, the demolition fee alone will be an astronomical figure, and after the demolition, what to do with the land in the urban village is also a problem. If we are unable to attract investment, the abandoned urban villages will also affect the appearance of Baiyun district and even the entire mountain city.
Qin Yiren's expression was very serious. She had mentioned the demolition that Lu Mu mentioned to her superiors. But it was ultimately rejected. The reason is that the economy of Baiyun district is too low and the population loss is too serious, so no company is willing to contract this project. No need to attract investment, I can undertake this demolition project. Lu Mu said, I plan to build a large amusement park comparable to Disneyland after the urban village is demolished.
What? Qin Yiren exclaimed, shocked by what Lu Mu said. Do you know how much money is needed to invest in a Disney theme park? Of course I know. Lu Mu said calmly, there is a Disney amusement park in the Magic City, and the construction cost is about 40 billion. But President Qin, don't forget that I spent 80 billion just to buy Baiyun Street. Lu Mu's idea of building a large amusement park was not a momentary impulse. First of all, the urban village is just behind Baiyun Street. Once the large amusement park is built, Baiyun Street will be at the center of the amusement park. By then, the housing prices in Baiyun Street will see a surge due to the amusement park, and the food street will no longer lack popularity. More importantly, he can use the Love Fund to build an amusement park. He had already thought about setting up a construction company in Lin Xiaoxiao's name and then using the Love Fund to pay for the construction of the amusement park. This means that he has another channel to continue cashing in his Love Fund. Wait until I calm down. Qin Yiren picked up the teacup and took a sip. The look he gave Lu Mu was extremely complicated. I have to say that Lu Mu does things in a rather simple and crude way. But it is very effective. Once Lu Mu really builds a large amusement park in the urban village, the employment generated by the construction of the amusement park alone will be enough to significantly boost the economy of Baiyun district.
Once the large amusement park is built, the mountain city will have an additional business card to the outside world. A large amusement park comparable to Disney will attract countless tourists.
President Qin, please calm down.
Lumu walked past Qiniren and said, before that, I have to prove one thing, that is, your vision is really not good. Baiyun Street is not popular, but I am the biggest popularity. As soon as Lumu finished speaking, he walked out of the private room without waiting for Qiniren to react. Next, he wanted to let the master of the 8 major cuisines and the talented girl in Chinese painting know what dimensionality reduction attack is.
P.S. Please give me a free gift, give me a 5-star review, and ask for more updates. Food City Plaza. Looking around, there were dense crowds of people everywhere. And in the center of the square, there are 8 kitchen counters. There is a chef working in front of each kitchen counter. Among the 8 chefs, the youngest is in his 40s and the oldest is almost 70 years old. And these 8 people are not ordinary chefs. They are vice presidents of the Food Association, and are also the masters of the 8 major cuisines and recognized culinary masters in the food circle. Boom! The fire was burning brightly. The 8 people each cooked delicious food. Everyone's cooking skills are superb, and the food they make makes the onlookers salivate, as if they are enjoying a visual feast. Behind the kitchen counter, a huge LED screen plays images of 8 people cooking. The whole square was boiling in an instant. So cool, you are worthy of being a master chef. This is not just a dish, it's a work of art. It smells so good. I've never smelled food that smells so good in my life. Are these the masters of the 8 cuisines? They are so terrifying. The cooking skills of these 8 people are probably unmatched in the entire Dragon Country. One side of the square. Su Yao and the other 2 looked at each other, all with smiles on their faces. It seems our plan was successful. Nangongyan smiled and said, with the 8 seniors from the Food Association joining us, the popularity of Food City on the entire network will be even more popular. It's exploded. Jiang Qingyue was scrolling through her phone, her face flushed as she said, the topic of Food City has topped the charts of all major short video platforms on the internet. However, compared to the popularity brought by the seniors, Shangguan Liuli's popularity is even more terrifying. Jiang Qingyue put away her phone and looked towards the other side of the square. There is a corridor that is hundreds of meters long. The aisle was packed with people and the noise never stopped. Liuli wife, I love you. Sister Liuli is great. If I, Shangguan Liuli, had not been born, the painting world would have been as dark as eternity. Listening to the crazy voices of Shangguan Liuli's fans, Jiang Qingyue sighed. She is indeed a talented young female painter with over 100 million fans online. Her fan appeal is too strong. Liuli is the youngest master painter in Dragon Country from ancient times to the present. Her influence is not only reflected in her appeal to fans. Su Yao smiled and said, it's no exaggeration to say that in the art circle, Liuli is a national treasure. A beautiful and dreamy figure emerged in Su Yao's mind. Even she would pale in comparison to the other party. When she saw Shangguan Liuli for the first time, she was completely stunned. I exclaimed, how could there be such a beautiful girl in the world? The people of the Shangguan family are not simple. Nangongyan said, Shangguan Liuli has a brother named Shangguan Wudi, and he is the most terrifying person. Nangongyan thought of something and shivered uncontrollably. Buzz just at this moment. His cell phone rang. The caller was Tang Hui, the head of the Food Association. After the call was connected, Nangongyan said a few simple words and then hung up. That guy is pretty quick. Nangongyan frowned and said, he actually sold his businesses to the women around him. Are you sure you're selling it and not giving it away? Jiang Qingyue said, the value of his businesses is hundreds of billions. An ordinary female entrepreneur cannot afford to buy them. And as far as I know, among the women around him, only Zhou Ting from Tianla Group has a little money. The other women are ordinary people with outstanding looks. When Jiang Qingyue finished speaking, Su Yao frowned subconsciously. If it was really a gift, then I can only say that he is stupid enough. Nangongyan said, once those women betray him, he will never be able to take back the property he gave away. Maybe he never thought of taking it back. Suyao took a deep breath and said, the most urgent thing now is to pay attention to his next move, so as not to let him take away your popularity again. Boss Su, you can rest assured about this. Nangongyun said, on Baiyun Street, all the restaurants are open. Although the food in those restaurants is very cheap, it can attract some people, but it is only limited to attracting customers. It can't keep customers at all. After their meals, guests will still come back to us. Boss Su, there is some action happening in Baiyun Street. A staff member walked over quickly and reported to Su Yao. The staff of Baiyun Street set up a kitchen counter and a painting table at the entrance of the street, saying that they invited an all-round master of cooking and a master of painting. Nonsense. Nangongyun said with disdain, I have never heard of an all-round cooking master or painting master in Dragon Country. The other party is just making up stories for the sake of popularity. Are you sure you heard me correctly? Su Yao frowned. Boss Su, I heard all this with my own ears. The staff replied. It seems that he realized the crisis after knowing that we invited the masters of the 8 major cuisines in Shangguan Liuli. Zhang Qingyue shook her head and said, but he was obviously impulsive. Although making up stories about all-round cooking masters and painting masters can indeed create hype for his food street, the consequence is that his food street project will completely fail because of his decision. That's not exactly what we want. Nangongyun said with cold eyes, since he wants to die, we might as well help him. Nangongyun looked at the staff and said, go spread this news and let everyone go and see what the so-called all-round cooking master and painting master look like. Okay, Mr. Yun. Upon hearing this, the staff quickly walked towards the crowd in the square. Soon, the square was in an uproar and people began to walk towards Baiyun Street. Seeing this scene, neither Su Yao nor Zhang Qingyue tried to stop it. Lu Mu made up stories to gain popularity, so he must bear the consequences. Moreover, the complete closure of the food street will only benefit the food city. What's going on? Why are all the people gone? Center of the square. An old man with gray hair frowned and said, what do you mean by an all-round master chef? I have lived for nearly 70 years, and I have never heard of an all-round master chef in our country. The old man's name is Zhang Xiangwen, a master Shandong cuisine chef. Mr. Zhang, how about we go over and take a look too? A middle-aged man with a big belly said. The middle-aged man is named Li Jianye, a master Sichuan chef. Walk. Zhang Xiangwen put down the cooking spoon and followed the crowd angrily with Li Jianye and other cooking masters. They want to see who is cheating. In the corridor on one side of the square. As the crowd gradually decreased, the scene in the aisle was revealed. Only the center of the aisle was seen. There is a drawing table, and in front of it, a woman wearing a horse-faced skirt and with an extraordinary temperament is immersed in painting. Around the woman are completed works of art. Most of them are landscape paintings. Under the sunlight, the mountains and rivers in the paintings reveal a vibrant vitality. Liuli, I heard that Baiyun Street across the street has invited a painting master. Do you want to go over and take a look? The fan said to Shangguan Liuli, who was painting. However, Shangguan Liuli is still immersed in her own world. After a few minutes, Shangguan Liuli stopped what she was doing. Looking at my work with satisfaction. Good. Shangguan Liuli showed a faint smile on her face, and everyone suddenly felt that the whole world was a lot brighter because of Shangguan Liuli's smile. What did you say? Shangguan Liuli looked at the fan who had just spoken. I heard that Baiyun Street across the street has invited a painting master. Do you want to go over and take a look? The fan who spoke was a young man. Seeing Shangguan Liuli talking to him, the young man's face turned red and he almost fainted with excitement. Master of painting? Shangguan Liuli frowned slightly and shook her head. No need to look, there is no master painter in our country at present. Miss Liuli, it wouldn't hurt to go and take a look. Nangongyun and the other two walked over slowly. Nangongyun looked at Shangguan Liuli and said, to prevent some fraudulent liars from ruining the reputation of the art world. Seen it? Entrance to Baiyun Street. According to Lu Mu's request, Li Mingqi asked the staff to set up the kitchen counter and drawing table. At the same time, a large number of people were walking across the street. Before long, the street entrance was blocked by crowds of people. Some people even took out their mobile phones and started live streaming. Boss Lu, I'm afraid you're joking too much. Shiniren and Lumu walked over slowly. When seeing the dense crowds of people, Shiniren said solemnly, "You may be popular now, but if people find out that you are cheating, your food court project will fail completely." Who is in charge here? As soon as Shiniren finished speaking, an angry voice suddenly came from the crowd. Zhang Xiangwen, along with Li Jianyi and a few others, walked out of the crowd angrily. Do you have anything to do with me? Li Mengqi stepped forward and said. Are you the person in charge here? Zhang Xiangwen looked at Li Mengqi and frowned. I heard that you invited the all-round cooking master. Where is he? Let him come out and let us see him. That's it. Let him out. Li Jianyi said angrily, I want to see who is so powerful that he dares to call himself an all-round chef. Now we're going to have some fun. The person in charge of Baiyun Street is really stupid. The masters of the 8 major cuisines are here, but he still dares to use the gimmick of an all-round culinary master to deceive people. That's right. Look at these masters. They are all over 50 years old. But they can only be called masters in a certain cuisine. Wow, there is an all-round culinary master in Baiyun Street. This is obviously a scam. What's even more bizarre is not the all-round cooking master, but the painting master. Throughout the history of Dragon Country, the only ones who can be called painting masters are Wu Daozi, Tang Bohu, and others. If there was a painting master in modern times, I'm afraid he would have become famous all over the internet long ago. There was a lot of discussion. Everyone was waiting to see the show. Li Mengqi didn't even know how to answer Zhang Xiangwen and the others. How could she know where the all-round master chef was? She did whatever Lu Mu asked her to do without thinking too much. Just when Li Mengqi was at a loss, Lu Mu came over and said, You were looking for me, right? What do you mean, young man? Zhang Xiangwen said with a grim look. Aren't you guys going to meet the all-around master chef? I am. Lu Mu said with a smile. As Lu Mu finished speaking, the entire street fell silent. Everyone looked at him as if he were an idiot. Ha ha ha. Zhang Xiangwen was stunned for a moment, then suddenly laughed out loud. Interesting, really interesting. These days, little brats who haven't even grown all their hair dare to call themselves all-around cooking masters. Little brat, you look about the same age as my grandson. Do you know how to cook? No wonder Zhang Xiangwen looked down on Lu Mu. Lu Mu is really too young. At the age of just over 20, it's hard to imagine that you are an all-round master chef. Some people can't even cook. And judging from Lu Mu's clothes, he was obviously rich or noble. Such a person would just sit there and wait for everything to be done for him, and there was no way he would cook. I know. A blogger on the internet taught me how to do it. First, heat the oil in a pan, then put the food in. Lu Mu. Shiniren said with a dark face, Don't joke with the seniors. President Qin, you are here too. Zhang Xiangwen looked at Shiniren, with a flash of surprise in his eyes. Mr. Zhang, young people are ignorant, please forgive me. Shiniren tried to smooth things over by saying, as for the all-round cooking master and painting master, they were just casually mentioned by the staff of Baiyun Street during a chat. They are not true. President Qin, your excuse is a bit too fake. Nangong Yun and others walked out from the crowd. Nangong Yun pointed at the kitchen counter and the drawing table and said, The tools for cooking and painting are all ready, how could it not be real? Shiniren didn't say anything after hearing this. He just gave Nangong Yun a meaningful look. Seeing this, Nangong Yun suddenly realized something and his face became a little flustered. You are quite courageous. Shangguan Liuli looked at Nangong Yun and said, Even my brother has to be polite when he sees Aunt Qin, and you dared to embarrass her. Nangong Yun opened his mouth, not knowing what to say. President Qin shouldn't be that stingy, right? Nangong Yun said cautiously. Then I don't know. Shangguan Liuli walked towards Li Mengqi and said, I heard that you invited a painting master here. Can I meet him? Ah. Li Mingqi stared at Shangguan Liuli blankly. Shangguan Liuli frowned upon seeing this, then looked at Lu Mu and asked, "Can I see him?" "You've already seen it." Lu Mu looked at Shangguan Liuli.
She was wearing a plain horse-faced skirt, with her jet black hair simply tied behind her head. Her skin was as white as jade, her eyebrows and eyes were as beautiful as paintings, and her whole temperament was very extraordinary. If it were in a fantasy novel, she would definitely be a fairy. He communicated with the system and checked Shangguan Liuli's personal information.
Name, Shangguan Liuli. Age, 20. Height, 170. Weight, 55 kilograms. Comprehensive appearance rating, 100 plus. Driver 0. Favorability 0. What the hell is an overall appearance score of 100 plus? Lu Mu was a little stunned. He always thought that the highest comprehensive appearance score was only 100 points. Just at this moment, system feedback appeared in his mind. According to system feedback, a comprehensive appearance score of 100 plus means that the comprehensive appearance score of the opposite sex exceeds 100. You mean, you are the master of painting? Shangguan Liuli looked at Lu Mu with strange eyes. Don't you think so?
Coming back to his senses, Lu Mu walked towards the kitchen counter. He naturally knew that no one would believe what he said, so what he had to do was to crush all doubts with practical actions.
Nonsense. Qin Yuan looked at Lu Mu expressionlessly. Then he turned and left.
She has tried her best to help Lu Mu make it come true. But Lu Mu didn't appreciate it, and there was nothing she could do. In her opinion, Lu Mu's behavior was extremely stupid. Lu Mu's behavior of claiming to be an all-round master of cooking and painting is destined to make him a laughingstock on the internet for a long time.
Everyone should go away. Nan Gongyun said to the crowd, "This guy is just a clown.
Just watch him as a joke and don't take it seriously." As Nan Gongyun finished speaking, everyone became excited again. "You're right, this guy is just a clown who seeks to attract attention.
He is also a master of painting, is he worthy of it?
This guy brags without blushing, I admire him for that."
"Boss Yun, it's better for us not to add insult to injury." Jiang Qingyue spoke. "Manager Jiang, haven't you heard a saying?"
Nan Gongyun said slowly, "To be kind to the enemy is to be cruel to yourself."
"This guy is our enemy.
We have to be ruthless enough to treat him."
"President Su, do you think I am right?"
Su Yao heard this but did not respond to Nan Gongyun. Her eyes were always fixed on Lu Mu with a very complicated expression.
"Let's go." Su Yao's eyes became calm, and she turned around and prepared to leave. Boom! Just at this moment, Lu Mu lit the stove and put on his chef's uniform. The whole person's temperament also became sharp. "Edible painting, this guy really won't cry until he sees the coffin," Nan Gongyun said with disdain. "That's enough, young man."
Zheng Xiangwen said, "It's not that we want to cause trouble for you, but there has never been an all-round chef master in our country from ancient times to the present. Even Iya, Taihagon, and others who were known as the masters of cooking in ancient times, they only reached the pinnacle of a certain cuisine and were therefore called masters of cooking. Although a master is not as good as a grandmaster, being all-round is more difficult to achieve than being a grandmaster. Our country is vast, and in addition to the 8 major cuisines, there are many other branches of cuisine. What I understand as an all-round chef master is someone who has mastered all cuisines and can cook all kinds of food, and the food he cooks can reach the master level. Such a person can no longer be called a human being, but a god, a food god."
Zhang Shangwen's expression was extremely solemn.
What he said was not exaggerating. A person's energy is limited, and it is absolutely impossible to master all cuisines.
Day.
Zhang Shangwen's voice had just fallen.
Suddenly, I heard the sound of a kitchen knife hitting a chopping board.
Lu Mu was seen controlling the pot with his left hand and blindly cutting a cucumber with a kitchen knife in his right hand. The speed was so fast that the kitchen knife created an illusion. Seeing this scene, Zhang Xiangwen was stunned.
What amazing knife skills!
Li Jianye said in shock, although I can also cut ingredients blindly, I can't do two things at the same time like him.
He's making sauerkraut cucumbers. Zhang Xiangwen's breathing quickened. Shredded cucumber is a classic Shandong dish that requires very strict knife skills from the chef.
A qualified, when lifted from one end, will give off a feeling of being broken lotus root but still connected by strings.
Zhang Xiangwen is a master of Shandong cuisine, and he has been cooking the dish off for decades. Lu Mu ignored everyone.
He was concentrating highly at this moment.
It took him just a few seconds to cut the cucumber.
Then, he began to process other necessary ingredients.
To speed up, he even picked up a kitchen knife in his left hand. So everyone saw the next scene.
In front of the kitchen counter, knives were flying everywhere, and food ingredients were flying. Lu Mu wielded the kitchen knife in his hand like a peerless swordsman.
Gurgle. Zhang Xiangwen swallowed.
He was really shocked. Li Jianye and his companions just stood there with their mouths wide open.
Can anyone tell me if this is a special effect? Why do I feel like I saw a knife shadow? The guy is right in front of you, and you say this is a special effect?
I take back what I said, this handsome guy is not the clown, we are the clowns.
What amazing knife skills. I even wonder if this guy has a side job.
A side job, killing people?
The streets were in an uproar. Absolute strength is enough to crush all doubts. Cut, it's just a little knife skills.
Nangong said with a gloomy face, he calls himself an all-round cooking master, and the most important thing for a master chef is not only knife skills, but also the ability to make delicious food. His knife skills are so good, how bad can his cooking skills be?
That's right. I'm optimistic about him.
As for his knife skills, I think even the masters of various cuisines can't compare to him.
The crowd was not led astray by Nangong Yun. At this moment, they were concentrating on watching Lu Muxio's knife skills.
This gave them the feeling of watching a martial arts movie, a true visual feast.
I can't believe he's quite good.
There was a strange light flashing in Jiang Qingyue's eyes. If Lu Mu wasn't her competitor, she would have wanted to become Lu Mu's little fangirl.
On the road outside the street,
Qin Yiren did not leave, but sat in the car watching the live broadcast.
The live broadcast content was Lu Mu. Half an hour later, Lu Mu finally processed all the ingredients.
Then he picked up the fermented dough and walked to the drawing table beside him.
Mr. Zhang, what is he going to do? Li Jianye asked in confusion. What else can you do with the dough besides rolling it out? Zhang Xiangwen rolled his eyes at Li Jianye.
Yes. Li Jianye said with embarrassment, I saw him so absorbed in cutting vegetables that I didn't react for a while.
Aren't you using this drawing table for painting? In the crowd, Shangwan Liuli frowned. Rolling noodles on the drawing table was something she couldn't accept. Bang! Lu Mu did not respond to Shangwan Liuli.
I saw him slam the dough hard onto the drawing table, then pick up a 1-meter-long rolling pin and start rolling the dough. The dough became thinner and thinner, and finally the basin-sized dough was rolled into a piece of tissue paper about 10 meters long and 1 meter wide.
Mr. Zhang, he is a monster.
Li Jianye looked shocked and asked, how did he manage to roll the dough as thin as paper without it cracking?
Strength, skillful strength. Zhang Xiangwen took a deep breath and said, his use of ingenuity has reached a very terrifying level.
While Zhang Xiangwen was speaking, Lu Mu has already started making delicious food.
Soon, a fragrance emanated from the pot. Suddenly everyone was shocked. Boom! The stove fire is burning.
Lu Mu held the pot in his left hand and the spoon in his right hand. The pot and spoon seemed to have become one with him, and he constantly completed various difficult operations in his hands.
The onlookers opened their mouths uncontrollably as they watched.
As the delicious dishes came out of the pot, the sound of people swallowing their saliva could be heard from the crowd. No, it smells too good.
I can't handle it. Handsome guy, give it to me, I want to eat it. Damn it, why does the food this guy makes seem to be glowing? Will it make my clothes explode if I eat it?
Incredible, absolutely incredible. Zheng Xiangwen said in a trembling voice, mapo tofu, chopped pepper fish head, 8 treasure red sturgeon rice, honey-glazed barbecued pork. He actually made the representative dishes of each cuisine.
Mr. Zhang, do you think this young man is really an all-round master chef?
Li Jianye's eyes were a little dazed. From his position, he could clearly see every dish. Just by looking at the appearance of the dishes, you can tell how delicious these dishes are. If the taste of these dishes can reach the master level, then it is not an exaggeration to say that he is an all-round chef master.
Zheng Xiangwen became excited. He walked quickly towards Lu Mu and said, "Young man, can you let me try some of these dishes?"
Wait. Lu Mu looked at Zhang Xiangwen expressionlessly, then he opened a multi-grid stew pot. Inside the stew pot, there is colorful soup, which he made by boiling various ingredients. The moment the stew pot was opened, the rich aroma spread all around, and everyone showed an expression of enjoyment.
"Young man, can you give me some soup?" Zheng Xiangwen looked at Lu Mu pitifully. Even he was tempted by the soup in the stew pot. "This soup is not for drinking."
Lu Mu walked towards the drawing table carrying the stew pot. Under Zhang Xiangwen's puzzled gaze, Lu Mu picked up the brand new brush on the drawing table, dipped it in the soup from the stew pot, and began to paint on the tissue paper.
That's right. He wanted to paint a picture that was edible. He's painting. The moment Lu Mu started writing, the crowd was completely excited.
Fuck, this guy is crazy, painting on his face, how can he think of it?
It will be a flavorful painting. I want to ask, can the soup be used as paint?
You are so bold.
Shangwan Liuli walked slowly towards Lu Mu.
Even for her, this was the first time she had seen Lu Mu's way of painting. Although your cooking skills seem good, painting is not cooking. Shangwan Liuli was halfway through her words when she suddenly froze in place, her eyes fixed on the tissue.
This is impossible. P.S. Please give me a free gift, urge me to update more, and give me a 5-star review. Landscape painting. Lu Mu ignored Shangwan Liuli.
At this moment he was immersed in his own world. The brush in his hand splashed ink on the tissue paper, and the colorful ink turned into a colorful starry sky as if by magic. Under the starry sky, mountains stand tall, rivers rush, and every flower, grass and tree is endowed with a soul.
Time passes by little by little. Everyone held their breath, afraid of disturbing Lu Mu.
At this moment, the same thought arose in everyone's mind. They are about to witness a miracle.
In the crowd,
Su Yao was in a very complicated mood. In her eyes, there was only Lu Mu's confident figure. At this moment, the regret in her heart became stronger and stronger.
On the side of the road,
Qi Niren sat in the car in silence.
After a moment,
she got off the car in a hurry and walked towards the crowd, her steps a little messy.
She was wrong.
Lu Mu is not cheating, but has absolute strength.
Qi Niren was able to become the president of the Finance Association at the age of just over 30.
In addition to her own outstanding abilities, it also has a lot to do with her background. In Longhua, apart from the cabinet, the ones who truly control the vast wealth are not the trillion-dollar groups, but the aristocratic families. The information about the aristocratic families is not well known to the general public. But behind almost every trillion-dollar group, there is the shadow of an aristocratic family. The Qin family, where Qi Niren belongs, is one of the top 10 families in Longhua. It is no exaggeration to say that Qi Niren was standing at the top of the pyramid when she was born. She has seen the other side of this world. I have also come into contact with the proud children of various major families. And she herself is one of the chosen ones of heaven.
Although people like them look humble, polite and well-educated, they are actually very arrogant in their bones. Never feel inferior to anyone. But at this time, Qi Niren actually felt inferior to Lu Mu. Half an hour later,
Lu Mu stopped what he was doing. Looking at his own work, Lu Mu always felt that something was missing.
Oh, right, the name. Lu Mu's eyes lit up. How can a good work be without a name?
So Lu Mu picked up the brush and wrote the words Starry Sky and Landscape in the corner of the tissue paper. When Lu Mu put down his pen, a beautiful figure pushed him aside and admired his work greedily.
How is it? Can my painting be considered a masterpiece? Lumu looked at Shangguan Lioli with a smile. I can't comment. Shangguan Lioli's eyes remained on the painting from beginning to end. She is a painting fanatic. Ever since she drew an authentic painting by Tang Bohua during the one-year-old ceremony, she has been destined to be associated with painting throughout her life. Maybe he is the reincarnation of the painting saint, or maybe he is just gifted. She showed extraordinary talent in painting since she was a child. When her peers were still drawing kittens and puppies, she, who was only 3 years old, was already able to complete a landscape painting independently. After her family discovered her talent for painting, they hired several painting masters to teach her. Whether it was oil painting, sketching, gouache, or Chinese painting, she learned them all in a very short time. When she was only 5 years old, she joined the art society and became a junior member. At 7, she became a mid-level member. At 10, she became a senior member. At the age of 15, she became the youngest master of Chinese painting in Longhua from ancient times to the present. After that, her name became famous throughout the art circle. In the following 5 years, her painting skills continued to improve. Although she failed to break through to the level of a master, her attainments in Chinese painting are unmatched in the world. During these 5 years, she has attracted over 100 million fans and is called a talented girl in Chinese painting by netizens. He was even elected president of the Art Association. But now, the appearance of Lumu made her realize that there are always people better than you, there are always better people better than you, and there are always more powerful people better than you. You are better than me. Shangguan Lioli turned her head to look at Lumu, and there seemed to be flames burning in her pair of almond-shaped eyes with oriental beauty. Shangguan Lioli's favorability plus 50. As Shangguan Lioli finished speaking, the quiet street began to boil. Fuck, I got goosebumps. This guy is too powerful. Master of painting. Our country actually has a master of painting. This man is destined to be remembered for generations like Wu Daozi, Tang Bohua, and other masters of painting. In my opinion, his future achievements may be even more terrifying than Wu Daozi and others. After all, he is too young. Why do I feel like Lioli and this guy have a sense of CP? A child born from 2 painting geniuses, it would be heavenly. Am I the only one who thinks his handwriting is beautiful? You are not alone. Everyone was talking about it. Lumu's painting of the starry sky and landscape completely impressed everyone. In the crowd, Nangongyun's face looked extremely gloomy. We lost completely. Su Yao looked bitter. In her heart, Lumu became more and more a stranger. Why? Seeing Su Yao's expression, Jiang Qingyue sighed. She didn't know how to comfort Su Yao. If she were Su Yao, she would regret it to death. At the same time, she couldn't understand what was wrong with Su Yao that made her break up with such an outstanding man like Lumu. No, we haven't lost yet. Nangongyun took a deep breath and said, there is no master painter in our country, so no one can prove that his painting skills have reached the master level. Make way. Nangongyun just finished speaking. The crowd was suddenly pushed apart. I saw several uncles in hats walking out of the crowd, and behind them, there were several figures, led by a middle-aged man wearing an executive short-sleeved shirt. What's going on? Why is Uncle Hat here? Wait, that person seems to be the curator of the Yamashiro Museum. Master Lu, I'm Chowie, the curator of the Shancheng Museum. It's an honor to meet you. The middle-aged man walked up to Lumu and said with a smile on his face. Director Chow, is there anything wrong? Lumu looked at Chowie in confusion, he didn't know the other party's purpose of coming here. That's right, Master Lu. Chowie said, I want to collect your starry sky and landscape painting in the museum, so I came to discuss it with you. Lumu frowned when he heard this. He did not object to Chowie's plan to have his works collected in a museum, as it would only benefit him and not harm him. But what puzzled him was why Chowie had such an idea. You know, museums are places for collecting cultural relics, and his paintings only have artistic value and do not have cultural relic value for the time being. Director Chow, it seems inappropriate for you to do this, right? Nangongyun walked out of the crowd and asked, How can a painting by a modern artist be collected in a museum? Does director Chow think that the value of this painting can be compared with the cultural relics in the museum? Nan Dong-yun would naturally not allow Lu Mu's paintings to enter the museum, because that would be the greatest recognition of Lu Mu's painting. This is equivalent to the official confirmation that Lu Mu is a master of painting. The value of this painting can indeed be compared to cultural relics. A voice full of aura sounded. I saw Qin Yiren appear in the crowd at some point. When he saw Qin Yiren, Lu Mu immediately understood something. As expected, it was Qin Yiren who contacted Chow Yi. The level of this painting is such that no other painting in our country can compare to it. Shangwan Liuli, the president of the Fine Arts Association, can confirm this. Qin Yiren looked at Shangwan Liuli. Indeed.
Shangwan Liuli saw this and said slowly, I am a master of Chinese painting, but the level of this painting is far beyond my understanding. The biggest difference between this painting and cultural relics is only time. 100 years later, this painting may become a great treasure.
It's more than that. Chow Yi said, the biggest difference between this painting and other paintings is that this is an edible painting. Chow Yi's eyes were filled with shock. After Qin Yiren contacted him, he immediately found Lu Mu's live broadcast room. He watched the entire process of Lu Mu's painting. He was both shocked and in awe of Lu Mu's act of using noodles as paper and soup as ink. The reason why he wanted to collect this painting in the museum was not only because of Qin Yiren, but more importantly, this painting needed the museum to protect it. This is the only edible masterpiece in the world, both ancient and modern. This painting is of great value. It is no exaggeration to call it a treasure. However, due to the special nature of this painting, if it is not protected, it is doomed to not last long. Once the painting is damaged, it will be a huge loss to the entire art world. Chow Yi's expression was very solemn. His eyes turned to the 10-meter-long painting of the starry sky and landscape on the drawing table. In order to avoid accidents, he also brought professionals and contacted the police for assistance. I have nothing to say. Nan Dong-yun was unwilling. But he couldn't say anything more. He didn't dare to offend either Qin Yiren or Shangwan Liuli. That wouldn't do him any good. Master Lu, what do you think? Chow Yi looked at Lu Mu and said. If he wanted to take the starry sky and landscape map away, he had to get the consent of its owner Lu Mu. The painting can be given to you, but you have to wait a few minutes. Lu Mu picked up the small flamethrower on the kitchen counter and said, this painting is only a semi-finished product at the moment. What? When Lu Mu finished speaking, the onlookers were shocked again. Isn't this painting already finished? It's a starry sky and landscape painting. It has stars, mountains, and rivers. How come it's half finished? My wife Liuli gave such a high evaluation to a half-finished painting. What would the finished product look like? Go to hell, Liuli's wife is mine. Is this a semi-finished painting? Shangwan Liuli frowned. Even she couldn't tell what was not completed. Don't you think this painting is missing something? Lu Mu did not give an answer. He wanted to see if Shangwan Liuli could find what was missing. Shangwan Liuli heard this and stared at the painting on the drawing table. All you can see in the painting is a collision of colors. Above the painting, the colorful starry sky sparkles brightly under the sunlight. Under the starry sky, cranes are flying and mountains are towering. The flowing rivers never cease. The whole painting is full of mystery. Etc. Shangwan Liuli suddenly discovered something, and her eyes lit up as she said, there are stars in the starry sky, but there is no night sky. Lu Mu nodded. As Shangwan Liuli said, although there are stars in the painting, the night sky is not shown because the tissue paper is white. So you're going to use that flamethrower in your hand to create a night sky? Shangwan Liuli frowned again and asked, are you sure you won't burn the tissue? Upon hearing this, Lu Mu just smiled and did not respond to Shangwan Liuli. Then, under the gaze of everyone, Lu Mu turned on the flamethrower. Toast the paper with flame. Under the heat of the flame, the top part of the tissue paper began to turn black and burnt, just like the night sky.
With the night sky as a backdrop, the colorful stars become more mysterious and the mood of the entire painting also changes.
It's amazing. It's absolutely amazing.
Xiaowei couldn't help but exclaimed, Master Lu, you are not a painter at all, you are simply a magician. As the director of the Shancheng Museum, Xiaowei usually comes into contact with cultural relics from various dynasties. After years of being influenced by historical relics, his aesthetic level has been greatly improved. But Lu Mu's paintings brought a huge visual impact to his aesthetics. This also made him more determined to collect Lu Mu's starry sky and landscape painting in the museum.
Incredible. Shangguan Liuli's chest kept rising and falling. She finally understood the gap between herself and Lu Mu. There seems to be only one step between a master and a grandmaster, but in fact there is a world of difference between them. His eyes shifted from the painting to Lu Mu. Looking at Lu Mu's focused expression, Shangguan Liuli was a little absent-minded. For a painting enthusiast, a man who is almost the same age as her but whose painting skills are enough to crush hers is a fatal attraction to her. Shangguan Liuli's favorability plus 20. Mr. Zhang, is this not a good idea for us? When everyone focused their attention on Lu Mu, Zheng Xiangwen, Li Jianye and others sneaked to the kitchen counter and tasted the delicious food prepared by Lu Mu. If you don't think it's good, don't eat it. Zheng Xiangwen rolled his eyes at Li Jianye and then picked up the straw raincoat cucumber from the plate. Hiss when the shredded cucumber is picked up. Zheng Xiangwen couldn't help but take a breath. I saw that the whole cucumber was cut as thin as a cicada's wing, but the magical thing was that the whole cucumber was connected and not broken. Zheng Xiangwen carefully cut off a piece and put it into his mouth to taste it. Cucumber entrance. Zheng Xiangwen's hand holding the chopsticks trembled. A tear even flowed from the corner of his eye. Mr. Zhang, are you exaggerating? Li Jianye's mouth twitched as he said, although these dishes are indeed at the master level, you don't have to shed tears. You know nothing. Zheng Xiangwen wiped away his tears, looked at Lu Mu who was not far away and said, I am excited. Our country is going to have a god of cookery. Upon hearing this, Li Jianye and the others' expressions turned serious. They naturally understood what Zheng Xiangwen meant. They all tasted the dishes made by Lu Mu, and each dish reached the master level, which means that Lu Mu is truly an all-round master chef. In the food circle, the all-round cooking master is called the god of cookery. What a pity. Zheng Xiangwen suddenly said, it would be nice if I could taste that painting. Mr. Zhang, you can't say that. Li Jianye and the others' faces changed drastically. That painting is going to be collected in a museum. If you eat it, not only will the museum give you trouble, I'm afraid those guys in the art circle will scold you to death. I'm just saying it casually. Zheng Xiangwen asked, don't you want to eat? Upon hearing this, Li Jianye and the others fell silent. They really wanted to try it. Fuck, you guys are actually cheating. A voice suddenly came from the crowd. In an instant, everyone's eyes turned to Zheng Xiangwen and his companions. Being stared at by so many people, Zheng Xiangwen and his companions blushed. What do you mean by stealing? We are just tasting it. Zheng Xiangwen said seriously, after several of us tasted the food, we concluded that Lu Mu has indeed reached the level of an all-round master chef. I don't believe it unless you let me try it. A young man walked out of the crowd, quickly grabbed the food from the plate and stuffed it into his mouth. While eating, he said, it's delicious. Now I believe it. Fuck, shameless. Upon seeing this, others rushed forward and started snatching the delicious food on the kitchen counter. Ha ha ha, I grabbed a piece of barbecued pork. A muscular man was holding up a piece of barbecued pork and laughing. As a result, just as the muscular man laughed, a huge bloody mouth flashed by, and his barbecued pork disappeared. Suddenly the smile on the muscular man's face froze. Before he could react, a wretched man with glasses held his hand and sucked the remaining gravy on his hand. Ah, delicious. The wretched man with glasses showed an expression of enjoyment. Go to hell, you pervert. The muscular man kicked the wretched man with glasses away, his face looking extremely gloomy. Then he looked around, and seeing that no one was paying attention to him, he quickly put his fingers into his mouth. P.S. Please give me a free gift, urge me to update more, and give me a 5-star review. There are only 2 chapters today, and I will sort out the subsequent plot. In addition, rewards can add more chapters. When the backstage gifts accumulate to 100, the author will add 1 more chapter every day. The more gifts accumulate, the more chapters will be added. Unfair, that document, this is too crazy. Zhang Qingyue and the others were pushed into a corner. Looking at the crowd in chaos, everyone was filled with fear. By the time Uncle Hat restored order, the delicious food on the kitchen counter had disappeared without a trace, and even the plates had been licked clean. Humph, a bunch of guys who have never seen the world. Nan Gongyun said sarcastically. That's enough. Su Yao frowned and said, Mr. Yun should say less. Su Yao, what do you mean? Nan Gongyun said expressionlessly, don't forget, I have been helping you all the time. I will naturally remember Mr. Yun's help to me, but now we have already lost, there is no need for you to mock the guests. As soon as Su Yao finished speaking, she left. As she said, she had already lost. From today onwards, Lu Mu and the Food Street will surely become popular all over the internet. The Food City has become a stepping stone to the Food Street. All the publicity they did ended up benefiting Lu Mu. You can take the painting. Lu Mu took off his chef's uniform and said to Chowie. Thank you Mr. Lu for your donation. Chowie handed his business card to Lu Mu and said, Master Lu, if you need anything in the future, you can contact me at any time. As for Lu Mu, a master of painting, Chowie naturally would not miss the opportunity to make friends with him. Director Chow, you are too polite. Lu Mu took the business card and took a look at it. There was only a phone number on it. Naturally, he would not refuse Chow Yi's initiative to make friends. At the same time, he thought that after the Food Street was completely renovated, he would ask Chow Yi to help hold a cultural relics exhibition in the Food Street to attract more tourists. As for whether it would be a loss for him to donate the Starry Sky and landscape painting to the museum, that simply doesn't exist. As long as he wants, he can paint another Starry Sky and landscape painting at any time. Be careful, don't touch the painting. Chow Yi directed the museum staff to carry away the entire drawing table. Both Chow Yi and several staff members remained highly nervous. Final. Under the escort of Uncle Hat, Chow Yi and others left Baiyun Street. Seeing this, Lu Mu also prepared to leave. Master Lu, please wait a moment. Zheng Xiangwen and a few others walked quickly towards Lu Mu, all with a flattering look on their faces. Master Lu, I apologize to you for what I said before. Zheng Xiangwen smiled and said, Master Lu is truly the reincarnation of the god of food. The food he makes is so delicious that people can't stop savoring it. Stop. Lu Mu rolled his eyes at Zheng Xiangwen and said, if you have something to say, just tell me. Hey. Zheng Xiangwen asked, Master Lu, could you give us some pointers? Yes, Master Lu, please teach us. Li Jianyi and others all looked at Lu Mu with fiery eyes. Although they are all master chefs, but they are only proficient in a certain cuisine and are not as all-round as Lu Mu. And food requires innovation. If they could get Lu Mu's guidance, then based on their own cooking skills and combining the essence of other cuisines, they might be able to create new delicacies. It's not impossible for me to teach you. Why don't you work in the food court for free for a month? Lu Mu said calmly. As the masters of the 8 major cuisines, if Zhang Xiangwen and his companions could stay in the Food Street for a month, then within this month, countless tourists would come to the Food Street just to taste the food they prepare. This will bring continued popularity to the Food Street. As long as I can get the guidance of Master Lu, let alone a month, even a year is fine. Li Jianyi said with a smile on his face. That's 1 year. Lu Mu replied. The smile on Li Jianyi's face disappeared instantly, and Zhang Xiangwen and others looked at him with murderous eyes. Well, Master Lu, maybe 1 month. Li Jianyi swallowed, feeling a little embarrassed. He just said it casually, but he didn't expect Lu Mu to take it seriously. He is not an ordinary apprentice. In order to learn the skills, it doesn't matter if he does odd jobs for free for a few years. Both he and Zhang Xiangwen and others are master chefs.
Their daily schedules are very busy. Not to mention that they each have businesses to run. Some big shots will also contact them from time to time. They can still squeeze out time in a month, but in a year, they don't know how many people they will offend. Chi-Chi, give them my contact number later. Lu Mu did not make things difficult for them. He gave Li Mingqi some instructions and left. Thank you, Master Lu. Several people looked at Lu Mu's back and breathed a sigh of relief. Bai Wei's high restaurant private room. Su Yao sat by the window, wondering what she was thinking about. This is the way the world is, you never know what will happen tomorrow. A graceful figure walked into the private room and looked at Su Yao by the window. And the beautiful figure was none other than Qiniren. Not long after Su Yao left Baiyun Street, she contacted Qiniren and asked her to meet. Aunt Qin, how much do you know about him? Su Yao stood up and said. Not much. Qiniren gave Su Yao a complicated look and said slowly, but it's not unfair that you lost to him. Yeah, it's not unfair. Su Yao said bitterly, mysterious background, master of painting, all-round cooking master, none of these are comparable to me. It's not unfair for me to lose to him. Su Yao clenched her hands and said, but I'm not willing to give up. Food City is the first project I took over and it is very important to me. You have done your best. Qiniren walked to the window and sat down, looking at the deserted mall outside the window and said, the end of the Food City project is already doomed. Even if you are unwilling, you have no choice but to accept it. Aunt Qin, there is a document to be released recently, right? Su Yao sat down, staring at Qiniren closely. Qiniren frowned inadvertently when she heard this, and did not respond to Su Yao immediately. After a moment, Qiniren said meaningfully, since someone has told you, why are you asking me? I just wanted to double-check. Su Yao's eyes became firm and she said, Aunt Qin, I want to contract the urban village demolition project. It's too late. Qiniren said calmly, this project has been contracted by Lu Mu. What? Su Yao's face changed drastically, why did he contract the urban village demolition project? Don't worry, he doesn't plan to build a factory there. Qiniren stood up and said, it's getting late. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. Aunt Qin, wait. Su Yao took a deep breath and said, can you tell me what he is going to do in the village and the city? You'll know after a while. Qiniren's voice came from outside the private room. Seeing this, Su Yao's expression became solemn. Could it be possible that he also knows about that document? Beauty, you got on the wrong bus. Baiyun Street parking area. Lu Mu sat in the driver's seat of the Phantom, looking speechlessly at Shangguan Liuli in the passenger seat. Shangguan Liuli has been following him since he left Baiyun Street. He even got into his car without his permission. My name is Shangguan Liuli. Shangguan Liuli looked at Lu Mu with an extremely serious expression. I know, a beautiful girl with Chinese painting talent. Lu Mu looked amused. In front of you, I am nothing but a beautiful girl. Yeah, it's beautiful. Lu Mu looked at Shangguan Liuli with admiration. It is no exaggeration to say that Shangguan Liuli is the most beautiful woman he has ever met, no doubt about it. I can be your girlfriend. Shangguan Liuli suddenly said. Lu Mu? I'm serious. Shangguan Liuli blushed and said, we can date for a while. If it's suitable, I can be your wife in the future. Neuropathy. The Phantom pulls out of the parking area. Shangguan Liuli stood in the parking space like a statue. On that beautiful face, that hint of shyness has not completely disappeared. That's right, she was kicked out of the car by Lu Mu. After coming back to her senses, Shangguan Liuli smiled and said, you can't escape. I will definitely get you. Food City. A young man with medium-length hair walked into Bai Wei's high. What's wrong with you guys? The young man was none other than the general manager of the Northwest Agribusiness Group, Zhu Kong. Looking at Su Yao and the other two sitting in silence in the private room, Zhu Kong asked in confusion, are you unhappy? Mr. Zhu, you came at the right time. Su Yao said, I'm sorry to bother you these days. You don't have to provide ingredients to the Food City anymore.
It looks like something went wrong. Shu Kong walked to the dining table, poured himself a cup of tea and said, because it's the food court across the street, right? I saw a lot of people there when I came here. Su Yao nodded and didn't say much. Actually, you don't have to do this. Shu Kong said meaningfully, even if the Food City project you're working on fails, the food street across the street won't last long. What's the meaning? Nangongyan frowned and said, do you have any way to defeat the other side? I am just an ordinary businessman. I am not as good as a family member like you, Mr. Yun. Even you, Mr. Yun, couldn't bring down the other party. How can I have such strength? But, Shu Kong suddenly stopped, picked up the teacup and took a sip. Nangongyan frowned when he saw this, but he was not angry. This tea is just average. Shu Kong put down the teacup with a look of disgust on his face. Don't make me curse. Nangongyan said with a frown on his face. Okay, I won't keep you in suspense. Shu Kang's expression turned serious and he said, you should have heard about the recent swine fever incident, right? I've heard of it. Nangongyan said, but what does destroying the other side have to do with swine fever? Let me reveal some data to you. Shu Kong said, the mortality rate of pigs under my group has reached 50% due to swine fever. What? Zhang Qingyue exclaimed, why is the death rate so high? It seems that Manager Jiang has realized the seriousness of the matter. Shu Kong took a deep breath and said, this year's swine fever was brought in from abroad. Its transmission rate and mortality rate for live pigs far exceed any previous swine fever. The pig farms under my group have top-notch equipment and environment, and are also equipped with a professional veterinary team. However, even so, the mortality rate of pigs under my group is still half. It can be seen that the mortality rate of pigs raised by other pig farms and individual farmers across the country will be higher. Large numbers of pigs are dying of disease, and pork is in short supply in the market. By tomorrow morning at the latest, pork prices across the country will rise, and the increase will be very exaggerated. As pork prices rise, most ordinary people won't be able to afford pork, let alone eat it in a restaurant. I guess the swine fever incident will affect our country's catering industry to a certain extent. Mr. Zhu, what is your prediction for the highest price of pork? Zhang Qingyue's expression was extremely solemn. Her Hong Yun group is mainly engaged in the catering industry. Once the price of pork rises too much, it will have a huge impact on her group. I'm not sure, but it will definitely not be less than 30 yuan per kilogram. Zhu Kong replied. 30. Zhang Qingyue said with a pale face, if this happens, the customer flow of restaurants across the country will probably be reduced by more than half. Over time, I'm afraid many restaurants will go bankrupt. This swine fever came at the right time. Nangongyan said with cold eyes, isn't that guy's food court subsidized? Now that the price of pork has risen, I wonder if he dares to continue to subsidize it. If he continues to subsidize, his daily losses will increase several times. If he doesn't subsidize, no one will go to eat at his restaurant. Boss Yun, what you said is a bit too much. Zhang Qingyue frowned and said, the swine fever affects not only the major restaurants, but also ordinary people. Does it matter to me that ordinary people can't afford pork? Nangongyan said expressionlessly, it's enough for me to see the food court close down. Manager Jiang, don't worry. If your group's restaurants need pork, feel free to contact me. I will give you the lowest price. Shu Kong said with a smile. Although most of the live pigs of one farmer's group died, as the pig prices have risen sharply, it will not cause losses to one farmer's group, but will instead drive up the share price of one farmer's group. After all, things are valuable because they are rare. Thank you, Mr. Zhu. Zhang Qingyue took a deep breath and said. By the way, Manager Jiang, you are a local of Shancheng, I want to ask you about a company. Shu Kong said, Baiyun Breeding Company, Limited, you should know it, right? No. Zhang Qingyue said, Baiyun Breeding Company is one of the largest breeding companies in Shancheng. Its Baiyun Breeding Farm accounts for almost half of the poultry share in Shancheng. But Mr. Zhu, why are you suddenly asking about this company? I heard that this company has been buying sick pigs on a large scale at low prices recently, so I want to find out what's going on. Shu Kong frowned and said, after all, at this critical moment, this company's behavior is too weird. I don't know about that. Jiang Qingyue said thoughtfully. After driving out of Baiyun district, Lumu went straight to the slaughterhouse to fight monsters. Kill 1 fish and gain plus 100,000 gold. Kill 10 fish cumulatively and get cash plus 1 billion. Kill 100 fish cumulatively and get a 10x cashback card. Kill 1,000 fish cumulatively to get advanced music. Kill enough fish to complete the achievement Fish Killing Expert and get 51% of Fanqing Entertainment's shares. Kill 1 lobster and gain plus 100,000 gold. Kill 10 lobsters cumulatively and get 1,000-year-old wild ginseng x 1,000. Kill 100 lobsters cumulatively to get a love fund amount of plus 10 billion. Kill 1,000 lobsters cumulatively and get a love fund card with a 10-fold increase in opposite sex spending. Kill enough lobsters to complete the achievement Lobster Monster and obtain the Grandmaster fighting skill. Rewards have been issued. Relevant documents and information have been distributed to the host's manor warehouse and mobile phone respectively. 100-year-old wild ginseng has been distributed to the host manor warehouse. Advanced music fusion in progress. Grandmaster level fighting techniques are being integrated. The system prompt sounded, and a large amount of information instantly entered Lumu's mind. Not to mention the Grandmaster fighting skills, any skill that can reach the Grandmaster level is the limit of human beings. It is no exaggeration to say that with the Grandmaster's fighting skills and the physique of a soldier king, Lumu is confident that no one in the world can be his opponent if he is unarmed. No matter if it's a boxing champion or a martial arts champion, he can teach his opponent a lesson in minutes. As for advanced music, it not only includes knowledge of music theory, but also knowledge of how to use musical instruments. Lumu's mind moved, and he used a master upgrade card. It is worth mentioning that there are no physical items such as upgrade cards. It can be used with just Lumu communication system. He currently has 4 master upgrade cards left. He has used 1 and has 3 left. The master level skill upgrade card was used successfully, and the advanced music was successfully upgraded to master level music. Master level music fusion. Another huge amount of information merged into his mind, and after a moment, Lumu transformed from a senior musician into a music master. As for other rewards, there are a total of 1,000 pieces of century-old wild ginseng, each worth about 1 million yuan, with a total value of over 1 billion yuan. Not to mention the 1 billion in cash and the 10 billion increase in the love fund. He has received both awards. Worthy of mention are the 10-fold cashback card for consumption and the love fund card that increases the credit limit for opposite sex consumption. Among them, the 10-fold cashback card is no longer limited to love funds, but any consumption. Lumu can use it to pay for the demolition of the urban village, and in this way, his personal wealth will be greatly increased. Then there is the love fund card that allows you to increase your limit 10 times on opposite sex spending. As the name suggests, after using the limit increasing card, the amount of love fund he can use for a single person of the opposite sex every day will be increased tenfold. The current daily limit is 10 million. After using the limit increasing card, he can use 100 million of his love fund on a single person of the opposite sex every day. This will speed up the process of cashing in his love fund. Finally, there is a 51% stake in Fanqing Entertainment. According to system information, Fanqing Entertainment is a listed entertainment company with a market value of 500 billion. It is also one of the 3 most powerful entertainment companies in Longhua, the other 2 being Blue Sky Entertainment and Evergreen Entertainment. Lumu regained his composure and began to check his personal information. Host, Lumu. Age, 23 years old. Monster killing level, level 2. Monster killing value, 7,000/50,000. Number of monsters killed per day, 2,000/2000. Completed achievements 17. Love fund, 1,019.8 billion. Personal wealth 17283766358. The next day. The news of pork price increase shocked the entire internet.
The price of pork has increased nationwide today, with an average price of 35 yuan per catty.
And below the news, there was a lot of curses. What the hell, pork is 35 yuan a pound. Fuck, I can't even afford pork now. Why is the price of pork rising? Everything is going up, except wages. I'm in Guangdong province. I just bought some pork belly. It's 30 yuan per pound. Location, Hubei province, tenderloin 45 yuan per pound. I'm in Shancheng. I bought the tenderloin at Fulai supermarket. It's 8 yuan per pound. What the hell is going on upstairs? Why is meat so cheap in Shancheng? P.S. Please give me a free gift, urge me to update more, and give me a 5-star review. Cooperation after someone commented that they could buy cheap pork at Shancheng Fulai supermarket. More and more similar comments followed.
Located in Shancheng, I bought spare ribs at Fulai supermarket for 9 yuan per pound. Located in Shancheng, I bought pork belly at Fulai supermarket for 6 yuan per pound.
Fuck, these people are the water army of Fulai supermarket, right?
I am in Shancheng, I can testify that what they say is true, the pork in Fulai supermarket is really that cheap.
It was noon.
The popularity of Fulai supermarket is increasing across the entire network.
Shocking.
Pork prices have risen sharply across the country, and the average price of pork in Fulai supermarket is less than 10 yuan.
Why is pork so cheap in Fulai supermarket?
Fulai supermarket's official website released a statement that the price of pork in the store will remain the same for some time to come, and in the next few days, the pork prices of other branches across the country will gradually synchronize with the pork prices of stores in Shancheng. Hot comments from netizens: please ask Fulai supermarket to open stores all over the country, at the same time. The 18 Fulai supermarkets in the mountain city are all packed.
Fresh food area.
The line for buying meat stretched all the way out of the supermarket. At the same time, there is a speaker playing on the side: we have sufficient pork in stock.
Please queue up in an orderly manner and do not rush to grab it. This is a conscientious supermarket.
When pork prices are rising across the country, pork here is surprisingly so cheap.
Fortunately, I am from Shancheng.
If I were in another place, I would not even be able to afford pork with my salary.
Do you think there's something wrong with this meat being so cheap? Don't buy it if there's a problem. That's right.
The pork in big supermarkets like this is only sold after being inspected by relevant departments.
How could there be any problem?
You don't know, some time ago, pork here was even cheaper. First it was 70% off, and then it was 10% off.
Mingyuan Mountain Manor.
Lumu finished his lunch.
Feeding the koi fish in the lake in the yard.
Master, Miss Jiang from the manor next door is looking for you. A soft voice sounded.
Behind Lumu, Xinwan reported to Lumu respectfully.
Got it, take her to the conference room and wait for me. Lumu was still immersed in feeding the fish. At this critical moment, Zhang Qingyue came to him, and he knew without guessing that it was related to the low-priced pork sold in Fulai supermarket.
He has been browsing on his phone all morning. He has read a lot of news about Fulai supermarket.
And Fulai supermarket will inevitably be targeted by its peers for selling low-priced pork.
Manor meeting room. Zhang Qingyue entered the conference room under the guidance of Xinwan. Miss Jiang, what would you like to drink?
Xinwan picked up the cup on the conference table and asked.
I can do anything.
Zhang Qingyue said with a smile.
Okay.
Xinwan nodded when she heard that, then opened a cabinet in the corner of the meeting room and took out tea leaves to make tea for Zhang Qingyue.
During this period, the two did not communicate. Miss Jiang, please have some tea. Xinwan poured brewed tea into the teacup. Thanks.
Zhang Qingyue picked up the teacup and took a sip, then looked at Xinwan and asked, What's your name, sister?
Miss Jiang, just call me Xinwan. Xinwan looked flattered.
As a native of the mountain city, she has been working as a private housekeeper in high-end residences for many years.
She knew Zhang Qingyue's identity very well.
General manager of Hongyun Group.
The daughter of the richest man in the mountain city. Sister Wan, is your young master a native of Shanshan? Jiang Qingyue intends to get closer to Shenwan.
The reason for doing so is that he wants to find out Lu Mu's background through Shenwan.
What's happening these days? This made her extremely wary of Lu Mu's background. She tried many ways to find out about Lu Mu's background, but the result she got was that Lu Mu's parents were just ordinary farmers.
Naturally, she would not believe such a result.
Miss Jiang, I'm just a housekeeper. Shenwan replied. Sister Wan, isn't your young master lonely living alone in such a large manor? Doesn't his family come to see him? Ms. Jiang, you don't have to do this at all. Shenwan was a little amused. She naturally knew that Jiang Qingyue was asking her about Lu Mu's news. Not to mention that she had no idea about Lu Mu's background. Even if she knew, she would not tell Jiang Qingyue. When being a personal butler for a rich person, the first thing you need to do is to control your mouth. Sister Wan, don't think too much. I'm just asking casually.
Jiang Qingyue put down the teacup, smiled and looked at Shenwan. When I first saw you, Sister Wan, I felt very close to you.
When you are free, you can come and sit with me.
Just as Jiang Qingyue finished speaking, Lu Mu's voice suddenly came from outside the meeting room.
Miss Jiang, did you come here specifically to snatch someone from me? Lu Mu slowly walked into the meeting room. Suddenly the smile on Jiang Qingyue's face became stiff, but she quickly calmed down. Mr. Lu, you're joking. I just think I get along well with Sister Wan and want to get to know her. Besides, who in the whole mountain city dares to compete with you, Mr. Lu, 4 people? Jiang Qingyue's words were very polite, even with a flattering tone. And Wan, you go and get busy first. Lu Mu looked at Shenwan and said. Master, call me anytime if you need anything. Wait until Shenwan leaves.
Lu Mu looked at Jiang Qingyue and said, Miss Jiang, please get straight to the point.
No hurry, Mr. Lu, have some tea first.
Jiang Qingyue took the teapot on the table, poured a cup of tea for Lu Mu, and handed it to Lu Mu personally. It seems that Miss Jiang has something to ask of me.
Lu Mu took the teacup and looked at Jiang Qingyue.
Jiang Qingyue was seen wearing a high-end long dress, with a cool and elegant temperament. She has delicate facial features, skin as white as jade, a pair of clear and bright almond-shaped eyes, and an extremely pink cherry mouth.
Lu Mu's mind moved, and he checked Jiang Qingyue's personal panel. Name, Jiang Qingyue. Age, 23. Height, 172. Weight, 56 kilograms. Overall appearance rating, 96. Driver 0. Favorability 30. There is actually 30 favorability points.
Lu Mu was a little surprised. He thought Jiang Qingyue would hate him. After all, he brought down the Food City. Jiang Qingyue is also one of the investors in the Food City project. I do want to ask Mr. Lu for something.
Jiang Qingyue didn't hate Lu Mu.
Although she was one of the investors in the Food City project, her snack brand received a lot of exposure thanks to the popularity of the Food City during its opening 2 days. Therefore, compared with Su Yao and Nangong Yun, her loss was not that great.
Why would Miss Jiang think of asking me for help? Lu Mu said meaningfully, you can go find your partner. They can't help me. Jiang Qingyue naturally understood that the partners Lu Mu was referring to were Nangong Yun and Su Yao.
But she did not seek help from them. She and the two are just partners, and they came together because of the Food City project. Now that the Food City project has failed, the 3 of them are busy with their own things.
Moreover, the companies behind Su Yao and Nangong Yun are mainly engaged in real estate and entertainment respectively, so they can't help her. Tell me, what do you want me to help you with? Lu Mu took a sip of tea.
I want to cooperate with Baiyun Farm. Jiang Qingyue stated her purpose. She knew about the low-priced pork in Fulai supermarket early on. She was very shocked at the time. After all, she learned from Zhu Kong about the horrific mortality rate of swine fever on live pigs. Even more than half of the pigs of the Weinong group died, so it is impossible that the pigs of the Baiyun Farm are safe. Guilty Lin Yan ran, but if the pigs at Baiyun Farm also died of illness on a large scale, why are pork prices so cheap at Fulai supermarket? As far as she knows, Fulai Supermarket only has Baiyun Farm as its poultry meat supplier.
Miss Jiang, I may not be able to help you with this.
Lumu said, you should know that the owner of Baiyun Farm has changed.
Mr. Lu. Zhang Qingyue looked a little resentful and said, yes, the owner of Baiyun Farm has changed, but isn't Lin Yanran your woman, Mr. Lu?
Ms. Zhang, you should go talk to Mr. Lin. Lumu said calmly, no matter what the relationship between General Manager Lin and me is, legally speaking, she is the owner of Baiyun Farm.
If you want to cooperate with Baiyun Farm, you naturally have to talk to the owner of this farm. The most I can do is to help you make an appointment with Mr. Lin. As for whether Mr. Lin has time, I'm not sure.
Although Lumu had no aversion to Zhang Qingyue.
But that doesn't mean he will help the other party unconditionally.
Nowadays, pork is in short supply across the country and there is no worry about not being able to sell it. There is absolutely no need for him to cooperate with Zhang Qingyue.
Boss Lu, just consider it as a favor I owe you.
Zhang Qingyue took a deep breath and said, in addition, I am willing to give you 20% of the shares of Shouyuan Group for free.
Ms. Zhang, why do you insist on cooperating with Baiyun Farm?
As far as I know, the restaurants under the Hongyun Group have no shortage of suppliers, and you have also been cooperating with the largest breeding company in our country, the West Farmers Group. Seeing Zhang Qingyue was willing to spend so much money, Lumu frowned. You know, now the stock of Beast Yuan Group has stabilized, and because of him, Jin Kuan Zhuang issued a statement of cooperation with Beast Yuan Group. The market value of Shouyuan Group also saw a wave of increases as a result. Today, the market value of Shouyuan Group has reached nearly 20 billion.
The 20% stake in Zhang Qingyue's hands is valued at around 4 billion.
If Zhang Qingyue cooperated with Baiyun Farm in order to purchase pork at a low price, it would be completely unnecessary. 4 billion is enough to get through the year even if Hongyun Group has to buy pork at a high price. And most importantly, once the news of Zhang Qingyue's cooperation with Baiyun Breeding Farm is known to the Xi'an Agricultural Products Group, it will offend the Xi'an Agricultural Products Group. No matter how you look at it, Zhang Qingyue's choice to cooperate with Baiyun Breeding Farm is not cost-effective.
I want to make friends with Mr. Lu.
Zhang Qingyue and Lumu looked at each other. When Lumu heard this, he didn't know what to say for a moment. But in his heart he looked up to Zhang Qingyue. I have to say that Zhang Qingyue is a very smart and decisive woman. It was not difficult for him to guess Zhang Qingyue's real purpose. It's just that they think he has a powerful background and want to curry favor with him.
But if it were someone else, they might not be as bold as Zhang Qingyue.
After all, Lumu has many enemies, and the forces behind Su Yao and Nangang Yun alone cannot be underestimated. Now, because of the low price of pork, breeding companies such as West Farmers Group will also bear a grudge against him.
Ms. Zhang, we can be friends, but cooperation is not necessary.
Lumu said, in addition, I advise Ms. Zhang to sell her restaurant as soon as possible, Hongyun Group, and withdraw from the catering industry in the future.
What does Mr. Lu mean by this? Zhang Qingyue frowned.
Ms. Zhang, you can go back and think carefully about what I meant. After Lumu finished speaking, he left the meeting room.
He had already reminded Zhang Qingyue.
As for whether Zhang Qingyue would do as he said, it was not important to him and would not cause him any loss. Looking at Lumu's departing back, Zhang Qingyue's face turned pale, and she looked like she had lost her soul. She believed that Lumu would not say these words for no reason.
But it is simply impossible to get Hongyun Group to withdraw from the catering industry.
Hongyun Group's main business is catering. Once it withdraws from the catering industry, its stock price will inevitably fall and its market value will evaporate by at least half. And her father will no longer be the richest man in Shancheng.
What does he mean? Zhang Qingyue's mind was working rapidly, trying to understand what Lumu meant. Sudden.
Zhang Qingyue thought of something and sat down on the chair behind her, exhausted. As Lumu walked out of the meeting room, the phone suddenly rang.
The caller is Lin Yanran.
The call was connected, and Lin Yanran's anxious voice came from the other end. Xiaomu, the leaders of the Agricultural Association have come to the farm to inspect.
It's normal, just let them check it out.
Lumu was not surprised that the Agricultural Association came to inspect the Baiyun farm. He even felt that the people from the Agricultural Association arrived too late. After all, Baiyun Breeding Farm has taken a bite out of the pie of breeding companies across the country. If no one reports it, he wouldn't believe it. What if they find out we're feeding drugs to pigs? Lin Yanran's voice was obviously a little guilty. Sister Yanran, don't be afraid. Lumu said with a smile, that medicine is legal, it's okay even if it's discovered. The medicine Lin Yanran mentioned is the anti-epidemic medicine. After he acquired shares in Shinnong Pharmaceutical Group, he immediately sent the anti-epidemic Chinese medicine prescription to the head of the group and asked the other party to start producing the anti-epidemic medicine. It is worth mentioning that both high-end gourmet recipes and anti-epidemic Chinese medicine prescriptions are accompanied by relevant patent certificates and system imprints. So he is not worried about the formula being leaked. The function of the system mark is that only the things produced by the goals allowed by Lumu will be effective. To give a simple example, let's say that the anti-epidemic Chinese medicine prescription is obtained by the Northwest A/U0026F group, and the Northwest A/U0026F group produces the anti-epidemic medicine according to the prescription. However, due to the system imprint, the anti-epidemic medicine produced by the Northwest A/U0026F group will not have the effect of treating swine fever. The same is true for haute cuisine recipes. And because he owns the relevant patents, he can also sue the infringing party and obtain certain compensation. After chatting with Lin Yanran for a few words, Lumu hung up the phone. Just then, Jiang Qingyue walked out of the conference room. Mr. Lu. Jiang Qingyue looked at Lumu with a complicated expression, her face full of bitterness. It seems you have thought of it. Lumu said calmly, you should know that the restaurants under the Han Yun Group are no match for Dream Eater. Lumu has high-end food recipes, so it is naturally impossible for him to only use them to create a food street. What he wanted was to let Li Mingqi's Dream Food Company seize the market share of Longgua's catering industry through high-end food recipes. As a company mainly engaged in catering, Han Yun Group is bound to become a rival of Shimeng. If Jiang Qingyue is willing to listen to him and let Han Yun Group withdraw from the catering industry, then the losses can be minimized. If Jiang Qingyue chooses to be stubborn and confront Shimeng, then Han Yun Group will be the one to suffer in the end. After all, there is no comparison between the two restaurants in terms of cost, ingredients or taste. Mr. Lu, can we talk again? Jiang Qingyue took a deep breath and said, I am very clear about the strength of Dream Eater. The restaurants under my group are indeed no match for Dream Eater. But the catering market in Longwei is huge. It is impossible for Food Dream to take over the market alone. On the contrary, it will easily cause dissatisfaction from the higher-ups. After all, the last thing the higher-ups want to see is a single dominant company. How about this? I'll let the restaurants under my group become distributors of Dream Eater and share the profits with Dream Eater. What do you think? Jiang Qingyue looked at Lumu nervously after she finished speaking. This was the best she could come up with. Once the restaurants under Han Yun Group become distributors of Shimeng, Han Yun Group will not only not have to withdraw from the catering industry, but will also be able to reduce restaurant costs to a certain extent by joining Shimeng. Miss Jiang is indeed a smart person. Her mind works very quickly. He had no reason to refuse Jiang Qingyue's proposal. Just as Jiang Qingyue said, it is impossible for Shimeng to take over the entire catering market in Longhua. It is also impossible for Shimeng to monopolize the entire catering market share. The most suitable development direction for Shimeng is to establish a dealer system, allow other catering companies to join Shimeng, and earn franchise fees and commissions. So Mr. Lu has agreed. Jiang Qingyue heaved a sigh of relief. Miss Jiang, please go talk to Mr. Li from Dream Eater about becoming a distributor. Lumu said, I have something else to do, so I'll go get busy first. Mr. Lu, please wait a moment. Jiang Qingyue stopped Lumu and said, yesterday, Zhu Kong, the general manager of Xi'an Agricultural Group, asked me about Baiyun Farm, and Zhu Kong was looking for someone to investigate the purchase of sick pigs by Baiyun Farm. Thanks for the reminder. Lumu smiled and said, I will ask Mr. Li to try to give you some discounts.
Thank you very much, Mr. Liu. Zhang Qingyue smiled, feeling a little uncomfortable. Li Mingqi asked someone to investigate and found out that before she met Lu Mu, she was an unemployed college student who had just graduated for a year. But just because he met Lu Mu, he became the boss of Dream Eater. Thinking of the future prospects of Dream Eaters, even she couldn't help but feel envious. Looking at Lu Mu's departing back, Zhang Qing said with lost eyes, he is really generous to women. If I become his woman, will he be so generous to me? P.S. Please give me a free gift, urge me to update more, and give me a 5-star review. Uncle Nangongyun Red Leaf Club, located in the commercial district of Shanchang. Inside the magnificent private room, Shu Kong and Nangongyun are enjoying the massage from the technician. Boss Yun, I'm sorry to bother you this time. Shu Kong lay on the massage bed, closed his eyes and said, as long as President Han can close the Baiyun farm, if you need to come to my place in the future, please feel free to ask. Don't worry about that. Nangongyun also closed his eyes and said lazily, my uncle just sent me a message saying that he has personally led people to the Baiyun farm. I believe that in a while, we will be able to see the news of the closure of the Baiyun farm on the internet. That's the best. Shu Kong opened his eyes and said coldly, the big pie of the pork market is not something a company that has not yet gone public is qualified to share. Baiyun Mountain. The entire mountain is nearly 1,000 meters above sea level. From the front foot to the top of the mountain, it is divided into different breeding areas. The pig farming area is located on the top of Baiyun Mountain. Leader, you see, the pigs here are all healthy. Xia Yong, the person in charge of Baiyun breeding farm, said to a middle-aged man in an executive jacket. The middle-aged man had a serious expression, giving people a sense of authority without even getting angry. The middle-aged man was Nangongyun's uncle, Hani. Hani is also the vice president of the Southwest Agricultural Association. Are the test results out yet? Hani ignored Xia Yong and asked the staff accompanying him. The samples have been sent to the testing agency and the results will be available soon. The staff replied. Boss Lin, just now you said that the reason your pigs were not affected by swine fever was because they took anti-swine fever drugs, right? That's right. Besides Xia Yong, Lin Yanran said calmly, the pigs here will be inspected by relevant agencies before being sent to the slaughterhouse. Only after they pass the inspection will they be released to the market. Yeah. But we have received reports that you have been buying up sick pigs on a large scale recently, and as far as I know, there is currently no medicine in our country that can completely cure this swine fever. I wonder where the anti-plague medicine here comes from, Mr. Lin. I need to contact the medical association to investigate the company that produces the anti-plague medicine. Hani looked at Lin Yanran expressionlessly. He didn't believe what Lin Yanran said about the anti-plague medicine at all. If there really is an anti-plague drug that can completely cure swine fever, then the company that produces the anti-plague drug would not have remained silent. The company that produces the anti-plague medicine is Shinnong Pharmaceutical Group. Lin Yanran replied, President Han can contact the medical association at any time to investigate Shinnong Pharmaceutical Group. That's nonsense. Hani said in a deep voice, if Shinnong Pharmaceutical Group has the anti-plague drug to treat swine fever, how could it not release the information about the anti-plague drug? Besides, Shinnong Pharmaceutical Group is a company with a market value of over 500 billion. Why would they only provide you with anti-plague drugs? Lin Yanran fell silent after hearing this. She didn't know how to answer. Even she didn't know why Shinnong Pharmaceutical Group provided anti-epidemic drugs to Baiyun Breeding Farm. Lu Mu was the one behind all this. As for the relationship between Lu Mu and Shinnong Pharmaceutical Group, she currently doesn't know. Just when the situation became depressing, the previous staff member handed the phone to Hani and said, President, the test results are out, there is nothing wrong with these pigs. Are you sure? Hani frowned when he heard this and took the phone to check it. After reading the results sent by the testing agency, his face instantly turned ugly. Boss, I've already told you that our pigs are very healthy. Xia Yong breathed a sigh of relief. The test results are inaccurate. Hani returned the phone to the staff member and said with a cold look, in order to better inspect the pigs here,
we will suspend business for the next week until the inspectors get accurate test results. Leader, this is not in accordance with the procedures. Xie Yong said with a pale face, the test results are out, why do you want us to stop business? If you think the test is inaccurate, why don't you ask the personnel of the testing agency to come to our place for the test in person? At this point, no matter how dumb Xie Yong was, he could see that Han Yi was deliberately targeting them. President Han, you can ask us to close down, but if the final test results show that our pigs are still fine, who should we ask to compensate for the losses during this period? Lin Yanran looked at Han Yi angrily. Lu Mu had already sent her a WeChat message to tell her about the result. But she still felt extremely angry. Boss Lin, you'd better pray that there's nothing wrong with these pigs. Otherwise, let alone compensation, the police will come after you. Han Yi's words were full of threats. Lin Yanran turned pale when she heard this. Facing a big shot like Han Yi, she was still too young after having only attended a boss training class for a few days. President Han is really good at threatening people. A low voice came. Han Yi turned around and saw Lu Mu walking towards him slowly. Xiao Mu. Mr. Lu. When they saw Lu Mu, Lin Yanran and Xie Yong felt relieved. Lu Mu. Han Yi frowned. He had heard Nan Gongyun mention information about Lu Mu. What made him remember Lu Mu was his identity as deputy director of the Southwest Entertainment Bureau. To be honest, the two are at the same level. What is Director Lu doing here? Han Yi's expression returned to calm. Of course I came to see how President Han threatens people. Lu Mu walked up to Han Yi and said with cold eyes, President Han, since there is nothing wrong with the pigs here, where do you get the right to shut this place down? Regarding Han Yi's identity, Lu Mu specifically asked Jiang Qingyue before coming. I know that Han Yi is Nan Gongyun's uncle and also the vice president of the Southwest Agricultural Association. This is a matter for our Agricultural Association. If Director Lu has any objections, he can file a complaint with the higher authorities. Han Yi said expressionlessly, I would like to ask Director Lu, what is the relationship between this place and you that is worth your special trip here? I just happened to be passing by, is that not okay? He. Han Yi sneered when he heard this, but didn't say much. He has no right to control where Lu Mu goes. The reason I asked this was just to get Lu Mu to talk. Let's go. Han Yi said to several staff members of the Agricultural Association. President Han, tell your nephew to pray that his company is fine. Otherwise, if the company goes bankrupt, it will be a small matter, but if the police come after him, it will be a big problem. Han Yi had just taken a few steps when Lu Mu's voice suddenly came from behind him. This caused his body to freeze in place. When Lu Mu saw this, his eyes remained calm. Han Yi is not the only one who threatens people. Director Lu might as well give it a try. Han Yi turned around, stared at Lu Mu coldly and said, just don't regret it in the end, Director Lu. I'll give the same words to President Han. Lu Mu replied. The two men stared at each other, neither backing down. In the end, Han Yi was the first to look away and left Baiyun Mountain. Xiaomu, what should we do now? Lin Yanran said with a worried look on her face, we recently purchased a large number of sick pigs. If we stop business, we will suffer huge losses just on feed and medicine. And judging from the way the other party is acting, I'm afraid they won't let us resume business in the short term. Sister Yanran, it's okay. Lu Mu said with a cold look in his eyes, since someone doesn't want us to touch the pork market, then I will have some fun with him. The system also has a temper, Boss Yun, thank you very much this time. At the gate of Hongye Club, Shu Kan looked at Nan Gongyun gratefully and said, I will prepare a great gift for you some other day. It's just a small favor. Nan Gongyun said, my company has a movie coming out soon, just remember to help me promote it when the time comes. Must. Shu Kong smiled and said, then I wish Mr. Yun's new movie a big hit at the box office. I also wish President Zhu a great harvest in this swine fever incident. Nan Gongyun also said with a smile on his face. After Nan Gongyun left, Zhu Kong took out his cell phone to check it. He saw a message from Nan Gongyun on his phone. It describes the situation at the Baiyun farm.
And this message was sent by Han Yi to Nangong Yun. Shinong Pharmaceutical Group, Anti-Plague Medicine. Zhu Kong frowned.
Thinking of the large-scale purchase of sick pigs by Baiyun Farm, his expression suddenly became solemn.
After exiting the message, Zhu Kong made a phone call.
Send someone to Shinong Pharmaceutical Group to find out whether they have recently produced an anti-plague drug.
After leaving Baiyun Mountain,
Lumu went to the slaughterhouse to fight monsters. Kill 1 pigeon and gain plus 100,000 gold. Kill 10 pigeons cumulatively and get a pair of golden lions to protect your home. Kill 100 pigeons cumulatively and get 1 monster killing luck card. Kill 1,000 pigeons cumulatively and obtain 100% of the shares of Wanyu Games. Kill enough pigeons to complete the achievement Pigeon King and gain the right to use the Kayam Desert for 70 years. Kill 1 ostrich and gain plus 99,999 gold. Kill 10 ostriches cumulatively and get cash plus 1 billion. Kill 100 ostriches cumulatively to get a love fund amount of plus 10 billion. Kill 1,000 ostriches cumulatively to obtain Han Yi's black material file. Kill enough ostriches, complete the achievement run, ostrich, and become the president of the Southwest Agricultural Association.
Rewards have been issued.
Relevant certificates and information have been distributed to the host's manor and mobile phone respectively. The golden lion for guarding the house has been distributed to the gate of the host's manor.
The system prompt sounded. Lumu immediately took out his mobile phone to check the reward information.
The golden lions that guard the house are made of pure gold.
Each golden lion is 1.8 meters tall and weighs 1 ton. The gold used alone is worth about 500 million yuan.
The golden lion also contains top-quality luminous pearls in its mouth, which are worth nearly 100 million yuan. The 2 golden lions have a total value of about 1.2 billion.
Etc. Lumu suddenly thought of something.
There are 2 security guards, Wang Long and Li Hu, at the gate of the manor.
A golden lion suddenly appeared out of nowhere. What should the 2 do when they see it? As soon as Lumu came up with the idea, the system feedback information appeared in his mind. The feedback indicated that the 2 golden lions would be transported to the manor through a relevant company. That's fine.
Lumu breathed a sigh of relief and continued to check other rewards. As the name suggests, the monster killing luck card can increase the value of the reward he gets from killing monsters next time after using it, but the specific amount of increase depends on his luck. Wanyu Games Company, Limited is a company with a market value of approximately 100 billion yuan, and it has many national-level games under its umbrella. As for the 70-year use rights for the Kayam Desert, it is quite impressive.
The Kayam Desert is located in the northwest of Longhua.
The total area reaches an astonishing 8,680 square kilometers, which is nearly 2,000 square kilometers larger than the economic capital of Dragon Kingdom, Magic City.
What should we use such a large place for? Lumu looked thoughtful.
Although the Kayam Desert is large, there is not much that can be done due to the harsh desert environment.
How about building a city? A crazy idea appeared in Lumu's mind. That is to build a city.
As he continues to fight monsters every day, one day he will gain something beyond his imagination.
If what you get is future technology, then build a science fiction city. If what you get is a magic secret book, then build a magic city.
If what you get is a method of practicing martial arts, then build a city for practice.
Luma Guan felt excited just thinking about it.
Of course, he can only think about all this for now. We will have to wait and see what the Kayam Desert will be used for.
Attention withdrawn. Lumu began to check the rewards for killing the ostrich.
Not to mention the 1 billion in cash and the 10 billion in love fund, he has already received these 2 types of rewards many times. What surprised him was Han Yi's negative information document and his identity as the president of the Southwest Agricultural Association. It seems that the system also has a temper.
A smile appeared on Lumu's face.
He first opened the document and started browsing.
There are a lot of things in the document, including photos and videos. The general content is that there is evidence of Han Yi accepting and offering bribes while serving as vice president of Southwest Agriculture. Inside a high-end restaurant near Huajiang, Nangong Yun quickly walked into a private room. Uncle.
Looking at Hani sitting on the sofa in the private room drinking tea, Nangong Yun immediately smiled.
Here I come. Hani looked up at Nangong Yun and said, come and sit down. Uncle, I'm sorry to bother you this time.
Nangong Yun sat opposite Hani and said with a proud look on his face, although the Baiyun breeding farm is under the name of a woman named Lin Yenran, in fact, its real boss is that guy Lu Mu. That guy caused my company's market value to evaporate by over 100 billion.
I can't swallow this humiliation no matter what.
The day after Lu Mu exposed the negative information of 50 artists of Blue Sky Entertainment, the stock price of Blue Sky Entertainment plummeted and its market value evaporated by tens of billions. As of today, Blue Sky Entertainment's market value has evaporated by. Do your parents know about this? Hani frowned. They must know, but they didn't say anything. My father gave Blue Sky Entertainment to me to test my ability. Now that the company's market value is losing money, he must be very disappointed in me.
Nangong Yun's face turned pale. Xiao Yun, you shouldn't interfere in this swine fever incident.
Hani said with a serious expression, this will make your company more difficult.
Uncle, I know what you mean.
Nangong Yun said, that guy's identity as the deputy director of the Southwest Entertainment Bureau can indeed affect my company's operations to a certain extent, but as long as I move the company out of Shudu, that guy won't be able to control me. Besides, there is no room for improvement in my relationship with that guy. I can use this opportunity to create trouble for him and make Shu Kong owe me a favor.
This is also a gain for me. You're right to think so. But I'm afraid that the other party's background is not weaker than yours. Hani said, he is too young. He became the deputy director of the Southwest Entertainment Bureau at such a young age. His background cannot be simple.
Uncle, you should know that among the 5 generations and 10 families, there is no one with the surname Lu.
Nangong Yun didn't take Han Yi's words seriously. Lu Mu's background may not be simple. But as long as they are not from the 5 major families or the 10 major clans, he will not be afraid at all. There is no one with the surname Lu in the 5 generations and 10 families, but what about the cabinet? Hani said, there is a person in the cabinet, his surname is Lu. Impossible.
Nangong Yun frowned when he heard this and said, the bigwigs in the cabinet are very strict with their descendants.
It is impossible for them to show off their descendants.
Rather than saying that guy is related to the bigwigs in the cabinet, I would rather believe that he is a puppet pushed to the front by a certain family. No matter who is behind the other party, try not to provoke him again in the future. Hani said in a deep voice, your father has more than one son. If you want to gain your father's recognition and obtain more resources from the Nangong family, then you should concentrate on running your company and achieve the goals set by your father as soon as possible. As for the Baiyun farm, I will not allow it to resume operations for at least half a month. Tell your friends to do whatever they want as soon as possible. As soon as Hani finished speaking, his cell phone suddenly rang. The caller was from an unfamiliar number. Seeing this, Hani was stunned for a few seconds, but still answered the phone.
Something happened.
Yan Jin was called in by his superiors, and his position as the president was also revoked.
When did it happen? Hani couldn't help but tighten his grip on the phone.
The Yan Jin mentioned by the other party is the president of the Southwest Agricultural Association.
Just now.
Also, a new guild leader has been appointed.
Remember to build a good relationship with him. I understand. Send me the new president's phone number. Good. Etc. Hani thought of something and asked, what is the new president's name? Lu Mu. P.S. Please give me a free gift, urge me to update more, and give me a 5-star review. Gardening girl uncle, what's wrong with you? Nangong Yun looked at Han Yi in confusion.
Hani was seen with a frown on his face, looking slightly pale.
Hani did not respond to Nangong Yun.
His eyes were fixed on the phone.
Bite. The text message alert sounded.
Hani hurriedly opened the text message and saw that the content was a string of phone numbers.
It must not be him.
Hani tried hard to calm himself down, and with trembling hands, he dialed the number in the text message, accompanied by a default ringtone.
The call was connected quickly.
At the same time, a familiar and teasing voice came from the phone.
Vice President Han is well informed. Finished.
The moment he heard this voice, Han Yi's body softened and he collapsed on the sofa.
Uncle, what happened? Nan Gongyun frowned.
He was very puzzled by Han Yi's sudden change.
Is President Liu free tonight?
Han Yi suppressed his fear and said to the phone, I want to treat you to a meal and apologize to you in person for what happened at Baiyun Mountain.
That's not necessary.
Vice President Han, please take care of yourself. A cold voice came from the phone. Then, the person on the other end hung up the phone.
The person opposite was none other than Lu Mu. It's over. It's over now. Looking at the hung-up call, Han Yi's fear continued to grow.
What he feared was not Lu Mu's identity as the president of the Southwest Agricultural Association.
But it was because Lu Mu's airborne landing was too incredible.
He had just defended Lu Mu in Baiyun Mountain, but just a few hours later, Lu Mu was parachuted in and became the president of the Southwest Agricultural Association. This means that the power behind Lu Mu is so powerful that it is extremely terrifying.
Cabinet. He must be the descendant of that big shot in the cabinet. Uncle, what happened to you?
Han Yi's frightened look gave Nan Gongyun a bad feeling. Xiaoyun, contact your father as soon as possible and ask him to mediate the relationship between you and Lu Mu, otherwise it will be too late. Han Yi stood up suddenly, grabbed Nan Gongyun's shoulders tightly and said, the other party is a member of the cabinet, we can't provoke him.
Boom boom boom.
As soon as Han Yi finished speaking, there was a knock on the door.
Han Yi's nerves suddenly tensed up, and his already pale face turned even more pale in an instant. Boom boom boom.
The knocking on the door continued. Han Yi's expression kept changing, and finally he sat down on the sofa exhausted.
Xiaoyun, go open the door. Nan Gongyun heard this but did not move.
At this moment, all he could think about were the words Han Yi had just said. Impossible, that guy can't possibly be a member of the cabinet.
Bang!
The door of the private room was opened with a key. Then, several middle-aged men in executive uniforms entered the private room. The leading man wore glasses and had gray hair, and his temperament was extremely calm.
Director Sun, what a coincidence, are you guys having dinner here too? Han Yi stood up from the sofa and forced a smile. Han Yi, someone has reported you for suspected corruption and bribery. Please come back with us for investigation.
The middle-aged man in the lead was named Sun Hongming, director of the Anti-Corruption Bureau.
Director Sun, are you mistaken? Han Yi said, I have been abiding by the law all these years. How could I have committed corruption or bribery? Someone must have reported me maliciously. Don't act like that.
The whistleblower has already provided us with solid evidence. Sun Hongming said with a cold look in his eyes, you have betrayed the trust of the higher-ups and the people, so you must accept the due punishment.
Take away.
As Sun Hongming finished speaking, two Anti-Corruption Bureau staff members quickly stepped forward to control Han Yi.
Soon, Han Yi was taken away. Uncle. Nan Gongyun's face changed drastically and he quickly took out his cell phone and made a call. The call is connected. Before Nan Gongyun could speak,
a low voice was heard from the other side.
Don't worry about anything and just run your company honestly. Yes. Nan Gongyun said with a pale face.
After leaving the slaughterhouse, Lu Mu drove back to the manor.
Haven't reached the gate of the manor yet. He then saw two golden lion statues. In front of the statue, Wang Long and Li Hu were taking photos frantically. Oh my goodness, what does the young master's family do? They are too rich.
Li Hu stroked the golden lion with his hand, his eyes filled with shock.
An hour ago,
he and Wang Long were standing guard.
Suddenly a large truck and a crane drove towards the manor.
The two men stepped forward to ask. I learned that the other party was here to deliver goods.
The goods delivered were actually 2 golden lions made of pure gold. This opened their eyes again. I guess the young master must have a mine at home, and it must be a gold mine.
Wang Long said, the golden dragon fountain inside, plus the 2 golden lions, are all solid gold, weighing at least 3 tons, or 6,000 kilograms. Ordinary rich people simply can't afford so much gold.
That makes sense.
Li Hu nodded and said, and I heard from Butler Shin that the 20 podocarpus trees next to the golden dragon fountain are thousands of years old, and each one is worth tens of millions. The tea sets that the young master uses for drinking tea, the rice bowls he uses for eating, the flower pots he uses for growing flowers, etc. are all Northern Song Dynasty blue and white porcelain.
They are antiques. The young master is back. Wang Long uttered a cry of surprise.
In an instant, the 2 of them stood straight in front of the door and opened it immediately.
Take it easy. Lumu stopped the car, opened the window, looked at the 2 of them with a smile and said, if you are tired of standing, take a rest. Thank you for your concern, master. We are not tired.
They both replied at the same time.
The voice is extremely loud.
Seeing this, Lumu didn't say much and drove into the manor.
Wait until Lumu leaves.
Wang Long sighed, there aren't many rich people like you who are easy to talk to.
Wang Long, did you notice?
Li Hu suddenly said, the young master seems to be a martial artist.
Wang Long nodded and said, I noticed it when I first met the young master.
His eyes were restrained and his breathing was rhythmic.
He was obviously not an ordinary person.
The open space in front of the house. A thin woman looked around and saw that there was no one. She entered the golden dragon fountain, took a gem from the golden dragon's tail, and quickly put it in her pocket. After doing all this, the woman's face turned very pale and her body kept shaking.
If I were you, I would never do such a stupid thing. A cold voice came.
The woman was shocked and frightened to the point of falling into the fountain. Fortunately, the fountain pool was not deep and the woman was not injured, but her whole body was wet.
Butler Shin, Butler Shin.
The woman stood up hurriedly, looking at Xinhuan, who had appeared out of nowhere, with a look of panic on her face.
Take it out. Xinhuan walked up to the woman, stretched out her hand and said, don't hurt yourself because of momentary greed.
Sorry. The woman took out the gem from her pocket and handed it carefully to Xinhuan.
What's wrong?
Just then, Lumu walked slowly out of the garage.
Master, you are back.
Xinhuan hurriedly clenched her hands, smiled and walked towards Lumu, saying, this girl is from the gardening company, and she just accidentally fell into the fountain pool.
Butler Shin, I want to hear the truth.
Lumu stared at Xinhuan's clenched right hand expressionlessly. Seeing this, Xinhuan's face turned pale instantly.
It's none of Butler Shin's business.
I took the gem from the golden dragon. The woman walked out of the fountain and looked at Lumu nervously.
The woman's name is Ling Shuang and she is an employee of Greenland Gardening Company.
Greenland Gardening is a company that the property manager Zhao Lin contacted on behalf of Lumu, and is responsible for the daily maintenance of the greening in Lumu's manor. Lumu looked at Ling Shuang and looked her up and down. She was wearing a green gardening dress and her whole demeanor was somewhat timid. She had a very petite figure, but her breasts were extremely full. Perhaps she was too scared, so her 2 small hands were nervously clasped together, and her straight comic legs were tightly together without a single gap.
Because the skirt was wet, Lumu could even see the outline of Ling Shuang's underwear. So he checked Ling Shuang's personal information. Name, Ling Shuang. Age, 22. Height, 158. Weight, 45 kilograms. Overall appearance rating, 93. Driver 0. Favorability 0. May I have your name? Lumu asked knowingly. Ling Shuang. Ling Shuang's face was very pale. Why did you take the gem off the golden dragon? Lumu looked at Ling Shuang expressionlessly. Although Ling Shuang is a beauty who qualifies him for cashing in on his love fund, it doesn't mean he has no bottom line. Ling Shuang's actions were suspected of theft, and he would not be soft-hearted towards a thief. Sorry. Ling Shuang bit her lips tightly, tears glistening in her eyes.
Master, the gem fell by itself, and Ling Shuang picked it up out of kindness. Xinhuan spoke up for Ling Shuang, with some pity in her eyes.
Butler Shen, I'll say this one last time. I want to hear the truth. Lumu stared at Xinhuan coldly and said, or do you want me to check the surveillance?
I took the gem off, and I wanted to take it out and sell it for money. Ling Shuang wiped away her tears and said, I know what I did was wrong, please call the police and arrest me.
Put the gem back and meet me in the conference room. Lumu ignored Ling Shuang and turned away.
I'm sorry, Butler Shen. After Lumu left, Ling Shuang could no longer hold back and began to cry bitterly.
Don't tell me you're sorry. Xinhuan handed the gem to Ling Shuang and said, put it back.
We are all adults and need to be responsible for our own actions.
Xinhuan's voice fell. Follow Lumu.
She was prepared to be fired by Lumu.
Tell me, what's going on? In the conference room.
Lumu stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, staring at the thin figure in the fountain pool.
The gem was indeed taken down by Ling Shuang. Xinhuan spoke. That's not what I'm asking.
Lumu turned around and asked, why are you helping her? He was still very satisfied with Xinhuan. He is very capable and manages the manor in perfect order.
Moreover, Xinhuan is different from other women. She has a unique charm. This is something only mature women have.
His eyes were looking over Xinhuan.
She was wearing a plain white-collared long dress and a white ruffled apron.
Her hair was tied up behind her head, revealing a face that was not made up but full of charm. She has a graceful figure, an astonishing height, a slender waist and plump legs, all of which highlight her charm. Especially the perky peach buttocks, which are enough to make the opposite sex's blood boil.
Have pity on her. Xinhuan replied. What is your relationship? It's the first time we meet.
Lumu, looking at Xinhuan's serious expression, Lumu's mouth twitched. Her father died when she was 10 years old. Her mother raised her. A few days ago, her mother was hospitalized due to illness and now urgently needs money for surgery.
Xinhuan thought about it and said. So, she wanted to sell the gemstone to treat her mother's illness? Lumu frowned when he heard this and asked, doesn't she know that there are surveillance cameras in the manor? No.
Knowing that she still, Lumu stopped talking suddenly in the middle of his words.
Never mind. Lumu waved his hand and said, go and get busy. Thank you, master. Xinhuan did not ask Lumu why he didn't fire her. That is very stupid behavior. Etc. Lumu stopped Xinhuan. Xinhuan's heart suddenly tightened. Are you still going to fire me? Xinhuan felt a little disappointed. Even after being fired she was still able to find a job. But whether it is salary or environment, Lumu's place is the best. If possible, she naturally wanted to stay with Lumu. The gemstone on the dragon's tail is worthless. Let her take the gemstone on the dragon's head and sell it.
When Lumu finished speaking, Xinhuan opened her mouth in shock. When she came back to her senses, Xinhuan couldn't help laughing and said, Master, you are so humorous.
Xinhuan's favorability plus 50. What the hell? Why did the favorability suddenly increase so much?
Listening to the system prompts, Lumu was a little stunned. Little did he know that Lumu's words had caused a drastic change in Xinhuan's opinion of him.
Before, Xinhuan's attitude towards Lumu was like that of an employee towards his boss.
Lumu's words made Xinhuan feel Lumu's humor as well as his kind heart. Because of her job, she has come into contact with many wealthy people, but those wealthy people she has come into contact with are all very haggling.
No matter how rich they are never willing to suffer any loss in terms of money.
Not to mention someone like Lumu who is willing to give gems worth millions or even tens of millions to a stranger.
Is it humorous?
After Xinhuan left, Lumu walked back to the French window.
It's getting dark outside.
Ling Shuang was squatting helplessly in front of the fountain, hugging her knees tightly with her hands.
Lumu was never a good person. If he hadn't obtained the system, he naturally wouldn't be so generous. Because he also has to live.
But now that he has the system, a gem on the golden dragon is dispensable to him. But this gem can bring hope to a family. Ling Shuang risked her life to take the gem from the golden dragon even though she knew that the villa was under surveillance. This was enough to show that she had made the worst plan. There is no need for him to make things difficult for a poor woman as long as it does not cause him any loss and does not affect his interests.
Stop crying.
After leaving the meeting room, Xinhuan immediately found Ling Shuang. Seeing Ling Shuang squatting in front of the fountain and crying, she comforted her, "It's okay now. The young master won't call the police."
"Butler Shun, thank you."
Ling Shuang stood up, holding back tears and said, "It's all my fault.
I shouldn't have such thoughts. If my mother knew, she would be very angry. You don't need to thank me. If you want to thank someone, thank my young master." Xinhuan said, "You are lucky. If it were someone else, I'm afraid they would have sent you to the police station long ago." "I know. I'll go and thank him right away."
Ling Shuang wiped away her tears and was about to go find Lu Mu.
"Don't go now.
Wait until your mother recovers, then come and thank the young master."
Xinhuan called Ling Shuang to stop. "Good."
Ling Shuang's body trembled, and a bitter smile appeared on her face.
"My mother will be fine." "How much does your mother's treatment cost?" Xinhuan asked. 1,200,000.
Ling Shuang lowered her head and said, "My family's entire savings plus the money I earned from working in the past 2 years, as well as the money I borrowed from relatives and friends, only total 300,000 yuan. If I hadn't really had no other choice, I wouldn't. Ling Shuang was too embarrassed to continue. Although her family was poor when she was young, she had never done anything illegal. She and her mother are trying hard to live.
That means you are still short of 900,000, right? Ling Shuang nodded. "Well, you have 2 choices."
Xinhuan said, "The first option is to go to the golden dragon statue in the back and take a gem to sell. The value of these gems is at least over 1 million, and the highest is even over 10 million.
My young master told you to take a gem from the dragon's head.
The gem on the dragon's head is the most expensive, which means it can be sold for tens of millions, which is enough to cover your mother's surgery fee, and you don't have to pay anything."
As for the second option,
Xinhuan handed a bank card to Ling Shuang and said, "I will lend you 1 million privately, and you can use it to treat your mother's illness, but you need to pay me back for this money."
2 choices, I choose 2.
Ling Shuang said with a firm look in her eyes, "Butler Shin, thank you for lending me the money.
I will definitely pay you back. I can write you an IOU.
Did you hear the first choice I mentioned?"
Xinhuan looked at Ling Shuang with a complicated look.
She didn't expect that between the free tens of millions and the paid millions, Ling Shuang would choose the latter without hesitation. This made her look up to Ling Shuang, and she also completely believed in Ling Shuang. After all the information she knew about Ling Shuang came from Ling Shuang's colleagues. She wasn't sure if that was true. "I heard it clearly." Ling Shuang turned her head and looked in the direction of the house and said, "Your young master is a good man. I am very grateful that he is willing to give me a chance to reform. As for the gemstone worth tens of millions, I cannot accept it no matter what. To be honest, you're pretty stupid."
Xinhuan put the bank card in Ling Shuang's hand and said, "The password is 6 zeros. Help your mother recover soon."
As soon as Xinhuan finished speaking, she turned around and prepared to leave.
"Butler Shin, I haven't written the IOU yet,"
Ling Shuang said hurriedly.
"Write the IOU when you have time. It's getting late."
"I have to go arrange dinner for my young master."
"Thanks."
When Xinhuan disappeared from sight, Ling Shuang clenched the bank card in her hand, tears welling up in her eyes again. But this time, she was touched and happy.
Ling Shuang's favorability plus 50. "Boss Yun, what's going on? Why is Baiyun Farm back in business?" "In a 5-star hotel in the commercial district of Shanchang. Shu Kong is talking to Nangong Yun."
In front of him was a laptop. Inside are 2 pieces of news released on the Southwest Agricultural Association website. The 2 messages were sent only 4 hours apart.
"Notice, from now on, the pigs at Baiyun Farm will be inspected. During the inspection period, the farm will suspend operations.
Notice, after relevant inspections, all the pigs in Bayun farm are in good health.
From today, the farm will resume operations.
P.S. Please give me a free gift, please urge me to update more, and please give me a 5-star review.
Facing Zhu Kang's question, Nangong Yun on the other end of the phone fell silent and did not answer Zhu Kang's question. Boss Yun, has something happened?
Shu Kang frowned, feeling a bad premonition in his heart.
Mr. Zhu, don't think too much.
The reason why Bayun farm resumed business is because the pigs there have been inspected and there is no problem.
Boss Yun, what do you mean by that?
Shu Kang's face turned ugly when he heard this.
He naturally knew that there was nothing wrong with the pigs at Bayun farm.
If there were any problems, he wouldn't need to ask Nangong Yun for help. He could just report it directly to the Farmers Association. Even though he knew that there was no problem with Bayun breeding farm, he still asked Nangong Yun for help, in order to use Nangong Yun's uncle to force Bayun breeding farm to close down.
Mr. Zhu, I really want to help you, but since there is no problem with Bayun farm, my uncle can't force them to close down, right?
Doing so is against the regulations. My uncle is an upright man, and it is impossible for him to do such a thing that violates the law. After Nangong Yun finished speaking, it was Zhu Kang's turn to remain silent.
Are you an upright person? He.
Shu Kang couldn't help but sneer in his heart. His company, Xian Agricultural Products Group, is the largest breeding enterprise in Longhua, with businesses all over the country. The departments he had most contact with were the farmers' cooperatives in various regions, and he knew very well what kind of person Hani was.
When it comes to being an upright person, Hani is at most an individual.
If Mr. Zhu has nothing else to say, I'll hang up first.
Nangong Yun's voice sounded, and then the call was hung up.
He did not tell Zhu Kang that Han Yi was taken away by the Anti-Corruption Bureau, and that Lu Mu was parachuted in to become the chairman of the Southwest Farmers Association. He wanted to use Zhu Kang to thoroughly find out Lu Mu's background.
There is a problem.
Shu Kang put his phone aside with a serious expression.
He's not stupid.
The fact that Bayun Farm resumed operations after being closed for just a few hours was enough to show that someone with more power than Hani intervened. As the vice president of Southwest Farmers Association, there is only one person in the association who has more power than Hani, and that is the president of the association.
Is it strict?
Shu Kang pondered for a moment, picked up his phone and made a call. However, when the call was made, it was prompted that the other party's phone was turned off.
Looking at the three words Chairman Yan on the phone,
Shu Kang's expression suddenly became more serious.
The next day, Lu Mu got up early in the morning.
Shi Niren contacted him last night, and her superiors have agreed to let him contract the urban village. Today he needs to go to the urban village to find out the situation. Lu Mu stretched lazily in the open space in front of the house. His eyes inadvertently glanced at the golden dragon statue and he was stunned. Just at this time, Shenwan drove the phantom out of the garage.
Aunt Wan, what's going on? Lu Mu walked to the fountain and looked at the golden dragon. Why are there not a single gem missing from the golden dragon? Master, Ling Shuang didn't ask for the gem.
Shenwan got out of the car and told Lu Mu about her conversation with Ling Shuang last night.
After listening to what Shenwan said, Lu Mu fell silent.
However, he looked up to both Ling Shuang and Shenwan in his heart. The fact that Ling Shuang could refuse the temptation of millions of jewels is enough to prove that she is not a bad person, and her family is indeed in urgent need of money. The fact that Shenwan lent money to Ling Shuang out of her own pocket also shows that Shenwan is a kind and thoughtful woman. After all, compared to Lu Mu's gift, Shenwan's act of borrowing money maintained Ling Shuang's self-esteem to a certain extent.
Master, you won't blame me for acting on my own, right? Seeing that Lu Mu didn't say anything, Shenwan suddenly became uneasy.
The reason why she lent money to Ling Shuang, besides what Lu Mu thought, was also because she felt that the golden dragon would not look beautiful without a gem.
Lu Mu did not answer Shenwan's question, but stared at Shenwan and said, Auntie Wan, are you married?
I'd been divorced for years.
Shenwan looked indifferent.
There was no sadness or reluctance in his eyes.
No wonder. Lu Mu's eyes lit up.
Looking at the still charming Shenwan,
he suddenly understood Chow Chow. "Oh, master, I suddenly remembered something," Xinhuan said with some shock in her eyes. "Just now, Ling Xuan called me and said that her house was going to be demolished soon." Demolition? The first thing Lu Mu thought of was the urban village. Yes, fate is amazing. Xinhuan sighed and said, "It seems that God also felt that she was too pitiful, so she let her house be favored by the developer." "Where is her home?" Lu Mu asked. "It seems to be in the urban village in Baiyun district." Xinhuan said, "The economy of Baiyun district has not been very good, and the scale of the urban village is huge. Ordinary developers simply do not have the strength to contract the urban village demolition project. I don't know which real estate company is willing to spend so much money this time." Fate is indeed quite magical. Lu Mu said, "I am the contractor of the urban village demolition project." Ah. Xinhuan opened her pretty little mouth wide and looked at Lu Mu in amazement. Seeing this, Lu Mu put his arm around Xinhuan's slender waist and said, "I just happen to be going to the village in the city. Do you want to go with me? Let's just forget it." Xinhuan came back to her senses, and her cheeks instantly became hot. "You really aren't going?" Lu Mu moved his hand down, and instantly a soft touch came from the palm of his hand. "Master." Feeling something strange in her buttocks, Xinhuan couldn't help but tighten her beautiful legs. "And one, you are so beautiful when you are shy." Lu Mu withdrew his hand and looked at Xinhuan with a smile. "Does the young master like it?" Xinhuan raised her head and met Lu Mu's eyes. The flushed cheeks and the mature charm emanating from her body made Lu Mu feel hot. So, under Xinhuan's panicked eyes, Lu Mu picked her up and walked towards the bedroom. An hour later, Lu Mu walked out of the bedroom with satisfaction. On the bed in the bedroom, Xinhuan covered her body with a quilt, and her snow-white skin was covered with traces of battle. The already mature temperament becomes even more attractive after being nourished. Master is really amazing. Xinhuan stared at Lu Mu's departing back, her eyes a little dazed. Thinking of the madness of this hour, her face turned red. Xinhuan's favorability plus 30. Village in the city. Qiniren stood in the sun, frowning, and glanced at the time from time to time. "President, Mr. Lu is here." A middle-aged man reported to Qiniren. The middle-aged man is named Feng Wu, Qiniren's driver and bodyguard. Qiniren nodded, her eyes somewhat cold. At the same time, Lu Mu parked the car at the entrance of the urban village and walked towards the village. Not long after walking, he saw Qiniren and several figures he didn't recognize. "President Qin, you're here so early." Lu Mu greeted Qiniren with a smile. "Boss Lu, didn't we agree to be here at 8 o'clock? Qiniren looked at Lu Mu with some dissatisfaction. Lu Mu was more than 2 hours late, and it was almost 11 o'clock. It's September in the mountain city and it's almost noon, so you can imagine how hot it is. "Sorry, I was late because of something at home." "Yeah?" Qiniren looked at Lu Mu and said, "Mr. Lu, you should wipe the lipstick off your neck." As soon as Qiniren finished speaking, she walked towards the center of the urban village, leaving Lu Mu with an embarrassed look on his face. Coming back to his senses, Lu Mu wiped his neck with paper, leaving a streak of bright red that was very eye-catching. It was exactly the color of Xinhuan's lipstick. Project that will not fail. The center of the urban village. There were quite a lot of people gathered here and the scene was very noisy. "Have you heard that our place is going to be demolished? Do I need to hear more? The leaders and contractors are here. I never thought that I would become a household subject to demolition in my lifetime. Don't be too happy too soon. Our economy is not good here, and the compensation for demolition may not be much. I don't ask for much, as long as I can be compensated with a house." Shuang, that's great. It seems like God is helping you. Crowd corner. Ling Shuang stood with a middle-aged woman. The middle-aged woman is named Wang Yanhong, and she is Ling Shuang's neighbor. "After the demolition, you will have money to treat your mother's illness." Ling Shuang nodded, feeling very excited. She went to the hospital last night and paid the surgery fee. Her mother had the operation early this morning, and it was very successful. Just rest for a period of time and you will recover slowly. When she received the demolition notice, she was initially shocked. After all, it's not like there haven't been developers who have looked at the urban villages before, but they all gave up the idea of demolishing them because the urban villages were too large. A few days ago, her mother fell ill and urgently needed money, so she thought about selling the house and offered a low price of $50,000. But even so, her house sale information has been posted online for several days, and no one has contacted her. However, early this morning, news spread that the urban village was about to be demolished. Her phone never stopped ringing, so she had no choice but to turn off her phone. At the same time, she has already made up her mind that she would agree to any compensation for the demolition of her house. As for the demolition compensation, she will return it to Shenwan as soon as possible, and pay back as much as she can. Here they come, here they come. The leaders are here. The already noisy crowd became even more excited. Everyone looked at Qin Yiren and others who were walking towards them excitedly. Seeing this, Ling Shuang also looked into the distance immediately. When she saw this, she was suddenly stunned. Xuan, what's wrong? Wang Yanhong said with concern. No. I'm fine. Ling Shuang took a deep breath and tried to calm herself down. The reason why she suddenly froze was because she saw Lu Mu. Why is he here? Could it be that he was the one who contracted the urban village demolition project? Ling Shuang looked at Lu Mu in a trance. She had no doubt that Lu Mu had the ability to contract the urban village demolition project. After all, Lu Mu is just a decoration in the manor, but it is worth billions. Boss Lu, have you asked someone to come up with a compensation plan for the demolition? Qin Yiren and Lu Mu were chatting. Although she was uncomfortable with Lu Mu's lateness, she still had a good impression of him. Oh, what? Lu Mu looked at Qin Yiren in confusion. You haven't thought of a compensation plan yet, have you? The corners of Qin Yiren's mouth twitched. She inexplicably felt that Lu Mu was somewhat unreliable. Isn't demolition just giving away houses and money? Lu Mu thought, if you want a house, I have a new building in Baiyun district. It has 10 residential buildings and can accommodate 2,100 households. If you give money, do you give it per person or per household? You still have real estate in Baiyun district? Qin Yiren was shocked and asked, are you talking about Hope Community? Lu Mu nodded. I hope the community was obtained by him killing the snail, and the entire community is worth about 3 billion. Wait, if I remember correctly, Hope Community is a project of Xingyuan Group, right? Xingyuan Real Estate, the second largest real estate company in Longhua, has a market value second only to Longteng Group. That should be it. Lu Mu didn't know who the developer of Hope Community was. Anyway, the system rewarded him. Should? Qin Yiren frowned and said, could it be that you, Mr. Lu, didn't buy the property in the Hope Community from Xingyuan Group? That should be it. Lu Mu said with a smile. Qin Yiren, Boss Lu was quite quick. After coming to her senses, Qin Yiren didn't think much about it. After all, Lu Mu is a man who was willing to spend 80 billion to buy a street, so it is not surprising that he spends tens of billions to buy a real estate project. It is also a good thing that Lu Mu bought a residential community as compensation for the demolition of the urban village. In this way, not only can the residents of the urban villages continue to remain in Baiyun district, but the housing problem of the residents can also be solved. President Qin, you haven't answered my question yet. Lu Mu asked, is the money given per person or per household? According to the households. Qin Yiren said, you have already given each family a house. If you pay them according to the household, they won't say anything. How about 1 million per household? Lu Mu thought for a while and said. However, Qin Yiren just looked at Lu Mu and did not answer. Is it missing? Lu Mu thought, that seems to be the case. There are several people in a family, so $1 million wouldn't be much if divided among them. How about 3 million? Qin Yiren opened her mouth slightly, but still didn't speak. Even 3 million is not okay? Lu Mu's eyes lit up and he said, "How about 5 million?
Mr. Lu, even if you are rich, you can't lose money like this."
Shin Yiren really didn't know what to say.
In the urban village, the demolition compensation standard is about 1.5 million per household. Lu Mu has already given a house, and another 500,000 yuan in cash to each household will be enough. As a result, Lu Mu not only asked for 1 million, but he even raised the price higher and higher, giving one household 5 million. According to the data she received, there are 2,080 households in the urban village. If each household has 5 million, then Lu Guan will have to give out more than 10 billion in cash.
This is not just squandering money, it's simply not treating money as money. However, what Shin Yiren didn't know was
the reason why Lu Mu gave such a high demolition compensation was because he had a 10-fold cashback card that he had not used. The 10-fold cashback card allows him to get 10 times the cashback on his consumption. In other words, after he used the 10-fold cashback card, the more demolition money he gave out, the more cashback the system would give him.
5 million, please.
Lu Mu said seriously, what we demolished is not only houses, but also families. The residents here have lived here for decades.
For them, this is their hometown.
I demolished their hometown, so I should give them more money.
Shin Yiren fell silent again after hearing this.
She first glanced at the excited group of people not far away.
Hometown?
Others are eager to see the house demolished.
You've thought it through. Shin Yiren took a deep breath and said, "You are the contractor.
As long as the compensation you give is not lower than the demolition standard, I have no right to interfere with how much you want to give. But I have to tell you that if you give each household a house, you only need to give each household another 500,000 yuan, and they will have no objection.
And they don't really miss your so-called hometown. After all, everyone wants to live a better life. Just 5 million. Lu Mu said, "Isn't the economy of Baiyun district in bad shape?
After these people get the relocation money, they will definitely spend money.
This will also indirectly boost the economy of Baiyun district."
Buzz, as soon as Lu Mu finished speaking, his phone suddenly vibrated.
"I'm going to take a call."
Lu Mu walked towards a deserted place. Shin Yiren felt complicated when she saw this. Lu Mu was the most unpredictable person she had ever met.
She never knew what Lu Mu would do next. "President, it's your turn to speak," Feng Wu reminded. Shin Yiren nodded and then walked towards the crowd.
"Boss, as you expected, Zhu Kong from the West Farmers Group contacted me."
"What did the other party say?"
"In an alley in the center of the urban village.
Lu Mu is on the phone."
The person who spoke to him was Wei Li, the head of Shinong Pharmaceutical Group.
"He asked me about the anti-plague medicine."
After learning that we did produce the medicine, he told me, intentionally or unintentionally, that he wanted to buy the formula.
"The fish has taken the bait. Give him the prescription. As for the price, the more expensive the better." "Okay, I understand." Hang up the phone.
A meaningful smile appeared on Lu Mu's face. He had long guessed that Zhu Kong would want to get the prescription for the anti-plague medicine. In that case, he would take advantage of the situation. First, he made some money from Zhu Kong through the prescription, and then sued Zhu Kong for infringement in court. After all, he has the patents for the anti-plague drugs.
Don't be afraid of failure.
As for Zhu Kong making money from anti-epidemic drugs, that is simply impossible. With the system marked there, without his permission, even if Zhu Kong produced anti-plague drugs according to the prescription, those anti-plague drugs would not be effective in treating swine fever.
Entrance to the food city.
A Rolls-Royce slowly stopped. The bodyguard got out of the car and opened the door. Su Ya was seen helping a middle-aged man with a cane get out of the car. The middle-aged man was none other than Su Yao's father, Su Nantian.
Ahem. Su Nantian coughed violently twice, and his face looked sick.
Looking around the food city, Su Nantian said, "It's a pity to waste such a good place."
"I'm sorry, father."
Su Yao blamed herself, "I am not as strong as others."
"It's not your fault." Su Nantian looked at the food street across the road. Compared with the deserted food city, the food street was very lively. Nowadays, the price of pork has increased across the country. The cost of pork has increased, and the food in restaurants has also become more expensive. But the food court is different. Baiyun Farm and the food court provides pork at original price, and the prices of food in each store remain unchanged. With the presence of the masters of the 8 major cuisines, thousands of tourists come to the food street to check in and dine every day. That young man is called Lu Mu, right? Su Nantian retracted his gaze and said. Su Yao nodded, feeling very complicated. Just a chess piece. Su Nantian said with a cold look in his eyes, this time you didn't lose to him, but to the power behind him. Father, what do you mean by that? Su Yao was puzzled. I don't have much time left, and some guys are starting to get restless. Su Nantian walked towards the food city with a cane and said, but you don't have to worry about it. You just need to run the company well, and someone will help you get rid of this chess piece. But the food city project has failed. Su Yao said, Father, didn't you say that if I can't prove my ability, the company will not be handed over to me? Silly girl, you are my only child. Who else can I hand over the company to besides you? Su Nantian stopped and said, don't worry, if the food city project fails, it will fail. This time I will personally help you negotiate a project that will definitely not fail. P.S. Please give me a free gift, urge me to update more, and give me a 5-star review. Automobile reform. Now let us invite the contractor of this demolition project, Mr. Lu Mu, to announce the compensation plan for everyone. The central street of the urban village. Shi Niren has been keeping an eye on Lu Mu. Seeing Lu Mu coming back from the phone call, she took the initiative to walk towards Lu Mu and handed the microphone to him. President Qin, in fact, what you said is the same. Lu Mu did not answer the microphone. For him, the demolition project is a sure win, and all he has to do is pay the money. You've spent all your money, so you have to make sure everyone remembers your kindness. Shi Niren said something in a low voice, and then forced the microphone into Lu Mu's hand. Hearing this, Lu Mu smiled and did not refuse. He naturally understood what Shi Niren meant. It's nothing more than wanting him to gain favor in front of everyone in the urban village. Mr. Lu, I'm your fan. I go to the food court to eat every day. Just then, someone in the crowd spoke loudly. Me too, Mr. Lu, I saw your starry sky and landscape painting. It is the most beautiful painting I have ever seen. And Mr. Lu, the food you cooked is so delicious that I have never eaten anything like it. Fuck, you actually managed to grab the delicious food made by Mr. Lu, that's awesome. Hey, I grabbed a piece of barbecued pork from a big guy. Fuck, it's you. In the crowd, a muscular man angrily stared at a yellow-haired young man not far from him. Why is it you? The yellow-haired young man swallowed and took a step back. Ahem. Lu Mu coughed twice to attract everyone's attention. Thank you for your support of the food court. Let's get down to business. Lu Mu said, as compensation for this demolition, each of your households will receive a 130 square meter house in the Hope community and 5 million in cash. If you agree, you will cooperate with the relevant personnel to sign the demolition agreement. Of course, if someone is reluctant to leave here, I will not force you. As soon as Lu Mu finished speaking, the central street became extremely quiet. The people on the street opened their mouths wide. After a moment, everyone was completely excited. Did I hear you right? Compensation of a house and 5 million in cash? Woo, I've been poor for 30 years, and now it's finally my turn to get rich. Mr. Lu was very generous. I will be his die-hard fan from now on. I agree, sign it now. Fuck, whoever dares to disagree, I'll teach him a lesson in a minute. Faced with such generous demolition compensation, the people in the urban village had no reason to refuse. Even some residents who originally did not plan to be relocated are now clamoring to sign quickly. Xuan, that's great, we are all millionaires now. Crowd corner. Wang Yanhong said excitedly, with 5 million, not only will your mother's surgery fee be taken care of, but the remaining money will also be enough for you and your daughter to have comfortable food and clothing. Boss Lu is really your lucky star. No, Mr. Lu is a lucky star for all of us. Wang Yanhong became more and more excited as she spoke, and she wished she could kneel down and kowtow to Lu Mu. She is just an ordinary woman with no education, and her husband works outside all year round. There are old and young people to take care of at home, and the money her husband earns is not enough to cover the household expenses. Women like her don't think about makeup and dressing up every day, but about the daily necessities of life. She also has to pray all the time that no one in the family gets sick, otherwise the already difficult family will completely collapse. The house and 5 million yuan in demolition compensation given by Lu Mu not only changed the fate of her family, but also changed the fate of everyone in the urban village. Yes, he is indeed my lucky star. Ling Shuang has never taken her eyes off Lu Mu since she saw him. Compared with Wang Yanhong, her gratitude towards Lu Mu is stronger. Just as Xinhuan said, if it had been someone else last night, they would have definitely sent her to the police station. The gems on the golden dragon, even those on its tail, are worth more than 1 million. If Lu Mu really called the police after stealing items worth more than 1 million, her fate would be predictable. Thinking of this, Ling Shuang's eyes became firm. As long as Lu Mu needed her to do something, she would agree without hesitation no matter what he asked her to do. President Qin, please give me your card number. I will transfer the demolition money to you later. Lu Mu handed the microphone to the street staff. People in the urban village are queuing up in an orderly manner, waiting to sign the demolition agreement. This is the financial account of my unit. Qin Yiren handed a note to Lu Mu. Lu Mu took the note, looked at it, and said with a smile, if there is nothing else, I will leave first. Mr. Lu, it's already noon, let's have lunch together. Qin Yiren looked at Lu Mu with a smile. Now that the problem of urban villages has been solved, her political achievements will also be improved, which is also a happy thing for her. How about another day? Lu Mu thought about it and politely declined Qin Yiren's invitation. He still has a lot of things to do today. Although he transferred the property to Lin Yanran and other daughters, he was still the one who made the final decisions. Most importantly, he hasn't killed any monsters today. Mr. Lu, we're just having a meal together. It won't take up much of your time. Qin Yiren said meaningfully, and I have a project I want to talk to you about. This project is related to the above. In that case, let's go to the food court. Food court. The private room of Dream Sichuan restaurant. Lu Mu and Qin Yiren sat face to face. Mr. Lu is only in his early 20s, right? Qin Yiren spoke. 23. Lu Mu laughed and said, why is President Qin suddenly interested in my age? I'm interested in more than just your age. Qin Yiren looked at Lu Mu and said, master of painting, all-round master of cooking, Mr. Lu's talent in painting and cooking is probably unmatched in the entire dragon country. President Qin, you are joking. These are just some lowbrow hobbies. Lu Mu said calmly, let's talk about the project that President Qin mentioned. It seems that Mr. Lu is really busy. Qin Yiren's expression turned serious and she said, in that case, I won't waste your time, Mr. Lu. The project I'm talking about is actually a document from Kyoto. After Qin Yiren finished speaking, she paid attention to Lu Mu's expression. But Lu Mu picked up the teacup and took a sip, his expression still very calm. Does Mr. Lu know about that document? Qin Yiren said thoughtfully. I don't know. Lu Mu replied. He really didn't know what the document Qin Yiren was talking about was. Lu Mu's answer was beyond Qin Yiren's expectations. In her opinion, Lu Mu became the deputy director of the Southwest Entertainment Bureau at such a young age and also had a terrifying cash flow. The connections behind him are enough for him to know the contents of the document first. Or does he know but pretends not to know? That document is about the policy on automobile reform. Qin Yiren continued, next, our country will fully support the construction of new energy vehicles, and Shanchang will serve as a pilot city. During this period, companies engaged in new energy vehicles in Shanchang will receive a lot of preferential policy support. So, President Qin is planning to invite me to enter the automotive field? Lu Mu's expression became a little more serious.
Although there are many automobile companies in Longwei today, the cars they produce are all gasoline-powered cars. Currently no company has been able to produce new energy vehicles.
With the release of the above document, the automobile market will inevitably usher in a major earthquake.
By then, there will be a large number of companies that want to be the first to try it out. After all, the new energy vehicle market is huge, and whoever can seize users first will have a greater chance of winning in the subsequent competition.
If Mr. Lu is interested, he can naturally join this competition.
Qin Yiren said, as the president of the Shanqing Finance Association, my main job is to attract investment.
Entrepreneurs with deep pockets like you, Mr. Lu, are the ones I'm most willing to deal with. Just tell me you want me to invest money.
Lu Mu rolled his eyes at Qin Yiren and said slowly, but I have no plans to enter the new energy vehicle field for the time being. You have to think it over carefully.
Qin Yiren said, the document has not been released yet. With the funds in your hands, you can acquire the factory and the car-related companies at this time.
After the document is released, with the support of various policies, you only need to rectify the factory, integrate the company, launch a new energy vehicle brand, and promote it. You may not make money, but you will definitely be able to seize the new energy vehicle market share. The development of new energy vehicles is a trend. As the relevant technologies become more and more mature, you, Mr. Lu, will also be able to make a fortune by taking the lead in grabbing market share.
Vision new energy vehicles are indeed a development trend, but how long will this development take? 1 year or 10 years? Lu Mu smiled and said, not many people will be willing to pay for immature new energy vehicles.
The biggest advantages of new energy vehicles over gasoline vehicles are intelligence and environmental protection, which are two aspects that gasoline vehicles cannot compare with. However, the disadvantage of new energy vehicles is also obvious, that is, the battery life problem.
As long as the battery life problem of new energy vehicles is not solved, gasoline vehicles will never be eliminated. About entering the new energy vehicle field.
It's not that Lu Mu is not interested, but there is no need. Today, Longwei's new energy vehicle sector is just starting out and is still in the trial and error stage.
It will take at least a year and a half for the new energy vehicle field to be completely stabilized, and in a year and a half, he might get a lot of good things by fighting monsters. Therefore, there is absolutely no need for him to invest money in the new energy vehicle field at this time. Moreover, he already owns an automobile company with a market value of 500 billion yuan.
He just needs to pass on the message and let Phoenix Automobile focus on the new energy field in the future.
As for him not being able to be the first to try something new, that's not a problem at all.
Once he is able to defeat monsters and obtain automobile-related black technology, even if the market share in Longwei's new energy vehicle field has been divided up, he will be able to grab a share by relying on the black technology.
Consumers can still distinguish between good and bad products. Mr. Lu, investing in advance is always a good idea. Qin Yiren said, otherwise, once the opportunity is missed, it will be too late to regret it.
President Qin, I appreciate your kindness, but everyone has their own expertise. I am not familiar with the automotive field, so I will not take a bite of the new energy vehicle cake. While Lu Mu was speaking, the waiter entered the private room carrying the food.
Seeing this, Qin Yiren didn't say anything more.
Food City. Inside the private room of Baiwei's high restaurant, Su Nantian and his daughter were talking to a middle-aged man.
Director Qian, I'm sorry to bother you this time.
Su Nantian said with a smile, as long as the factory problem is solved, my Longting Group will be able to deliver a qualified new energy vehicle within 3 days at the latest. Boss Su, I can help you with the factory, but Longting Group's main business is real estate. This time they are entering the new energy vehicle field, and the industry span is a bit too big. The middle-aged man is named Xian Yun, the director of the Shancheng Enterprise Management Bureau. Don't worry about this little money, director. Our group has established many departments over the years, one of which happens to be researching the field of new energy vehicles, and has recently made some breakthroughs. Su Nanchan's expression was very calm, but his eyes were full of confidence. As early as a few years ago, after he made money in real estate, he began to expand into multiple fields.
The field of new energy vehicles is just one of them. As expected of President Su, you have a long-term vision. A hint of admiration flashed in Xianyan's eyes. He had dealt with Su Nantian more than once. He knew how terrifying the other party's abilities were. After all, Su Nantian started from scratch and founded the trillion-dollar Longtum Group. There is no other Su Nantian in the entire Dragon Kingdom. Director Qian, thank you for your praise. Su Nantian said, I was just lucky. I stumbled upon the automobile reform policy by accident. Mr. Su, please stop being so modest. Xianyan said meaningfully, it's just luck. It's impossible to know in advance what documents will be released. Ahem. I'm lucky and I also have a few friends I can talk to. Su Nantian coughed violently twice. The sick face looked very pale. President Su, please take care of yourself. Xianyan said, I will help you solve the factory problem as soon as possible. Thank you very much, Director Qian. President Qin, I'll leave first. At the exit of the food court, Lumu said hello to Qin Yiren and prepared to drive away. At this moment, Su Nantian and his daughter just came out of the food city. Their eyes met, and the air became extremely quiet for a moment. Boss Su, long time no see. Are you feeling better recently? Qin Yiren spoke, breaking the silence. It's President Qin. Su Nantian looked at Qin Yiren and said, your health is still the same. Thank you for your concern, President Qin. Please take care of yourself, Mr. Su. Qin Yiren said, an outstanding entrepreneur like you, Mr. Su, must live a long life. Then I will borrow President Qin's good words. Ahem. Su Nantian started coughing violently again. At this moment, a discordant voice suddenly rang out. Old man, you've done too many bad things, and now you're getting your retribution. Lumu looked at Su Nantian coldly. He had no good feelings towards Su Nantian at all. Lu Mu. Su Yao said angrily, how can you say that about my father? Old man, cherish the last month of your time. It's best to find a man who shares the same world with your daughter as soon as possible. Otherwise, it will be too late when you die. Lumu ignored Su Yao and continued talking to Su Nantian. He was a master of traditional Chinese medicine and could tell at a glance that Su Nan was dying and could live for at most a month. Lu Mu. You're going too far. Su Yao said with cold eyes, I am sorry for you. If you want to hate me, hate me. It has nothing to do with my father. Who do you think you are? Lumu said with disdain, why, do you still want me to praise you for your deep love for your father? Lu Mu. Su Yao's chest kept rising and falling, and her eyes were fixed on Lu Mu. Yao Yao, don't bother with him. Su Nantian said expressionlessly, it's useless to just show off your ability to talk. Whoever laughs last is the real winner. Young man, do not regard the power and wealth given to you by others as your own. You know best who you are. Old man, you should live till then. As soon as Lumu finished speaking, he drove away. Compared to staying and talking some meaningless nonsense to Su Nantian, he would rather do something practical. 1 month was enough time for him to bankrupt Longtum Group. President Qin, I'm sorry to have embarrassed you. After Lumu left, Su Nantian said to Qin Yiren. Boss Su, is there any misunderstanding between you and Boss Lu? Qin Yiren said meaningfully. It's not a misunderstanding. He's just a kid who doesn't know the extent of the world. When he has tasted the bitterness, he will know the pain. Su Nantian said with a cold look. He never took Lu Mu seriously. With his status and connections, even the younger generation of the 5 families and 10 clans had to be polite when they saw him. Qin Yiren frowned when she heard this. Even she didn't know much about Su Nantian. All we know is that Su Nantian is very close to the aristocratic families and even has connections with foreign capital. After leaving the food court, Lumu called Shenwan and asked her to buy a large number of tadpoles and ladybugs. After returning to the manor, Lumu first transferred the demolition compensation to the account given by Qin Yiren, and used a 10-fold cashback card. Successfully used the 10x cash back card. Personal wealth 1040,000,000. Personal wealth plus 104 billion. The system prompt sounded, and Lumu's personal wealth skyrocketed by hundreds of billions. Faced with hundreds of billions of dollars. Even though Lumu was mentally prepared, he was still stunned for a few seconds when the huge sum of money arrived. Come back to your senses. He then used the monster-killing luck card, built a fire, and threw the box of tadpoles and ladybugs into it. The monster-killing luck card has been used successfully. Within today, the value of the rewards obtained from killing monsters will be increased. Kill 1 tadpole and gain plus 1 million gold. Kill 10 tadpoles cumulatively to obtain the Sun Island of Siam. Kill 100 tadpoles cumulatively to get Love Fund plus 10 trillion. Kill 1000 tadpoles cumulatively to obtain new energy vehicle-related black technology. Kill enough tadpoles to complete the achievement Port Tadpoles and obtain an intelligent micro-robot. P.S. Please give me a free gift, please urge me to update more, and please give me a 5-star review. Sequence kill 1 ladybug and gain money plus 999,999. Kill 10 ladybugs cumulatively to obtain the private documents of Longting Group. Kill 100 ladybugs cumulatively and get Wutong Gas Station X 10,000. Kill 1,000 ladybugs cumulatively to obtain the Gauleg oil field. Kill enough ladybugs to complete the achievement 7 Spotted Ladybug and obtain the Eye of Space. Rewards have been issued. Relevant documents and information have been distributed to the host's manor warehouse and mobile phone respectively. The Eye of Space has recognized its master. System prompts sounded one after another. Before Lumu could react, he felt as if his left index finger was pricked by a needle. Look down. His pupils suddenly contracted. I saw a metal ring shaped like an eye floating in the air above his index finger. A tiny metal tentacle extended from the ring, pierced his index finger, and absorbed his blood. As the blood was absorbed by the ring, the metal tentacles were instantly retracted, and the ring was firmly worn on the index finger of Lumu's left hand. Such an incredible scene directly brought him a huge shock. Is this a space ring or something else? Lumu focused his attention on the ring, and suddenly his consciousness appeared in a space the size of a football field. In this space, there is also a marble-sized metal ball floating. The mind exits the ring space. A metal ball was also brought out in front of Lumu. This is amazing. Lumu's eyes were filled with shock. He found that he could enter the ring space freely with his mind and collect items with ease. Focus on the metal ball. Suddenly, the metal ball emitted a light blue light. At the same time, the metal ball began to change its shape constantly, sometimes turning into a mosquito, sometimes turning into a fly or other small insects. Lumu hurriedly took out his mobile phone to check the information of the ring and metal ball. Soon, he learned the relevant information about the ring and the metal ball. The ring is called the Eye of Space. It has a space of its own inside, where one can freely collect objects except living things. The metal ball is an intelligent micro-robot. It can change its shape freely, but the changed shape cannot exceed its own volume. In addition, the intelligent micro-robot also has a danger sensing system. When Lumu is in danger, the intelligent micro-robot can release an energy shield to protect Lumu. At the same time, the micro-robot will enter the offensive mode, and shoot laser beams from its eyes to kill hostile targets. After reading the introduction of the Space Eye and the intelligent micro-robots, Lumu couldn't help but take a breath. There is no doubt that both the Space Eye and the intelligent micro-robots are things that are beyond current human cognition. Lumu thought that one day he would receive a super cognitive reward. But he didn't expect this day would come so soon. After you calm down, Lumu continued to check other rewards. The first is Sun Island, which is located in the waters near Siam. The island covers an area of 10 square kilometers, which is the same size as many small towns in Dragon Kingdom. It is called Sun Island because there are many golden ginkgo trees on the island, and the island is very round as a whole. When viewed from the air, it looks like a golden sun. The value of Sun Island reached 13.6 billion. Not to mention the Love Fund amount of plus 10 trillion. Because he used the Love Fund Increase card, he can currently spend 100 million on a single person of the opposite sex every day. But even so, the amount of his love fund is increasing. But increasing the love fund is also a good thing. When the plan to build a city in the Kayam Desert is launched, there will be many places to spend the money. 10 trillion may not be enough. After all, he wanted to build a city bigger than the Magic City. Black technology related to new energy vehicles. This reward came at such a coincidence. Lumu focused his attention on the introduction of black technologies related to new energy. There are 3 types of black technologies, namely energy conversion battery technology, unmanned superintelligent driving technology, and ultra-energy saving motor control technology. Any one of these 3 black technologies is a king bomb. Once Lumu uses these 3 black technologies on Phoenix new energy vehicles, it is no exaggeration to say that companies around the world that have already produced new energy vehicles and companies preparing to enter the new energy vehicle field will have a nightmare. Withdraw your mind. Lumu began to check the rewards for killing the ladybug. First, the private documents of Longtung Group. It records the operating conditions of Longtung Group and some unknown secret research involving Longtung Group. Interesting. Lumu narrowed his eyes slightly. If it weren't for the document rewarded by the system, he would never have imagined that Longting Group, a real estate company, would have so many research fields involved. New energy, medicine, artificial intelligence, virtual reality, etc. And in some areas, Longting Group has made great breakthroughs. For example, new energy. Longting Group conducted relevant research as early as 3 years ago. Relying on those research results, if Longting Group enters the field of new energy vehicles, even some old automobile companies may not be its opponents. Etc. Lumu kept swiping the screen. His brows suddenly furrowed. At the end of the document, it was recorded that Longting Group was conducting genetic research. There is only one line of text about this aspect. The secret of the Arctic, the gene sequence. What does this sentence mean? Lumu's expression became solemn. What secrets does the Arctic hide? What is a gene sequence? Master, it's time to eat. A sweet voice came. Lumu withdrew his attention and saw Zhao Ling looking at him with a smile. His eyes were looking over Zhao Ling. She was wearing a black miniskirt with a white ruffled apron on the outside and a pair of white stockings, and her whole temperament was very lively. The calves wrapped in white silk are delicate and straight, without any excess fat. Further up are white thighs and a mysterious skirt. Lumu nodded and walked towards the house. At the same time, he was also checking the remaining rewards. There are 10,000 Wutong gas stations across the country. The average valuation of each gas station is around 10 million, so 10,000 gas stations is 100 billion. Then there is the Gal Leg oil field. Like the Kakadar oil field that Lumu once acquired, both are located in Camel country. It's just that compared to the Kakadar oil field, the Gal Leg oil field is larger and more valuable. Its total oil reserves are nearly 60 billion barrels, with an annual output of 100 million tons, worth over $1 trillion. Oil fields and gas stations are a good match. Lumu put away his phone and thought about something. The next day, Lumu woke up from the land of gentleness. Beside him, Xinhuan was still sleeping. There are all kinds of marks all over the graceful body. When Lumu saw this, he felt a burning sensation in his lower abdomen. He directly picked up Xinhuan, who was sleeping. Master! Xinhuan suddenly woke up. He subconsciously put his arms around Lumu's neck. The next moment, Xinhuan frowned and suddenly raised her upper body. Master! Xinhuan's cheeks were flushed and her eyes were somewhat resentful. Sister, do you want to wake the young master up for dinner? Bedroom door. Zhao Ling and Zhao Meng's cheeks flushed. Listening to the sound coming from the bedroom, Zhao Meng squeezed her beautiful legs together and said, Butler Shen's voice is so loud. Let's not disturb the young master and Butler Shen. Zhao Ling said this, but her whole body was pressed against the door. The young master is so powerful that even Butler Shen begged for mercy. Let me hear it.
Zhao Meng also imitated Zhao Ling and pressed his body against the door.
An hour later.
Zhao Ling and Zhao Meng walked down the stairs, their faces flushed and they looked exhausted. They listened at the door for an hour.
Sister, I'm going back to my room to change my clothes.
Zhao Meng pulled her skirt down, and her long, beautiful legs were pressed tightly together.
Let's go together.
Zhao Ling lowered his head and said.
Nangong Yun is angry. Finish breakfast.
Lumu opened the Douyin hot list to check it out.
Douyin is currently the most popular short video platform. The content on the hot list is also the hottest event in society at the moment.
Important news, my country announced automobile reform, new energy vehicles are the future trend. Longting Group announced that it will enter the field of new energy vehicles and will launch its first new energy vehicle, Phylon, tomorrow. It took 5 years to make, starring many domestic movie queens and movie emperors, and Blue Sky Entertainment spent a huge amount of money to shoot the movie, Moon Crisis, which will be officially released in major theaters at 10 o'clock this morning. The food street in the mountain city is still popular, and tourists from all over the country are going to the food street to check in.
Shudu. Shinong Pig Farm.
Shu Kang, accompanied by several staff members, entered a pig pen. In the pigsty, there were 3 sick pigs, dying.
Boss, these 3 pigs were infected with swine fever this morning. They are perfect for experiments.
A staff member spoke up.
Give them the medicine. Shu Kang said.
Yesterday, he contacted Weili, the head of Shinong Pharmaceutical Group.
He also used money to obtain an anti-epidemic Chinese medicine prescription from the other party.
After witnessing with my own eyes that the anti-plague medicine produced from Chinese herbal medicine prescription cured several sick pigs infected with swine fever,
he was extremely excited. Not only did he immediately establish a pharmaceutical company, he also spent a large sum of money to purchase multiple pharmaceutical production lines for the large-scale production of anti-epidemic drugs.
However, to be on the safe side, after producing the anti-plague medicine, he did not rush to sell it, but decided to try it again on his own pig farm.
Yes.
3 staff members each took a medicine bottle into the pigsty, opened the bottle, and poured the liquid medicine into the sick pigs' mouths.
Finish this.
Shu Kang and the staff were waiting quietly.
10 minutes later. Zhu Kang frowned. This shouldn't be the case. It's been 10 minutes.
Why are these 3 pigs still so sick?
Shu Kang remembers it clearly. At Shinong Pharmaceutical Group, Weili proved to him the effectiveness of the anti-epidemic drug.
He personally fed the newly produced anti-diseased medicine to several sick pigs. After taking the anti-emetic medicine, the sick pigs began to recover in just 5 minutes, and were able to eat normally in 10 minutes. Just then, the voice of the staff came. Boss, the pig is dead.
What?
Shu Kang's face changed instantly and he hurried into the pigsty. When he saw the 3 motionless sick pigs, his face looked very ugly.
What on earth is going on? He witnessed the entire production process of the anti-epidemic medicine of Shinong Pharmaceutical Group and confirmed that the anti-epidemic Chinese medicine prescription given to him by Weili was genuine. But why was the anti-plague medicine he produced according to the prescription useless?
Buzz just then, his cell phone rang. The call was connected and a deep voice came from the other end.
Get back here right now, you've been deceived. Dad, what do you mean by that?
Shu Kang had a bad feeling in his heart.
Someone is suing you for copyright infringement.
Who?
Shu Kang said in a cold voice. Shinong Pharmaceutical Group? The boss of Shinong Pharmaceutical Group, Lu Mu.
What?
Shu Kang turned pale when he heard this and asked, when did Shinong Pharmaceutical Group become that guy's? Hurry up and take care of this. Don't take any action without my permission. Magic City Cinema City. The entrance to the Star Cinema. Nangong Yun brought many leading actors of Lunar Crisis here for a film roadshow. The entire movie city was surrounded by crowds because of the arrival of Nangong Yun and others. Thank you very much for your support of the movie.
In 10 minutes, Lunar Crisis will officially meet you.
Nangong Yun held the microphone and looked at everyone with a smile.
The film Moon Crisis was very important to him.
If Moon Crisis is a box office success, Blue Sky Entertainment will firmly establish itself as the leading company in Longway entertainment. This is because Moon Crisis is Dragon Country's first epic science fiction masterpiece.
In addition to the luxurious starring lineup, the special effects of the movie are also comparable to Hollywood.
Prior to this, Lunar Crisis premiered to much acclaim. The internet is almost entirely filled with comments praising the movie.
The number of people who made movie reservations alone reached 100 million.
The market value of Blue Sky Entertainment also rebounded rapidly due to the upcoming release of Moon Crisis.
So excited, I watched the trailer of Lunar Crisis on Douyin, and the special effects, I dare say that no movie in the entire history of Dragon Country can compare to it.
How much do you think Lunar Crisis will earn at the box office? The box office is at least 10 billion.
After all, this movie cost nearly 2 billion.
10 billion is too low. I guess 15 billion. Everyone was talking about it.
They are all very optimistic about the movie Moon Crisis.
Listening to the discussion of the crowd, Nan Gong-yoon and several leading actors all smiled. 10 minutes later, a middle-aged man walked up to Nan Gong-yoon anxiously. "Manager Xiong, you're here just in time. It's time to let the fans in." Nan Gong-yoon smiled. "Boss Yoon, something happened. I may not be able to schedule a screening for your movie." The middle-aged man is named Xiong Wei, the manager of this stargazing cinema. After Xiong Wei finished speaking, the scene became very quiet for a while. Nan Gong-yoon said with an unpleasant expression, "Manager Xiong, do you know what you are talking about?" "Boss Yoon, I'm really sorry."
Xiong Wei wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said with tears in his eyes, "This is my boss's decision.
I can't do anything about it."
Just now, Xiong Wei received the key for Lunar Crisis. When he was about to schedule Lunar Crisis for screening, the person in charge of the stargazing cinema called him and told him explicitly that Lunar Crisis was not allowed to be scheduled for screening. And said it was the boss's decision. He is just an employee, so it is impossible for him to disobey his boss orders.
What's going on? The movie is already online, why don't they schedule screenings?
The shady, stargazing cinema is disgusting. This crappy movie theater will have to close sooner or later.
Angry voices rang out one after another. A group of movie fans angrily cursed the star-viewing cinema.
And such scenes are being played out in 1,000 stargazing cinemas across the country.
Manager Xiong, if I remember correctly, your boss is Wang Tsong, Mr. Wang, right?
Nan Gong-yoon said expressionlessly, "I have a good relationship with President Wang, why wouldn't he schedule a screening for my movie?"
"Boss Yoon, Boss Wang is no longer my boss."
Xiong Wei said cautiously, "My boss was replaced a few days ago."
"What?" Nan Gong-yoon frowned upon hearing this and asked, "Who is your current boss?" "I don't know about this either." Xiong Wei replied.
He only received the news in the internal group that the boss had been replaced, but he didn't know who the boss was.
"Damn it, who is targeting me?" Nan Gong-yoon took out his cell phone and called Wang Song, the former owner of Guangqing Cinema.
Soon, the call was connected.
"Boss Wang, when did you sell the Star Cinema?" Nan Gong-yoon said with an unpleasant expression. "Boss Yoon, I read the news, it's none of my business."
Wang Song was silent for a moment and said, "A few days ago, I sold my 1,000 Star Cinemas to a man named Lumu for 100 billion yuan.
It's him again." Nan Gong-yoon hung up the phone angrily with an extremely cold look in his eyes. "Very good, you don't want to schedule my movie, right? Then let's see who will be the unlucky one in the end." At this moment, Nan Gong-yoon's anger was completely ignited. Originally, he was wary of Lumu's background.
But now, he can no longer care about that.
The movie, Moon Crisis, must succeed. Otherwise, the market value of his Blue Sky Entertainment will plummet again, and he will be abandoned by his family.
This is something he absolutely cannot accept.
P.S. Please give me a free gift, urge me to update more, and give me a 5-star review. It's noon time. After several hours of fermentation, the entire internet was filled with curses. Fuck, the stargazing cinema is really disgusting. Why wouldn't Star Cinema schedule a screening for such a good movie like Lunar Crisis? Sure enough, the reason why there are so many rubbish movies in our country is because there are so many black-hearted investors like this. We have jointly reported to the General Administration of Entertainment that the Star Cinema has violated the regulations on rejecting bad competition issued by the General Administration of Entertainment not long ago. The top floor of Hong Yun Pavilion. Nan Gong-yun was sitting on the sofa, checking out netizens' comments. When he saw the internet full of messages supporting the moon crisis, a smug smile appeared on his face. I told you a long time ago to use your brain more in everything. A steady voice came. Not far from Nan Gong-yun, a burly young man was looking at Nan Gong-yun calmly. The young man's name is Nan Gong-yi, Nan Gong-yun's half-brother. The other party didn't schedule Lunar Crisis for a screening. It may seem like it caused you a loss, but in fact it hurt him. Nan Gong-yi said, Moon Crisis is a good movie in terms of both plot and special effects, and netizens have sharp eyes. They can naturally tell whether Moon Crisis is good or bad. Therefore, the other party's action of not scheduling the movie will anger the majority of netizens. We just need to increase public opinion a little bit. The General Administration of Entertainment will not be able to withstand the pressure and will talk to him. By then, not only will his position as Deputy Director of the Southwest Entertainment Bureau be revoked, but his theaters will also have to schedule screenings for the film. Brother is still thoughtful. Nan Gong-yun put down his phone and looked at Nan Gong-yi with a complicated look. Although they are brothers, they have rarely communicated with each other since they were young. In Nan Gong-yun's heart, he has always regarded Nan Gong-yi as his rival. Because of him and Nan Gong-yi, only one person can become the head of the Nangong family in the end. What he didn't expect was that this time Nan Gong-yi actually took the initiative to help him. How's your progress with Su Yao? Nan Gong-yi asked. That woman is just taking advantage of me. Nan Gong-yin frowned and said, if it wasn't for the purpose of creating hype for her food city, I wouldn't have offended that guy, and my company's market value wouldn't have evaporated by hundreds of billions, and it also caused my uncle to be taken away by the Anti-Corruption Bureau. Nan Gong-yin clenched his fists. When he thought of Han Yi's ending, he felt extremely regretful. It's only a matter of time before your uncle is taken away for doing what he did. Nan Gong-yi turned his back to Nan Gong-yun and said, as for Su Yao using you, you can only blame yourself for being too stupid. You want to get Longting Group through Su Yao, it's simply wishful thinking. Su Nantian, that old fox, will never let the company he founded fall into the hands of outsiders. Humph, that old guy is almost dead, what can he do? Nan Gong-yun frowned and said, his daughter will eventually find a man. Longting Group can't always be named Su. It is precisely because he is dying that Longting Group has been making so many moves recently. Nan Gong-yi said with a deep gaze, and the most valuable thing in the hands of that old fox is not the Longting Group. Inside the manor, Lu Mu was getting ready to go out. Xinwan came up to him and said, Master, President Qin from the Finance Association is here. Xinwan's voice had just fallen. A Mercedes-Benz commercial vehicle drove into the manor. As the car door opened, Qin Iren, wearing a formal long dress, got out of the car. President Qin, what brings you here? Lu Mu looked at Qin Iren and said with a smile. Boss Lu is really generous. He can still smile at this hour. Qin Iren first glanced at the Golden Dragon fountain not far away. She had a new understanding of Lu Mu's wealth. What does President Qin mean by this? Lu Mu said calmly. Didn't the Entertainment Bureau contact you? Qin Iren looked at Lu Mudeo. Yes. Lu Mu replied. The General Administration of Entertainment did contact him not long ago. Because the Stargazing Cinema refused to schedule Lunar Crisis, many netizens jointly reported the incident to the General Administration of Entertainment. The General Administration of Entertainment called him immediately after the investigation, punished him first, and ordered him to schedule the screening of Lunar Crisis, otherwise he would be stripped of his position as Deputy Director of the Southwest Entertainment Bureau, and even his 1,000 stargazing cinemas would be closed for rectification. He responded to this immediately. The theaters were directly asked to schedule the screening of Lunar Crisis until 3 or 4 in the morning. He just didn't believe that there would be people who would stay up late at night just to watch a movie. Looking at Mr. Lu's expression, I'm afraid he didn't take the warning from the General Administration of Entertainment seriously. Although Qin Yiren had only a few contacts with Lu Mu. But she also had some understanding of Lu Mu and knew that Lu Mu was a person who would respond to soft words but not hard ones. President Qin, you came here specially, it shouldn't be to chat with me, right? Lu Mu looked at Qin Yiren. She has a graceful figure, and even wearing a slightly loose formal dress can't hide her perfect figure. Especially her mature and noble temperament, which sublimates her overall beauty. And because she has been in a high position for many years, Qin Yiren has a strong aura of a superior. This aura will make people respect her and also make people want to conquer her. Why, can't I? Qin Yiren raised the corner of her mouth slightly and said, or does Mr. Lu not want to see me? If President Qin wants to say so, then I understand. A smile appeared on Lu Mu's face, and then he reached out and hugged Qin Yiren in his arms. The sudden scene made Qin Yiren stand still. Let her go. A low voice sounded. Feng Wu walked quickly to Lu Mu and looked at him coldly. Brother, you look like you want to eat me. Lu Mu said with a smile. I'm not kidding you. Feng Wu said this and was about to attack Lu Mu. Uncle Wu, no, Qin Yiren was just about to ask Feng Wu not to take action. As a result, her beautiful red lips were directly blocked. Looking at Lu Mu's face so close to her, Qin Yiren's eyes widened and her heartbeat began to accelerate. See this scene. Feng Wu stopped talking nonsense with Lu Mu and attacked Lu Mu directly. He. Interesting. Lu Mu glanced at Feng Wu out of the corner of his eye. The reason why he didn't let Qin Yiren speak was that he wanted to exercise. It has been a while since he acquired the physique of a soldier king and master-level fighting skills. During this period, he has never fought with anyone. Just when Feng Wu's attack was about to hit Lu Mu hugged Qin Yiren and turned sideways to avoid Feng Wu's attack. At the same time, Lu Mu grabbed Feng Wu's arm joint with his left hand and shook it hard. Snap! There was a sound of bones breaking, and Feng Wu's arm was dislocated. A trainer. Feng Wu held his arm, frowning. Being able to become Qin Yiren's bodyguard, Feng Wu was certainly not an ordinary person. He practiced martial arts since he was a child and won the National Martial Arts Championship when he was just an adult. He then went abroad to make a living and lived a life on the edge of a knife. It is no exaggeration to say that if Feng Wu's experience were put into a certain type of urban novel, he would definitely be the protagonist. Come again. Lu Mu let go of Qin Yiren and waved to Feng Wu. Snap. Upon hearing this, Feng Wu reattached the arm with his bare hands. Immediately afterwards, Feng Wu no longer held back his strength and attacked Lu Mu again. Seeing this scene, Qin Yiren was about to speak up to stop it. But the next moment, her eyes widened. Lu Mu took a quick step and rushed towards Feng Wu. In a flash, the two were already fighting. Looking at Feng Wu being defeated step by step under Lu Mu's attack, Qin Yiren was shocked. Who are you? Feng Wu and Lu Mu distanced themselves from each other, their eyes filled with disbelief. In the fight with Lu Mu, not only was he suppressed the entire time, but each of Lu Mu's attacks was fast, accurate and ruthless. Every second, he felt like he was teetering on the brink of life and death. Just at this moment, a mosquito flew past Feng Wu's eyes. Feng Wu suddenly broke out in a cold sweat and his hands were covered with goosebumps. What's going on? Is there a sniper nearby? Feng Wu's eyes quickly swept around and his face turned pale. He was all too familiar with this feeling. During those years abroad, he nearly died at the hands of the enemy many times. Every time he escaped death, he would uncontrollably get goosebumps on his arms. How do you want me to answer this question? Lu Mu looked at Feng Wu with a smile. Maybe Feng Wu is very strong, but compared to him, there is still a big gap. With the physique of a soldier king and grandmaster level fighting skills, no one in the whole world can defeat him with bare hands. Today has really opened my eyes. Feng Wu said with mixed feelings. Uncle Wu, please go back to the car first. Qin Yiren looked at Feng Wu.
Feng Wu nodded when he heard this, and then walked towards the Mercedes-Benz.
The whole person's back looks a little lonely. Mr. Lu is really a man of hidden talents. Xi Niren came back to her senses and felt equally complicated.
She knew very well how powerful Feng Wu was.
If it weren't for her father's sake, Feng Wu would never have become her bodyguard. Before that, Feng Wu was the bodyguard of a big shot in the cabinet. But even such a powerful Feng Wu was defeated by Lu Mu. And the defeat was complete.
Even the battle between Feng Wu and Lu Mu made her feel like a young child challenging a tiger.
And Feng Wu was that young child. Then I thought of Lu Mu's painting and cooking skills.
Even though Qi Niren was knowledgeable, she was so shocked that she was speechless.
This man. So excellent. Too good to be human.
Qi Niren looked straight at Lu Mu, her heart beating fast.
Qi Niren's favorability plus 50. President Qin, you're staring at me like this, it's really stressful for me. Lu Mu walked up to Qi Niren and said, President Qin, do you have feelings for me?
As he spoke, Lu Mu put his arms around Qi Niren's slender waist. Feeling the strange feeling coming from my waist.
Qi Niren's body trembled, but she did not push Lu Mu away.
Instead, she moved closer to Lu Mu's arms.
Why, you are only allowed to kiss me, but I am not allowed to have any thoughts about you?
Qi Niren looked up and met Lu Mu's gaze, her eyes revealing a hint of heat. The reason why she is still unmarried in her 30s is that she has never even had a boyfriend.
It's because her standards are too high.
She doesn't like any of the opposite sex, even those in the same circle as her. She even planned to be alone for the rest of her life. But after meeting Lu Mu, she realized how excellent a person, a man, could be. Faced with such an outstanding man like Lu Mu, she naturally couldn't let him go easily.
Then President Qin, please tell me, what do you think of me?
Lu Mu whispered in Qi Niren's ear, why don't we go to my bedroom and have a good chat?
Let me get down to business. Qi Niren hurriedly took a step back and kept a certain distance from Lu Mu.
Her whole face was filled with blush because of what Lu Mu said.
I came to see you because I have a gift for you. Qi Niren opened her right hand towards Lu Mu.
In her hand was a silver USB flash drive.
This is?
Lu Mu said with a puzzled look on his face.
Mr. Lu, you'll know after you take a look.
Qi Niren said, although this gift is not a big one, it is also a small token of my appreciation.
I accept the gift.
Lu Mu pondered for a moment, took the USB drive and said, President Qin, you can come and sit with me more often in the future if you have nothing to do.
Okay. Qi Niren showed a brilliant smile on her face.
The reason why she gave Lu Mu a gift was to make friends with him.
That guy went too far. In the private room on the top floor of Hong Yun Pavilion.
Nan Gongyun said with a gloomy face, he actually scheduled all my movies until late at night.
Nan Gongyun stared at his phone intently.
It contains the movie schedules of major stargazing cinemas, including Lunar Crisis, which are all scheduled at 3 or 4 in the morning, and there is only one show per day.
Smart as a whim. Nan Gongyi said expressionlessly, does he think that the Entertainment Bureau will let him go if he takes advantage of a loophole? He is so naive. Brother, what should we do now? Nan Gongyun said with a serious expression, did father investigate that guy's background? Is he a member of the cabinet? There is only one person with the surname Lu in the cabinet, and my father went to visit that person yesterday. Although the other party did not say it explicitly, the implication was that the person named Lu Mu had nothing to do with him. But if he is not that person's descendant, how did he become the president of the Southwest Farmers Association and the deputy director of the Southwest Entertainment Bureau? And what is the reason for his terrifying cash flow? Father is investigating this.
Nan Gongyi said, but in my opinion, the other party is very likely a chess piece.
Piece?
Nan Gongyun looked puzzled. The 5 families and 10 clans seem to maintain harmonious relations, but in reality, they are all secretly calculating against each other for their own interests. In order to keep their calculations secret from the other side, everyone has come up with many ideas. Among them, choosing a chess piece and putting it in the open is the most commonly used method. Once something goes wrong with the chess piece, it can be discarded at any time.
At present, the bosses of many groups in our country, and even the employees of many departments, are actually pawns of major forces. And the guy named Lumu is obviously a pawn of a certain aristocratic family. The aristocratic family has a deep foundation and a terrifying cash flow. In the cabinet, they also have a certain say. Therefore, only an aristocratic family can create a pawn named Lumu. Buzz Nangongyi finished speaking. Nangongyan's phone suddenly rang.
When Nangongyan answered the phone, his expression changed instantly.
Nangongyi frowned when he saw this. It's over. It's completely over.
After hanging up the phone, Nangongyan sat exhausted on the sofa, his face extremely pale.
At the same time, a large amount of news related to Blue Sky Entertainment appeared on the internet. Shocked, the general manager of Blue Sky Entertainment actually forced its female artists to engage in illegal activities. Many female artists have spoken out, saying they had been sexually assaulted by Blue Sky Entertainment boss, Nangongyan. The characters of many main actors in Lunar Crisis collapsed. Below the news, there are comments filled with indignation from netizens. I didn't expect that in the 21st century, the entertainment industry is still so dark. I have a friend who used to be a trainee at Blue Sky Entertainment. However, not long ago, she was diagnosed with severe depression and eventually committed suicide by jumping off a building. I now seriously suspect that she was sexually assaulted by a senior executive at Blue Sky Entertainment. No wonder Stargazing Cinema didn't schedule Lunar Crisis. I'm afraid the owner of Stargazing Cinema knows some inside information. Just don't schedule movies for the beastly company. Lumu, it must be him. It must be him who did it.
Nangongyan said with a ferocious expression, I'm going to kill him.
Come.
Nangongyi said in a deep voice, the most urgent task now is how to protect you. Brother, save me, you must save me. Nangongyan hurriedly knelt in front of Nangongyi, his eyes full of fear.
Boom boom boom.
There was a knock on the door.
Nangongyan's heart tightened and he collapsed to the ground. The scene of Hani being arrested began to appear before his eyes. Bang!
The door of the private room was pushed open, and several uncles in hats rushed into the room and grabbed Nangongyan.
Nangongyan, please come with us.
Brother, save me.
Nangongyan desperately asked Nangongyi for help.
However, Nangongyi closed his eyes.
Lumu.
Nangongyi walked to the window, looked at Nangongyan who was taken away by the police car, and said with cold eyes, just let me have some fun with you. Buzz, the phone vibrates.
Nangongyi looked at the caller and frowned. An hour later.
There were 3 more figures in the private room. They are Su Yao, Shu Kong, and Jiang Qingyue. Brother Yi, I heard that your brother was arrested.
Shu Kong said. You already know everything, so why ask me? Nangongyi said expressionlessly, Boss Su, please tell us why you called us here.
I called you here because I really have something to discuss with you.
Su Yao said, I believe you all know about my group's entry into the new energy vehicle field. And I called you here to invite you to invest in my file on automobile.
P.S. Please give me a free gift, please urge me to update more, and please give me a 5-star review.
Together, Boss Su, as far as I know, your father started planning in the field of new energy vehicles a long time ago, and not long ago, the New Energy Research Institute under your Longton Group made a major breakthrough. With the research results in this area, plus the recent automobile reform documents released by the higher authorities, there is no company in my country's new energy vehicle field that can compete with you. How could you think of getting us to invest? Nangongyi frowned.
He doesn't believe in pie-in-the-sky stuff.
Boss Yi, since you know that my father started planning in the new energy vehicle field a long time ago, do you think other people would not know about it? Su Yao stared at Nangongyi and said, how can Mr. Yi guarantee that others have not made arrangements in advance?
My Longton Group is, after all, a real estate company. This time we are entering the new energy vehicle field, which is a huge step.
To be on the safe side, I wanted to invite you to invest. It all depends on whether you have any ideas about the new energy vehicle pie.
After Su Yao finished speaking, she sat on the sofa,
picked up the teacup and took a sip. The main reason why she invited several people to invest was because Longting Group had financial problems. Although Longting Group is a trillion-dollar group, it has encountered a series of problems due to the continuous release of a series of documents on housing prices in recent years, as well as the fact that Su Nanshan's layout is too broad and the funds consumed are too huge. It's just that these problems were hidden by Su Nantian, and the outside world didn't know about them. Boss Su, how many shares do you plan to give out? Shu Kong pondered for a moment and said. It would be a lie for him to say that he was not tempted by the big pie of new energy vehicles. 40%. Su Yao replied. So much. Shu Kang's eyes lit up when he heard this and asked, then how much money does President Su plan to let us invest? 3 billion in cash for 1% of the original shares. 3 billion is too much. Shu Kong frowned and said, although I trust you, President Su, no one knows whether the market will pay for Phylon Automobile. Mr. Zhu, please don't rush to say it's expensive. Su Yao opened the briefcase on the sofa, took out a document from it and handed it to Zhu Kong, saying, these are the patented technologies of Phylon Automobile. I can assure you that Phylon Automobile is not inferior to those foreign new energy automobile brands. The market share of new energy vehicles in Longwei is as high as trillions. Even if Phylon Automobile only occupies half of the market share, it can reach a market value of trillions. By then, the 40% of original shares that you have invested in today will not be worth 3 billion yuan. 3 billion is still a bit too expensive. After reading the document, Zhu Kong said, how about this, 2.5 billion, I will invest 25 billion in exchange for 10% of Phylon Automobile's original shares. 3 billion is already the lowest price. Su Yao looked at Zhu Kong with a smile, looking confident. Boss Su, I admit that I am optimistic about Phylon Automobile, but don't forget that our country's current automobile market is still dominated by gasoline vehicles. I saw that this document mentioned unlimited charging technology, but the prerequisite is that charging piles must be built all over the country. Before that, gasoline vehicles, with the advantage of convenient and fast refueling, cannot be compared with new energy vehicles in terms of market response and public opinion. I have another document here. Mr. Zhu, you can take a look at it. Su Yao said as she took out another document from her briefcase and handed it to Zhu Kong. This is? Zhu Kong took the document in confusion, and when he saw the big words on the top of the document, his pupils contracted instantly. When Nangong Yi and Jiang Qingyue saw the contents of the document, their expressions suddenly became solemn. Boss Su, is the content of this document true? Zhu Kang's breathing quickened. Mr. Zhu, do you think I dare to forge something? Su Yao got up from the sofa and said, you all know the situation abroad in recent times, so it's not surprising that oil prices are rising. The second document that Su Yao showed Zhu Kong was a notice about the upcoming oil price increase. The current price of Longwa 92 oil is 8.5, and it will be raised to 10 tomorrow. Although it seems that the price has only increased by 1.5 per liter, the news of gasoline price increase is definitely good for new energy vehicles. In addition, the friend who gave me this notice told me that oil prices will continue to rise in the next month. Su Yao said slowly, with the oil price rising, the government has issued a document to support automobile reform and various leading patent technologies. Does Mr. Zhu still think 3 billion is expensive? Not expensive. Zhu Kong took a deep breath, looked at Nangong Yi and Jiang Qingyue and asked, what do you two think? Since President Su is willing to take me to eat cake, I naturally cannot let President Su down. Nangong Yi smiled and said, 60 billion, I want 20% of the original shares. I'll let it go. Jiang Qingyue pondered for a moment and said, my group has had some problems recently, and I can't come up with that much cash for the time being. That's a shame. Shu Kang's eyes lit up and he said, in that case, I will also offer 60 billion and take 20% of the original shares. Jiang Qingyue didn't say anything after hearing this. It's not that she can't come up with the cash. Instead, he suddenly thought of Lu Mu. She knew about the conflict between Lu Mu and Su Yao. She was worried that cooperating with Su Yao would cause Lu Mu's dissatisfaction, and thus she would refuse to allow restaurants under Hong Yun Group to become dream food distributors.
If the restaurants of Han Yun Group are unable to become distributors of Dream Food, then facing the competition from Dream Food, those restaurants will have no choice but to close down, and the market value of Han Yun Group will then be greatly affected. Although she also wanted to get a piece of the pie in the new energy vehicle field, she didn't dare to take the risk. It was afternoon. Lumu received several calls one after another. The calls were from Lin Xiaoxiao, Xia Ning, and Yang Yu respectively. The three of them had a day off today, so they all contacted him as soon as possible. To this, Lumu first told Lin Xiaoxiao about the move and notified Lin Yanran to pick up Lin Xiaoxiao. He drove to a hotel near Huajiang. Inside the hotel suite, Lumu started watching Douyin. It turned out that 9 out of 10 videos were related to Blue Sky Entertainment. The General Administration of Entertainment issued a document, and will focus on rectifying the entertainment industry in the future. Blue Sky Entertainment's boss was arrested, and Blue Sky Entertainment is facing bankruptcy crisis. Moon Crisis was removed from the shelves, and the actors must first improve their morals before improving their art. Looking at the news, Lumu was not surprised at all. Because it was he who released the revelations about the senior management of Blue Sky Entertainment. And these revelations came from the USB flash drive given by Qin Yiren. As for where Qin Yiren got these things, he had no idea. Ding dong. The doorbell rang. Seeing this, Lumu stood up and opened the door. Brother Lumu. Outside the door, Xia Ning looked at Lumu shyly. Come in first. Lumu looked at Xia Ning. She wore a tank top that revealed her slender neck and delicate collarbone, and a miniskirt that showed off her long, beautiful legs. Because he was too close, Lumu could vaguely see the round shape wrapped in black. It is large in scale and very strong. Xia Ning followed Lumu into the room, looking a little nervous. These days, all she thinks about is Lumu. It's not that she loves Lumu so much, but that Lumu gives her too much pocket money every day. At the beginning, I made 1 million a day, and later on, I made 10 million a day. Once, Lumu transferred 100 million yuan to her, which scared her so much that she quickly returned the money and refused to accept it no matter what. At the same time, she was thinking about having sex with Lumu all the time. Having received so much money from Lumu, let alone being her lover, she would even be willing to be his mistress or even his concubine. So after school today, she called Lumu first. She was originally worried that Lumu didn't have time, but she didn't expect that Lumu actually asked her to meet at the hotel. This made her excited and nervous. Xia Ning's favorability plus 50. Jumped into the river invites. Jiang Qingyue to eat popsicles. How is it? Is the pocket money enough? Lumu sat on the edge of the bed, looking at Xia Ning with a smile. And checked Xia Ning's favorability towards him. Name Xia Ning. Age, 19. Height, 173. Weight, 55 kilograms. Overall appearance rating, 90. Driver 0. Favorability 85. That's enough. Xia Ning said with a smile, Brother Lumu, you don't have to transfer money to me in the future. I can't spend all the money in my card even if I spend my whole life. That won't work. Lumu put his arms around Xia Ning's slender waist, his big hands wandering over her body, and said, just keep the money I give you. But, Xia Ning stopped talking halfway, and her pretty face turned red. Yeah, it's a good size. Feeling the softness in his hand, Lumu's breathing quickened. Brother Lumu. Xia Ning's body became stiff, and his eyes looking at Lumu were filled with ripples. Seeing this, Lumu reached out and took off the hairband on Xia Ning's head. Suddenly, Xia Ning's hair spread out, and her hair became black and shiny. Are you scared? Lumu gently laid Xia Ning down on the bed. No, Xia Ning clutched the bed sheet tightly with both hands, and her eyes as lively as a deer kept staring at Lumu, as if she wanted to engrave Lumu in her heart. A great war is over. Xia Ning lay in Lumu's arms, and there was less immaturity between her eyebrows. There are all kinds of marks all over the snow-white skin. A bright plum blossom blooms on the bed sheet. Brother Lumu, let's continue. Xia Ning suppressed his physical discomfort and sat up from the bed.
Although they fought for an hour, she felt that Lumu was not satisfied. You should take a rest first. Lumu said, we'll continue in the evening. Xia Ning nodded shyly. She really couldn't fight anymore now. It was her first time experiencing sex, and Lumu fought too fiercely, which she could not bear at all. I have something else to do, so I'll go out for a while. Lumu looked at the time. It was already 7 o'clock in the evening and he hadn't killed any monsters today. Brother Lumu, I'll wait for you. Xia Ning looked straight at Lumu and subconsciously grabbed the quilt with both hands. Seeing Xia Ning's little movements, Lumu knew what she was worried about. Wait for me. Lumu lowered his head and lightly touched Xia Ning's lips. Only then did Xia Ning slowly loosen the quilt. After leaving the hotel, Lumu was about to go to the nearby agricultural market to buy insects for killing when his phone suddenly rang. The caller is Jiang Qingyue. After the call was connected, Lumu and Jiang Qingyue chatted briefly, then drove to the agricultural market across Huajiang River to buy a large number of leeches and crickets. Huajiang Bridge. There are a lot of vehicles coming and going. Lumu was stuck on the bridge. At this moment, Lumu's attention was attracted by a figure. I saw a woman climbing up the bridge railing, then jumping directly into the river. The sudden scene made Lumu stunned. When he came to his senses, he quickly opened the car and ran to the bridge. Hurry up, someone has jumped into the river. Exclamations rang out one after another. The drivers who witnessed the scene got out of their cars and ran towards the river. When everyone wanted to jump into the river to save people, the height of the river's surface above the bridge discouraged everyone. Call the police quickly, it will be too late. What on earth is so hard to get over that you have to commit suicide? If you jump from such a high, even if you don't drown, you will be killed by the fall. Various sounds continued to sound. The scene became noisy for a while. Get out of the way. Lumu squeezed out of the crowd and walked quickly to the bridge. Young man, don't be impulsive. We have called the police. Seeing that Lumu was thinking of jumping into the river to save people, everyone hurriedly started to persuade him. The bridge is 20 meters high from the river surface to the bridge deck. Even if you can swim, if you are unlucky, you may never get out if you jump in. Yes, saving lives is a good thing, but don't risk your own life to save others. It's not worth it. Handsome guy, let's wait for the police to come. Lumu ignored everyone. Looking at the woman who struggled in the water for a few times and then became motionless, he climbed directly onto the fence and jumped down. Lumu. The moment Lumu jumped down, Jiang Qingyue squeezed out from the crowd. Her car was also stuck on the bridge. Thump. The sound of water was heard. Jiang Qingyue lay on the guardrail, staring at the river surface. Only a small splash of water was seen on the water surface, but Lumu's figure was nowhere to be seen. It's over. Something must have happened to that young man. These days, there are still people who want to be heroes. Now they have lost their lives. He jumped so high, but only caused such a small splash. Could this person be from the diving team? Look, that handsome guy is still alive. Someone exclaimed. Lumu appeared beside the woman and swam towards the river with her in his arms at a very fast speed. Fuck, this guy is really strong. He is fine even after jumping from such a high. Is this guy a fish? How can he swim so fast while holding a person? What do you mean by professional? This is professional. I bet this handsome guy is definitely from the swimming team. Lumu had no idea what people on the bridge were talking about him. He was swimming towards the shore with the unconscious woman. He possesses master-level swimming skills, and although he cannot compare to a real fish in the water, it is easy for him to save a person. As for jumping from a height of 20 meters, he was not hurt at all. A few minutes later, Lumu brought the woman ashore. When he saw the woman's appearance clearly, Lumu was slightly stunned. It's just because the woman is very beautiful and can definitely be called a beauty. Without having time to think about why the woman jumped into the river to commit suicide, Lumu held the woman's chest and performed CPR on her. As a result, the woman still showed no signs of waking up. So Lumu started performing artificial respiration again.
In this way, Lumu continued to perform artificial respiration and cardiopulmonary resuscitation for several minutes. The woman's eyes suddenly opened and a large amount of river water spit out of her mouth.
Ahem. The woman turned sideways, coughing violently, and her expression looked very painful. Are you okay?
Lumu asked as he took off his clothes and wrung out the water.
Thanks.
The woman glanced at Lumu and collapsed to the ground exhausted.
Seeing this, Lumu didn't ask any more questions and just turned around and left.
Why the woman committed suicide was none of his business. As for whether the woman will commit suicide again in the future, it is none of his business. He happened to see it this time, and he had master-level swimming skills, so it was okay for him to save the woman's life, just like giving himself a bath.
As soon as Lumu left, Uncle Hat and the paramedics arrived.
When Lumu returned to the bridge, crowds of people swarmed over, surrounded him, and took out their cell phones to take pictures and record videos of him.
Handsome guy, you are so handsome.
It's 20 meters high, and you actually jumped down like that.
You are a good young man. Good things will be rewarded to good people. God will definitely bless you. Brother is so handsome, can you add me on WeChat? Wait, isn't this Mr. Lu? Please make way.
Lumu looked helplessly at the people who surrounded him.
Mr. Lu, I'm your fan, please sign an autograph for me. Fuck, the hero who saves people turned out to be Mr. Lu. I really didn't follow the wrong person.
Fortunately, Mr. Lu is fine, otherwise our country would have lost a master painter and an all-round master chef. Not only that, a few days ago the Calligraphy Association published an article saying that Mr. Lu is also an all-round calligraphy master. After recognizing Lumu, everyone became very excited.
Some bold female fans even secretly touched Lumu's abdominal muscles when he wasn't paying attention.
In response, Lumu quickened his pace and returned to the car.
Half an hour later, Lumu finally drove out of Huajiang Bridge.
Finally we parked the car in front of a nearby park.
Not long after, Zhang Qingyue also drove to the park. Mr. Lu's current number of fans is probably more than some first-tier celebrities.
Zhang Qingyue got out of the car and looked at Lumu. When she saw Lumu's sculpted figure, her cheeks couldn't help but feel hot. Miss Jiang, please talk about the matter. Lumu glanced at the time and said, I have something else to do later.
Mr. Lu, why don't you go to the hospital first?
Zhang Qingyue asked with concern, after all, it's more than 20 meters high.
He might have suffered internal injuries from the fall. Thank you for your concern. I'm fine. As Lumu spoke, he walked towards a public seat not far away. Mr. Lu, have you been in touch with Su Yao recently? Zhang Qingyue followed Lumu and asked.
I deleted her contact information a long time ago. Lumu sat down on the chair and said calmly, you said on the phone that you had something to talk to me about.
This matter should be related to Su Yao, right?
Zhang Qingyue sat next to Lumu and told Lumu about the cooperation between Zhang Qingyue, Zhu Kong, and Nangong Yi. After listening to what Zhang Qingyue said, Lumu fell silent.
Just then, a vendor selling ice cream passed by. Miss Jiang, the weather is so hot, I'll treat you to a popsicle.
Lumu suddenly stood up and walked towards the vendor. Lumu spent $2 to buy 2 popsicles, tore open the package and handed one to Zhang Qingyue.
Thanks.
Zhang Qingyue took the old popsicle and started to take a sip. On the other hand, Lumu bit off most of it in one bite. Yes, this weather is perfect for eating popsicles. Lumu said with a smile. Looking at Lumu, who was like a big boy, Zhang Qingyue was a little dazed.
Zhang Qingyue's favorability plus 30. Ms. Jiang, it was the right decision for you not to invest in File-on Automobile.
The smile on Lumu's face disappeared, his eyes turned cold and he said, the ending of File-on Automobile under Longting Group will be the same as that of Food City.
Is Mr. Lu also planning to enter the new energy vehicle field?
Zhang Qingyue came back to her senses and swallowed subconsciously.
You will know tomorrow, Miss Jiang. Lumu said meaningfully. P.S. Please give me a free gift, urge me to update more, and give me a 5-star review. Press conference. Jiang Qingyue heard this and didn't ask any more questions. She just ate her popsicle in silence. After finishing the popsicle, Jiang Qingyue drove away. Lumu went to a nearby funeral shop and bought paper money and a lighter. In an open space in a remote part of the park, Lumu lit the paper money and threw the box containing crickets and leeches into it. As the flames burn, system prompts kept sounding. Kill 1 cricket and gain plus 100,000 gold. Kill 10 crickets cumulatively and get plus 1 billion in money. Kill 100 crickets cumulatively and obtain 100 boxes of ammunition. Kill 1,000 crickets cumulatively and receive 100 boxes of guns. Kill enough crickets to complete the achievement Brother Cricket and obtain 51% of Kunpeng Group's shares. Kill 1 leech and gain plus 9999999 gold. Kill 10 leeches cumulatively and gain plus 1 billion in gold. Kill 100 leeches cumulatively and get a 10% discount card. Kill 1000 leeches cumulatively and receive 1 monster killing luck card. Kill enough leeches to complete the achievement Leech Terminator and get 6 Grandmaster skill upgrade cards. Rewards have been issued. Relevant documents and information have been distributed to the host's manor warehouse and mobile phone respectively. Guns and ammunition have been distributed to Sun Island. Oh shit. The moment Lumu heard that guns and ammunition were obtained, he panicked. You know, Longwei is a country that prohibits citizens from owning guns. If the system distributes guns and ammunition in the manor, he will be in big trouble. Fortunately, the system distributed the guns and ammunition to Sun Island, and he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Come back to your senses. Lumu took out his mobile phone to check the reward information. Among them, Kunpeng Group, also known as Kunpeng Shipping, is a leading enterprise in the domestic shipping industry with a market value of up to 1 trillion yuan. It owns a huge fleet covering various types of ships including bulk carriers, container ships, and tankers. Then there are 3 types of card rewards: 10% off consumption card, monster killing good luck card, and Grandmaster skill upgrade card. After using the 10% discount consumption card, you can enjoy a 10% discount on a single consumption of no more than 50 billion yuan, and the discount part will be subsidized by the system. The first thing Lumu thought of was the Urban Village Playground project. Originally, he planned to set up a construction company in Lin Xiaoxiao's name, and then use Lin Xiaoxiao's daily love fund of 100 million as the funds for building the amusement park. But he has changed his mind now. He estimates the investment to be around 60 billion to build a large amusement park comparable to Disneyland. For the 50 billion part, he can directly use a 10% discount consumption card and pay 5 billion in one lump sum. As for the remaining 10 billion, he also has a 50% discount coupon obtained by killing a fly, which can be used to get a 50% discount on a single purchase of no more than 10 billion. In other words, out of the total estimated cost of 60 billion for the amusement park project, he actually only had to pay 10 billion. As for the daily love fund amount for Lin Xiaoxiao and other women, he planned to use it on the Kiem City building plan. There is no need to mention the good luck card for fighting monsters. The last time Lumu fought monsters, he was able to get new energy vehicle black technology, space eyes, intelligent micro-robots and other supercognitive rewards because he used the monster fighting luck card. Finally, there is the Grandmaster skill upgrade card. It can upgrade the skills he has mastered to the Grandmaster level. The skills he currently masters include Master-level fighting skills, Master-level painting, Master-level swimming, Master-level Chinese medicine, Master-level calligraphy, Master-level music, Master-level cooking, and Master-level driving. In addition, he still has 3 Master-level skill upgrade cards left to be used. Lumu did not hesitate. He directly used 6 Grandmaster-level skill cards to upgrade swimming, music, calligraphy, traditional Chinese medicine, cooking, and driving to the Grandmaster level. Grandmaster level skill upgrade card successfully used X6. Swimming, music, calligraphy, Chinese medicine, cooking, and driving have been successfully upgraded to Grandmaster level. Grandmaster level swimming integration in progress. System prompts sounded one after another. Suddenly a lot of information flooded into Lumu's mind.
After integrating this huge amount of information, Lumu's attainments in the 6 skill areas of swimming, music, traditional Chinese medicine, calligraphy, cooking, and driving instantly reached the peak.
Withdraw your mind. Lumu checked his personal information. Host, Lumu.
Age, 23 years old. Monster killing value, 13,000/50,000. Number of monsters killed per day, 2,000/2000.
Completed achievements 2-3. Love fund, 11,028 billion. Personal wealth, 113.2 billion. The next day,
Lumu left the hotel early in the morning.
Xianing stayed in the hotel to recuperate.
After leaving the hotel, Lumu went straight to the airport.
He needs to go to Shanghai today to attend the Phoenix Auto's new car launch. Shancheng Automobile Expo Center. Even though it's only 8 in the morning. But this place is full of people. It's so exciting. We will soon be able to see my country's first new energy vehicle. I hope Feilong Motors will not let us down. Didn't you read the information released on Feilong Automobile's official website? Feilong Automobile's various patented technologies are among the best in the field of new energy vehicles in the world. I support Feilong. Compared with gasoline cars, I prefer new energy vehicles that are full of intelligence. Inside the venue, Su Yao, Nangong, and Shu Kang also arrived early. Boss Su, I heard Phoenix Motors is also going to release a new car today. Shu Kang said. I know. Su Yao said calmly, Phoenix Automobile is still launching a gasoline car this time, which poses no threat to us. As Su Yao finished speaking, her phone rang suddenly. When Su Yao saw the caller, her expression suddenly became serious. The call is connected. A magnetic voice came from the other side. The person you asked me to keep an eye on has taken a plane to the Magic City. Also, I just got the news that a few days ago, there was a change in the equity of Phoenix Automobile, and that person became the largest shareholder of Phoenix Automobile. Okay, I understand. Su Yao took a deep breath and said, thank you. Well, feel free to contact me if you need me. The person on the other end of the phone said something and hung up. Boss Su, what's wrong? Shu Kang frowned and asked, what happened? Lumu has become the largest shareholder of Phoenix Automobile. Su Yao clenched her hands and said coldly, he is now on a plane to Magic City to attend the Phoenix Automobile new car launch conference. Damn it, why is he everywhere? Shu Kang's face turned ugly in an instant. He hated Lumu to the core. Lumu first had someone sell him a prescription and cheated him out of 5 billion yuan, and then he sued him for infringement. Although the court trial result has not yet come out, he will have to pay compensation in the end. After all, the relevant patents for the prescription are all in Lumu's hands. At the same time, he couldn't understand why the anti-epidemic medicine produced by his company was ineffective when the prescription was obviously correct. But this is not the reason why he hates Lumu the most. What made him hate Lumu the most was that due to the emergence of anti-epidemic drugs, the market value of his group was evaporating rapidly, and the market share was being taken away bit by Baiyun Breeding Company owned by Lin Yanran. This is because the anti-epidemic drugs produced by Shinong Pharmaceutical Group are currently only provided to Baiyun Breeding Farm. In other words, in the entire Longhua, pork from Baiyun Farm is still the cheapest. It seems that Guy intends to continue to fight against us in the automotive field. Nangong Ye's expression was also very ugly. Compared to him, Zhu Kang only lost some money. His Nangong family lost both money and people. Not to mention that Blue Sky Entertainment, which was worth more than Nangong Yun and Han Yi, were even sent to the police station by Lumu. To be honest, his hatred for Lumu was the greatest, even more than Zhu Kang and Su Yao. Death will only benefit us. He wants to compete with us through Phoenix Auto, which is simply overestimating his own capabilities. Su Yao glanced at the time and said, in 1 hour, the national oil price will increase. By then, I will also broadcast the Feilong press conference live on the entire network to take advantage of the popularity of the oil price increase. Compared to gasoline cars, which cost hundreds of dollars to refuel, Feilong only costs tens of dollars to charge.
In addition, Thalon's endurance is not inferior to gasoline cars and its driverless technology is not inferior to gasoline cars.
I believe that car owners have sharp eyes and will definitely choose to support Phylon Automobile. But what if that guy has a hidden card? Shu Kong said with an uneasy look on his face. After all, that guy is very likely to be supported by a certain noble family. His power should not be underestimated. Even if he has a trump card, we must compete with him to the end. Su Yao looked at Zhu Kong and said, "Or are you scared, Mr. Zhu?" Zhu Kong opened his mouth, not knowing what to say for a moment. But he did have a shadow in his heart towards Lu Mu. After all, he had never met Lu Mu until now, and Lu Mu only operated behind the scenes, causing him to suffer heavy losses. Fuck, if the plane crashes, it would be best if that guy dies. The more Zhu Kong thought about it, the more uneasy he felt. Then he started cursing Lu Mu. On the plane flying to the Magic City, Lu Mu sat in the first-class cabin and looked at the scenery outside the window. By the way, this was the first time he had taken a plane in his life. Before he got the system, he mostly stayed in the mountain city, and even when he went to other cities, he took the high-speed rail. Just as Lu Mu was immersed in the beautiful scenery outside the window, a voice like a silver bell rang in his ears. "Hello, can I take a photo with you?" I saw a flight attendant in uniform looking at Lu Mu nervously. Lu Mu turned his head and saw a beautiful face with exquisite makeup. The graceful figure is wrapped in the uniform, with curves in every detail. "I'm not a star," Lu Mu replied with a smile. "Mr. Lu, I am your fan." The stewardess bent over, her cheeks burning. "Why do you all call me Mr. Lu?" Lu Mu said with a bit of a smile. "Because Mr. Lu, you are the owner of the food court." The flight attendant smiled and said, "I've been to the food court several times. The food there is delicious. If it's delicious, go there often." Lu Mu didn't explain anything. Although he transferred all the restaurants on Baiyun Street to Limingshi, Baiyun Street is his, so it is not wrong to say that he is the owner of the food street. "Mr. Lu, is this okay?" the stewardess asked carefully. Lu Mu nodded, then stood up and stood next to the flight attendant. Seeing this, the flight attendant showed excitement on her face and raised her mobile phone to take a photo with Lu Mu. In the photo, Lu Mu has his hands behind his back with a faint smile on his face. The stewardess leaned against Lu Mu like a little bird, with a distance of several centimeters between them. "Thank you, Lu." Bang. Just as the flight attendant was about to thank Lu Mu, the plane suddenly shook violently. Suddenly she lost her balance and fell into Lu Mu's arms. At the same time, the plane became noisy. What's going on? Why is the plane shaking so violently? Is there anything wrong? Shut up, airplanes are the safest means of transportation, how could something go wrong? Inside the cockpit of an airplane, Captain Li Yon looked at the cracks on the glass with a serious expression. Just now, something hit the glass. "Master, do you want to contact the tower to request an emergency landing?" Co-pilot Zhang Tao spoke. Snap. As soon as Zhang Tao finished speaking, cracks on the glass began to spread, and before the two men could react, the glass exploded. Suddenly, a terrifying suction force came and Zhang Tao was sucked out of the window. Zhang Tao. Seeing this scene, Li Yon's face turned pale instantly. He quickly picked up the pager and called the tower. Devil City, Mountain City 8668. Shancheng 8668, please speak. The plane's glass was shattered and the co-pilot was sucked out of the window. I am now applying for an emergency descent. After saying this, Li Yong put down the pager, held the aircraft control stick tightly with both hands, and tried to control the balance of the aircraft. Few strong winds continued to blow into the cabin, and because of the altitude, the wind was bone-chillingly cold. Bang bang bang. There was a loud knock on the cockpit door, and the anxious voice of the security officer was heard from behind the door. Captain Li, what happened? Hearing this, Li Yong stretched out his hand with difficulty and pressed the button to open the cabin door. As the cabin door was opened, the security officer was so frightened by the scene before him that he collapsed to the ground. When he came to his senses, the security guard squatted down and said with a pale face, "Masterly, is there anything I can do for you?" However, Li Yong did not respond to him. At this time, Li Yong's neck was bleeding. I saw that his neck was pierced by a piece of glass at some point. Seeing this scene, the security guard's pupils contracted and his eyes were filled with despair. Inside the first-class cabin, Lu Mu had a bad feeling in his heart. Without time to think, he hurried towards the cockpit. Boom! He had just taken a few steps when the plane began to shake even more violently, and then it fell rapidly toward the ground at a 90-degree angle. Ah! The screams continued. Suddenly the whole plane was in chaos. What on earth is happening? Why is the plane falling? Whoa, help me, I don't want to die yet. Mom, I'm scared. The atmosphere of despair filled the entire plane. The sounds of crying came one after another. Shancheng Automobile Expo Center. Su Yao suddenly received a call. After hanging up the phone, she felt as if she had lost all her strength. Boss Su, what's wrong? Zhu Kong frowned. Something happened to the plane Lu Mu was on. Su Yao was in a very complicated mood at this time. Although there was no possibility for her and Lu Mu, she felt bad when she thought about Lu Mu's death. What? Shu Kong opened his mouth wide when he heard that, swallowed his saliva and said, "It's none of my business, I just said it casually. I didn't realize that President Zhu has the ability to be a jinx." Nan Gongyi made a joke, with a smile on his face, and said, "I didn't expect that God is helping us. The probability of a plane accident is very small, but once the plane crashes, there will be no chance of survival for the passengers on board. But if that guy dies, we'll have less trouble." Yes. Shu Kong came back to his senses and smiled, "It will only benefit us if that guy dies. Boss Su, the press conference will start soon." The staff came to Su Yao and said, "I see." Su Yao forced herself to calm the strange emotions in her heart and began to walk towards the press conference booth. At the same time, netizens across the country saw many major news. Shancheng Flight 8668 crashed. The national oil price has increased. From now on, the oil price will enter the 10 yuan era. The Filong press conference begins. And under each major news item, netizens' comments flooded the screen like crazy. Shancheng 8668 must be okay. Thank God, everyone on the plane is safe. 92 gasoline for $10? Why don't you just go and rob it? Damn it, gas is so expensive, I'll just walk from now on. Everyone, go watch the Filong press conference. Wow, it's so awesome. With a maximum range of 1,000 kilometers, driverless technology, unlimited fast charging, and a full charge for less than 30 yuan, please give me a reason not to buy a Filong car? Is there anyone who can fly a plane? The security officer ran back into the cabin like crazy, yelling at everyone. Something happened. Captain Li lost too much blood and fell into a coma. There is no one piloting the plane at the moment. It's over. We're all going to die now. The crew members who were trying to comfort the passengers collapsed to the ground. Although they had anticipated this outcome, when death really came, they could no longer remain strong. Look out the window. The plane's altitude had dropped to 1,000 meters above sea level and was about to collide with a mountain. Seeing this scene, everyone closed their eyes in despair. P.S. Please give me a free gift, urge me to update more, and give me a 5-star review. Boom! The plane shook violently again. In the dead silent cabin, the death that everyone imagined did not come. When everyone opened their eyes, the scene they saw made them freeze in their tracks. Just as the plane was about to hit the mountain, the nose of the plane quickly pulled up and passed by the mountain. Boom! The plane continued to shake. No one dared to make a sound and held on to the armrests of the chairs tightly. In the cockpit, Lu Mu pulled up the joystick with both hands, his expression extremely solemn. A cold wind whistled past. Lu Mu's facial muscles began to squirm due to the wind. At this moment, a mosquito emitted a faint blue light, forming an energy shield to isolate the cold wind. That was a close call. Lumu finally breathed a sigh of relief after the plane entered level flight. If he had been a step later, everyone on the plane would die. Even he is no exception. Although intelligent micro-robots are able to open the protective shield, there is an upper limit to the defensive power of the shield. The protective shield may not be able to defend against the force generated by a plane colliding with a mountain. Lu, Mr. Lu. A trembling voice sounded behind Lu Mu. The flight attendant who took a photo with Lu Mu was staring blankly at Lu Mu, who was controlling the plane. Behind the stewardess stood other cabin crew members. Don't come here. Lu Mu looked back at everyone and said solemnly, the cockpit is depressurized. You have no protection measures. If you are not careful, you will be sucked out. As soon as Lu Mu finished speaking, everyone was frightened and retreated one after another. That's great. Mr. Lu will be able to fly the plane. We are saved. The stewardess said with tears in her eyes. Hurry, let's go back and calm the passengers. The chief flight attendant walked quickly towards the cabin with the flight attendants and others. Because they were too excited, several flight attendants accidentally fell down. What happened? How did the plane return to normal? Can anyone tell me if this is a dream or not? Am I dead or alive now? Wow, I'm never going to take a plane again. Go home, I want to go home. There were traces of tears on everyone's face. Although the plane returned to normal, everyone's mentality completely collapsed after having a close call with death. Don't worry, the plane is fine. The flight attendant said excitedly, there is a young man who can fly a plane. He will lead us to a safe landing. Really? That's great. As long as I can return alive this time, that young man will be my reborn parent. Beauty, tell the hero not to be nervous. All of our lives are in his hands. Everyone cried with joy and hope rekindled in their eyes. Magic City Airport. Firefighters, police, and medical personnel were already waiting at the airport. All aircraft were cleared from the runway, just to make enough space for Shanqing 8668 to land. Inside the tower, all the major leaders of Shanghai are here. A group of people stared at a display screen intently. The signal of Shanqing 8668 has been restored. The tower staff exclaimed. Suddenly everyone became nervous. Notify everyone to be on alert. A middle-aged man in an executive jacket said in a deep voice. No one is allowed to enter the runway. The middle-aged man is named Hu Yueguang, the #1 leader in Shanghai. Yes. As the staff went to convey Hu Yueguang's instructions, an airplane appeared over the airport. It's just that the plane was shaking violently and showing signs of lack of power. Oh no, there seems to be something wrong with the power unit of Shanqing 8668. The tower staff said with a pale face, without sufficient power buffer, Shanqing 8668 will not be able to land normally, and will even crash in the end. Damn it. Tower Commander Wu Gang clenched his fists and said, everyone on the plane will be safe soon. Why did the power unit have a problem at this time? Is there no other way? Hu Yueguang said with an unpleasant expression. A plane crash is always a big deal. What's more, there were more than 100 passengers on the plane, more than 100 lives. Well. Wu Gang sighed and shook his head. At this point, we can only pray for a miracle to happen. Wu Gang stared at the display screen. The power of the plane was getting weaker and weaker, and the jet engine was emitting a lot of black smoke. Quick, evacuate quickly. Inside the runway, personnel from all departments were retreating to a distance. The media personnel even broadcast the event live. Shanchang Expo Center. Su Yao stopped halfway through the press conference. It was because the people in the audience no longer had the heart to listen to what she was saying. Everyone's attention was drawn to the projection screen in the hall. The projection screen was broadcasting live footage of the Magic City Airport. Looking at the rapidly falling plane in the picture, everyone's face turned pale. It's over now. At this rate of descent, there's no chance that anyone on the plane will survive. It has to be all right. It's no use. The captain of Shancheng 8668 has done his best. The jet engines are broken. Even if a fighter pilot comes, it won't help. Everyone's eyes were filled with pity. Although their family members were not on the plane. But they were also very sad when their compatriots died. Behind the booth, Nan Gongyi and Zhu Kan were also watching the live broadcast. Seeing the plane getting closer and closer to crashing, Zhu Kan gloated, "That's it, let that guy die in the plane. Boss Zhu is a little too complacent." Nan Gongyi said slowly, "He is already a dying man. Mr. Zhu, there is no need to say useless words, lest someone with ulterior motives hears them and makes a fuss about them. Brother Yi is right." Zhu Kan looked around and saw that there was no one else. He raised the corner of his mouth and said, "That guy went against us. This is his retribution. Fuck." As soon as Zhu Kan finished speaking, the entire exhibition hall suddenly became lively. What the hell did I see? A miracle has happened. The sudden boiling sound made Zhu Kan and Nan Gongyi stunned. The two of them hurriedly looked at the projection screen. Upon seeing this, their pupils contracted and they were dumbfounded. Above the Magic City airport, the plane suddenly spun 360 degrees like a drum when it was 1,000 meters above the runway. Due to the force of rotation, the plane falls faster. The plane was about to crash into the ground. The nose of the plane actually pulled up to 90 degrees. As the nose pulled up, the tires came into contact with the runway and rubbed against it at a high speed. The horrible inertia made it impossible for the plane to stop. Just as the plane was about to hit the runway, the nose pulled up again, but this time the angle was greater. At the same time, the plane left the runway, circled several hundred meters in the air, and tried to land again. Boom! The jet device was completely shut down, and the aircraft tires came into contact with the runway. Without power and terrifying inertia, the aircraft slid smoothly for a few meters and then stopped. Silence. Whether it is on site or in major live broadcast rooms across the entire network, all was silent. It was not until the plane door was opened and a series of embarrassed figures fled out of the plane that everyone came to their senses. Hurry and save them. The leaders of various departments roared loudly. Medical staff, uncles in hats, firefighters, all ran desperately towards the plane. Members of all major media outlets also followed suit immediately. Inside the tower, Wu Gang sat on the chair exhausted. It's a miracle. It's simply a miracle. Quick, go meet our hero. Zhao Yueguang breathed a sigh of relief and said, "He saved more than 100 passengers on the plane by himself." The captain of Shancheng. "Oh, I survived." On the runway, the surviving passengers vomited uncontrollably. Although they saved their lives this time, the experience during this period was enough to leave them with a psychological trauma about airplanes. Where's the hero? Has the hero come out? Thanks to the heroes this time, we were able to reach the ground alive. Having said that, didn't the hero fly a fighter jet before? This is too exciting. I was scared to death. P.S. The plot of the novel is purely fictional. Under the burning gazes of the crowd, a figure appeared at the plane door. Lumu was seen carrying the unconscious Li Yong in one hand while talking on the phone. "Sister Yen Ran, don't worry, I'm fine. Don't cry, Xiao Xiao, I'm still alive. And wasn't my move cool?" Lumu called all the women who cared about him to let them know he was safe. After doing all this, he looked at the people on the track. However, everyone was looking at him in amazement. Wait, isn't that Captain Li Yong that young man is carrying on his shoulders? Why is Captain Li unconscious? Who was flying the plane just now? Could it be the co-pilot? A series of doubtful voices were heard. For some people who don't understand the situation, the scene before their eyes is incomprehensible. "Thank you, little hero." An old man suddenly knelt in front of Lu Mu. Following the old man's lead, other passengers, regardless of gender, age or status, also knelt down towards Lu Mu. If it weren't for Lu Mu, they would have become corpses long ago. It is not an exaggeration to say that Lu Mu is their adoptive parent. Therefore, they were willing to kneel down to Lu Mu. Could it be that this young man is the one flying the plane? This is too incredible. What are you doing? Looking at the people kneeling down to him, Lu Mu said with a face that was neither funny nor sad. He really saved everyone. But in that situation, he had no choice but to save her. If he is not saved, he will die too. Mr. Lu. Zhao Yueguang and Wu Gang walked out of the crowd. After seeing Lu Mu's appearance clearly, a trace of fear flashed in Zhao Yueguang's eyes. He knew Lu Mu's identity. Lu Mu is the largest shareholder of Phoenix Automobile in Shanghai. There is also Fanqing Entertainment in Shanghai, and Lu Mu is also the largest shareholder. As for Kuanping Shipbuilding in Shanghai, Lu Mu is also the largest shareholder. It is no exaggeration to say that the three companies under Lu Mu have played a very important role in the development of Shanghai. If something happens to Lu Mu, these three companies will be affected to a certain extent, which will indirectly affect the economy of Shanghai. Mayor Zhao, you're just in time. Lu Mu looked at Zhao Yueguang and said, "My Phoenix Automobile is holding a new car launch today. I have to rush over now. I'll leave this to you. And I'll leave this man to you as well." Lu Mu put Li Yong on the stretcher brought by the medical staff and said, "His carotid artery was cut by the glass. Although I have stopped the bleeding, he must be treated as soon as possible, otherwise his life will be in danger if it is too late." Although he had never met Zhao Yueguang, he had Zhao Yueguang's information and contact number. And these things come with the system rewards. For example, if the system rewards a company, then the personal information of the person in charge and senior executives of the company will be sent to his mobile phone. If the market value of the rewarded company is high enough, then the personal information and contact numbers of various leaders in the company's location will also be given to him. Then Mr. Lu, please go and get busy first. Zhao Yueguang thought for a moment and said, "When you are done, I will commend you on behalf of the government for your rescue action." Good. Lu Mu smiled and nodded. Although he had no interest in the reward, he still had to give face to the officials and Zhao Yueguang. Wait until Lu Mu leaves. Wu Gang led the staff to check the condition of the aircraft. When Wu Gang saw the shattered glass in the cockpit, he asked in a trembling voice, "How on earth did he do that?" Wu Gang himself is a retired fighter pilot, so he can see better how bad Lu Mu's driving environment is. Being at high altitude, all the cockpit glass was shattered, which meant that Lu Mu would be affected by atmospheric pressure and cold air at all times. In addition, there were problems with the aircraft's power unit and the aircraft's terrifying inertia as it fell. If it were him, he would definitely not be able to control the plane to land safely. But Lu Mu not only managed to land the plane smoothly, he also acted as if nothing had happened. His eyes looked at Lu Mu, who was walking away. He walked with the gait of a dragon and a tiger, full of energy, and did not look like someone who had experienced death at all. Then think about what Lu Mu had just done. Cobra maneuver. Bell maneuver. Roller. They are all high-difficulty flying stunts. Could this young man be the descendant of some military leader? Wu Gang couldn't help but guess Lu Mu's background. After all, it is impossible for ordinary people to possess such superb aircraft flying skills. Automobile Expo Center. Everyone was cheering for Shancheng 8668's successful landing. However, Nangong Yi and Xu Kong, who were standing behind the booth, looked as ugly as if they had eaten shit. It must be fake. Xu Kang's mouth twitched and he said in a hoarse voice, "Is that guy a coward? He won't die." Nangong Yi didn't say anything when he heard this, but his brows were furrowed. He didn't expect Lu Mu to survive. He didn't expect that Lu Mu could fly a plane. At the same time, he had a bad feeling in his heart. That's amazing. That guy saved all the people on the plane by himself. What big brother? That's Mr. Lu. I just saw the video of Mr. Lu jumping into the river to save people yesterday, but today Mr. Lu saved more than 100 people. He is simply a hero of the time. Phoenix Car is actually Mr. Lu's company. I have to buy a Phoenix car to support Mr. Lu no matter what. I agree and must support it. Su Yao stood at the booth.
Listening to the discussions of the people in the audience, he frowned.
Everyone, let's continue the press conference.
Suyao calmed down and said, in addition to the super long battery life, unmanned driving and unlimited fast charging mentioned earlier, Phylon Automobile also has functions such as intelligent safety system and intelligent interconnection. Suyao kept explaining the selling points of Phylon Automobile.
And everyone's attention was gradually attracted by Suyao. Next, let us witness our country's first new energy vehicle, Phylon.
Suyao raised her voice, and became a little excited. As Suyao finished speaking, the door behind the booth opened, and under the light, a gray-silver car slowly drove in. The car body is very smooth, the headlights look majestic and sharp, and with the golden dragon icon on the front of the car, the whole car is both stylish and full of charm.
So handsome. Look, there's no one in the driver's seat. It's really unmanned.
Love it, this is my dream car, on site.
Online. Everyone was amazed by Phylon's good looks and driverless technology.
For a time, the popularity of Phylon Automobile rose again.
See this scene.
Suyao showed a confident smile on her face.
Shanghai Auto Expo Center. When Lumu arrived here,
the hall was already full of people.
Here comes Mr. Lu, the great hero. Someone shouted. Suddenly everyone walked towards Lumu excitedly. Mr. Lu, you are so handsome. Even I, a man, love you to death. Mr. Lu, I've been your fan for 8 years. Mr. Lu, what does it feel like to fly a plane?
Looking at the enthusiastic crowd, Lumu was a little amused and helpless for a moment.
He really wasn't used to this feeling.
Fortunately, security personnel arrived in time and the situation was brought under control.
Thank you very much for your likes. Lumu walked towards the booth and said, I'm just an ordinary businessman, not a hero. I want you to like my company's products more than I want you to like me.
Mr. Lu, don't worry, as long as it's your company's product, we guarantee support.
That's right, Mr. Lu, aren't you going to hold a press conference for the new Phoenix car? I'll buy one later. Everyone's enthusiasm for Lumu remained unabated.
And if you look closely, you will find that Lumu's fans are basically all men. Seeing this, Lumu looked at the time. At this time, half an hour had passed since the new car launch.
Mr. Lu, you are here.
A middle-aged man in a short-sleeved shirt came up to Lumu.
The middle-aged man is named Guo Tao, the person in charge of Phoenix Automobile. Well, let's get started. Lumu said.
Okay, I'll get ready.
Guo Tao nodded and walked quickly towards the booth. Everyone has been waiting here for some time.
I will just talk about the key points of this press conference.
Lumu walked up to the booth and said, the new car released by our company this time is still a gasoline car, divided into 3 versions, namely the regular version, the flagship version, and the luxury version. In terms of price, the standard version has a suggested retail price of 126,666, the flagship version has a suggested retail price of 199,999, and the deluxe version has a suggested retail price of 268,888. As soon as Lumu finished speaking, the configurations of various versions of the car models appeared on the large screen behind the booth. However, after reading the configuration, everyone fell silent. It's not that they were not satisfied with the configuration and price, but that they had watched Feilong's press conference before. Add to that rising oil prices and people's love of new and novel things. Between the Phoenix and the Flying Dragon, they are more inclined towards the Flying Dragon. The price of Phylon cars has been announced. There are also 3 versions. The regular version is priced at 266,666, which is a full 140,000 more expensive than the Phoenix car. It's not that much more expensive. Mr. Su said that within half a year, there will be a 50,000 yuan discount on the purchase of Phylon cars. The regular version is actually only 90,000 yuan more expensive than the Phoenix car. 90,000 yuan is not unacceptable. After all, a Phylon car only costs a few dozen yuan to charge once, but it can run 1,000 kilometers. With today's oil prices, a Phoenix car will cost at least 500 or 600 yuan per gas tank,
and it may not even run 1,000 kilometers.
What's more, the Phylong car is a new energy car with various advanced technologies.
Listening to the discussions of the crowd, Lu Mu's face remained very calm.
This was what he expected. The reason why he did not launch new energy vehicles.
In addition to the fact that Phoenix new energy vehicles are still in production, the main reason is that he wants Su Yao to suffer even greater losses.
If he launches a black tech new energy vehicle right away, it will be a dimensionality reduction blow to Su Yao's Phylong automobile. As long as Su Yao is not stupid, she will stop the loss in time and stop the Phylong automobile project.
By then, although Lu Mu can make a lot of money, Su Yao will not lose much money. Even because of Nan Gongyi and Xu Kang's investment, Su Yao was able to get out of the situation unscathed. He first used oil trucks to compete with Su Yao's Phylong automobile, causing Su Yao to invest a large amount of money in Phylong automobile. When Su Yao is deeply involved, he will launch new energy vehicles to put an end to this competition. He read the private files of Longting Group rewarded by the system. He knew the current situation of Longting Group very well.
The Longting Group is now under great financial pressure. As long as Su Yao invests a large amount of money in Phylong automobile and fails, the Longting Group will not be far from bankruptcy.
Thinking of this, Lu Mu said slowly, "The price I just mentioned is the suggested retail price of the car. On the basis of the suggested retail price, our company has also launched a limited-time discount event and a limited-time free refueling event.
The limited-time promotion will last for half a year.
Within half a year, customers who purchase Phoenix cars will receive a discount of 50,000 yuan, regardless of the model. For all new Phoenix cars, you can refuel once a day at Wutong gas station for free, also for a limited time of 6 months."
What?
As soon as Lu Mu finished speaking, everyone was completely excited.
50,000 in discounts, free gas, are you kidding me?
Even if we spend 500 yuan a day on gas, that's 15,000 yuan a month, 90,000 yuan in half a year, plus the 50,000 yuan discount, that's equivalent to a subsidy of 140,000 yuan for us, and the regular version of the Phoenix car is only 126,666 yuan, isn't it like giving it away for free?
Fuck, Mr. Lu is so generous. After this calculation, everyone couldn't sit still. New energy vehicles are good, but they are not as good as Lu Mu's free gifts. P.S. Please give me a free gift, urge me to update more, and give me a 5-star review. Afraid it won't work backstage of Shancheng Automobile Expo Center. Su Yao finished the press conference and was talking with Nan Gongyi and Zhu Kang. "Boss Su, congratulations, the press conference was a complete success. You have to treat us tonight to celebrate,"
Zhu Kang said with a smile on his face.
Thanks to Phylong's various advanced technologies, this press conference received a huge response both on site and online.
After the press conference, people lined up to place orders, and the Phylong car purchase official website was completely packed.
Now is not the time to celebrate.
Su Yao took a sip of water and said, "If nothing unexpected happens, other automobile companies will launch new energy vehicles one after another. We must occupy the market share before other companies."
"Boss Su, something happened."
As soon as Su Yao finished speaking, a staff member rushed over and said, "Customers are starting to cancel orders on a large scale."
"What?" Su Yao's face changed drastically and asked, "What's the reason for canceling the order?" It's Phoenix car."
The staff member said cautiously, "Customers have all gone to buy Phoenix cars."
"Impossible." Su Yao said with an unpleasant expression, "Since the customer has placed an order with us, how could he cancel the order and go to buy Phoenix? There must be other reasons." Su Yao would never believe that Phylong would lose to Fenghuang. Not to mention that Phylong is a groundbreaking product, its price is not much more expensive than Phoenix.
Since the customer has placed an order with Phylong, it proves that he approves of Phylong. She can understand if a few customers cancel their orders, but if a large number of customers cancel their orders, there must be some problem.
Because Phoenix cars are free. The staff member said, "The owner of Phoenix Auto has launched a limited-time discount promotion and a limited-time free refueling promotion.
Within 6 months, you can enjoy a 50,000 yuan discount on the purchase of a Phoenix car, and during this period, you can get 1 free gas fill-up per day if you drive a new Phoenix car to Wutong gas station." As the staff spoke, they paid attention to Su Yao's expression.
Seeing Su Yao shaking with anger, he immediately swallowed his saliva.
If he were in my shoes, he would also choose to buy a Phoenix car. As a cross-era product, Phylong is indeed very attractive to people who like cars. Rich people may not be interested in the discounts offered by Phoenix cars and choose to buy Phylong cars. But after all, there are still more ordinary people in this world. When ordinary people buy a car, they consider the economic situation more. The free gift of Phoenix cars is something that ordinary people cannot refuse no matter what. Nonsense. Shu Kong glared at the staff and said, "Who does that guy think he is? Why should the gas station listen to him? Wutong gas station is a private gas station." Nangong Yi frowned and said, "It is very likely that Wutong gas station is also that guy's business. Boss Yi, in this situation, what do you think we should do?" Su Yao tried to calm down and asked Nangong Yi for his opinion. "Two options." Nangong Yi said slowly, "The first way is to increase the discount and compete with the other party. The second method is to prevent the other party from launching free refueling activities." "What does Night Boss mean?" Su Yao frowned and thought of something. "Mr. Su, you can contact your friend." Nangong Yi said meaningfully, "If he can give you a notice of oil price increase, then he should be able to cut off the gasoline supply source of Wutong gas station. And without gasoline supply at the Wutong gas station, the free gas event has become a joke."
"I see."
Su Yao took a deep breath, took out her cell phone and made a call.
The call is connected.
A magnetic voice came from the other side.
"I already know what happened.
I just asked someone to investigate Wutong gas station.
The boss behind it is indeed Lu Mu. Can you cut off the gasoline supply to the Sycamore gas station?"
Su Yao said in a serious tone.
"I'm afraid not."
The voice of the person on the other side also became solemn. The investigation results showed that after Lu Mu became the owner of Wutong gas station cancelled its cooperation with domestic gasoline suppliers.
"What's the meaning?" Su Yao's pupils contracted, and her breathing became rapid. Could it be that the gasoline that Wutong refueled and came from abroad? To be precise, it's crude oil.
Recently, a batch of crude oil from Camel Country entered the country, and eventually this batch of crude oil entered the exclusive refinery of Wutong gas station, crude.
Su Yao couldn't help but tighten her hand around the phone.
She had long guessed that the forces behind Lu Mu were engaged in the energy industry. After all, Lu Mu's cash flow is terrifying. Looking around the world, energy-related companies definitely have the most cash flow.
You don't have to worry.
Phoenix Auto is a petrol car after all, and it is not on the same track as Phylong. What you need to do now is to stabilize the situation and grab as much market share of new energy vehicles as possible.
I'll have someone transfer some money to you later. Just go ahead and do whatever you want to do. Besides, I'll be meeting that guy in person."
The person on the other side raised his voice a few notches.
There was no emotion in his tone. "I see."
Su Yao's eyes became firm again and she said, "I will never lose this time."
The Bund in Magic City.
New Source Group. As a local enterprise in Shanghai, even the locals in Shanghai are not familiar with Xinyuan Group. All we know is that this group is very rich and can build a landmark building in the most prosperous area of Shanghai.
In the conference room of Xinyuan Group,
a young man stood in front of the French window. From his position, he could clearly see the Oriental Pearl Tower across the river.
The young man's name is Gongsun Jia, the chairman of Xinyuan Group.
The Gongsun family he belongs to is one of the 5 great families.
Chess pieces? Gongsun Jia frowned and said, "It seems that no force can create such a perfect chess piece."
Kakadar, Galleg, oil fields with a total value of 1.5 trillion.
Gongsun Jia took a deep breath and said, "Interesting, really interesting."
Gongsun Jia turned around and sat back in his office chair, picked up his cell phone and made a call.
"Hello, Mayor Hu, I would like to trouble you to invite someone for me. After the press conference."
Lu Mu just left the car showroom.
Suddenly I received a call from Hu Yueguang. Hu Yueguang first showed some concern for him and told him about the award.
The government awarded him the title of Heroic Entrepreneur, and the aviation department rewarded him with 10 million in cash. Lu Mu was not very interested in this. Boss Lu, in addition to the award, someone asked me to invite you to attend a banquet to be held in the Imperial Palace tonight.
Oh? Lu Mu thought, I wonder who invited me. Chairman of Xin Yuan Group, Gong Sun Jia. Hu Yueguang said, Mr. Lu, you should be aware of the other party's identity. They invited you because they want to cooperate with you. As for whether to go or not, it's up to you to decide. Okay, I understand. Lu Mu hung up the phone and his expression became serious. Gong Sun Jia, he had never heard of this name. He had never heard of Xin Yuan Group. After searching for relevant information on the internet, he only got one useful information. That is, Xin Yuan Group is a local enterprise in Shanghai, with businesses covering multiple fields, including the energy industry. Xin Yuan Group is known as the largest private oil company in Longhua. Could it be because of the free refueling event? Lu Mu pondered for a moment and decided to meet the other party. Gongsun Brothers and Sisters Imperial Palace. Located on Tingfeng Mountain behind the commercial district of Shanghai. On the road leading to the top of the mountain. From time to time you can see a luxury car passing by. Mr. He, are we going to the Imperial Palace? A Bugatti gets in. A woman with delicate features and noble temperament said with a look of surprise. The woman's name is Wang Yuga, a rising queen of the Dragon Kingdom music scene. With her outstanding looks and unique voice, Wang Yuga became an internet sensation as soon as she debuted. Sitting in the driver's seat was a handsome young man. The young man has short hair and looks very unruly. The young man's name is He Sen, the second largest real estate developer in Longhua and the general manager of Xin Yuan Group. As for the chairman of Xin Yuan Group, it is his father He Dalan. With his handsome looks and wealthy background, He Sen is also called the national husband by netizens online. Countless women dream of marrying He Senior. Mr. He, is your family in the Imperial Palace? Wang Yuga's eyes lit up. Although she is a queen of pop, she doesn't know much about the Imperial Palace. All we know is that there is a mysterious big shot living in the Imperial Palace. The reason why the Imperial Palace is called the Imperial Palace is because its luxury is comparable to that of ancient imperial palaces, and its construction cost alone is as high as billions. But she had only heard about all this. So far, no pictures of the Imperial Palace have appeared on the internet. You think too highly of me. He said with a serious expression, although I have some worth, it is nothing compared to the one in the Imperial Palace. If it weren't for the invitation from the palace master, even I wouldn't be able to reach the top of the mountain. Mr. He, you are too modest. Wang Yuga's eyes were filled with shock. She knew He Sen's identity, the future heir of Xin Yuan Group. As the second largest real estate company in China, Xin Yuan Group's market value is not as high as Longtum Group's, but it has also reached 1 trillion yuan. If He Sen, who is worth trillions of dollars, can't get to the top of the mountain, then she can't imagine who else can go up there. Humble? He Sen's expression became more serious, but he did not explain. Although Wang Yuga is a popular diva, she is still very far away from his circle. Even the celebrities in the entire entertainment industry are just a group of actors in the eyes of people in his circle. As long as they want, they can make a popular star disappear from the public eye at any time. A few minutes later, the Bugatti drove onto the mountaintop road. He Sen subconsciously slowed down the car and looked very cautious. Wang Yuga remained curious throughout the whole process. Wait until the Bugatti gets closer and closer to the top of the mountain. A magnificent golden door suddenly appeared in front of us. On both sides of the gate are walls made of white jade. The walls are nearly 10 meters high and extend to both sides, stretching as far as the eye can see. Seeing this scene, Wang Yuga was so shocked that her mouth opened wide. Hello, please show me your invitation. While Wang Yuga was shocked, a uniformed security guard came to the Bugatti. Upon hearing this, He Sen handed a red invitation with gold edges to the security guard. The security guard took the invitation, looked at it, and let He Sen pass. At the same time, A phoenix car drove slowly towards us. "Hello, please show me your invitation." The security guard walked up to the phoenix car. A calm voice sounded. He-sin, who was about to leave, was immediately attracted. When he looked back, he saw a handsome young man sitting in the driver's seat of the phoenix car. The young man looked younger than him, exuding laziness, but his eyes were bright and sharp. "It's Mr. Liu!" Wang Yuga exclaimed. "Mr. He, I'm a fan of Mr. Liu. Can I go down and ask Mr. Liu for an autograph? What do you think?" He-sin glared at Wang Yuga, then quietly watched the situation over at Lu Mu's end. As for Lu Mu, he had also seen him on the internet. And he also heard about some conflicts between Lu Mu and Su Yao. "Sir, what should I call you?" The security guard was very polite. There was no ridicule towards Lu Mu because he did not have an invitation. Lu Mu. It turns out to be Mr. Liu. The security guard smiled and said, "I'm sorry, Mr. Liu, for taking up your time. My young master said that you are his distinguished guest and you can come in directly without an invitation." As the security guard spoke, he opened the door completely and said, "Mr. Liu, please come in." Lu Mu nodded and drove into the imperial palace. But he was even more confused about the purpose of Gongsunja's invitation. Judging from the security guard's attitude towards him, it was obvious that Gongsunja had given him special instructions. If Gongsunja had any ill will towards him, there seemed no need for the security guards to be so respectful to him. "Mr. He, how come Mr. Liu can enter the imperial palace without an invitation?" Looking at the rear of the phoenix car, Wang Yuga swallowed and asked, "What is Mr. Liu's background?" "Don't ask questions you shouldn't ask." He-sin took a deep breath, but his heart was not calm. He was not clear about Lu Mu's background. He only knew that Lu Mu was the owner of Phoenix Automobile in Shancheng Baiyun Street. But it is not difficult to see from what the security guard said that Lu Mu's background is definitely not simple. Otherwise, Lu Mu would not have been able to become the honored guest of the owner of the imperial palace. Thinking of this, He-sin began to think about how to make friends with Lu Mu later. After passing through the gate, Lu Mu continued driving for nearly 10 minutes. After passing through a forest, Lu Mu's vision became wider. What comes into view is a huge castle. The castle covers a very large area, and around it is a golf course that stretches as far as the eye can see. No wonder it's called the Imperial Palace. Lu Mu looked around. Compared to his manor in Mingyue Mountain, the Imperial Palace was even larger and more luxurious. Not to mention the walls built of white jade and the gates made of pure gold. Even the plants and every stone inside are worth a lot of money. The plants are all precious species, and the stones include natural agate, strange stones, and so on. If that castle was replaced by a palace, I'm afraid the ancient imperial palace would be no more than this. From this we can see how terrifying the financial resources of the owner of the imperial palace are. At the castle gate, Gongsunja and a young girl were waiting for something. "Brother, what kind of guest is worthy of you coming out to greet him in person?" the girl said with curiosity on her face. "Not a guest, but an enemy," Gongsunja said calmly. "Enemy?" The girl was stunned when she heard this, and frowned. "Brother, why did you invite the enemy to the banquet? And since he is an enemy, you should not come out to greet him in person. This enemy is very special." Gongsunja raised his lips and said, "Before the banquet, he was our enemy, but after the banquet, he will be our friend." After hearing this, the girl did not ask any more questions, but showed a thoughtful expression. Just at this moment, Lu Mu drove slowly towards them. When Lu Mu stopped the car, Gongsunja took the initiative to greet him. Seeing this, the girl followed him. "Boss Lu, welcome to the Imperial Palace," Gongsunja said with a smile. Lu Mu got out of the car, stared at Gongsunja for a few seconds, and then said, "It seems that we don't know each other?" After Lu Mu finished speaking, the air became silent. The girl looked at Lu Mu with even more curiosity. "Let me introduce myself. My name is Gongsunja, and this is my sister, Gongsun Linglong." Gongsunja came back to his senses and said with a smile, "Before this, Mr. Lu really didn't know us, but it's not too late to know us now. What is your relationship with Su Yao? Lumu went straight to the point.
The reason he came to the banquet was just to confirm one thing. That is, whether the person behind Su Yao and even the Longting group is Gong Sunja. Boss Su and I have a cooperative relationship. Gong Sunja narrowed his eyes slightly and said, Boss Lu, you can also understand that Longting group was supported by my Gongsun family. P.S. Please give me a free gift, please urge me to update more, and please give me a 5-star review.
Happy Chinese New Year everyone.
It is true. Lumu frowned when he heard this. He had already guessed about this result. The online introduction about Su Nantian says that he started from scratch and is a business tycoon. At first, he also thought that Su Nantian was really a legendary figure as what was said on the internet. He built the trillion-dollar business empire of Longting Group on his own. But what he experienced during this period made him understand one thing: there is a limit to the wealth that a person without a background can earn. Even if it's him. If he didn't have the system, then facing the attacks from various forces, he would have no chance of surviving. People like Gong Sunja and Nangang Yi, who have powerful backgrounds, can cause a company worth tens of billions or even hundreds of billions to face bankruptcy with just a flick of their fingers. At the same time, he also gained a new understanding of Gong Sunja's background. Being able to support a trillion-dollar group like Longting Group, the power of the forces behind Gong Sunju is so terrifying that it cannot be described. According to what you said, Longting Group was supported by your Gongsun family, so I should be considered your enemy. Coming back to his senses, Lumu looked at Gongsun Jidao. Mr. Lu, after all, we are all businessmen.
Since you are a businessman, you are naturally after profit. Being enemies is not good for you or me. Since there is no benefit, why should we be enemies instead of friends?
Gongsunja had a confident smile on his face from beginning to end. In his opinion, since Lumu came to the imperial palace, he was trying to show goodwill to him. As long as Lumu is a smart person, he will naturally know what to choose.
Forget about friends, we are not the same kind of people.
Lumu regained his composure and said, I have something else to do, so I'll take my leave now. Lumu said this and was about to get back into the car. Mr. Lu, I advise you to think it over carefully. Gongsunja raised his voice and said, it's better to have one more friend than one more enemy. Besides, not everyone is qualified to be a friend of my Gongsun family.
Gongsunja's eyes became a little colder, and his words revealed a threat. Master Zhe, long time no see. Just then, He-sen and Wan Yuga came quickly over.
He-sen was shocked when he glanced at Phoenix Car and Lumu. You know, all of these guests parked their cars in the parking area, and no one ever dared to drive to the castle gate. Facing He-sen, Gongsunja just responded casually without even looking at his senator in response. He-sen still had to greet it with a smile.
See this scene. Wan Yuga, who was standing by, didn't dare to breathe, for fear of angering Gongsunja.
I don't mind being your Gongsun family's enemy.
Lumu didn't take Gongsunja's threats seriously at all.
He wants to bankrupt the Longtum group, so he and the Gongsun family are destined to be enemies. Unless the Gongsun family is willing to give up the Longtum group. But this is obviously impossible. So there was no need for him to be polite to Gongsunja. As Lumu finished speaking, the atmosphere became very depressing. He-sen was so shocked that his mouth opened wide.
What's going on? Isn't this person Mr. Zhe's distinguished guest? But what did he mean by that?
Ah, very good. Gongsunja and Lumu looked at each other and said in a cold voice, then let's wait and see. I want to see how capable you are to dare not take my Gongsun family seriously. Upon hearing this, Lumu was too lazy to talk nonsense with Gongsunja and drove away directly. When the Phoenix car completely disappeared from sight, a murderous look flashed in Gongsunja's eyes. After leaving the imperial palace, Lumu drove towards the foot of the mountain. Just as Lumu passed a bend, a truck suddenly came towards him. Lumu instinctively turned the steering wheel. With his master-level driving skills, he steered the Phoenix car past the truck.
Just when Lumu thought it was just an accident.
But he saw the truck turn around and rush towards him rapidly. At the same time, a truck appeared again from the bend and hit him. Faced with the two trucks in front and behind, Lumu had no time to think. He hurriedly opened the car door and rolled towards the grass beside the road.
Bang! There was a loud bang.
The Phoenix car was hit by two trucks and turned into a pile of scrap metal.
Lumu stood up from the grass with an extremely ugly look on his face. Murder! Lumu tried hard to calm down.
He looked towards the driving seats of the two trucks. Two figures wearing strange red masks got out of the car. In each of their hands, they held an iron rod.
Gongsun-je!
A rage burned in Lumu's heart, and his eyes were extremely cold. At this juncture, he couldn't think of anyone else who wanted to kill him except Gongsun-je.
Two masked men kept approaching Lumu. Neither of them spoke.
The moment they approached Lumu, they swung their iron rods and hit Lumu's head.
Facing the attacks from two people.
However, Lumu showed no sign of dodging.
He was wondering whether to kill the two people or to cripple the two people.
The intelligent micro-robot has sensed the hostility of the two people. As long as he wants, the intelligent micro-robot can release laser beams to kill the two people at any time.
But killing two people will inevitably lead to police investigation.
Just as Lumu was thinking, the iron rod had already reached his head. Seeing this, Lumu dodged the attack of the iron rod by leaning sideways, and then kicked one of the masked men to the ground with a whip kick.
Inside the Imperial Palace. The banquet has been held.
Celebrities and dignitaries gathered here, with elegant smiles on their faces.
Located in the corner of the hall, Shangguan Liuli stood with a burly man. During this period, people kept coming to greet the two of them.
"Brother, I'm so bored.
I want to go back."
Shangguan Liuli took a bite of the snack on the table and said, "Don't invite me to the banquet next time. I am not interested in this kind of occasion."
"Do you think I'm interested in this kind of occasion?"
"But as members of the Shangguan family, we must interact with others and cannot just live in our own world." The man took a sip of the red wine on the table and frowned, saying, "Gongsun-je is such a jerk. He held a banquet and prepared only women's wine."
"Brother Woody, I don't like what you said."
Gongsun-je walked towards Shangguan Woody with a bottle of unlabeled liquor in his hand and said, "I know you like to drink liquor, Brother Woody, so I prepared this especially for you."
"Well, this wine is good." Shangguan Woody took the bottle and took a sip, and his face turned red instantly.
"As long as Brother Woody likes it." Gongsun-je smiled and said, "I heard that Brother Woody has been abroad recently.
I guess it must be very hard for him, right?"
"Good."
Shangguan Woody laughed and said, "You are really good. Where did you get such good wine?"
"If you like it, Brother Woody, I'll have someone prepare some for you later."
"Then forget it."
Shangguan Woody sat on a chair nearby, crossed his legs and said, "Although this wine is good, I never take other people's things for free."
"Brother Woody, you are joking. It's just a few bottles of liquor. It's not worth much." Shangguan Woody did not respond to Gongsun-je after hearing this.
As for whether the wine was ordinary liquor, he knew it well.
"By the way, I heard that your Longting group was targeted by someone, right?" Shangguan Woody asked.
"Brother Woody, you must have remembered it wrongly." Gongsun-je said, "The boss of Longting group is Su Nantian, and he has nothing to do with my family."
"Don't give me that."
Shangguan Woody rolled his eyes at Gongsun-je and said, "Su Nantian is indeed a great figure, but without your Gongsun family, his Longting group would not be so large. Besides, we all know what's going on in this circle, so there's no need to hide it."
"Ha, Brother Woody is still as direct as ever." Gongsun-je laughed and said, "It's just that Longting group has nothing to do with my family." Bang!
As soon as Gongsun-je finished speaking, the door of the banquet hall was suddenly kicked open. Suddenly everyone's eyes turned towards the gate.
"It's him!" Shangguan Liuli's eyes lit up and she instantly became energetic. Only the gate can be seen.
Lumu carried two men on his shoulders and swept the hall with a cold gaze. When he saw Gongsun-je's figure, Lumu began to walk towards Gongsun-je.
"Who is this person? Why haven't I seen him before?"
"Since he can enter the Imperial Palace, he must be an invited guest like us."
"Why is he carrying two people on his shoulders?" Everyone was talking about it, looking at Lu Mu. Bang! You are quite cruel, bastard. Lu Mu threw the two unconscious men on his shoulders in front of Gong Sunja and slapped Gong Sunja directly in the face. Bang! The crisp sound echoed throughout the hall. The enormous force knocked Gong Sunja to the ground. The sudden scene not only made Gong Sunja fail to react, but everyone present was also unable to react. Master Zhe, are you okay? When everyone came to their senses, several men in gorgeous clothes hurriedly ran towards Gong Sunja and helped him up. Boy, you're so big, bang. One of the men was about to scold Lu Mu, but Lu Mu slapped him in the face, shutting him up. You have no right to speak here. Lu Mu glanced at the man coldly, then continued walking towards Gong Sunja. Lu Mu. Gong Sunja covered his face with his hands and said in a cold voice, "You will pay a heavy price for your stupid actions." The price, huh? Lu Mu grabbed Gong Sunja by the collar and no matter how he struggled, it was useless. Next, I will let you know what the price is. As soon as Lu Mu finished speaking, he started slapping Gong Sunja continuously. Pop pop pop. The crisp sound of slaps continued to ring out, and everyone gasped in fear, not daring to step forward to stop Lu Mu. Stop. Gong Sun Linglong changed into her dress and entered the hall, only to see Lu Mu slapping Gong Sunja wildly. How dare this guy? Gong Sun Linglong felt a surge of anger in her heart and walked quickly towards Lu Mu. Let my brother go. Gong Sun Linglong grabbed Lu Mu's arms with both hands, and Lu Mu immediately stopped moving. Turning his head to look at Gong Sun Linglong, Lu Mu slapped her directly in the face. Gong Sun Linglong's delicate face instantly became red and swollen. Boy, hitting a woman is too much. Shangwan Wudi stood up from his chair and reached out to grab Lu Mu. However, what greeted him was a slap from Lu Mu. Ha, you still want to slap me? Shangwan Wudi became interested and punched Lu Mu's palm directly. When their fists collided, Lu Mu only felt a huge force coming from Shangwan Wudi's fist, which made his expression more solemn. What's your name, kid? Shangwan Wudi looked at Lu Mu. I'm your father. Lu Mu was filled with anger at this moment. In his opinion, those who came to attend Gong Sunja's banquet must be people who were close to Gong Sunja. And those who are close to Gong Sunja are his enemies. There is no need for him to be polite to his enemies. Grass. Shangwan Wudi was stunned for a moment, and when he came to his senses, he rolled up his sleeves and attacked Lu Mu. If I don't beat you to a pulp today, I won't be called Shangwan Wudi. Just you? Lu Mu loosened Gong Sunja's collar and fought directly with Shangwan Wudi. Bang! The two men fought with fists and kicks, and after several rounds, they were evenly matched. Where did this monster come from? Lu Mu took a step back, his face extremely solemn. You know, he has the physique of a soldier king and master-level fighting skills. In terms of combat power, he has already reached the limit of human beings. But in the battle with Shangwan Wudi, he did not gain any benefit at all. Shangwan Wudi is not inferior to him in terms of physical strength or fighting skills, and even in terms of combat experience, he is enough to crush him. This kid. Shangwan Wudi stared at Lu Mu intently, and his heart was also extremely uneasy. Could it be that this guy is the same type as me? Shangwan Wudi frowned, not knowing what he was thinking about. Brother, husband, please stop fighting. Shangwan Lioli stood between Shangwan Wudi and Lu Mu and said. Good. Shangwan Wudi and Lu Mu said at the same time. The two men are almost equally strong, and it's hard to tell who will win if they fight. Moreover, Lu Mu returned just to beat Gong Sunja to vent his anger. Now that Gong Sunja had been beaten into a pig's head by him, there was no need for him to stay any longer. Wait, what did you call him? Shangwan Wudi looked at Shangwan Lioli in shock and said, Husband? When did you get married? How come I didn't know? Brother, he is Lu Mu. Shangwan Lioli said, although I have only met him once before, I have already fallen deeply in love with him. Pu Shi Nu, you are really humble. Lu Mu said speechlessly. He also just recognized Shangwan Lioli. Hubby, I'm not an ordinary woman. Shangwan Lioli said to Lu Mu coquettishly, I really like you. Oh. Lumu glanced at Shangguan Lioli indifferently, then left without looking back.
Although Shangguan Lioli was the most beautiful woman he had ever seen, it didn't mean that he couldn't walk when he saw a woman. Moreover, since Shangguan Lioli was able to attend the banquet hosted by Gongsun Zhe, her background must be complicated. There was no need for him to bring himself unnecessary trouble for a woman.
Boss Lu was such a ruthless person. Corner of the hall. He-san looked at Lu Mu's departing back with admiration.
Wherever Lu Mu passed, the crowd automatically parted and no one dared to stop Lu Mu.
Slap Gongsun Zhe and his sister.
He was not at a disadvantage in the fight with Shangguan Wudi.
Called husband by Shangguan Lioli.
Every one of these things, once spread, is enough to cause an earthquake in the circle.
Brother, are you okay?
Gongsun Linglong covered her cheeks with her hands, tears welling up in her eyes as she said, "Let's call the police."
Need not. Gongsun Zhe said in a hoarse voice, "I will make him pay the price."
Brother Zhe, please give me some face and let's forget about this matter.
Shangguan Wudi suddenly spoke. Brother Wudi, are you kidding me? Gongsun Zhe's eyes were cold as he asked, "If it were you, would you let it go?"
"If it were me, I wouldn't have the idea of taking someone's life."
Shangguan Wudi glanced at the two people lying unconscious on the ground and said meaningfully.
Gongsun Zhe frowned when he heard this, but did not reply.
Take good care of your injuries. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. Shangguan Wudi patted Gongsun Zhe on the shoulder, then left the banquet hall with Shangguan Lioli. Forget it? After Shangguan Wudi and his sister left, Gongsun Zhe said madly, "Once he dies, this matter will be over."
Shanchang Longtung Hotel. Suya was soaking in the bathtub, her perfect body looming in the mist.
Buzz, the cell phone placed next to the bathtub, suddenly vibrated. Suya took the phone and took a look.
It turned out to be a call from Gongsun Zhe. The call was connected, and Gongsun Zhe's slightly hoarse voice came from the other end.
I have transferred the money to you. You can increase the discounts for Phylon Automobile.
Even if it means losing money, you must seize market share. Also, I have a way to prevent Phoenix Auto's free refueling event from going ahead.
What is the solution? Su Yao asked.
That guy's crude oil comes from abroad, and the main way for foreign crude oil to reach our country is by sea. I have already investigated and found out that the company responsible for transporting the crude oil for that guy is Kuanping Group. I will contact the boss of Kuanping Group and ask him to stop cooperating with that guy.
Okay, I understand. Su Yao's eyes lit up. Hang up the phone. Su Yao logged into her account to check her balance.
When she saw the amount of money transferred by Gongsun Zhe, she was shocked.
100 billion. Su Yao frowned and said, "Why would he transfer so much money?"
What Su Yao didn't know was that Gongsun Zhe was originally only going to transfer 10 billion to her, but after the banquet incident, Gongsun Zhe was eager to take revenge on Lu Mu. Therefore, Gongsun Zhe directly increased the transfer amount tenfold.
In addition to helping Phylon seize market share, it was also to allow Phylon to completely defeat Fengwon. Look at the balance on the card.
In addition to the 100 billion transferred by Gongsun Zhe, there are also, but Su Yao had no intention of touching the money. Instead, he called Su Nantian. Gongsun Zhe just transferred 100 billion to me.
I currently have a total of 220 billion. Well, it's going according to plan. P.S. Please give me a free gift, give me a 5-star review, and ask for more updates. Gongsun Zhe after leaving Tingfeng Mountain.
Lu Mu contacted Guotao, the head of Phoenix Group, and asked him to drive him a Phoenix car.
He drove to the nearest agricultural market
and bought a lot of cicadas and centipedes at the farmer's market. When passing a bridge across the river, he threw the box containing cicadas and centipedes directly into the river and used the lucky card for killing monsters that he got last time.
Not long after, system prompts began to sound in his ears. The lucky card for killing monsters has been used successfully. Within today, the value of the rewards for killing monsters will be increased. Successfully kill 1 cicada and gain money plus 1 million. Kill 10 cicadas cumulatively and gain plus 5 billion in gold.
Kill 100 cicadas cumulatively and get 10 boxes of grenades.
Kill 1000 cicadas cumulatively to obtain Grandmaster Gardening. Kill enough cicadas to complete the achievement Golden Cicada and get a Power Robot X1. Kill 1 centipede and gain money plus 999,999.
Kill 10 centipedes cumulatively and receive 100 boxes of Desert Eagle bullets. Kill 100 centipedes cumulatively and receive 2 Desert Eagle pistols. Kill 1000 centipedes cumulatively and obtain Grandmaster Fishing. Kill enough centipedes to complete the achievement Multi-Legged Centipede and get 1 Assassination Robot. Rewards have been issued. The reward introduction has been sent to the host's mobile phone. Grenade, Desert Eagle Pistol, Desert Eagle Bullet, Power Robot, Assassination Robot have been distributed to the Eye of Space.
Grandmaster level gardening integration in progress. Grandmaster Fishing is being integrated. Boom. Lumu only felt a shock in his mind.
A great deal of information about gardening and fishing was incorporated into his mind. After integrating this information, he became a master of gardening and fishing.
Come back to your senses.
Lumu was not in a hurry to check other reward information, but drove to the hotel booked for him by Guatao.
In the simple and elegant hotel suite, Lumu pulled the curtains and checked the reward information. Among them, the Desert Eagle and grenades are definitely hot weapons, needless to say. Even if he had the physique of a soldier king, he could not withstand a burst of bullets from a Desert Eagle. Not to mention grenades.
A grenade was enough to kill him.
Moreover, the system is very humane, distributing all these things into the Eye of Space.
This can also avoid a lot of trouble. But what interested him most were the power and assassination robots.
According to the system information, both power and assassination robots are humanoid robots.
They look no different from humans. Among them, the power-type robot has powerful physical defense and strength.
Its body can withstand bullets without any damage. It can easily kill an elephant with 1 punch.
As for assassination robots, they possess various abilities, agile speed, and superb assassination techniques, and can truly kill people without them being seen. Lumu's mind moved, and the space eye ring on the index finger of his left hand flashed with light. In an instant, 2 figures appeared out of nowhere in front of him. The figures were 2 men. One of them was nearly 2 meters tall, with bulging muscles all over his body, and looked very burly.
The other person was very thin and looked ordinary.
Both of them closed their eyes. Just when Lumu was about to continue looking up the information to see how to activate the 2 people, the 2 suddenly opened their eyes, and a blue light flashed in their eyes at the same time.
Oh no!
A mechanical voice came out from their mouths, and they actually knelt on one knee towards Lumu.
Good. Lumu nodded with satisfaction and gave each of them a name. The power robot is called Dolly.
The assassination robot is called Xiaohei.
Xiaohei, try to become like me.
Lumu looked at Xiaoheidao.
Yes, master.
Although Xiaohei's voice was still cold, it no longer had that mechanical feel. Xiaohei's body twisted, and in a moment, he turned into Lumu's appearance. Be it height, clothing, or even hairstyle, they are exactly the same.
Very good.
Seeing this scene, Lumu's eyes flashed with murderous intent and he said, Xiaohei, I'm giving you a task. Go to the Imperial Palace and kill Gongsunja for me.
After the banquet incident,
he and Gongsunja were at the point of a fight to the death. Gongsunja sent people to kill him as soon as he walked out of the Imperial Palace. It was enough to show that Gongsunja was a cruel and ruthless person. If there is a first murder, there must be a second, a third. Before that, all he could do was beat Gongsunja to vent his anger. After all, although he was rich, he had no way to find someone to assassinate Gongsunja.
Moreover, hiring someone to assassinate someone is not safe, as it is easy to fail. But now it's different. Xiaohei will be the best means to deal with people like Gongsunja. Isn't it an assassination?
Then let's see whose assassination method is better. And he doesn't have to worry about Xiaohei betraying him. After all, Xiaohei is a robot rewarded by the system and is absolutely loyal to him.
This alone is enough to crush the desperate criminals hired by Gong Sunja. Imperial Palace. Gong Sunja was alone in the conference room, looking very unhappy. Damn, what is the origin of that guy? Just now, Gong Sunja called the person in charge of Kuanping Group. When he proposed that the other party refused to cooperate with Wutong gas station. The other party fell into silence. In the end, he replied with words that caused huge waves in his heart. Master Zhe, you want me to stop cooperating with my boss's gas station? Does my boss know? No, that guy must disappear from this world. Gong Sunja suddenly felt uneasy. As if he had made a decision, he took out a special mobile phone from the drawer and made a call. The phone was connected and a hoarse voice came from the other end. Who do you want me to kill? Phoenix car owner, Lu Mu. Gong Sunja replied. After saying this, Gong Sunja hung up the phone without further conversation. No matter who you are, from the moment you oppose me, your fate is doomed to be death. Gong Sunja looked at the moon outside the window with extremely cold eyes. Boom boom boom. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Come in. Gong Sunja withdrew his gaze and sat back in his chair. Brother, it's so late, aren't you going to rest? Gongsun Linglong, wearing a nightgown, pushed the door open and walked in. I'm just busy. Gong Sunja closed the drawer and looked at Gongsun Linglong who was walking towards him and said, Linglong, Xiaoyu will be back in a few days. By then, before Gong Sunja finished speaking, his pupils suddenly contracted and his eyes were full of disbelief. Linglong, you, Gong Sunja lowered his head tremblingly, only to see that his heart was pierced by a dagger. Brother, have a safe journey. Gongsun Linglong's voice gradually became colder, and she increased the strength in her hand, stabbing the dagger into Gong Sunja's heart. Wait until Gong Sunja completely loses his breath. Gongsun Linglong's body twisted, then turned into Gong Sunja and left the meeting room. The next day, Lu Mu got up early in the morning. He immediately picked up his phone to check the news. When he saw one of the news, the corners of his mouth rose slightly. The master of the Imperial Palace was assassinated last night. Phylong Automobile has launched a major discount. Customers who purchase Phylong Automobile can receive a house purchase coupon worth 300,000 yuan. Phylong Automobile's orders surged. 300,000 home purchase coupons. That woman is playing with fire. I clicked on the news and took a look. The specific content is that customers who purchase Phylong cars can receive housing purchase coupons worth 300,000 yuan. But the prerequisite is that the coupons can only be used in properties developed by Longting Group. Sequencer Lu Mu knew the situation of Longting Group very well. Today, Longting Group not only owes a huge debt to the banks, but its real estate projects are also at risk of being left unfinished at any time. In other words, the customer bought a Phylong car and received a 300,000 yuan housing purchase coupon. It seemed like he made a profit, but in fact he suffered a big loss. Once a property developed by Longtung Group is left unfinished, not only will the customer be unable to take over the property, but they will also be stuck in it. After all, a house costs more than 300,000 yuan. Exit the news interface. Lu Mu took out his cell phone and called Guo Tao. Boss Lu, what can I do for you? Guo Tao's respectful voice came from the other side. What is the progress of new energy vehicles? It's almost done. If nothing goes wrong, the first Phoenix new energy vehicle will be produced this afternoon. As long as customers place orders, the factory can start large-scale shipments. Well, keep up with the progress and hold a new car launch conference directly when the time comes. Lu Mu replied. Shanchang Longtung Group branch. In the chairman's office, Su Yao and Su Nantian were talking. Father, as you guessed, after launching the 300,000 yuan home purchase coupon, Phalong's sales began to surge. In just one morning, the online orders alone have reached 10,000 vehicles. Houses and cars are the obsession of the dragon people. Su Nantian said, today's young people must have a car and a house before they can get married. Buying a Phylong car can get a 300,000 yuan housing coupon, which is equivalent to solving the housing and car problems at one time. For any family, they will not let this opportunity go. But father, if we do this, won't we suffer too much loss? Suyao said, the regular version of Filong is only priced at 266,666, and with a 300,000 yuan housing subsidy, it means that we will lose nearly 40,000 yuan for every car we sell. Loss? Su Nantian raised his lips and said, no, not only did we not lose money, but we made a lot of money. Big profit? Su Yao looked puzzled. First of all, the more orders Filong receives, the greater its market share will be. As for the 300,000 yuan housing subsidy, it can promote house sales. Even if a house costs 1 million yuan, after the coupon offsets the 300,000 yuan, the customer still needs to pay 700,000 yuan. Moreover, most of the money for real estate development is borrowed from banks, but the cash has always been in our account. We can use this cash to do more important things. Ahem. At this point, Su Nantian began to cough violently. Dad, you should go to the hospital. Su Yao hurriedly stood up and patted Su Nantian's back gently. It's useless. After the coughing stopped, Su Nantian said with a painful expression, current medical technology can't cure me. I originally thought I had another year to live, but when I went for a follow-up check yesterday, I was told that my condition had worsened and I only had less than a month left. What? Su Yao's face changed drastically when she heard this. Isn't the condition under control? How could it suddenly worsen? Etc. Su Yao thought of something and frowned. I remember when Lu Mu saw you, father, last time at the food city, he said that you only have 1 month left. Su Nantian was silent for a moment and said, that guy is full of secrets. Yes. Su Yao laughed at herself and said, I have been with him for 5 years, but I always thought he was an ordinary person. Gong Sunja's death may be related to him. Su Nantian suddenly said. That shouldn't be possible, right? Su Yao frowned and said, although Lu Mu is rich, he shouldn't dare to kill someone, right? Besides, Gong Sunja lives in the imperial palace. It's difficult for Lu Mu to even get close to him, so how could he possibly kill him? That's just my guess. Su Nantian said, but even if he is not the murderer, the Gongsun family will definitely make trouble for him. The power of the family is far more terrifying than you can imagine. Su Nantian said with a deep gaze, only by pleasing the noble family can I have a chance to survive. Check out the hotel. Lu Mu asked Dolly to drive him to the headquarters of Fanqing Entertainment. He was going to select a spokesperson for Phoenix New Energy Vehicles. And just as the Phoenix car drove out of the garage, an off-road vehicle suddenly blocked the way ahead. The door of the SUV opened and the burly Shangguan Wudi got out of the car. Seeing this, Lu Mu said, Dolly, go and have a good chat with this guy. Yes. Upon hearing this, Dolly immediately got out of the car. Big guy, I'm not looking for you. Shangguan Wudi looked at Dolly, who was even bigger than him, and said with a smile, I'm here to see your boss. The master asked me to have a good chat with you. Dolly said this and punched Shangguan Wudi. Owner? Shangguan Wudi frowned and then threw a punch. Bang! When his fist collided with Dolly's, Shangguan Wudi's face changed instantly and he took several steps back. What a great strength! Shangguan Wudi looked at Dolly in shock and said, you are also a sequencer. Dolly did not respond to Shangguan Wudi, but prepared to turn around and go back to the car. Fuck, how dare you ignore me? Shangguan Wudi's face darkened, and the strength in his body burst out completely, and he rushed towards Dolly in one step. Bang! Shangguan Wudi punched Dolly on the back with all his strength, and it felt like he had hit a piece of steel plate. His Shangguan Wudi's eyes widened and he took a breath. However, the next second, Dolly grabbed him and threw him several meters away like a chicken. Immediately afterwards, Dolly returned to the car and drove Lu Mu away. That's right, this guy is definitely a sequencer who has been injected with genetic drugs. Shangguan Wudi stood up from the ground, staring at the Phoenix car going away. What is a sequencer? In the back seat of the car, Lu Mu frowned and looked thoughtful. Of course he heard what Shangguan Wudi said. But he had never heard of the sequencer. I took out my phone and searched, but there was no relevant information. Etc. Suddenly, Lumu thought of something. Arctic secrets, gene sequences.
Lumu had seen these 8 words in the private document of Longting Group rewarded by the system. His intuition told him that the sequencer mentioned by Shangwan Wudi and the genetic sequence recorded in the document should have some connection.
Could it be that Su Nantian is conducting genetic research in the Arctic? And the sequencer is the research result?
Considering that Shangwan Wudi's physique was not inferior to his as a soldier king's physique, Lumu thought more and more that it was possible.
Wrong.
If Shangwan Wudi is a genetically modified sequencer, then there is no reason why Gongsun Jia, as a descendant of the Gongsun family, should be an ordinary person.
Interesting, it's getting more and more interesting. Lumu tried hard to calm down. He felt the need to take a trip to the Arctic. Star Entertainment.
Located in the center of the business district of Shanghai. As a company with a market value of 500 billion, Fanqing Entertainment has its own exclusive building.
Many young people gathered in the square in front of the building.
These people braved the scorching sun just to get a close look at their idol.
Look, it's Wang Bo, brother Wang Bo is out. Brother Yizhan, I love you. Goddess Zhou Zi, please marry me.
Excited voices rang out one after another. You can imagine how crazy people are who are willing to chase their idols all the way to the artist's company building.
Amid the excited voices of the crowd, artists continued to walk out of the building.
What is strange is that after going downstairs, these artists did not leave, but stood on both sides of the square, looking at the road outside the square, as if waiting for something. P.S. Please give me a free gift, please urge me to update more, and please give me a 5-star review.
Entertainment industry senior, why is everyone coming out?
At the artist center, a woman with a gentle temperament looked curiously at the artists who kept coming out of the building.
Manager who said that the boss is coming to the company.
Wang Yuga looked at the elegant woman beside him and said with a smile, Xiaoling, you have to perform well later.
It would be best if the boss would remember you. Senior, do you mean I can sing my song for the boss? The woman's eyes lit up. Xiaoling, you still don't understand the rules of the entertainment industry. Wang Yuga looked at the woman with a complicated expression.
She was once as naive as other girls, and thought that as long as she studied music seriously, she would become famous one day. Little do they know that the prerequisite for success is not professional musical skills, but compromise. Only if you compromise with capital will capital support you. Hearing this, the woman lowered her head silently and clenched her hands involuntarily.
She naturally understood what Wang Yuga meant.
During the time she joined Fanqing Entertainment, senior leaders had hinted to her more than once. But she rejected them all. The consequence of her refusal was that the company had not provided her with any resources. And because of the contract she signed, she cannot leave the company.
Is everyone here? Just then, a well-mannered middle-aged man walked out of the building.
The middle-aged man is named Hu Li, the head of Fanqing Entertainment.
Everyone in the building is here, except for the artists working outside.
A staff member replied.
Hu Li nodded and looked towards the road outside the square.
At the same time, a Phoenix car slowly drove over.
Everyone cheer up, the boss is here.
The moment he saw the Phoenix car, Hu Li hurriedly reminded.
Upon hearing this, all the artists smiled.
Don't be fooled by how glamorous they are on the screen and how many fans they have on the internet. But only they themselves know that behind all the fame and fortune is the support of capital.
Without capital, they lose everything. The boss of Fanqing Entertainment is the capital behind them.
The Phoenix car stopped at the square. In the back seat, Lumu looked at the artists who were there to welcome guests, and his brows subconsciously frowned.
Who is in the car?
It's such a grand ceremony that my brother even came out to greet them personally.
It should be the boss of Fanqing Entertainment. The boss of Fanqing Entertainment drives a Phoenix car? Is it that low? You know nothing. Rich people like to keep a low profile. And how can Phoenix Automobile be lowbrow? It's the car brand under Mr. Liu.
People in the square were talking about it, and their eyes were all on Phoenix car.
Under the gaze of everyone. Dolly walked out from the driver's seat and went to the back seat to open the door. "Master, we're here." Lumu nodded and got out of the car. And the moment Lumu stepped out of the car, everyone was excited. "Fuck, look, it's Mr. Lu. Ah, Mr. Lu, I love you. I want to give birth to a child for you." "Woman, shut up. Mr. Lu is our male fan. What's going on?" Lumu looked at the excited crowd with a confused look on his face. "Am I already that popular?" After coming back to his senses, Lumu was a little amused and helpless. "It's him." Wan Yuga stared at Lumu with fiery eyes, and her heartbeat began to accelerate. Next to Wan Yuga, the elegant woman was looking straight at Lumu. "Boss, the tea is ready for you." Huli walked quickly to Lumu and said respectfully. Before this, he was the only one in the entire Fanqing Entertainment who knew who the boss was. "Manager Hu, don't do this to me again." Lumu walked towards the building and said, "Why do you have the artists standing outside like they are welcoming guests?" "To receive guests?" "Boss, I just want everyone to meet you, so that no one of them will accidentally offend you in the future." Huli felt a little aggrieved. In his opinion, Lumu, who is so young, must be fond of beautiful women. He arranged for all the artists to come out to welcome Lumu, but in fact he was also letting Lumu choose the artists he liked. As for the unspoken rules, everyone knows them. As for calling out the male artists as well, it was just to be on the safe side. After all, there are men in the circle who have special hobbies. "I'm not that stingy." Lumu glared at Huli. How could he not understand what Huli was planning? But this kind of thing is indeed very common in the entertainment industry, and both parties are willing. "Hello, boss." When Lumu passed by the artists, they hurriedly greeted him. Some female artists looked at Lumu with eyes that were even threadbare. But think about it. Lumu is so young and handsome that any female artist would hope to be exploited by him. Lumu's eyes swept over the artists. There are many faces he often sees on the internet. He subconsciously checked the female artist's personal dashboard. However, after checking out only a dozen female artists, he lost interest. "It's beautiful, but there are too many drivers." "Mr. Lu, thank you." Suddenly a weak voice came from the crowd. Upon hearing this, Lumu looked towards the source of the voice. "It's you." There was a flash of surprise in Lumu's eyes. The one who thanked him was none other than Zhongling, the street performer to whom he had given millions in tips. Zhongling's appearance may not be the best among all female artists, but her temperament is unmatched by other female artists. All other female artists wore exquisite makeup, but Zhongling was bare-faced. Her face without makeup is still beautiful and charming. She is wearing a lavender dress and her temperament is very elegant. Especially those slender, jade-like fingers with distinct joints, which are extremely beautiful. Recalling the songs that Zhongling had played and sung, Lumu smiled and said, "It seems that I have a chance to hear the remaining half of my memories." Zhongling nodded her head continuously, and her cheeks were burning hot. The memories Lumu mentioned were exactly a song she wrote herself. "Shaoling, you actually know Mr. Lu. It's hard for you not to be famous now." When Lumu entered the building, Wang Yuga couldn't help it anymore and looked at Zhongling with envy. Who is Lumu? That person was the one who dared to slap the master of the Imperial Palace. The scenes that happened in the Imperial Palace yesterday kept flashing through Wang Yuga's mind, causing her breathing to quicken. "Shaoling, when you become successful in the future, please don't forget me, your sister." Wang Yuga tightly grasped Zhongling's hands and said, "Boss Lu is not an ordinary investor. As long as you can please Boss Lu, no one in the entire entertainment industry, no, in the entire Dragon Country, will dare to provoke you. The opportunity to change your fate is right before your eyes, you must seize it." "Senior, are you exaggerating a little too much?" Zhongling wanted to pull her hands back, but Wang Yuga somehow got so much strength that she couldn't move her hands anymore. This made her feel a little amused and helpless. "Not an exaggeration, not at all." Wang Yuga took a deep breath and said, "You haven't been in that circle, so it's normal that you don't understand. Let me tell you this, He-sen, you know it, right? Well, the national husband. Zhongling replied.
Since you know He-sen's nickname, the national husband, then you should know why netizens call him the national husband.
Zhongling nodded upon hearing this. He-sen's background is no secret on the internet.
The reason why He-sen is called the national husband is because his father is the chairman of Wani Group, Xingyuan Real Estate.
In other words, He-sen is the heir to the Wani Group.
Selection as the heir to the Trillion Group, He-sen has already reached the capital ceiling in our opinion. But just yesterday, I had the honor of attending a banquet hosted by the owner of the Imperial Palace with He-senator. However, in front of the owner of the Imperial Palace, He-sen was extremely cautious, fearing that he would accidentally offend the other party. The other party even ignored He-sen the whole time. He-sen did not dare to say much and had to greet him with a smile all the time.
Wang Yuga's expression was extremely solemn.
Yesterday's trip to the Imperial Palace refreshed her understanding of this world.
Senior, do you mean that Mr. Lu is the master of the Imperial Palace?
Zhongling said with her mouth wide open.
On the first day she arrived in the Magic City, she heard people talking about the Imperial Palace.
But she had no idea what the Imperial Palace looked like or what was inside it. All we know is that the person living in the Imperial Palace is a very powerful figure.
It seems you haven't been watching the news.
Wang Yuga said softly, the master of the Imperial Palace was assassinated last night.
What? Zhongling swallowed and said, so what do you mean, senior? Boss Lu was also at the Imperial Palace yesterday.
Wang Yuga said, moreover, Boss Lu slapped the owner of the Imperial Palace no less than 10 times in front of everyone at the banquet, and Boss Lu left safely afterwards. Speaking of this, Wang Yuga's face turned pale.
Just thinking about the scene of Lu Mu slapping Gong Sunja wildly, she felt terrified.
And this fear comes from the fear of Lu Mu's powerful background.
Is Mr. Lu so powerful?
After Wang Yuga said this, Zhongling instantly understood how terrifying Lu Mu's background was.
It's more than amazing, it's terrifying. Wang Yuga sighed. In short, you have to seize the opportunity.
Wang Yuga took a deep breath and said, if I were you, I would be willing to do anything as long as Mr. Lu needs me to do it.
I see.
Zhongling glanced at the entrance of the building and her cheeks became hot again.
Chairman's office.
Lu Mu stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, holding the tea that Huli had brewed for him.
Regarding the candidate for spokesperson, do you have any recommendations?
Lu Mu said without even turning his head. Among the many artists in the company, the most popular and famous ones are Wang Yuga, Yizhan, and others. Huli stared at Lu Mu's back and said, among them, Wang Yuga is the queen of the music world. Her several albums are very popular among the people. Most of her fans are adult men, and the main consumer group of cars also happens to be men. As for Yizhan, his traffic is very high at the moment, with over 100 million fans online, and many of his female fans are willing to spend money on him. Huli did not recommend any particular artist, but instead introduced the advantages of all the top artists to Lu Mu one by one.
Are these artists you mentioned reliable?
Lu Mu turned and walked towards the sofa and placed the teacup on the coffee table in front of the sofa.
This. Huli was confused by Lu Mu's question and didn't know how to answer him for a moment.
The artists he mentioned may be very famous, but if you really check, you will find that each of them has some negative information. It's just that all these negative information has been publicized.
And it's not just artists like Wang Yuga, almost all artists in the entire entertainment industry have scandals. The difference is that some artists' scandals violate morality, while others violate the law. An unreliable artist cannot be the spokesperson for Phoenix Auto. Lu Mu said calmly.
Once Phoenix new energy vehicles are launched on the market, they will surely become popular across the country. He didn't want his spokesperson to be exposed for any scandals when Phoenix Auto became popular. Although he had the ability to suppress the negative information, he didn't want to do it unnecessarily. He also could not accept a problematic artist as the spokesperson for Phoenix Auto.
Mr. Lu, the entertainment industry is a place of fame and fortune, and there are not many artists who can stick to their original intentions.
Huli pondered, if there are really people without scandals, then they are only some newcomers who have just joined the company, but they are not well known and I am afraid they cannot become the spokesperson for Phoenix Auto.
Fame is not the main thing. Lumu said, as long as the appearance and outlook are suitable, it's fine. What about Zhongling?
Huli laughed and said, although that girl has been in the company for less than half a month, her appearance and values are impeccable, and she has a clear bottom line. Otherwise, with her looks and musical level, she would have become the second Wang Yuga long ago.
Tell her to come and see me. Lumu frowned and said, also, warn certain people.
If they mess up the company again, don't blame me for kicking them out.
Yes, I understand. Hu Li's heart tightened.
He naturally knew that Lu Mu was saying this to him and other senior executives of the company.
Hu Li left not long ago.
There was a knock on the office door.
Come in.
Lu Mu raised his head and looked towards the gate.
Zhongling walked into the office carrying a guitar. Mr. Lu.
Zhongling closed the door and looked at Lu Mu shyly.
Seeing this, Lu Mu checked Zhongling's personal panel. Name, Zhongling, age, 23. Height, 168. Weight, 52 kilograms. Overall appearance rating, 89. Driver 0. Favorability 80. What's going on? Why is the favorability so high?
Lu Mu looked at Zhongling in confusion. The reason why Zhongling has such a good impression of him is not only because Lu Mu once gave her a reward of 1 million yuan, but also because Zhongling has often seen news about Lu Mu on the internet during this period. There is no girl who doesn't have love in her heart. The same is true for Zhongling. Lu Mu's superb painting skills, exquisite cooking skills, and his active saving lives made Zhongling become his fan.
And it's not just Zhongling. All over the country, there are women who fall in love with Lu Mu just through the internet. This is also why news about fanatical fans chasing stars often appears on the internet.
Being a star chaser is actually more of a fantasy about the artist.
Mr. Lu, manager who said you wanted to see me.
Being stared at by Lu Mu, Zhongling's face and neck were instantly flushed with red, making her look very charming.
Lu
Mu nodded and said with a smile, come and sit down.
Thank you, Mr. Lu.
Zhongling lowered her head and walked to Lu Mu and sat down, not daring to look up at Lu Mu the whole time. Lu Mu glanced at the sofa opposite and the corner of his mouth twitched. He meant to let Zhongling sit opposite him, but Zhongling actually sat next to him.
An alluring fragrance wafted out.
Lu Mu turned his head and could clearly see Zhongling's long eyelashes and her eyes that were rippling with tears.
Mr. Lu, let me sing a song for you.
Zhongling's heart was pounding, but she still mustered up the courage to express herself. But when she plucked the guitar strings, she was so nervous that she played the wrong melody several times.
Sing it later. Lu Mu poured Zhongling a cup of tea and said, drink some tea and calm down. Thank you, Mr. Lu.
Zhongling took the teacup with both hands, her beautiful fingers looked like a work of art.
You have beautiful hands.
Lu Mu praised. However, as soon as Lu Mu finished speaking, Zhongling's hand shook, the teacup fell directly, and the tea spilled on Lu Mu's pants. For a moment, the air became extremely quiet.
Zhongling's face was even paler. I'm sorry, Mr. Lu, I didn't mean it.
After coming to her senses, Zhongling hurriedly used her hands to wipe Lu Mu's pants, with tears welling up in her eyes.
Lu Mu took a breath.
His eyes were fixed on Zhongling's little hands wiping his legs. Due to the big movement, Zhongling's hand touched a place that it shouldn't have touched. So Lu Mu directly grabbed Zhongling's hands.
Mr. Lu. Zhongling's body trembled, and she subconsciously looked up at Lu Mu.
The two looked into each other's eyes. Feeling Lu Mu's burning gaze, Zhongling lowered her head hastily and whispered, "This is my first time. P.S. Ask for free gifts, ask for updates, ask for 5-star praise. Regarding updates, I have to visit relatives every day during the Spring Festival, so I can only update 2 chapters a day.
After the Spring Festival, the number of daily updates will increase. Compromising a great war is over. There are some more plum blossoms on the leather sofa."
In the conference room toilet, Zhongling carefully wiped away the traces of battle. Her eyebrows were slightly wrinkled, and her expression looked a little painful.
Are you okay? Lumu pulled up his trousers and asked with concern. Fine.
Zhongling's face instantly turned red with shame, and her voice became as thin as a mosquito.
Compared to the pain of growing from a girl to a woman, she feels more happy and satisfied. Zhongling's favorability plus 20. The system prompt sounded. Zhongling's favorability towards Lumu has reached the maximum value. Give me your bank card number. Lumu said, I'll transfer the money to you.
I don't want money, I volunteer.
Zhongling's face turned pale instantly when she heard this.
She thought Lumu gave her money in order to cut off ties with her.
Pocket money. Lumu smiled. How could he not know what Zhongling was worried about? Although he had no feelings for Zhongling, he was not so heartless.
Anyway, he is in good health and has money, so he can satisfy any number of women. Zhongling heaved a sigh of relief when she saw that Lumu was not going to cut off ties with her.
She did not refuse the pocket money given by Lumu. She knew that a big shot like Lumu had no shortage of money. Refusal would make Lumu angry.
But what Zhongling never expected was that Lumu gave her so much pocket money.
In the conference room, Zhongling looked at the text message of the incoming payment and was frozen in place.
Spend the 100 million first, and I will give you 100 million pocket money every day from now on.
Lumu said calmly.
Love Fund 100000000.
Personal wealth plus 100 million.
His current love fund is as high as 10 trillion yuan. If he wants to cash it out quickly, he has to spend money on women every day.
But consumption is really too slow.
Even if you buy out the entire mall, you may not need 100 million. Therefore, compared to spending money on women, transferring money to women is currently the fastest way to cash in on love funds. However, although transfer is the fastest way to realize cash, it is not the best way to realize cash. The best way to cash out is to give a woman a company, and then use the daily love fund amount as operating capital for the woman's company.
Think of this. Lumu continued, in a few days, I will give the company to you. Ah?
Zhongling opened her mouth wide, thinking she had heard wrongly.
Lumu didn't say much. At that time, he only needs to transfer the shares of Fanqing Entertainment to Zhongling. Zhongling's favorability towards him reached 100, and he was not worried that Zhongling would betray him. You should take a rest. I have things to do, so I won't accompany you. Lumu took out his cell phone and checked the time.
It's already 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and the first Phoenix New Energy vehicle has almost been produced.
Mr. Lu, can you please give me your phone number?
Zhongling came back to her senses and said with anticipation.
Lumu nodded, told Zhongling the phone number, and added Zhongling on WeChat. Wait until Lumu leaves the office.
Zhongling glanced at the plum blossoms on the sofa, and her cheeks instantly felt hot. She hurriedly took a tissue to wipe off the plum blossoms.
Boom boom boom.
There was a knock on the door. Zhongling was suddenly shocked.
Xiaoling, Mr. Lu is gone. Wang Yuga pushed the door open and walked in.
When she saw the tissue in Zhongling's hand, she smiled and said, It seems you are not stupid.
Senior, please stop laughing at me.
Zhongling threw the tissue into the trash can and said with a blushing face, Actually, I have always liked Mr. Lu.
Don't call me senior, just call me sister. Wang Yuga asked curiously, How was it? This is your first time. Did Mr. Lu give you any benefits? Zhongling nodded and said, Boss Lu gave me 100 million pocket money.
Hiss, this is the real sponsor. Wang Yuga took a deep breath and said, I worked hard for a year, and my income after paying taxes was only about 100 million, and you, well.
Wang Yuga didn't say anything else. She was so envious that her eyes turned green. Mr. Lu is really rich and generous.
Zhongling pondered for a moment and said, Boss Lu said that he would give me 100 million pocket money every day from now on.
What? Wang Yuga was stunned and said, 100 million pocket money every day? Are you sure this is what Mr. Lu promised you?
Yes. Zhongling nodded and said, Boss Lu also said that he would give me the company in a few days.
Sister Yuga, What's wrong with you? Zhongling suddenly took a step back. Wang Yuge's expression was distorted and looked a little scary. What's wrong with me? I envy you. Wang Yuge was so shocked that his voice was trembling. 100 million pocket money a day is more than 30 billion a year. A company with a market value of 100 billion may not have a net profit of more than 30 billion a year. Besides, Wang Yuge tightly grasped Zhongling's arm and said excitedly, do you know what it means for CEO Lu to give you the company? What does it mean? Zhongling swallowed her saliva. She was indeed a little afraid of Wang Yuge now. It means you will be on the Forbes list and become a billionaire worth hundreds of billions. After Wang Yuge was shocked, his eyes became empty as he said, with Blue Sky Entertainment declaring bankruptcy, there are only two entertainment industry leaders left in Dragon Country, namely Starry Entertainment and Evergreen Entertainment. The latest market value of Starry Entertainment has reached nearly 700 billion. Xiaoling, no, boss, you must take good care of me in the future. Wang Yuge let go of Zhongling's arm, feeling extremely complicated. She thought that Zhongling's fate could be changed after she had a relationship with Lu Mu. But what she didn't expect was that Zhongling's fate would change so drastically. From an unknown trainee, he instantly became a capital in the entertainment industry. She now regrets very much that she compromised herself. If she had known earlier, she should have stayed in the company honestly, even if there were no resources and even if there was no future in sight. As long as I can have the opportunity to get close to Lu Mu and have a relationship with him, that's enough. But it's too late to say anything now. Although she has a great appearance and figure, there are too many drivers and Lu Mu cannot possibly be interested in her. After leaving Fanqing Entertainment, Lu Mu asked Dolly to drive him to the production plant of Phoenix Automobile. Inside the factory, under the leadership of Gui Tao, Lu Mu saw the first Phoenix new energy vehicle produced. Good. Lu Mu's eyes lit up. Even though he had seen the exterior drawings of the Phoenix new energy vehicle, he was still amazed by the actual car. The streamlined body is scarlet in color, just like the color of the Phoenix. The whole car exudes a noble temperament. At the front of the car is a three-dimensional phoenix with its wings spread. Manager Gua, have someone prepare. We will hold the Phoenix new energy vehicle press conference at 5 p.m. Lu Mu suppressed his inner excitement. He couldn't wait to let people across the country and even the world see the charm of Phoenix. Boss Lu, aren't you a little too impatient? Guo Tao said, although we have produced the actual car, we haven't had time to test the various data. If we hold a new car launch conference today, how should we tell customers the various data such as the battery life? I know my limits. Lu Mu said, after the press conference, have someone drive the car to test the data. Also, the production line can be put into operation. Otherwise, I'm afraid that the sales volume will be too high and the supply will not be able to keep up. Okay, I'll get ready. Guo Tao didn't say anything more after hearing this. Lu Mu is the boss, he just needs to listen to the boss. And subconsciously, he also felt that Phoenix new energy vehicle would not have any problems. After all, Phoenix new energy vehicles uses truly epoch-making technology. Battle Mountain City. Hongyun Pavilion No. 1 Restaurant. Su Yao, Nangongyi, Zhu Kong, and Zhang Qingyue were talking. Boss Su, congratulations, Feilong Automobile's orders have exceeded 50,000 units. Shu Kong smiled and said, in less than a day, Feilong has achieved such good sales results. It is no exaggeration to say that Feilong is destined to become a milestone in my country's automotive industry. The reason why Feilong was able to achieve such good sales is because of the 300,000 yuan home purchase coupons I launched. Su Yao said slowly, Mr. Zhu, you and Mr. Yi should know how much impact Phoenix Car's free refueling event has on Feilong. If I hadn't launched the 300,000 yuan housing coupons in time, Feilong's sales would not have been able to increase. Without sales, Feilong will not be able to seize the market share in the new energy vehicle field, and will not be able to go public in the future. The stocks in your hands, Mr. Zhu and Mr. Yi, will also be worthless. Of course I know that. Shu Kong pondered for a moment and said, Boss Su, how about this?
I'll give you a subsidy of 100,000 for every Phylong car you sell.
Then I would like to thank Mr. Zhu. Suya showed a smile on her face and glanced at Nan Gongyi intentionally or unintentionally.
I will also subsidize 100,000 yuan.
Nan Gongyi spoke.
At this point, he has no choice but to provide subsidies. Suya made it very clear that if Phylong had no sales, the stocks he held would be worthless. By then, he would have lost more than the 60 billion yuan he invested in Phylong. There is also a $1 trillion market share that should have belonged to Phylong.
Speaking of which, the most unfortunate one is Manager Jiang. Shu Kong looked at Jiang Qingyue and said, if Manager Jiang had also invested in Phylong at that time, then Manager Jiang would have been able to have a taste of the big cake in the new energy vehicle field. Mr. Zhu is joking. Jiang Qingyue said calmly, my funds are not as good as yours, Mr. Zhu. The big cake of new energy vehicles is out of my reach. And if I invest in Phylong, wouldn't you have less Phylong shares, Mr. Zhu? If Manager Jiang has money to invest, I can get fewer shares. After all, we are all friends.
Shu Kong said with a smile.
Jiang Qingyue didn't say anything after hearing this. Although she couldn't stand Zhu Kang's smug look, she didn't dare to offend him easily.
After all, Zhu Kong is backed by the Xi'an Agricultural Products Group and his two partners, Su Yao and Nan Gongyi. By the way, President Su, have you heard about the incident in the Imperial Palace?
Nan Gongye's expression became serious and he asked, do you think it has something to do with Lu Mu? What do you think?
Su Yao said calmly, Gongsun family, Mr. Yi, you know better than me.
Do you think Lu Mu has the ability to assassinate Gongsun Jia?
It's hard to say.
Nan Gongyi frowned.
When he learned that Gongsun Jia was assassinated, his first reaction was shock, followed by fear. His Nangong family is one of the top 10 families. Compared with the Gongsun family, there is still a big gap.
Gongsun Jia, a son of a noble family, could be assassinated, so what about him?
Not only he thought so, all the aristocratic families thought so. It was also after Gongsun Jia was assassinated that the security of the major aristocratic families more than doubled. When some important descendants went out, they were accompanied by no less than 100 bodyguards.
Nan Gongyi walked to the window and glanced at the street downstairs. Among the pedestrians on the street, there were many people in plain clothes. These people were all there to protect him. And not only on the street, but also outside Private Room 1 and on every floor of the restaurant, there are his bodyguards. Buzz just at this moment. Su Yao's phone suddenly vibrated. The call is connected.
Su Yao chatted for a few words and then hung up the phone, her expression becoming extremely solemn.
Boss Su, what's wrong?
Seeing Su Yao's expression, Zhu Kang's heart suddenly tightened.
Phoenix Auto is holding a new car launch conference.
What the hell?
Shu Kong frowned and said, didn't Phoenix Automobile just hold a new car launch conference?
This time, a new energy vehicle launch conference was held. Su Yao stood up from her seat, turned on the projection screen in the private room, connected the projection through her mobile phone, and played the live broadcast of the Phoenix New Energy Vehicle Conference.
Shanghai Auto Expo Center.
Lu Mu stood at the booth, explaining Phoenix New Energy Vehicles. Since the press conference was decided at the last minute, no one else was watching on site except the relevant staff. Although there was no one at the scene, the number of people online in the Phoenix Auto Douyin live broadcast room exceeded 100,000, and the number of people was increasing at a rocket speed every second.
Can anyone tell me what's going on? Why is Mr. Lu holding another new car launch? Can't you read? I won't write in the live broadcast room. It's a new energy vehicle launch conference. Phoenix also has new energy vehicles? So soon?
Although I support Mr. Lu very much, to be honest, I really don't dare to buy other new energy vehicles except Phylong.
My husband, whom I've never met, is so handsome. Is this the great hero? He looks so young.
The live broadcast room was filled with comments like crazy.
Most people are not optimistic about the new energy vehicles launched by Phoenix Automobile. In the private room of Hongyun Pavilion, Shu Kong finally breathed a sigh of relief after reading the comments from netizens. In such a short time, I don't believe that the new energy vehicles developed by this guy's company can surpass Phylong. Shu Kong finished speaking, but no one responded to him. Nangong Yi and Su Yao both watched the live broadcast with serious expressions. At this moment, Lu Mu's voice came from the live broadcast room. This press conference was held so hastily that the various data of the new car have not been tested in time. The reason why I am in a hurry to hold the press conference is very simple, that is, my company has made a huge breakthrough in the field of new energy vehicles. Phoenix new energy vehicle will become a truly epoch-making product. And in such an exciting moment, the first thing I thought of was to share it with you. Ha, you're really good at bragging. Shu Kong sneered. Obviously they want to make some money through the gimmick of new energy vehicles, but they have to make it sound so high-sounding. Boss Su, what do you think? Jiang Qingyue suddenly spoke. Phylong Automobile's various technologies are already top-notch. It is impossible for a technology that can surpass Phylong to appear in the short term. Su Yao looked extremely confident. Phylong's various technologies were developed by experts in the field of new energy from all over the world hired by her father, and it took 3 years. These technologies are unique and have been patented. Any car company that wants to compete with Phylong in new energy vehicle technology must use Phylong's patents. And she was sure that she had not received any application documents for Phoenix Automobile's use of the patent. Phoenix Automobile did not use the Phylong patent, which proves that its products do not have functions such as wireless charging and autonomous driving. In the live broadcast room, as Lu Mu finished speaking, more and more voices of doubt arose. Phoenix Auto is so greedy. They held a press conference for their new car without any test data. What do they think of us consumers? Do all new energy vehicles released now claim to be groundbreaking products? Flying Dragon claims that its products are groundbreaking and have technology, but what does Phoenix have? Boss Lu, can't we just sell gasoline trucks? Lu Mu didn't know the situation in the live broadcast room. He used a remote control to operate the LED screen above the booth and called up the technical patent information of Phoenix New Energy Vehicles. Phoenix New Energy Vehicles has 3 disruptive technologies: energy conversion battery technology, unmanned superintelligent driving technology, and super powerful motor control technology. Among them, the energy conversion battery technology can convert natural energy such as wind energy, solar energy, and carbon dioxide into battery power, which means that after buying a Phoenix New Energy vehicle, you will not need to charge it. P.S. Please give me a free gift, give me a 5-star review, and ask for more updates. Lu Mu finished speaking. The staff below the booth all opened their mouths wide. Inside the live broadcast room, the atmosphere was even more lively. Are you kidding me? A car that doesn't need to be charged, are you sure this is a technology that can be developed in this era? Boss Lu, you are exaggerating. Let me tell you a joke. Phoenix New Energy Vehicles do not need to be charged. Fraud. No one believed in the energy conversion battery technology proposed by Lu Mu. After all, this technology is so exaggerated that it only exists in science fiction movies. Ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. In the private room of Hong Yun Pavilion, Shu Kong, who was originally nervous, suddenly burst into laughter. What does this guy think of consumers? He really thinks consumers are fools and easy to deceive, right? He's talking about energy converting battery technology. Why didn't he mention that his company developed the T-800 robot? Boss Su, what do you think of the energy conversion battery technology mentioned by Lu Mu? Jiang Qingyue continued to ask Su Yao. This technology may be realized in the future, but it may take 50, 100, or even longer. Su Yao retracted her gaze from the projection screen and said, "It is not difficult to convert wind energy and solar energy into electricity. Our country's current level of technology can achieve this, such as solar power generation and wind power generation. But it is impossible to directly convert wind and solar energy into battery power to drive cars, not to mention that the energy conversion battery technology he mentioned can also convert carbon dioxide into electricity. That's simply a fantasy." As Su Yao finished speaking, Lu Mu's voice was heard again from the projection screen. Unmanned superintelligent driving technology, as the name suggests,
is this technology that allows car owners to free their hands and truly travel freely. The super-intelligent AI assistant will automatically help the car owner plan the perfect route and take over the driving of the vehicle throughout the journey. As for the super-powered motor control technology, it will compress the battery power, reducing the amount of power needed to run the car, so that 1 kilowatt-hour of electricity can travel 500-800 kilometers. Lumu briefly explained the capabilities of the three black technologies. Although he didn't read the comments in the live broadcast room, it was not difficult for him to guess what the netizens' reactions were. After all, human cognition is limited. When people come into contact with something beyond cognition, their first reaction is to question. And at this moment in the live broadcast room, the number of people online has exceeded 1 million. It's confirmed. Phoenix Auto is definitely trying to collect some money and run away. Is this talking about the future concept technology of new energy vehicles? Super smart AI assistant, what's going on? Artificial intelligence has also been developed? 500-800 kilometers per kilowatt hour? This is bullshit. I'm eating shit live. I use more than 1 kilowatt hour of electricity when I turn on the air conditioner overnight. Boss Sue, turn it off. This guy is a complete clown. There's no need to watch anymore. Shu Kong took a sip from his teacup and said sarcastically, I would rather believe that the pigs in my group's pig farm can fly than believe that his company has developed these three black technologies. What if what he said is true? Jiang Qingyue said, although she also felt that these three technologies could not be developed in this era. But for some reason, she had an inexplicable trust in Lumu. Manager Jiang, what is your relationship with Lumu? Shu Kong said expressionlessly, or, Manager Jiang, are you so ignorant? Ha, Mr. Zhu said I was ignorant, but how much better are you? Jiang Qingyue said, I heard that you, Mr. Zhu, spent 5 billion to buy a fake Chinese medicine prescription from Huaxia Pharmaceutical Group. Jiang Qingyue. Seeing Jiang Qingyue revealing her scars, Shu Kang's face darkened and he said, I think you don't want to cooperate with my Xi'an Agricultural Group anymore, right? If Mr. Zhu wants to think so, then so be it. Jiang Qingyue had no intention of giving in. She has already reached a cooperation with Lumu, so the cooperation with Xi'an Agricultural Group will have to stop sooner or later. She didn't know how to bring up the matter of ending the cooperation. Now that Zhu Kong was threatening her with this, she naturally wouldn't hesitate any longer. It seems you have found your next home. Zhu Kong frowned. He is not stupid. Jiang Qingyue is not afraid of his threats. She must have found a new buyer long ago. The first thing he thought of was Baiyun Farm. Manager Jiang, have you cooperated with Lumu? Suyao looked at Jiang Qingyue and said, I have not yet had any cooperation with Mr. Lu. Jiang Qingyue said calmly, it's just that the restaurants under my group have recently been reformed, and I plan to join Dream Eater. Manager Jiang is able to get the best of both worlds. Su Yao said with cold eyes. The boss of Dream Food is Li Mingqi, and she knows the relationship between Li Mingqi and Lu Mu. Jiang Qingyue's cooperation with Shi Meng is equivalent to cooperation with Lu Mu. This made Su Yao feel betrayed. After all, Jiang Qingyue was originally her partner in the Food City project. Thinking of this, Su Yao felt very uncomfortable. In the Food City project, she has two partners, Nangong Yun and Jiang Qingyue. However, one of her two partners went to jail and the other betrayed her. Boss Su, I can't compete with you. If the restaurants under my group don't reform, they will die. Jiang Qingyue's words fell. Nangong Yi on the side suddenly exclaimed. Look! Nangong Yi stared at the projection screen. Upon hearing this, Su Yao and the others looked at the projection screen at the same time. On the projection screen, a bright red car automatically drove onto the booth. Lumu sat in the car and talked to the car's AI assistant. Phoenix Car's AI assistant is a holographic phoenix. When Lumu talked to the AI assistant and asked it to control the car to complete a series of operations, the entire private room suddenly fell silent. In the live broadcast room, the barrage of comments also decreased instantly. Wait until Lumu gets out of the car.
The barrage of comments resumed and filled the entire screen with OMG. I believe everyone has seen my interaction with the AI assistant. I can confidently tell you that Phoenix Car is a truly epic-making product, and the functions it has are unique in the world. Lumu stared at the live camera and said with a smile. The reason why he dared to hold a press conference before the new car had any test data was not only because he wanted the world to see the style of Phoenix, but more importantly, he had trust in the system. He believes that the high-tech new energy vehicles rewarded by the system will not go wrong. Incredible, absolutely incredible. I never thought I would see such a sci-fi car in my lifetime. Mr. Liu is awesome, Phoenix Auto is awesome. Hurry, open the order link, my wallet can't wait any longer. Ah, this is my dream car. Mr. Liu is right. Phoenix is the Real Cross era product. Compared with Phoenix, Phylong is a joke. The direction of the barrage began to change. After seeing the various functions of Phoenix's new energy vehicle, everyone was shocked. This is impossible. It must be a special effect. Shu Kong said with a pale face. Calm. Suyao clenched her hands, took a deep breath and said, whether it is a special effect or not, we will know when Phoenix Car is launched on the market. By then, someone will test the data of Phoenix Car. Boss Su is right. We must stay calm now and not lose our composure. Nangongyi said with a serious expression, before the test data of Phoenix Automobile comes out, the various technologies that Guy mentioned at the press conference cannot be taken seriously. After the press conference, Lumu planned to let Dolly take him to the farmer's market. Just as Lumu got into the car, there was a sudden flash of lightning and thunder in the sky, followed by heavy rain. The car was driving in the heavy rain. Lumu looked at the scenery outside the window. For some reason, he felt very depressed, as if something big was about to happen. Imperial Palace. Gongsun Linglong brought a young man with long hair into the meeting room where Gongsun Jia died. The young man's name is Gongsun Yu, the younger brother of Gongsun Jia and Gongsun Linglong. My eldest brother was assassinated here. Gongsun Linglong said with a pale face, what's strange is that during the time when my eldest brother was assassinated, the surveillance in the entire imperial palace failed. We asked people to check later, but they couldn't find the reason for the surveillance failure. With surveillance failing and no evidence at the scene, the police were unable to find out who the murderer was. No need to know who the murderer is. Gongsun Yu smiled cruelly and said, just kill all of Big Brother's enemies. Brother's most recent enemy is called Lu Mu, right? Gongsun Linglong said with cold eyes, that guy really deserves to die. Then let's start with him. As soon as Gongsun Yu finished speaking, he took out a red-faced, fang-shaped mask from his arms and put it on. On the way to the farmer's market, Lu Mu's cell phone suddenly rang. The caller was from an unfamiliar number. The call was connected and a rough voice came from the other end. Where are you now, kid? What's up? Lu Mu frowned. He was not unfamiliar with this voice, it was Shangwan Wudi's voice. Run away. I just got the news that Gongsun Yu has returned to China. That guy is a beast transformation gene sequencer. I don't understand what you're talking about. Lu Mu frowned and then hung up the phone. Beast transformation gene sequencer? It seems that just as I guessed, someone in the dark corners of this world has made a huge breakthrough in genetic research. Master, someone is following us. Dolly spoke. Upon hearing this, Lu Mu turned his head to look. Through the car window, he saw a black Audi. Take him to a deserted place. Lu Mu retracted his gaze and said. He wanted to see what a beast transformation gene sequencer was. Located in a villa in the commercial district of Shanghai. Shangwan Wudi looked at the hung-up phone with an extremely ugly expression. Brother, how is it? Beside Shangwan Wudi, Shangwan Liuli said nervously. He hung up on me. Shangwan Wudi took a deep breath and said, I have already reminded him. As for whether he lives or dies, it depends on his fate. The animal transformation gene potion has never been recognized by any country. Currently, all countries are investigating the source of the animal transformation gene potion,
but there are no useful clues. People who use the beast transformation gene potion will become gene sequencers who can transform into beasts, thereby gaining superpowers. However, the beast transformation gene potion also has a great side effect, which is that it makes the user cruel and bloodthirsty. Shangguan Wudi said with a serious expression, "I have been investigating animal transformation gene drugs abroad for many years. During this period, I had a fight with Gong Sunyu, but I almost died in his hands. No, I want to go find Lu Mu." Shangguan Liuli's face changed drastically when he heard this, and he turned around and ran out of the house. Upon seeing this, Shangguan Wudi hurriedly chased after him. The port of Magic City. Dolly drove to an empty beach. The Audi followed closely and blocked the Phoenix car. As the Audi door opened, Gong Sunyu, wearing a red-faced, fong-shaped mask, walked out of the car. Raindrops fell on Gong Sunyu. Soon, Gong Sunyu's entire body was soaked. Lu Mu sat in the car, looking at the ghost-like figure in the rain, and had no intention of getting out. "Dolly, go meet him." Lu Mu spoke. "Yes, master." Upon hearing this, Dolly got out of the car and walked towards Gong Sunja. He. Glancing at Dolly, Gong Sunyu said in a cold voice, "You want the bodyguards to deal with me? You are so naive." As soon as Gong Sunyu finished speaking, his body disappeared at an extremely fast speed, and even an afterimage appeared. Bang! Before Dolly could react, a sharp wolf claw hit Dolly's back, making a sound of metal collision. "You are not human." Gong Sunyu took a step back, his eyes filled with shock beneath the mask. "I saw the skin on Dolly's back cracked, but there was no flesh under the skin, but an unknown metal." Dolly did not respond to Gong Sunyu. Instead, he turned around suddenly and punched Gong Sunyu hard. But just as the fist was about to hit Gong Sunyu, his body disappeared again. At the same time, Gong Sunja appeared out of nowhere on the roof of Phoenix car. At this time, Gong Sunyu's legs and hands were completely transformed into beasts, and his beastly features were exactly the same as those of a wolf. Inside the car, Lu Mu felt something strange on the roof of the car. But he still had no intention of getting off the car. Die! Gong Sunyu raised his right hand high, and his sharp claws emitted a chilling light. When Gong Sunyu wanted to pierce the roof of the car and kill Lu Mu in the car, a black shadow suddenly appeared behind Gong Sunyu and tightly wrapped a chain around Gong Sunyu's neck. The black shadow was none other than the assassination robot Xiao He. Xiao He has always been following Lu Mu in different appearances, protecting Lu Mu's safety. Damn it! With the chain around his neck, Gong Sunyu's face instantly turned panic-stricken. However, Xiao He did not give Gong Sunyu any chance to breathe. He continued to increase the strength in his hands, trying to strangle Gong Sunyu to death with the chain. Feeling the increasing force on the chains, Gong Sunyu's eyes under the mask began to become bloodshot and eventually turned scarlet. Roar! Accompanied by the roar of wild beasts, a terrifying force erupted from Gong Sunyu's body. This force directly broke the chains that bound him and sent Xiao He flying. Today, you all must die. Gong Sunyu jumped off the roof of the car, breathing heavily. This is a werewolf. Lu Mu stared at Gong Sunyu intently. At this time, Gong Sunyu no longer had human features, but was instead an upright wolf-shaped monster nearly 3 meters tall. Is this the magic of genes? Lu Mu said in shock. They actually transformed humans into beasts. Roar! Gong Sunyu roared at Lu Mu with a ferocious look, looking very scary. Die! Gong Sunyu made a low sound, raised his right claw and swung it towards Lu Mu. Seeing this, Lu Mu slowly raised his hands, with 2 desert eagles in his hands. Bang! 2 bullets fired. The whole world seemed to stand still in an instant. Gong Sunyu's pupils contracted and his expression became dull for a moment. When the bullet penetrated the glass and hit Gong Sunyu's eyes, the severe pain caused Gong Sunyu to fall to the ground. Seeing this, Dolly quickly walked up to Gong Sunyu and punched him on the head with all his strength. Bang! Blood splattered everywhere. Gong Sunyu's head exploded. Gong Sunyu would never have thought until his death that Lu Mu actually had a gun in his hand.
It seems that gene sequencers are also afraid of thermal weapons. Lumu put the two desert eagles back into the eye of space and a thoughtful expression appeared on his face. But true. If the gene sequencers were not afraid of thermal weapons, the world would have been in chaos long ago. From this, we can also guess that genetic research in the dark parts of the blue planet is currently in its infancy. Xiaohei, I'll leave the body to you to deal with. Lumu spoke. Yes, master. Xiaohei tied up Gongsun Yu's body with the broken chains and then dragged the body into the sea. Dali drove Lumu away from the beach. A few minutes later, an SUV stopped on the beach. Shangguan Wudi and his sister got out of the car holding umbrellas, looking around for something. Brother, didn't you say they were here? Shangguan Liuli said with a worried look on her face. I asked someone to check Lumu's license plate. His car was heading this way. Shangguan Wudi took out his cell phone and called Lumu. I'm telling you, are you done yet? If you keep calling me to harass me, I'll sleep with your sister. Lumu's impatient voice came from the phone. Shangguan Wudi couldn't help but open his mouth wide when he heard this. Beep beep beep. The call was hung up, and Shangguan Wudi was still in shock. He's still alive. P.S. Please give me a free gift, please urge me to update more, and please give me a 5-star review. After leaving the beach, Lumu went to the nearest farmer's market and bought a large number of mantises and fireflies. And threw the box containing the mantis and fireflies into the river. Immediately afterwards, Lumu returned to the hotel. During this period, system prompts kept sounding. Successfully kill 1 mantis and gain plus 99,999 gold. Kill 10 mantises cumulatively and gain plus 1 billion in gold. Kill 100 mantises cumulatively and gain primary weapon skills. Kill 1,000 mantises cumulatively and receive 10 boxes of Gatling gun bullets. Kill enough mantises to complete the achievement Mantis Catching Cicada and get 1 Gatling gun. Successfully kill 1 firefly and get money plus 88,888. Kill 10 fireflies cumulatively and gain plus 100 million gold. Kill 100 fireflies cumulatively and gain plus 1 billion in gold. Kill 1,000 fireflies cumulatively and gain plus 10 billion in gold. Kill enough fireflies to complete the achievement Light in the Dark Night and obtain the virtual game's black technology. Rewards have been issued. Relevant documents and reward information have been distributed to the Space Eye and the host's mobile phone respectively. Gatling gun bullets and Gatling guns have been distributed to the Eye of Space. Primary weapon skills are being integrated. A lot of information related to weapons flooded into my mind. After integrating this information, Lumu also understood how to use various weapons. Weapons here include but are not limited to knives, swords, machine guns, and rocket launchers. So Lumu used one of the 3 remaining master-level skill upgrade cards. Successfully used the master-level skill upgrade card. Primary weapon skills successfully upgraded to master-level weapon skills. Master-level weapon skills are being integrated. Boom. A lot of information flooded into my mind again. This amount of information is infinitely more massive than the previous one. After integrating this information, Lumu also became a weapons master. Take out your phone to check the reward information. Not to mention the Gatling gun and bullets. Among firearms, the power of the Gatling gun is absolutely terrifying. It can fire over 5,000 bullets per minute and has extremely strong destructive power and firing rate. It is no exaggeration to say that it is a human flesh grinder. Although Lumu currently doesn't know much about gene sequencers. But from the perspective of a stable world order, the current blue planet is still in the era of hot weapons. Gene sequencers may have powers beyond the limits of human beings, but they cannot ignore thermal weapons. Therefore, a Gatling gun is enough to become a nightmare for genetic sequencers. Attention is focused on the introduction of black technology in virtual games. Lumu was shocked. Breathing became rapid. I actually received such a precious reward. Lumu tried hard to calm down. He originally thought that without the lucky card for killing monsters, he wouldn't get the super cognitive reward. However, the system gave him a big surprise. The preciousness of virtual game black technology is no less than that of new energy vehicle black technology. It is no exaggeration to say that once Lumo announces this black technology, the entire gaming industry in the world will be subverted. The next day, Phoenix Automobile's official website has released various test data of Phoenix's new energy vehicles. As soon as the data was released, it immediately caused an uproar on the entire internet. Theoretically unlimited range? You can drive 1,000 kilometers and only need to let the car rest for 30 minutes? This is too good to be true. 0.01 seconds to accelerate from 0 to 100 kilometers per hour, I believe you. Although Phoenix new energy vehicles driverless technology is impressive, the test data is too fake. Yes, I just checked. The official website has opened an order channel. The price of this car is $399,999. If these technologies are real, this car will never be sold so cheaply. Wait a little longer. Major car bloggers have already placed orders. We can receive the car as early as noon today. By then, those car bloggers will definitely do a live broadcast to test the car. We will know whether it is real or fake at that time. It was noon. In the live broadcast room of Donggu talking about cars, a well-known car blogger on Douyin, the number of people online has reached 500,000, and the number is still increasing. In the live broadcast room, a middle-aged man said to the camera, "I believe everyone can't wait. Like all of you, I am also skeptical about the test data officially released by Phoenix Auto. After all, the various data of Phoenix new energy vehicles are too abnormal. Even Phylon Automobile, which also claims to be a cross-era product, is dwarfed by it." As the middle-aged man spoke, the camera began to move. Soon, a brand new Phoenix new energy vehicle appeared in the live broadcast room. With the appearance of Phoenix new energy vehicle, the live broadcast room was filled with comments like crazy. "The anchor is awesome. The car was delivered so quickly. Test it quickly, I can't wait. I've got this to say. Phoenix Auto is definitely selling dog meat under the guise of sheep meat." The live broadcast room was filled with questioning voices. The test data published on Phoenix Automobile's official website, such as theoretical unlimited driving range and 0.01 second acceleration from 0 to 100 km per hour, are so exaggerated that netizens simply cannot believe them. In the meeting room of Shanchang Longting Group branch, Su Yao was also watching the live broadcast. His expression was extremely tense. Behind Su Yao, Su Nantian frowned slightly, not knowing what he was thinking about. "Father, if the test data of Phoenix Automobile is true, what should I do?" Su Yao said with an uneasy look. For some reason, she always had a bad feeling in her heart. "You can rest assured," Su Nantian said slowly, "in this era, it is impossible for a car with unlimited range to appear." As soon as Su Nantian finished speaking, a shocked voice suddenly came from the live broadcast room. "Fuck, there really is artificial intelligence." The middle-aged man got into the car, and when he started the car, a projection of a phoenix appeared on the center console of the car. "Hello, Master. I am Xiaoling, the AI assistant of Phoenix Auto. I will explain the functions of the car to you." A very sci-fi sound was heard. The middle-aged man stared at the Phoenix projection in amazement. Although he had seen Lu Mu and Xiaoling talking at the press conference, experiencing it in person was far more shocking than seeing it in person. As Xiaoling explained the various functions of the car, the middle-aged man seemed extremely excited. "Xiaoling, navigate to the mountain city," the middle-aged man said with his heart beating faster. The distance from Shanghai to the mountain city is more than 1,500 kilometers. He wanted to see if the Phoenix really had unlimited endurance in theory, and whether it only needed to rest for 30 minutes to drive 1,000 kilometers. "Okay, Master, I'm planning a route for you." "Excuse me, Master, do you need Xiaoling to drive the vehicle?" "Yes." The middle-aged man swallowed and said. Boom. As the middle-aged man finished speaking, he suddenly leaned back with a strong push on his back. By the time he reacted, the car had already driven an unknown distance. When the middle-aged man came to his senses, he was so shocked that his jaw dropped.
The acceleration from 0 to 100 km per hour in 0.01 seconds is real. The middle-aged man spoke to the live camera with a trembling voice. Inside the live broadcast room, netizens were completely excited. 666, there really is artificial intelligence. This starting speed crushes all vehicles in the world. Phoenix is awesome. I even have goosebumps. I am so touched that a Chinese automaker has developed such an amazing new energy vehicle. Fuck, you bunch of beasts, you robbed 10,000 cars in one go. I beg Phoenix Auto to open a pre-order channel. I lost. I lost again. Su Yao sat on the sofa exhausted. His eyes were fixed on the computer playing the live broadcast. In the live broadcast room, the middle-aged man remained nervous throughout the whole process. Xiaoling was controlling the vehicle and driving on the road. During this period, whether it was overtaking, changing lanes, or meeting other cars, Xiaoling was able to control the car perfectly. And when encountering emergencies, Xiaoling can avoid danger in the first time. Wait until you get on the highway. Xiaoling even kept the speed limit throughout the whole journey. After seeing the powerful functions of Xiaoling, the originally nervous middle-aged man gradually calmed down and began to demonstrate the entertainment functions of Phoenix Car to netizens. Eagle Country's Chable. Family. Buzz buzz buzz. Su Yao's cell phone on the sofa rang. The caller is Zhu Kong. Su Yao took a look and had no intention of answering the phone. Her eyes were empty and she looked like she had lost her soul. Losing to Lumu twice in a row was a huge blow to her. Besides Su Yao, Su Nantian frowned with a complicated expression. After a while, Su Nantian suddenly sighed. Well. Now, he suddenly regretted letting Su Yao and Lumu break up. Father, I want to resign. Su Yao said bitterly, maybe I'm not worthy of being your heir. Su Nantian nodded and said, starting tomorrow, you don't have to come to the company. Su Yao heard this and said nothing. But the loss in her heart became even stronger. I'm planning to sell the company. Su Nantian continued. What? Su Yao was shocked and said, Father, why do you suddenly have this idea? Su Yao looked puzzled. Although she failed the Food City project and the Phylong project successively, the main business of Longting Group is real estate. As long as there are no problems with the main business, the market value of Longting Group will not collapse. Su Nantian has no reason to sell Longting Group. Yao, you and I only have one chance. Su Nantian did not answer Su Yao's question, but took out a USB flash drive from his pocket and handed it to Su Yao, saying, the contents of this USB flash drive are one of the most proud achievements of my research institute. It can help you build a gaming empire. Father, are you hiding something from me? Su Yao glanced at the USB flash drive in her hand and said solemnly, is there something wrong with the group? Trust your father. He can handle everything. Su Nantian walked to the French window with a cane and said, this world is not as simple as you see it. In secret, there are things hidden that can subvert people's cognition. But it will be soon. It won't be long before I get a new life and you can meet your mother. Su Nantian said with fiery eyes. Mother. Su Yao subconsciously looked towards the conference table. On the table, there was a photo frame. In the frame was a photo of a gentle woman. The woman looked very similar to Su Yao, but she had strange silver hair. Inside the hotel, Lumu was checking the message Xiao He sent him. After Gong Sun Yu died, Lumu asked Xiao He to transform into Gong Sun Yu's appearance, enter the imperial palace, and inquire about information related to the gene sequencer. Finish reading the message sent by Xiao He. Lumu's expression became solemn. Gene sequencer refers to a genetic modifier. All the major countries on the blue planet have conducted research on genetics. But the major breakthrough in genetic research came about 20 years ago. 20 years ago, a meteorite landed in the Arctic. At first, all countries thought it was just an ordinary meteorite. However, after collecting meteorites from various countries and conducting research, it was discovered that meteorites contain a special energy. This energy can cause a breakthrough in human genes, thus breaking the limits of the human body. It was also after that countries began secretly competing for meteorites. Thus, the gene sequencer was born. However, not everyone can become a gene sequencer. The prerequisite for becoming a gene sequencer is either to have a strong body or a strong mental power. Through experiments, out of 10 special forces kings with strong bodies, barely one can be transformed successfully. Therefore, gene sequencers are very scarce in every country. As for the beast gene sequencer mentioned by Shangwan Wudi, it refers to the process of adding beast genes to the human body during genetic modification. In this way, the success rate of genetic modification can be improved, but those who are successfully modified will also be affected by the beast genes and become cruel and bloodthirsty monsters. Therefore, genetic modification into animals has never been allowed by any country. It was afternoon. Suyao took a plane to the headquarters of Longting Group in Kyoto. In the headquarters conference room. In addition to Suyao, there were Nangong Yi, Zhu Kong, and a blonde man. "Boss Su, what's the matter that brought us here from so far away?" Nangong Yi frowned. The failure of the Phylon project made him feel very resentful towards Suyao. "Boss Yi, I'm sorry that the Phylon project failed." Suyao took a deep breath and said, "I called you and Mr. Zhu here to compensate you." "Haha, how does President Su plan to compensate?" Nangong Yi sneered, "Boss Su, you promised us that Phylon automobiles technologies were world-class, so we invested in Phylon. But what happened? All the money we invested was wasted, but you, Boss Su, didn't suffer much loss." "Boss Yi, what you said is a bit too much." Suyao frowned and said, "My group has spent a lot of money to develop the various technologies of Phylon. Now Phylon has been defeated by Fenghuang. My loss is no less than yours and President Zhu. Boss Su, please talk about compensation." Zhu Kong said with an unpleasant expression. Today, the market share of the One Farmers Group is increasingly being taken away by Lin Yanran's Baiyun Group. He originally wanted to make a fortune by investing in Phylon to ease the pressure on the Westnam Group. As a result, he did not make any money, but instead lost 60 billion yuan of his investment capital. This made the pressure on him more and more. "I have another money-making project here." Suyao calmed down and said, "I am going to enter the gaming field and would like to invite you to cooperate." After Suyao finished speaking, Nangong Yi and Zhu Kong fell silent. At this moment, the two of them really had the urge to scold Suyao. "How? Are we that gullible? He cheated us once and he wants to cheat us a second time. I know you don't believe me, but this project will definitely succeed." Seeing the expressions of Nangong Yi and Zhu Kong, Suyao was not surprised. "Ms. Su, I believe you." The blonde man who had been silent spoke up. "Speaks unfluent Chinese. Who is this?" Nangong Yi looked at the blonde man. "Let me introduce you to." Suyao smiled and said, "This is a member of the Rothschild family of Eagle Country, Mello." Rothschild. Nangong Yi's expression turned serious when he heard this. He was no stranger to this family. The wealth of the Rothschild family is in no way inferior to the 5 generations and 10 families of Dragon Country. Even because Eagle Country is the world's most powerful country today, the wealth owned by Eagle Country's Chable families is greater than that of 5 generations and 10 families. "Hello, Mr. Mello." Nangong Yi and Zhu Kong greeted Mello respectively. "You're welcome, both of you." Mello smiled and said, "Ms. Su, how many shares do you plan to sell?" "Mr. Mello, don't worry." Suyao said, "Maybe Mr. Yi and Mr. Zhu will continue to cooperate with me." Suyao looked at Nangong Yi and Zhu Kong with a smile and said, "What do you think?" "Boss Su, if you want us to believe you, you have to at least show us something that will make us believe you." Nangong Yi pondered for a moment and said. Originally, he did not plan to continue cooperating with Suyao, but Mello's identity made him somewhat interested in the project Suyao mentioned. After all, there are not many projects that can attract the Rothschild family's investment. Hearing this, Suyao walked to the conference table, picked up a document and handed it to Nangong Yedo. "This is the patent for virtual game technology developed by our group. You should know what virtual games mean, right?" Nangong Yi did not respond to Suyao.
His attention was focused on the document. Seeing this, Zhu Kong, who was standing by, also leaned over to watch. After finishing reading the document, the two looked at each other with shocked expressions. "Boss Su, please give me a price." Nan Gongyi calmed down and said. 5 billion, 1% stake. Su Yao replied. "It's too expensive." Nan Gongyi frowned and said, "The original shares of Filong are only 3 billion, and the scale of the new energy vehicle market is not smaller than that of the game market. Nightclub, the size of the game market and the size of the virtual game market are two different concepts." Su Yao said, "Yi Zong can imagine how huge the commercial value is when games become people's second world." "Miss Su, if they think it's too expensive, why don't you just work with me?" Mello said, 5 billion. I want as many shares as you sell. Mr. May, it's not good to eat alone. Nan Gongyi took a deep breath and said, I accept 5 billion. That's fine with me. Shu Kong gritted his teeth. Boss Shu, you can rest assured that I will never let you down again this time. Su Yao said with a firm look, because this is also the last chance for me. It would be better. Nan Gongyi glanced at Mello and felt relieved. With Rothschild members joining us, there shouldn't be any problems this time, right? This time I plan to sell 60% of my shares. Su Yao continued. So much. Nan Gongyi was shocked again. In his opinion, the virtual game market was huge. The more shares Su Yao sells at this time, the greater the losses will be in the future. But he didn't think much about it. He just thought that Longting Group had invested too much money in researching virtual game technology and was in urgent need of funds. Finally, Mello, Nan Gongyi and Zhu Kong had a discussion. Mello invested 200 billion and purchased 40% of the shares. Nan Gongyi and Zhu Kong invested 50 billion yuan each and purchased 10% of the shares each. Ms. Su, it's a pleasure to work with you. After signing various contracts, Mello said, I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. After leaving Longtung Group, Mello got into a business Mercedes. In the car, Mello made a phone call. Hello, is this Lu Mu, Mr. Lu? P.S. Please give me a free gift, which can trigger more updates, please urge for more updates, and please give me a 5-star rating. The hotel's underground garage. Lu Mu sat in the car, listening to the voice coming from the mobile phone, and his brows subconsciously frowned. It's me, what's wrong? Lu Mu said in a deep voice. He has received 3 unknown calls since this morning. Mr. Lu, let me introduce myself. I am Mello Rothschild. On behalf of my family, I would like to invest in your Phoenix new energy vehicle. I'm sorry, but I have no plans to sell my shares for the time being. After Lu Mu finished speaking, he hung up the phone. As Phoenix new energy vehicles became popular on the entire internet, forces from various countries have set their sights on Phoenix new energy vehicles. Before this, the Shining Star Group from South Korea, the Sakura Group from Japan, and the royal family of Lion Country all called him. The purpose is the same, which is to acquire shares in Phoenix new energy vehicle. It is worth mentioning that the system only rewarded Lu Mu with 51% of Phoenix Automobile's shares. But Phoenix New Energy Automobile is another company established by Lu Mu, so Lu Mu owns 100% of the shares of Phoenix New Energy Automobile. Moreover, all the technical patents of Phoenix new energy vehicles are also in Lu Mu's hands. Dali, let's go to the Bund Park. Lu Mu closed his eyes and said. Not long ago, in addition to the forces from various countries, Shangguan Wudi also called him and invited him to meet at the Bund Park. Lu Mu did not refuse this. He was just trying to learn more information about gene sequencers through Shangguan Wudi. Kyoto. Mello looked at the hung-up phone with a very grim expression. No one can say no to Rothschild. Mello made another call. When the call was connected, Mello's eyes flashed with murderous intent and said, the other party refused, so act according to the plan. Yes. A cold voice came from the other side. Magic City Airport. A red-haired woman in a windbreaker stepped off the plane. The woman has a very hot body, attracting the attention of passers-by. But the moment the woman walked out of the airport, It was as if it had disappeared out of thin air. The strange scene made passers-by think they were hallucinating. Not long after the woman disappeared, a middle-aged man in Japanese samurai clothes and a young man in Korean school uniform walked out of the airport one after another. On the road to the Bund Park, there was an SUV parked there. Shangwon Woody was leaning against the off-road vehicle, talking on the phone. "Okay, I understand. I will keep him safe." Just at this moment, a Phoenix car drove in from the park entrance. "He's here. I'll hang up first." Shangwon Woody hung up the phone and walked towards Phoenix car. "Tell me, what is the matter with inviting me here?" Lumu got out of the car and looked at Shangwon Woody. He is nearly 2 meters tall, has a buzz cut, and looks very burly. "Mr. Lu, let me introduce myself first." Shangwon Woody was in a very complicated mood. He didn't know much about Lumu before, he only heard Shangwon Liuli mention him. At first he thought Lumu was just a businessman, but what happened in the past 2 days made him realize that Lumu, like him, was also a gene sequencer. "My name is Shangwon Woody, a member of Hidden Dragon." "Hidden Dragon?" Lumu looked confused. Has Mr. Lu never heard of Hidden Dragon? Shangwon Woody was also somewhat confused. In his opinion, Lumu, who is also a gene sequencer and has an extremely terrifying net worth, should have already been exposed to the circle of gene sequencers. However, what Shangwon Woody didn't know was Lumu was not a gene sequencer at all. His combat effectiveness depends entirely on his physique as a soldier king and his master-level fighting skills. As for the terrifying net worth, it is also a reward from the system. It's the first time I've heard of it. Lumu thought about it and replied. He came here to inquire about the information of the gene sequencer, so there was no need for him to pretend to know something. Hidden Dragon is a special department in our country. Shangwon Woody explained, the purpose of Hidden Dragon's existence is to restrain gene sequencers, so as to prevent them from doing things that harm the country and the people. At the same time, Hidden Dragon also shoulders the mission of resisting gene sequencers from other countries. In that case, other countries should also have departments similar to Hidden Dragon. Shangwon Woody nodded and said, the Eagle country's God's Eye, the Lion country's Knights, the Korean country's Gene Society, the Japanese country's Divine Ninja, etc., are all special departments created by each country. In addition, there are many special civilian organizations in various countries. Most of those organizations are backed by consortium families. I would like to ask you something about gene sequencers. Lumu stated his purpose. Boss Lu, let's get down to business. Shangwon Woody said, I invited you here because I received an order from above to protect your safety. Though you may not need my protection. Shangwon Woody said this while glancing at the powerful force behind Lumu that was as strong as an iron tower. He had seen Dali's strength, which was far superior to his. Protect me? Lumu fell into deep thought after hearing this. After a while, Lumu said, because of Phoenix new energy vehicles? Shangwon Woody nodded and said, Phoenix new energy vehicles under your company, Mr. Lu, are truly epic-making products. Now foreign forces are eyeing Phoenix new energy vehicles' patented technology. They will try to cooperate with you first. If cooperation fails, they will use force to force you to hand over the Phoenix new energy vehicle technology. Just now, I received a call from above saying that several gene sequencers from other countries have arrived in Shanghai. It's obvious that they came for you. Are you here for me? Lumu narrowed his eyes slightly, and a murderous look flashed in his eyes. Before he produced the Phoenix new energy vehicle, he had anticipated that there would be forces coveting the new energy vehicle technology in his hands. But he always thought that domestic forces would be the first to take action. Unexpectedly, before the domestic forces made any moves, many foreign forces became restless first. I appreciate Inlong's kindness. Lumu said calmly, as you said, I don't need your protection. Lumu and Shangwon Woody are not familiar with each other. As for the Hidden Dragon department, he had never come into contact with it. It was impossible for him to trust Shangwon Woody unconditionally just because of a few words from Shangwon Woody. In that case, you should be more careful. Shangguan Wudi said solemnly, there are 3 foreign gene sequencers coming to the Magic City this time. Their strength should not be underestimated. I'll pay attention. After Lumu finished speaking, he returned to the car. Just as Dolly was preparing to start the car and leave, Shangguan Wudi knocked on the rear window and said, Mr. Lu, don't you want to learn about gene sequencers? Why don't we add each other as friends? I'll send you a file with relevant information on this subject. Thank you very much. Lumu's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he immediately added Shangguan Wudi on WeChat. Wait until the Phoenix car disappears from sight. Shangguan Wudi made a phone call. Follow closely, and make sure Mr. Lu is safe. Don't worry, Brother Wudi, this is not a foreign country. If those guys dare to do anything reckless, I promise they will never come back. A cheerful voice came from the phone conversation. Master, a locator has been installed on the car. Not long after the car drove out of the park, Dolly suddenly spoke. What on earth does he want to do? On the side of the road. Lumu was holding a positioning chip that was less than the size of a coin. He took the chip from the car door. He didn't need to guess to know that it was posted on his car when Shangguan Wudi added him as a friend. He was very puzzled by Shangguan Wudi's action. Just then, the cell phone rang. Lumu opened his phone and checked, it was a file sent by Shangguan Wudi. So Lumu casually stuck the chip on a van on the side of the road, then returned to the car to open the file and start browsing.